On the inaugural day of Chun Jing's supermarket, he glimpsed a foreboding future to annihilation of Earth. Yet, amidst the desolation, a flicker of hope remained. Base confirmed, Chen's department store environment, technology, genetics daily evolution points can be accrued. Is the aura reviving? A technological explosion? And superpowers? Thus, the oblivious inhabitants of a doomed Earth eventually stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. The flowers they nurtured emitted a luminous glow, and consuming them enhanced their strength. In the vast expanse of outer space, a squad clad in iron armor appeared to be on patrol. More intriguing was the neighbor's boy, who, after being bitten by a spider, excitedly proclaimed his transformation into Spider-Man, only to vanish the following day. Regrettably, according to the selection criteria of the Black God Guards, you may only ascend to the rank of a street-level hero. Chapter 1. Countdown to Earth's Demise. What would you do if Earth were on the brink of destruction? This provocative question surfaced on a popular online forum, spawning thousands of comments, each more varied than the last. The more conventional responses involved spending final moments with family, while others confessed to unrequited loves, and some, with less restraint, declared their affections to roommates. Amidst this light-hearted banter, in a supermarket in Nanshan City bearing a closed for business sign, a young man sat at the cash register, dark circles under his eyes, fixated on the post, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Everyone's musings are whimsical, yearning for a final touch of romance. Yet when the moment of annihilation arrives, all I hear is the chilling scream of despair. Chun Jing sighed softly. At the age of 21, orphaned and raised by his aunt, he had recently graduated into an unforgiving job market and taken over his aunt's modest supermarket while she relished her retirement. After weeks of restocking and cleaning, just as he managed to reopen, he was forced to display the closed for business sign once more. The catalyst? A week prior, he encountered a bizarre incident. He dreamt of Earth's obliteration, a nightmare etched in his memory. It commenced with a blinding white light illuminating the entire sky, followed by a mere 10 seconds during which the ground fractured and crumbled. Countless terrified screams echoed as people fled in panic. Yet, after that fleeting moment, everything was reduced to ash, himself included. Initially dismissing it as a consequence of binge-watching apocalyptic films, he soon found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of nightmares, each replaying the same harrowing scene. A visit to the hospital yielded no answers. His mind was deemed sound. A trip to a Taoist temple proved futile, as well their focus lay solely on demons and spirits, not his plight. It was not until he arrived at the safety department that a significant shift occurred. The instant he stepped through the door, a vivid crimson alert materialized before him. Eye of surveillance. Warning. This action may elevate crisis levels, hastening Earth's destruction. Startled, he instinctively recoiled and turned to leave. Now, regardless of his attempts to summon that ominous message, it had not reappeared. Alas. Chun Jing gently rubbed his temples. Sleep had evaded him these past few nights. Even a brief nap would be shattered by haunting visions. He could only seek fragments of information online. Yet, the timeline and reasons for the impending cataclysm remained uncertain, and even the so-called Eye of Surveillance was oblivious to its nature. Everything lay shrouded in mystery. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, someone knocked on the glass door of the supermarket. Is the owner in? I've come to restock. Chun Jing was momentarily startled, jolted back to reality. Though the Earth faced destruction, life must persist. What if the end was years or even a decade away? One cannot dwell in anxiety indefinitely. He unlocked the door. Standing there was a man in his 30s, who paused upon seeing Chun Jing, perhaps taken aback by the youthfulness of the proprietor. He then proceeded to move items into the storage room while tallying the goods. 10 cases of milk and oil, beverages, toilet paper, personal care products. If everything is in order, please sign here. After verifying the items, Chun Jing approached the cash register to inscribe his name. At that moment, the middle-aged man glanced at the content on the computer screen and grinned. You're still looking at this? I browse it out of boredom. Chun Jing replied nonchalantly. Much like the discussions online, the topic of Earth's demise was often approached with jest and irony. Surely, no one truly believed such notions. Chun Jing handed him a bottle of water. Here, have a drink. You must be tired after hauling all that. Thank you, boss. The man wiped the sweat from his brow and accepted the water with a smile. If the world were to truly end one day, I'm confident your store would endure. Chun Jing thought to himself that you certainly know how to chat. No need to flatter. After signing and completing the transaction, the replenisher bid farewell and departed. Watching the delivery truck fade into the distance, Chun Jing reflected on the man. He was amiable and quite conversational, diligent in his work much like the countless ordinary individuals striving for a living. This interaction momentarily lifted Chun Jing from the gloom of the impending apocalypse. Reality, after all, was such. What purpose did foreseeing an unalterable fate serve when everyone else was busy toiling for their lives? The stark contrast only left him feeling powerless. He shook his head and turned back into the supermarket. At that moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he glanced towards the interior of the store. The shelves were subtly swaying. An earthquake? Instinctively, Chun Jing prepared to dash outside. However, just then, a message abruptly appeared in his line of sight. Energy detected. This location meets the criteria for base establishment. Initiating transformation. Base establishment? Transformation? A sudden wave of unease washed over him. The next instant, boom, boom, boom. The entire supermarket shook violently. Countless items from the shelves tumbled chaotically. Damn it, Chun Jing cursed, but he couldn't afford to lament the shattered condiments. He hurried to shut off the power. This wasn't a transformation, it was a metamorphosis. Simultaneously, a series of messages emerged. Planet confirmed. Civilization level 0.7 Earth. Base confirmed. Chen's department store. Loading base panel. A phantom interface materialized before Chun Jing's eyes. Base level 1. Environmental daily yield of evolution points. 0.3. Technological daily yield of evolution points. 0.6. Genetic daily yield of evolution points. 0.1. Total daily yield. 1. Current total evolution points. 7. Hex store. 1 free initial draw of inventory items thereafter. Each draw costs 10 evolution points. Items are subject to restrictions based on base level, 3 elemental progress, and host strength. Cough, cough. Chun Jing gasped for breath. Regardless of this peculiar system, he might require the assistance of a psychologist. First, there were nightmares, followed by several sleepless nights, culminating in a calamity that could only be described as a cataclysm. The department store had become a scene of devastation. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Chun Jing shifted his gaze to the void above. In the darkness, he swiftly perused the information on the panel. After approximately 2 minutes, he reached several conclusions. The department store has transformed into a base, which necessitates evolution points for its development. The sources of evolution points are the 3 key outputs within the store: environment, technology, and genetics. The outputs of environment and genetics were the lowest, likely due to the absence of scarce materials, spiritually awakened flora, or genetic entities. Conversely, technology was comparatively higher, presumably due to the electronic devices housed within the store. Of course, the base could be upgraded. Consuming 100 evolution points allows the base to ascend to level 2, expanding its range by 100 meters. This implied that upon upgrading, all outputs of environment, technology, and genetics within a 100-meter radius would be incorporated. Next comes the utility of evolution points. Chun Jing mused as he gazed toward the hex store. A free draw? Why not indulge? Drawing. You have obtained a grade physique-enhancing genetic potion 1, which can enhance endurance, cellular vitality, and recovery. Clang. Chun Jing glanced at the nearby shelf, where a small vial of red potion awaited amidst a pile of energy drinks. This feels somewhat hasty, he remarked, extending his hand to retrieve it. Upon closer inspection, both the vial and its contents radiated a faint luminescence. Chun Jing did not consume it immediately, but instead examined his attributes. Earth human, strength, 7, speed, 6, physique, 8, mentality, 7, evolution chart hint, standards for level 1 cosmic civilizations across various metrics is 10. Chun Jing sighed. I've been diligent in my training, yet I have not met a single standard. After consuming the potion, a warm sensation began to spread from his throat throughout his body, sending a delightful shiver coursing through him. Chapter 2. Abandoning illusions, preparing for battle. Chun Jing felt a significant alleviation of fatigue, and upon glancing in the mirror, he noticed the dark circles under his eyes had notably diminished. His eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. This seems rather promising. His spirits had been considerably restored, and much of his anxiety dissipated. Despite lingering uncertainties, there was now a glimmer of hope regarding the impending apocalypse. As long as time was on his side, and with sufficient evolution points, Chun Jing was confident of his ability to grow and strengthen. He would then uncover the cause of the impending destruction and strive to prevent it. Surely there was still time. However, an unexpected twitch in his eyelid occurred, triggered by this very thought, only to be utterly shattered in the next moment. Within the dark, disheveled supermarket, a solitary, illusory, deep red message appeared before him. Eye of surveillance. Warning. Approximately 322 days remain until the predicted day of Earth's destruction. Chunjing, Chunjing, Chunjing. A year from now, would the scenes from that dream come to fruition? The terrifying white light obliterated the entire Earth. What could possibly defend against such a force? And was a year truly sufficient? Should he consider initiating a plan akin to the Wandering Earth or Noah's Ark and flee? Sigh. Chunjing ultimately let out a soft sigh, peeling a lollipop from a pile of scattered items and quietly placing it in his mouth. The joy from the establishment of the base and his physical enhancements had dissipated considerably. At that moment, the Eye of Surveillance unexpectedly displayed new information. Eye of Surveillance. At 22 hours, 27 minutes, and 35 seconds tomorrow, a meteorite is anticipated to enter the atmosphere. The predicted landing site is in the southwestern suburbs of Nanshan City. Please proceed to the site to collect at least 20 kilograms of meteorite debris. Reward. Unlocking base processing and evolution points depending on task completion. A meteorite is falling? And there's a reward? Chunjing murmured softly, his expression turning serious. After reviewing the information once more, he felt a sense of relief. Having guidance seemed far superior to aimlessly wandering. Yet, what precisely was this Eye of Surveillance? It had not manifested on the base or personal panels. It had warned him days prior, including the recent countdown to the world's destruction. Nevertheless, following its directives, let's see if I can uncover clues and solutions regarding Earth's demise. With no escape from the planet, it was time to abandon fantasies and prepare for battle. After over an hour, Chunjing finally tidied the chaotic supermarket. Apart from the considerable losses, the supermarket remained largely unchanged after all. They were still at the very beginning. Eventually, Chunjing began to feel weary. Although he had gained 2 points in physical constitution, enhancing his stamina and recovery, he hadn't slept well for several days. He closed the rolling shutter of the supermarket, turned off the lights, and returned to the cramped resting area, lying down on the narrow bed. He closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. This time without dreaming. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chunjing securely locked the gates of the Chin's department store at the Salvation Base and set off ahead of schedule. Although the meteorite was expected to fall in approximately 12 hours, it was essential to scout the area and make necessary preparations. He first rented a van before heading to the building materials market. How much for this stone-cutting machine? He inquired. This large backpack looks sturdy. Please fetch me one. Yes, I require tools for mining. Wait, why are you bringing out a graphics card? After leaving the building materials market, Chunjing loaded all manner of tools into the van before driving towards the southwestern outskirts of Nanshan City. Nanshan City could be considered a large metropolis, with its most bustling areas concentrated within the Third Ring Road and several financial districts. When Chunjing had just graduated, he aspired to secure a good job within those confines. Unfortunately, he faced disappointment. The vehicle glided smoothly along the highway as he ventured further from the city. The traffic thinned considerably. While others were at their desks in the office, Chunjing was en route to mine meteorites. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, he finally arrived at the southwestern suburbs. The suburban expanse was vast, predominantly filled with factories, while the remainder consisted of desolate mountainous terrain. The Eye of Surveillance had not provided precise coordinates, so Chunjing could only establish himself in this area and await the meteorite's descent. There was still ample time. He found a restaurant to resolve his hunger, dining while watching the television mounted on a silver iron frame. The news was sparse, primarily consisting of miscellaneous reports. There was no mention of the meteorite, not only on television, but also absent from the internet. Chunjing pondered deeply. I had considered revealing the impending doom of Earth, he mused. However, the Eye of Surveillance would immediately issue a warning. It seemed that such information could not be made public, as it would incite immense and unpredictable danger. Thus, to err on the side of caution, he had chosen to come alone. After satisfying his hunger, Chunjing returned to his vehicle, taking a lap around the area to familiarize himself with the terrain. At least he would be able to navigate swiftly when the meteorite fell. Time ticked away, and the sky gradually darkened until night enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, with only a few stars twinkling faintly. Outside the suburbs, human presence was no longer visible. Most establishments had closed, rendering the area eerily silent. At this moment, Chunjing drove into the desolate region, parking on a secluded mountain path. Standing beside his vehicle, he glanced at his watch. It's already 10 o'clock. There are about 30 minutes until the meteorite falls. Gazing skyward, he found nothing but darkness so profound it was unsettling. As he silently waited, the sound of an approaching vehicle broke the stillness, its lights drawing nearer. An old van came into view, and a driver wearing a safety helmet leaned out. "Young man, is your car broken? What are you doing out here alone?" Chun Jing shook his head in response. "No, uncle, I'm just out for a breath of fresh air. They'll be heading back shortly." Inside the van sat two individuals dressed in somewhat dusty uniforms. They appear to be workers from the same factory, likely just finishing their shifts and preparing to return home for rest. That a laborer, perplexed, remarked, "Here to unwind? It is rather late. You should return home, young man. This remote mountainous area is desolate at night, and we are among the last to leave after a night shift." "Thank you for the warning. I shall depart shortly," Chun Jing replied. The vehicle soon vanished from his sight. He glanced at the time again, the final minute. Chun Jing extracted the telescope he had purchased from the building materials market and gazed towards the distant heavens. He was not an astronomy enthusiast, nor was his university major particularly mainstream, leaving him with scant knowledge of the cosmos. Most of his information regarding meteors had been gleaned from online sources. Upon entering the atmosphere, a meteor generates heat through friction, emitting a brilliant glow. It also produces a tremendous impact, creating corresponding craters. After a minute or two, he exclaimed, "It's coming." A streak of fire appeared amidst the clouds. This was the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle. He lowered the telescope, immediately entered his vehicle, and began to ascertain the landing site, driving in that direction. The approximate location should be nearby, he mused as the car jolted down the mountain. He had chosen this spot with careful consideration, aiming to clearly observe and assess the impact site before hastening to it. The meteor's speed was astonishing even after atmospheric deceleration. It remained alarmingly swift, illuminating half the sky. Chun Jing also beheld that intense flame. Boom! The air trembled. The sound of the meteor's descent resembled the explosive roar of thunder. In mere seconds, it had fallen, crashing against the distant horizon. Chun Jing drove rapidly along the road. Although the impact appeared close, the actual landing site was far, compounded by the treacherous mountain roads. By the time he arrived, 15 minutes had elapsed. He parked at the edge, where the road became impassable. Swiftly retrieving his rock drill and backpack from the trunk, he ascended toward the steep, rocky outcrop. After approximately 3 minutes of navigating through obstacles, he finally reached the meteorite crater. At this juncture, he merely needed to collect fragments of the meteorite swiftly. Yet, at that moment, Chun Jing suddenly halted, standing amidst the grass on the hillside, his gaze sharpening. For within the meteorite crater, there were people. Chapter 3. The mysterious organization. There were people. Yet, as Chun Jing discerned the figures, he exhaled a sigh of relief. They were merely the workers from the van he had seen earlier. Clad in factory uniforms and wearing safety helmets, the trio held illumination devices. Their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the meteorite, which was the size of a refrigerator. Clearly, they had been drawn by the spectacle of the meteor's descent, fueled by curiosity to arrive at this place. Should he descend? Chun Jing adjusted his heavy backpack. To be candid, he had contemplated the existence of other clandestine organizations on Earth, but such thoughts had remained mere conjectures. If they existed, were they benevolent or malevolent? Were they privy to the impending doom of Earth? All these questions lingered unanswered. Although he wished to remain unseen, it appeared that avoidance was futile, as the three workers were already captivated, preparing to capture the moment on their phones. It wouldn't be long before this news spread, attracting even more onlookers. Just as he hesitated, a dull thud resonated through the darkness. Chun Jing froze, initially believing that the van's tire had burst. However, in the next moment, the driver collapsed. The other two workers remained rooted to the spot, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. One hastened over to check on the driver. Upon turning the man over, he was met with a gaping hole in the safety helmet and a pool of blood seeping onto the ground. His face drained of color, a pallor of sheer terror overtaking him. It was a gunshot. Such an object was far too distant and fearsome for an ordinary person. Just as he prepared to flee, another shot rang out. His body jolted, collapsing beside the driver. The last remaining worker, his legs trembling uncontrollably, reacted swiftly, turning to flee. Having worked in the workshop, he was inherently attuned to the presence of danger. Regaining his composure, he sprinted towards the van. Yet, there was no opportunity for escape. The third gunshot echoed, and he too fell lifelessly to the ground. Silence enveloped the meteorite pit, a deathly hush descending. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Chun Jing lay prostrate on the ground, his heart pounding wildly, his gaze filled with dread. He dared not move. 3 individuals had just been murdered before his eyes. Who could have done this? And why? At that moment, a brilliant beam of light emerged from the opposite hillside, illuminating the meteorite pit. Over a dozen figures clad in black uniforms and masks emerged from the forest. A few among them bore a large machine, indifferent to the three lifeless bodies. Placing the apparatus beside the meteorite, one individual produced a scanning device, approaching the meteorite, seemingly confirming something. Before long, he gestured with his hand. "The item is here. Let us proceed." After a brief calibration, the others activated the machine. With a hiss, the machine's barrel emitted a red laser, commencing the process of slicing through the meteorite. Qinjing held his breath, concealed amidst the earth and foliage, fixated on the unfolding scene. Who were these individuals? What purpose did they have in cutting this meteorite? And what kind of machine could wield a laser powerful enough to sever such a substantial mass? Qinjing's heart was laden with countless questions. Yet he was acutely aware that those individuals were far from benevolent. He understood that should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly meet the same grim fate as the three workers. Thus, he could only conceal himself with utmost caution. Fortunately, his foresight prompted him to turn off his phone upon boarding the vehicle, thereby avoiding any unnecessary complications. Approximately 10 minutes later, the laser-cutting machine finally cleaved the meteorite in two. What was that? Qinjing fixated on the split meteorite's center, where a fist-sized radiant stone pulsated with a crimson glow. It appeared that this stone was the very object of their intentions. Dressed in black, one of them retrieved tools and a protective case, carefully extracting the luminous stone and gently placing it within the confines of the box. Once it was secured, the individual stated nonchalantly, "Let's go." The others proceeded to clear the remaining debris. A portion of the group carried the box along with the bodies, while the rest continued to slice the meteorite. After segmenting the meteorite into 4 pieces, they packaged the fragments, with pairs of individuals transporting substantial chunks away. In the end, only 2 remained, meticulously tidying up the scene. They swept their illumination across the surroundings. When the light momentarily lingered near Qinjing's hiding spot, his heart nearly ceased beating, and his breath stilled. "Is there something there?" one of the men inquired, casting his gaze in that direction. The one holding the light retracted his hand and shook his head. "Nothing." "Is that so?" The man glanced back, observing only the crescent moon and a few twinkling stars adorning the night sky. They detected no anomalies and, after confirming all was well, hastily departed, vanishing into the meteorite pit. After 10 minutes had elapsed following their exit, Qinjing remained prone in his hiding spot for a full 10 minutes. He had not experienced such intense tension in a long time. The last instance was during the National College entrance examination when only 15 minutes remained, and he had just begun writing his essay. A gentle breeze caressed him, and gradually, he regained a semblance of calm. After reassessing his surroundings and ensuring no one was present, he cautiously rose and made his way toward the meteorite pit, moving swiftly and steadily. Though the larger meteorite fragments had been removed, several smaller shards lay scattered across the ground. He hastily collected them, tossing them into his backpack. Even he might not have recognized it, but under such heightened tension, he found himself surprisingly composed. Despite the fear simmering within, thoughts of fleeing in his vehicle had never crossed his mind. Who were those people? Their accents did not resemble that of the locals. They possessed knowledge of the meteorite's landing site, equipped with detection instruments and cutting-edge laser machinery, far surpassing his own preparations. They wielded firearms, willing to indiscriminately eliminate civilians, posing an extreme danger. Moreover, their objectives seemed to revolve around that glowing stone at the center of the meteorite. Though it was undeniably a celestial fragment, they appeared to have prior knowledge of its existence, arriving as if to collect a package. It seemed that the impending destruction of Earth was far more complex than it initially appeared. Qinjing harbored an abundance of enigmas within, burdened by an overwhelming pressure. Henceforth, he must exercise greater caution. 5 minutes later, he felt the oppressive weight upon his back. Though the fragments were relatively small, they swiftly filled his backpack, leaving only minute particles mixed among the stones for collection. There was no necessity to linger here and increase the risk. With a complex gaze, Qinjing glanced back at the ground behind him, the very spot where 3 workers had met their demise, their blood cleansed away, leaving no trace. Their men had likely been disposed of long ago. He was the last person to have seen them, yet he uttered not a word nor took any action. With a sigh, he ascended the slope, clutching the unutilized rock drill, and carefully departed from the scene. The mission was evidently complete, with the weight on his back surely exceeding 20 kilograms. As for the extent of mission completion and rewards, it seemed he would need to return to the base for confirmation. Chapter 4. Enhancement. Qinjing drove through the night, spending 2 hours to return to the Chin's department store. The moment he entered the store with his backpack, he received the notifications, collected a total of 406 kilograms of meteorite fragments. Reward, 40 evolution points. Current total of evolution points, 48. Reward. Base processing function activated. Please wait. As he placed the backpack on the table, another notification appeared. Detected rare substance, environment 16. Qinjing paused. The rare substance appeared to be the meteorites within his backpack, astonishingly contributing so much. The base processing function was still initializing, and he felt no urgency. Instead, he began to extract items, as his 48 evolution points allowed for 4 extractions. Extracting. Obtain level strength gene potion X1. Obtain level constitution gene potion X1. Obtain level healing potion X1. Hex codex available for reading. Consult for related item functions. He first consumed the potions. Strength 2, Constitution 2, his strength escalated to 9, while his Constitution surged to 12. A surge of vitality coursed through him, banishing the fatigue of the day's exertions. The weight of the meteorites he carried felt considerably lighter. The enhancement was palpable. Following this trajectory, the prospect of becoming superhuman seemed attainable, provided he amassed sufficient evolution points. Extracting. Obtained auxiliary level laser processing blueprint. Qinjing raised an eyebrow. Something new had emerged. He shifted his focus to the blueprint, murmuring to himself, a blueprint related to lasers? He recalled the formidable machine he had seen within the meteorite crater, its power immense. Yet, its size and weight were significant drawbacks. Although labeled as auxiliary level, he pondered how its power compared to the previous machine. Unable to decipher the blueprint, he resolved to await the activation of the base's research functionality. Approximately an hour later, the base's processing function has been successfully transformed, and the processing device is now operational. Qinjing shifted his gaze towards the freezer, which emitted a faint glow. Indeed, its hidden attributes are remarkable. Normally, it merely serves as a freezer. However, when needed, it can transform into a processing machine. He approached and placed the blueprints inside. Entry successful. Processing can be conducted on relevant items that meet the standards. After pondering for a moment, Qinjing stepped outside and retrieved the unused electric pickaxe. He placed it into the freezer. Meet standards. Processing will consume 5 evolution points and 10 grams of source material. Qinjing frowned. What is source material? Does such a thing even exist on Earth? Source material detected within the meteorite. Observing the new prompt, he approached and placed a roughly 10-kilogram meteorite into the freezer, meeting the requirements, and activated the processing device. Estimated processing time, 8 hours and 23 minutes. He had hoped for immediate use, but now he realized he need not wait any longer. Qinjing, too weary to wash up after a long day, collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Precision technology detected. Technology level, 14. Current daily output of the base, 4. Current total evolution points, 7. Upon waking the next morning, Qinjing saw this information. He immediately got up, grabbed some bread and milk, and headed towards the freezer. As he opened it, he involuntarily gasped at the intense cold. He silently adjusted the cooling settings and retrieved the electric pickaxe, which still resembled its original form. However, after processing, its front had transformed into a muzzle capable of emitting laser beams, showcasing its impressive hidden attributes. He found a piece of meteorite to test it. With a swift sound, the fist-sized meteorite was effortlessly sliced in half, as if cut by a knife through paper. Qinjing, he fancied he could hear the sound of a water meter being checked. The precision, the power, and the size. That machine from yesterday must bow down in reverence. He couldn't help but entertain a dangerous thought. Perhaps the laser cannon could also be processed later on. Of course, that would likely require more evolution points, rarer materials, and higher-level blueprints. Never mind, he needed to remain calm and practical. Qinjing promptly composed himself and took a bite of bread. I should return the van first. After unloading the items he had purchased from the building materials market, he drove the van back to the rental agency. Realizing the existence of mysterious forces yesterday had already made Qinjing vigilant about various messages. He had inspected the van and found no dashboard cameras or surveillance devices. However, in the passenger compartment, he discovered a lace thong. Having experienced field battles and witnessed meteorites fall, Qinjing regarded the van. Your past is indeed colorful. When returning the vehicle, there were no issues, after all. It was a cheap rental, and the owner was aware of its numerous hidden flaws. He didn't even inspect the vehicle before proceeding with the return process. Yet, while waiting, Qinjing unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. A young man, clad in an elegant suit, stood before a luxury car. His brow furrowed in concern as he inquired with the staff. Xiaobei, Qinjing called out. The man paused, and upon seeing Qinjing, his eyes brightened slightly. Well, a minute later, in the lounge area, Xiaobei approached with a steaming cup of coffee, smiling as he said, "It seems we haven't crossed paths since graduation. And I rarely see you on social media. I heard you went back to inherit a fortune?" Qinjing, mid-sip of his tea, nearly spluttered it out. Who on earth is spreading such absurd rumors? Can't you see I'm still renting a van? This was his college roommate, and they shared a close bond. Though during their senior year, this fellow had rushed off to intern while Qin Jing was preoccupied with his own future, leading to a gradual decline in their communication. So, what are you doing now? Wan Xiaobei inquired with curiosity. I manage a small supermarket. How ironic. You claim you haven't inherited a fortune. Qin Jing chuckled helplessly. I'm merely running it for someone else, and it's on the verge of bankruptcy. Since he took over, it had scarcely opened for business. Coupled with a series of expenses and losses, the supermarket's profit and loss statement was practically a ledger of red ink. So, what brings you here? Wan Xiaobei sighed. Gesturing towards the luxury car in the distance, the company executives are heading out of town soon and require a $1 million car for appearances. I need to accompany them as a driver and came to check out the models in advance. Qin Jing raised an eyebrow. Isn't that rather fortunate? It seems they are promoting you. Wan Xiaobei shook his head, his expression tinged with concern. It's not that simple. I don't even know where I'm going. Just that it relates to a foreign biotechnology research institute. My superiors have repeatedly cautioned me to be discreet upon arrival. If I make even the slightest mistake, I'm likely to be dismissed. Qin Jing paused slightly, feeling a twinge of sensitivity towards the term biotechnology. Unfortunately, Wan Xiaobei had no further information to offer. He too was troubled, grappling not only with the car rental, but also a multitude of responsibilities, which added to his stress. Work is truly exhausting, Wan Xiaobei remarked with a wry smile. Sometimes I wish I had superpowers to escape these menial tasks and lead a life of greater value. Qin Jing raised an eyebrow, but refrained from responding, simply patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As they parted ways, Wan Xiaobei appeared considerably lighter in spirit, smiling as he said, Thank you for your words of encouragement. I do feel much better. Qin Jing could only give him a playful gesture. See you. Chapter 5. A new calamity. Qin Jing stood on the subway heading back to the supermarket. In that moment of conversation with Wan Xiaobei, he had an urge to dramatically proclaim, Do you want to join me in saving the world? But wisely refrained from uttering such a hasty statement. There were many factors to consider. It was not so simple. Currently, the only knowledge he possessed was about the mysterious figures in black that appeared on the day of the meteorite's fall. Beyond that, he was utterly in the dark. He had attempted to uncover the existence of that group, but had discovered nothing. Another day passed, and the base produced 4 evolution points, bringing the total to 11. Qin Jing was fortunate this time, having drawn a level 2 strength potion. Upon consumption, he distinctly felt a surge of latent power within his muscles. He accessed his attributes panel. Earthling, Strength, 13, Speed, 6, Constitution, 12, Spirit, 7, Evolutionary chart reminder. Do not allow strength or speed to exceed Constitution by a significant margin, or the body may suffer harm. This was understandable. Constitution determined the threshold, and excessive enhancements in strength and speed would leave the body struggling to keep pace. However, Qin Jing was more preoccupied with another matter. While both technology and environment had improved, his genetic output remained stagnant at 0. Why was that? Did his bodily enhancements fall outside the scope of his genes? Or was it necessary to seek out mutated evolutionary entities? The existence of superpowers? This was not the Marvel Universe. Where were the Spider-Man and Hulk figures? Sighing, he acknowledged the futility of his impatience. Currently, there were no signs of destruction online, nor any other news to be found. He could only await new prompts or actions from the eye of surveillance. Boss, I would like to make a purchase. A customer stepped into the supermarket. Certainly, what do you need? Qin Jing replied, pulling himself back to the present. It seemed that today marked the official opening of his supermarket. He felt no concern about the potential exposure of certain items within. For instance, the freezer appeared ordinary to others, filled with dumplings, ice cream, and other frozen goods. Only when he wished to utilize it did it transform into a processing device. Of course, this was merely the beginning. The future of the base was uncertain, and with only a year until obliteration, such thoughts felt overly optimistic. I'd like to buy a barrel of oil, a bag of rice, and a box of milk, the middle-aged man requested. Could you help me load them onto my motorcycle parked outside? Of course. Qin Jing then noticed the man's arm, wrapped in bandages. He effortlessly lifted the box of milk, feeling its weight negligible, as if he were merely lifting air, given his strength of 13. Thank you, boss, the middle-aged man expressed, astonished and grateful. He was surprised that this seemingly frail young man possessed such strength. He had intended to assist, but ended up being completely managed by Qin Jing alone. It's a minor task, Qin Jing replied while carrying the items. How did you get injured? The man sighed softly. A few days ago, while working at the mine, there was a collapse. Half of the tunnel caved in. That sounds quite perilous, Qin Jing remarked. The man's expression turned somber as he recalled, I was fortunate. I ran quickly and only received a minor cut. However, One of my coworkers was trapped inside. Miraculously, he survived, but he remains in the hospital, likely paralyzed. He gestured toward the items being loaded onto the motorcycle. I bought these to visit him. Sighing again, the middle-aged man lamented. He was the pillar of his family. And now he has fallen. The middle-aged man settled his bill, expressed his gratitude once more, and then rode away on his bicycle. Qinjing watched him depart before returning to the store. He found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Life is fraught with hardships, and existence is as fragile as paper. He had witnessed 3 living souls perish before his very eyes, and he realized that no amount of strength could alter another's fate. Once seated, he began to scour the latest news on his laptop. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and a piece of information came into view. The eye of surveillance, a magnitude 7.6 earthquake is expected to strike Nanshan City at 14:23 tomorrow. Please identify the cause of the earthquake beforehand and either prevent it or mitigate its intensity. The coordinates of the epicenter have been provided. Reward: lightweight cosmic transport fleet uniform, activation of detection capabilities, and evolution points, dependent on task completion. A 7.6 magnitude earthquake rendered him momentarily speechless. Chun Jing's brow furrowed in concern. Such intensity could only be classified as a catastrophic disaster. How could he possibly avert such geological upheaval? Unless, of course, the earthquake was triggered by other means. Regardless, he decided to investigate the coordinates. Qinjing closed the supermarket, which had only been open for half a day, and took a taxi directly to the indicated location. While seated in the car, he consulted the map on his phone. This area lay near the 4th ring of Nanshan City, a region with relatively sparse foot traffic and few tall buildings. Moreover, the coordinates provided by the eye of surveillance were strikingly precise. Before long, he arrived at the designated spot. It turned out to be a fast food restaurant. He paused for a moment. The establishment was small but appeared to be bustling, with many taxi drivers and workers dining there. Was this truly the epicenter? After confirming the coordinates once more, he entered the restaurant with a sense of gravity. Inside, an elderly lady was busy cleaning the tables, and the atmosphere brimmed with culinary warmth. It was lunchtime, and the place was lively with patrons. "Young man, would you like to eat? I'll have a plate of stir-fried fava beans with eggs, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and a bowl of rice, please." Qinjing took a seat. He surveyed the interior but quickly averted his gaze. The only potential hazard in the establishment appeared to be the gas stove. Yet it was inconceivable that it could trigger a 7.6 magnitude earthquake. To the earth, it would be no more disruptive than a firecracker. Soon, a steaming array of dishes was served. After expressing his gratitude, Qinjing began to satisfy his hunger. The remaining possibility, he surmised, lay underground. If circumstances allowed and funds were sufficient, he could boldly emulate Iron Man, purchasing the restaurant from the lady and swiftly mobilizing an excavation team. After all, this was a matter of impending disaster affecting all of Nanshan City. However, the dilemma was that the eye of surveillance would issue a warning against widespread dissemination of this information, not to mention his lack of financial resources. Meanwhile, the patrons in the restaurant had nearly finished their meals. The drivers, accustomed to traversing far and wide, viewed this meal as a well-deserved respite, and most were in no hurry to return to their vehicles, engaging in casual conversation. The ant at the fast food restaurant has grown accustomed to this atmosphere, frequented by a stable clientele. During quieter moments, they linger a bit longer, vacating their seats when new patrons arrive. As Qinjing finished his meal, they prepared to depart. Before leaving, someone gently surveyed the vacant spots and muttered, "If that collapse hadn't occurred, this place would surely be livelier." Indeed, many familiar faces were noticeably absent. When I first arrived, I drove past and noticed the area had been cordoned off, their voices fading into the distance. Only Qinjing remained, somewhat dazed within the establishment. When he suddenly inquired, "Auntie, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" She replied, "Do you know where the mining area they mentioned is located?" Chapter 6. I am the investigator. 20 minutes later, Qinjing, having gathered information, arrived at the mining area. Due to the collapse incident, operations had ceased, and the site was temporarily sealed off. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he stealthily entered. He circumvented the protective barriers and ventured into the mine. He surveyed the surroundings. As he had learned earlier, the mine had indeed collapsed, with the most severe damage occurring deep within. The tunnels were extensive and intricate, and due to the collapse, many junctions had transformed into piles of debris, some blocked, while others remained passable. Qinjing could only advance according to the coordinates provided by the eye of surveillance, following a vague direction. However, mere minutes later, Qinjing emerged from the depths. Sighing heavily, the mine was deep and lengthy, featuring numerous passages, many of which had sustained significant collapse. He quickly withdrew and sought out the elderly guard stationed at the mining area. After parting with 200 yuan, He obtained a map of the tunnels from the old man. How do I reach this coordinate? Qin pointed to the seismic source indicated by the eye of surveillance. The old man examined the map, raising an eyebrow. That location has no excavated passage. However, he continued, brow furrowed in recollection, there seems to be a natural opening nearby. That former employee encountered the collapse while exploring that very entrance. Furrowing his brow, Qin opted against re-entering. He did not believe he could navigate this unfamiliar, convoluted space alone and lacked any experience to avoid getting lost. What happened to that employee afterward? He asked. The old man sighed softly. He was taken to a nearby hospital and saved, but I've heard he is now severely injured and paralyzed. A pitiful soul. Wang Jiqiang was a miner. Lacking the sculpted physique of a gym-goer, years of labor under the sun had left him dark and lean, yet he could effortlessly move weights of several hundred pounds. He was among the hardest workers at the site. This was unavoidable. The previous week he had spoken with his family. His daughter's condition had worsened, necessitating additional funds for her treatment. He had no choice but to toil relentlessly, fearing that if he faltered, his daughter would suffer as well. Yet, on the third day after their call, a deep and complex opening was discovered within the mine. Eager for a bonus, he voluntarily applied to investigate it. The journey extended for nearly half an hour without any sign of conclusion, plunging deeper into the abyss. For the sake of safety, Wang Jiqiang resolved to retrace his steps. However, shortly after he began his return, the entrance of the cave suddenly trembled violently. Before he could escape, he was ensnared by the collapsing entrance. Fortunately, he was not far from the exit, allowing for his eventual rescue. Lying in bed, Wang Jiqiang gazed at the ceiling. The silence punctuated only by the sound of the floor drip. The hospital mattress felt somewhat soft beneath him, and the air was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. A middle-aged man sat silently beside him, his eyes filled with a reluctant compassion as he observed Wang Jiqiang, once a diligent and earnest man, now seemingly burdened by an infinite weariness. Do not dwell too much on your thoughts, the middle-aged man reassured him. Surviving is already a stroke of luck. You need not worry about medical expenses. Compensation should arrive shortly, and your family's situation will improve. Wang Jiqiang awoke the day after being admitted to the hospital. The doctors proclaimed his survival a miracle. His constitution was remarkably resilient, healing minor wounds with astonishing speed. The sole misfortune was the injury to his spine, rendering half of his body devoid of sensation. Yet, the prospect of rehabilitation appeared bleak, given the prolonged pressure he had endured. Improve? Wang Jiqiang murmured, his lips parting slightly. Yet no one could fathom the depth of his despair and helplessness. The funds for his daughter's medication were secured, but he, the sole pillar of his family, had crumbled, leaving his wife to care for both themselves. How long would the compensation sustain them? What lay ahead? His thoughts were not consumed by his physical pain, but rather by the profoundly dim future that loomed before him. The middle-aged man, poised to offer further words of comfort, suddenly faltered. He noticed the vacant, lifeless gaze of Wang Jiqiang, from which a solitary tear had escaped. Words of solace caught in his throat, unuttered. Sometimes, hardship seeks out those who strive with fervor, arriving without warning. With a heavy sigh, the middle-aged man declared, I shall return to see you tomorrow. He then departed. Recognizing that no one could truly comfort a person who had lost all hope, his only recourse was to grant Wang Jiqiang the tranquility of solitude. As he left, the weight of sorrow pressed heavily upon him. Unnoticed by him was a figure seated in the corridor, watching intently. This individual was Qin. He had gathered information about Wang Jiqiang from various sources, driven by a blend of sympathy and a need for assistance. As he observed the middle-aged man's retreating figure, a panel materialized before his eyes. Human on Earth, strength, 7, speed, 4, constitution, 8, mentality, 2, Qin frequently examined the attributes of others. Although the standard for a level 1 civilization was 10 in each category, Earthlings averaged around 7. He pondered whether this correlation might relate to the level 0-7 civilization status of humanity. If so, could it imply an aggregate measure of all humans? Regardless, aside from himself, he had yet to encounter anyone whose attributes reached 10. Rising, Qin gently pushed open the door. Wang Jiqiang's expression, once numb, flickered slightly. He had anticipated Lin Jinbing's return, only to be confronted by an unfamiliar young man. Who are you? He asked, momentarily taken aback. Qin closed the door and settled into the chair beside the bed. Calmly, he extended his hand and produced his identification. Mr. Wang Jiqiang. I am an investigator for the organization. Wang Jiqiang hesitated. He had barely glimpsed the text on the document before Qin tucked it away. What organization? What do you mean by investigator? It is not unusual for you to be unaware, Qin replied gently. Our organization must remain concealed from the outside world, existing to investigate anomalous disasters and mysterious events on Earth. A wave of dizziness washed over Wang Jiqiang. and after a pause, he inquired, "What do you want from me?" "We suspect that the accident you experienced was a result of an anomalous disaster," Chun Jing explained, pausing for effect. "And you're the sole individual who ventured into that location." Wang Jiqiang muttered, "You mean that cave?" "I'm the only one who went deep inside." He had initially believed it to be a natural disaster, yet here he was, approached by a mysterious organization. Chun Jing chose to remain silent, granting Wang Jiqiang time to process this revelation. Of course, the so-called organization was a mere FAAD, a clever abbreviation derived from the initials of the Qin family department store. This assumed identity was intended to imbue Wang Jiqiang with a sense of formidable mystery. After a lengthy pause, Wang Jiqiang slowly regained his composure. He pressed his parched lips together and said, "I can cooperate." Regardless of whether it was an anomaly or not, his condition had already rendered him a useless shell, incapable of action. However, Chun Jing shook his head, fixing his gaze on him. "No, Wang Jiqiang. I need you to accompany me." Chapter 7. The gifted with superpowers derived from genetic alterations. Wang Jiqiang regarded the young man before him with a look of confusion. His voice, tinged with hoarseness, conveyed his dismay. "You may not realize, but I am paralyzed. Not only can I not accompany you, I am unable even to rise from this bed." From this moment on, he was a mere husk, devoid of purpose and capability. Chun Jing was acutely aware of this fact and spoke up. "What if I told you I could help you stand again?" Wang Jiqiang was momentarily stunned, a vacant expression crossing his face as he murmured, "What?" He thought he must have misheard. It seemed impossible. Yet, hope did not even flicker in his eyes. He despondently shook his head. "The doctors have said my spinal injury is severe, resulting in lifelong paralysis. Current medical treatments cannot remedy it." This was the source of his despair. However, Chun Jing displayed no signs of emotion. Instead, he retrieved a vial of medication from his backpack. "What is this?" Wang Jiqiang queried, gazing curiously at the test tube containing a swirling red liquid. He could not fathom Chun Jing's intention for producing such a substance. "Our organization not only combats anomalous disasters, but has also made advancements in genetics and technology," Chun Jing explained, gently shaking the vial. "This can heal your spinal injury and repair neuronal connections." Wang Jiqiang's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he stared at the vial in disbelief. Could it truly heal his injuries? Is it truly possible with such a diminutive test tube? Chun Jing, unconcerned with whether Wang Jiqiang believed him, continued speaking in a measured tone. "Of course. No action comes without cost. I can assist you in rising, but in return, I require your cooperation to delve into that mine for further investigation. The choice, however, remains entirely yours. We do not compel others, and I must caution you that there may be inherent dangers." As he spoke, Chun Jing's gaze remained fixed on Wang Jiqiang's reaction. Initially, he had no such intentions, but upon glimpsing Wang Jiqiang's attributes upon entering, he had altered his plans. Wang Jiqiang, Earthling, Strength, 8, Speed, 7, Constitution, 12, Mentality, 4, Evolution chart hint. This individual's constitution must reach 20 under extreme or perilous conditions to have a chance of evolving abilities. The higher the constitution, the greater the likelihood of evolution if recruited. The base's daily gene output will increase by 5 points. This marked Chun Jing's first encounter with a person whose constitution exceeded 10 and possessed the potential for evolution. Moreover, the added gene output was astonishing, an increase of 5 points. Thus, Chun Jing was eager to take a chance, having prepared for various eventualities. The base could not rely solely on him indefinitely, and with obliteration looming close at hand, fostering mutual benefit seemed more pragmatic than merely building trust. Thus, he sought a fictitious organization to bolster his standing. Even in the absence of tangible resources, it was imperative to appear enigmatic and formidable to outsiders. This way, he could attribute all actions to this organization and recruit members under its auspices. At this moment, Wang Jiqiang slowly regained his composure. The concepts of medicinal treatments, anomalous disasters, and mysterious organizations felt utterly foreign to a humble worker like him. He even harbored suspicions that it might be a sales pitch or a scheme to peddle counterfeit medicine. Yet, if he could indeed stand, none of that would matter. It was the sole hope of preventing his family from collapsing, suppressing all his doubts. Wang Jiqiang parted his pale lips and declared, "If I truly can rise, I, Wang Jiqiang, will repay you tenfold for your assistance in the investigation. Let me take the potion first." Chun Jing handed the test tube to Wang Jiqiang. This advanced healing elixir, as described in the Hex Manual, was exceptionally effective in repairing various injuries for ordinary individuals, including spinal cord damage. Furthermore, its efficacy varied according to the strength of the recipient's constitution. Notably, Wang Jiqiang's constitution surpassed Chun Jing's own. Watching as Wang Jiqiang extended his trembling hand to accept the test tube, Chun Jing observed him close his eyes momentarily before consuming the potion in one swift motion. With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Jiqiang turned his attention to his body. His once pale and darkened face having remained ensnared in confusion and despair since awakening. Yet now, he felt a flicker of hope. Even now, he struggled to fully believe in its authenticity. But what if it were true? Chen Jing, however, remained largely unperturbed, possessing unwavering confidence in the potion's efficacy. Hex products were guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Approximately a minute later, Wang Jiqiang's spine emitted a series of crackling sounds. A warm sensation coursing through his entire body. Suddenly, his toes twitched slightly, followed by a tremor in his calves. He felt a surge of excitement, his face flushed. And a hoarse yet joyful exclamation escaped his throat as he declared, "It moved. It really moved. It's effective." Chen Jing, slightly exasperated, considered reminding him to lower his voice. Although the door was closed, excessive noise could attract attention. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Jing abandoned the idea. After all, this middle-aged man was overcome with emotion, weeping unabashedly. It wasn't until a nurse, drawn by the commotion, hurriedly opened the door to inquire about the situation that Wang Jiqiang showed no signs of stopping. Chen Jing could only apologize, saying, "I'm sorry. He is just too excited." The nurse, hearing the sobs, pulled Chen Jing aside and, with a heavy sigh, earnestly advised him, "You must be his family. Patients should not be overly agitated. Try to calm his emotions." Watching the nurse walk away, Chen Jing offered a gentle smile and, after about a minute, pushed the door open and stepped inside. "How are you feeling now? Have you calmed down?" he softly inquired. Wang Jiqiang, however, did not respond. Instead, he yanked out the needle from his arm, unsteadily climbed off the bed, and before Chen Jing could react, he knelt down, bowing his head and murmuring, "Thank you for saving my life." Chen Jing was taken aback. He composed himself and replied, "I merely treated your injuries." "That is saving my life," Wang Jiqiang insisted. "Not just my own, but the future of my entire family." A man of principle and loyalty, he understood the dire consequences he would face without the presence of this individual. Chen Jing fell silent for a moment. He had once enjoyed films in which tragic protagonists underwent transformations, altering their destinies, Spider-Man being a quintessential example. Yet, relying on miraculous fortune was an exceedingly rare occurrence. He extended his hand to assist Wang Jiqiang to his feet, stating, "Get up. I told you. This is not a gift without conditions. We need to investigate together." "I understand," Wang Jiqiang affirmed, clenching his fist with determination. The prospect of standing again paled in comparison to the opportunity to descend the mine alongside Chen Jing. More importantly, he felt a burgeoning respect and anticipation for this enigmatic organization. What if that miraculous potion could be applied to his daughter? Would it also have the power to heal her? In Wang Jiqiang's tears earlier, he was not only mourning for himself but also for the hope of saving his daughter. However, he did not immediately voice his inquiries. Despite his limited education, he understood that the potion was undoubtedly extraordinarily precious. Having already received such immense kindness in his healing, he realized that to obtain new supplies, he must not only express gratitude, but also demonstrate even greater merit. Chapter 8. Shock Night fell. After several days in the hospital, Wang Jiqiang lay there, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the darkened mining area, momentarily lost in thought. He had not anticipated such a swift discharge and a return to this place. Most importantly, his eyes were drawn to Chen Jing's figure. He had assumed that this organization would seal off the area, followed by a multitude of mysterious personnel arriving with professional equipment to guide him. Only the two of them stealthily climbed over from the fence. Chen Jing approached with a large backpack, stating, "It's time. We should set off." Wang Jiqiang hurriedly handed some gear to Chen Jing, saying, "I brought this from the warehouse, mining lamps, safety helmets, work clothes, and so forth. Although the air circulates in the passage, the entrance is different. If we venture too deep and linger too long, it could deplete our oxygen supply. I also prepared oxygen respirators." Soon, both donned their gear and ventured inside with the mining lamps. Wang Jiqiang felt no anxiety, having entered this place numerous times before. He was merely curious about the nature of the anomalous disaster and why it had occurred here. In contrast, Chen Jing remained vigilant. Based on the information from the inspections, they could only predict certain disasters with remarkable accuracy, yet the dangers lurking within remained unknown. It was reminiscent of the time when a meteorite fell. Had Chen Jing not refrained from approaching immediately, he might have been eliminated by that group of individuals in black. Under Wang Jiqiang's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the site of the collapse. Chen Jing illuminated the interior with his mining lamp but hesitated to enter, instead asking, "Did you discover anything while you were inside?" Wang Jiqiang shook his head. "I explored for half an hour but never reached the end or found anything." He paused momentarily. "However, there was something. I'm not sure if it was my imagination." Chen Jing raised an eyebrow, urging, "Speak. Do not omit anything." Wang Jiqiang hesitated. "I'm uncertain. But just before the collapse, I seemed to hear a strange sound, akin to the roar of machinery. Of course, I could have misheard. He was unsure, after all. The ground had trembled during the collapse, and his sole focus had been to escape. Chen Jing's gaze sharpened. The roar of machinery? He adjusted the large backpack on his back. Although he felt prepared, it appeared that greater caution was warranted. Let us proceed. Chen Jing entered the opening first. Although the area had collapsed, only the front section was affected, as the rescue team had excavated a passageway. Though their pace was slow, they continued onward. Soon, in the narrow corridor ahead, a boulder the size of a person obstructed their path. Wang Jiqiang volunteered, "Let me move it." He loosened his muscles. Thanks to the healing agent, he felt completely restored, with no lingering effects. To this day, Wang Jiqiang found it astonishing and invaluable, thus eager to contribute more to repay Chen Jing. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jiqiang stepped forward. He was confident in his strength. He reached out to grasp the heavy stone, estimating it to weigh around 200 to 300 pounds. However, upon exerting force, he discovered it exceeded his estimation, at least 400 pounds. Taking another deep breath, he tightened his muscles and, with a powerful shout, unleashed his strength. The veins in his neck straining under the effort. The massive stone scraped against the wall, barely lifted a few inches off the ground, and then with a resounding thud, fell back down. Wang Jiqiang gasped, "Goodness, how heavy is this?" "Sorry, let me try again." "No need. I shall take over," Chen Jing replied, shaking his head as he set down his backpack and approached. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback. This object weighs over 400 pounds. Even I, who often handle heavy labor, cannot move it. He suddenly fell silent. For in the next moment, Chen Jing's hands grasped the boulder like iron pincers, neither straining nor displaying the bulging veins that Wang did. The stone was effortlessly lifted and placed steadily aside. Wang Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene. "Let us continue," Chen Jing said, prompting Wang Jiqiang to slowly regain his composure and lead the way with astonished eyes. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Jing repeatedly. How could someone with seemingly no muscle possess such formidable strength? This only deepened Wang Jiqiang's sense of mystery regarding the organization. Inside the cave, aside from the significantly collapsed entrance, the path widened further in, though it grew increasingly intricate. Wang Jiqiang recalled that during his first visit, he nearly lost his way. But with years of experience in the mines, he managed to discern the direction and reached a profound depth in half an hour. Now, aside from some rubble, the path presented little obstruction, and with Wang Jiqiang's prior visit, they arrived at the deepest point he had previously explored in less than 15 minutes. "I turned back upon reaching this spot," Wang Jiqiang indicated, "for I noticed the surrounding rock layers were quite thin. Continuing deeper could pose a danger." His expression bore a hint of resignation as he sighed. "I never anticipated encountering a collapse on the way back." Chen Jing glanced ahead, where a dark and unfathomable unknown awaited within the naturally formed cave. Coordinates, Chen Jing silently recited. In the next moment, positioning coordinates materialized before his eyes. It seemed they had not strayed. This was indeed the route to the so-called epicenter of the earthquake, and they were quite close. Chen Jing did not rush in but instead removed his backpack, turning to Wang Jiqiang with a serious demeanor. "Next, there may be peril, and unexpected situations could arise." Wang Jiqiang, who had been calm, felt a surge of anxiety at the statement. What kind of danger? He could not refrain from asking. He remained unaware of the nature of the anomalous disaster and the world beyond ordinary comprehension, having only encountered that bottle of miraculous medicine. Chen Jing shook his head. "I do not know, but I can assert that should danger arise, there is a high likelihood of losing one's life." Wang Jiqiang's expression darkened slightly. Chen Jing regarded him and gently spoke. "You have brought me here, which nearly fulfills my commission. You may leave now, or enter with me. I shall not impede either choice." This presented a dichotomy, a choice offered by Chen Jing to Wang Jiqiang, for recruiting others is not a matter of mere words. After all, in life-threatening scenarios, who remains unhesitant? Chapter 9. The super pipeline. As Chen Jing uttered these words, Wang Jiqiang's eyes flickered slightly. Memories of 3 years prior flooded his mind, recalling the consultation at the hospital where a doctor had proclaimed, "Your daughter's fainting is not due to anemia but rather a terminal illness stemming from a genetic defect. Her bodily functions will gradually decline, and presently, there appears to be no possibility of treatment. She can only rely on medication to prolong her life. How many years she has left is a matter of luck." These words struck Wang Jiqiang like a thunderbolt, plunging him into despair. Why had such an incurable affliction chosen his daughter? For days, he and his wife dared not disclose this grim reality to her, while she quietly shed tears out of sight. Yet, Wang Jiqiang could not afford such vulnerability. He was the sole pillar of the family. Even a glimmer of hope would compel him to fight for his daughter with unwavering determination. Over the past 3 years, He worked tirelessly, leaving not a single penny for himself, enduring fatigue and pain in silence. Alas, his daughter's condition continued to deteriorate, and his heart grew increasingly anxious. When he lay in the hospital, his world descended into utter darkness and hopelessness. Thus, when he finally recovered, his emotions erupted. Now, standing here, he owed everything to the young man before him. Wang Jiqiang slowly lifted his head, clenched his fist, and said, "At the moment I was buried, I felt no fear of death. Rather, what terrified me was the thought of my family losing their support and hope. In that instant, I realized I was never afraid of dying, but rather of ensuring my family's safety." This sturdy man, gazing at Chen Jing with a hoarse yet resolute voice, declared, "You saved me and brought hope to my family. I am forever indebted and shall not waver. This is my principle in life. If I should perish, I have but one request, to use that serum to save my daughter's life." For Wang Jiqiang, this was a profound debt of gratitude that must be repaid. Even if he were to die, the hope of his daughter living on would suffice. Chen Jing patted him on the shoulder. "I understand your sentiments, but let us not be overly solemn. I merely suggest that there may be dangers ahead. It is not certain they will manifest." He gazed towards the deep entrance ahead. "Since you have chosen to stay, I shall now share with you the anomalous disaster we are investigating." Wang Jiqiang paused and nodded. Looking at the time, Chen Jing noted it was already 11 at night and began, "At precisely 14:23 tomorrow, Nanshan City will experience a magnitude 76 earthquake." Wang Jiqiang's expression shifted in shock. A magnitude 76? For those who worked in the mines, the scale of earthquakes was a matter of utmost sensitivity. He comprehended the severity of a magnitude 76 quake. Should it occur, it would devastate not only the mining area, but the entirety of Nanshan City as well. "Is this true?" Wang Jiqiang asked with concern. "If so, we must urgently notify the relevant authorities in Nanshan City for an emergency evacuation." "That is not possible," Chen Jing replied calmly. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback. "Why not? This is not an ordinary natural earthquake. It is an anomalous disaster." Chen Jing gazed towards the entrance of the cave ahead. "The epicenter of the earthquake lies not far from here. Although it remains an enigma, this is precisely why we have ventured to this location. We must investigate thoroughly and prevent the occurrence of the earthquake, thereby saving Nanshan City." Wang Jiqiang's eyes widened, and he fell into a state of bewilderment as he murmured, "Save Nanshan City?" To be honest, since his discharge from the hospital, he had harbored suspicions that the organization Chen Jing spoke of was an evil entity engaged in human experimentation and organ trafficking, which troubled him greatly. Yet, it now appeared entirely contrary to his assumptions. The endeavors they pursued were remarkably meaningful and noble. A surge of warmth filled his heart. Coming from a working-class background, he possessed a fervent spirit, and upon realizing he was not engaged in criminal activities, his resolve deepened, and he felt a surge of excitement. Chen Jing cleared his throat. Although the content was truthful, he had embellished it slightly. Surely that was not too excessive. After all, it was all in the pursuit of humanity's grand cause. So it was of no consequence. "All right, let us prepare to set off," Chen Jing continued. "Although we are unaware of what lies near the earthquake source, it is highly likely that danger awaits, possibly of a man-made nature. Therefore, you must heed my commands, remain silent, and proceed with utmost caution." Wang Jiqiang nodded solemnly. Subsequently, the two delved deeper into the cavern, the flickering light of their mining lamps casting shadows into the abyss. Chen Jing advanced cautiously, his gaze fixed upon the coordinates provided by the system. At that moment, a low, rumbling sound suddenly resonated from the darkness. Wang Jiqiang's eyes widened in shock. This was the very sound he had heard before, identical to it. He had initially thought he had misheard. Considering the distance and the chaos of the collapse, akin to the disoriented sensation of a mosquito buzzing past in a half-asleep state. But now, it was strikingly clear. Confirming his suspicions, Chen Jing's expression hardened as he looked ahead. "Let us move forward, but remember to stay close to me." His mind conjured images of the figures in black he had seen in the meteorite crater. Although he had scoured the internet for information, he had found no traces, likely due to the scant clues he had, having only glimpsed them in their dark attire, wielding unfamiliar machinery, with no further knowledge. Caution was imperative now. Wang Jiqiang held his breath, slowing his pace to follow Chen Jing. The two continued to approach the source of the rumbling, the sound growing increasingly pronounced. Before them appeared a faint glimmer of light. "Turn off the mining lamps," Chen Jing instructed immediately. The two extinguished their lamps and cautiously made their way towards the light. Simultaneously, the roar of the machines grew ever more apparent. At last, they arrived at the coordinates of the earthquake source and beheld the true nature of the rumbling. Chen Jing's brow furrowed. "What is this?" A colossal alloy pipeline, approximately 5 meters in diameter, stood prominently, shimmering with a yellow glow. Inside, A multitude of objects was being absorbed and extracted, then transported elsewhere. Wang Jiqiang was equally astonished. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before, yet based on his experience, he surmised, this appears to be a transport pipeline? However, I have never encountered such an enormous pipeline. And what is it intended to transport? Oil or coal? It seems unlikely that either is the case. Chen Jing's gaze sharpened. His keen ears detected the resounding echoes of countless stones colliding within. He spoke. This apparatus carries several hundred tons of material every minute. If it continues to absorb, it may induce a fracture in the strata. It appears that the source of the earthquake is indeed this. Wang Jiqiang, listening to the thunderous roar and gazing at the blinding yellow glow emanating from the alloy pipeline, eagerly grasped a shovel. Let me see if I can destroy it. Chapter 10. The Appearance of the Men in Black. Chen Jing did not intervene. Originally designed for breaking rocks and clearing paths, this equipment was exceedingly resilient. Wang Jiqiang swung the shovel with tremendous force, driving it fiercely into the pipeline. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, the shovel nearly flew from his grasp, his palms stinging from the recoil. So tough. He looked incredulously at the spot where he had struck. Not only had he failed to breach it, but there was not even a mark left behind. I will handle this, Chen Jing declared, retrieving a laser jackhammer from his large backpack. Although it was classified as an auxiliary-level blueprint, he had witnessed its power firsthand. Nevertheless, the strength of the alloy and meteorite was inherently different, and it remained uncertain whether it could be destroyed. Wang Jiqiang observed Chen Jing approach with the jackhammer, hesitating momentarily. Based on his earlier attempt, the strength of the pipeline was formidable, making it no easy task to dismantle, especially since the jackhammer in Chen Jing's hands was relatively small. He feared that the laser emitted would leave him momentarily stunned. Wait, why does it have a laser? As Chen Jing directed the laser towards the pipeline, he confirmed the extraordinary nature of the alloy. While meteorites could be effortlessly severed, they encountered resistance against this metal. The laser was carving through it, albeit at a notably reduced pace. He pondered whether such a hard alloy existed on Earth, understanding that even if it did, it would likely be exceedingly rare, unsuitable for constructing such a colossal pipeline. However, working alone was too slow. Take this. Chen Jing tossed another laser jackhammer from his backpack to Wang Jiqiang. This was the second one he had crafted upon returning, now proving fortuitously useful. If we can destroy this, we should be able to avert disaster. Wang Jiqiang, now armed with the jackhammer, resolutely approached. Together, they hastened their efforts. The rumbling sound of the material being transported within the alloy pipeline grew ever more pronounced. Wang Jiqiang had faith in Chen Jing and was determined to prevent the earthquake. After all, from his perspective, such violent extraction of subterranean materials was incomprehensible. A collapse would be a minor concern, and geological fault lines triggering an earthquake was not beyond the realm of possibility. Chen Jing, however, considered the broader implications. In addition to dismantling the contraption before them, he sought to uncover what this pipeline was transporting and to where it was headed, particularly if it was connected to those men in black. After all, aside from preventing earthquakes, Chen Jing had an even more pressing matter at hand, unraveling the future of Earth's impending destruction. 5 minutes later, the pipe exhibited a noticeable rupture. At the break, amidst the searing heat, lay an unfamiliar surface resembling glass. It was remarkably intricate. Chen Jing scrutinized it carefully, his hands remaining in motion. It appeared that the exterior was a protective layer, and they had only now reached a deeper region. The damage was progressing at a far quicker pace than before. Just then, Wang Jiqiang suddenly exclaimed, "I'm about to breach here." The 5-meter diameter pipe was finally revealing a gap, but the next moment, a loud bang echoed. Wang Jiqiang had no time to react. He was violently propelled backwards, crashing against the stone wall. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Wang Jiqiang grunted, rising to his feet. With his robust physique, he emerged with only minor abrasions. Chen Jing's gaze returned, his brow furrowed. What had just occurred? He seemed to have glimpsed a cluster of luminous particles that vanished moments after being expelled. At that instant, with the pipe finally compromised, everything within began to plummet downward. Simultaneously, the yellow light above dimmed. The next moment, a deafening buzz erupted, akin to an alarm. Red lights flickered wildly, casting a blood-red glow over the entire entrance. Chen Jing sensed impending danger. Meanwhile, Wang Jiqiang, rubbing his shoulder, appeared momentarily stunned. "Is that an automatic alarm? It seems the machine has halted. Should we proceed?" Without hesitation, Chen Jing stowed away his belongings, his expression grave enough to startle Wang Jiqiang. "Let's go. We must leave immediately." Wang Jiqiang swiftly gathered his items and followed suit, burdened with his backpack. Were those who installed the pipe coming? It was uncertain, but the sooner they departed, the better. Chen Jing quickened his pace. The rupture in the pipe had created a deafening noise, revealing a larger area of destruction than anticipated, signaling that their task had been accomplished. Yet, how long could they stave off disaster? Their return was surprisingly swift. Despite the uphill trek, both men possessed commendable stamina. Aside from some slight breathlessness, they felt little impact. The journey down took just under 50 minutes, compared to over an hour on the way in. Ahead lay the exit. Wang Jiqiang, well acquainted with the mine, reminded Qinjing. By now, it was past 1 in the morning, and outside was eerily silent, shrouded in darkness save for the moonlight streaming in from the exit. Just as they were about to emerge, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted from outside. Qinjing's hair stood on end. He quickly whispered, "Turn off the mining lamp. Hide with me. Remember, make no sound." Wang Jiqiang, feeling an inexplicable surge of anxiety, complied immediately, following Qinjing into a nearby corner. Truth be told, as an ordinary citizen, he had limited knowledge. Despite the day's harrowing experiences, his understanding of the so-called mysterious organization remained superficial. In contrast, Qinjing, having witnessed the black-clad figures slaughter 3 workers with the indifference of hunters, harbored a profound wariness towards these perilous forces. The footsteps came to a halt at the mine's entrance. A voice, slightly hoarse, gently spoke. "Number 6157, you stay outside to keep watch. The rest of us will enter." The footsteps resumed. They were here. 4 figures emerged from the mouth of the mine, each clad in black and wielding mining lamps. Qinjing and Wang Jiqiang concealed themselves in a shadowy corner, utterly still in the profound darkness. Qinjing held her breath, her pupils narrowing slightly. Indeed, it was the men in black. Though uncertain if they belonged to the same group witnessed during the meteorite's fall, their uniforms were identical. It seemed everything could be confirmed. The alloy pipes were directly linked to this clandestine organization. Their extensive extraction of subterranean resources raised suspicions. Strength 10, Constitution 10, Speed 8, Spirit 3. Qinjing cautiously directed her gaze toward them, attributes manifesting in her line of sight. Previously, when at the meteorite crater, she had been too far to discern attributes beyond 10 meters. To her astonishment, each individual's physical attributes hovered around 10 points, astonishingly uniform, with no discrepancies exceeding a single point. A commonality stood out. Their mental attributes were exceedingly low. Qinjing's eyes suddenly focused intently on the tall figure leading the group. Her pupils trembled. Earthling, Strength, 20, Constitution, 23, Speed, 15, Spirit, 6, Chapter 11, The Resolve to Kill. What a monstrous physique. Their strength and constitution were nearly 4 times that of an ordinary person. If discovered, this individual could easily eliminate both her and Wang Jiqiang. Unaware of Qinjing's revelation, Wang Jiqiang sensed her breathlessness, noting her growing seriousness. "Wait." The leading figure abruptly halted and spoke. Qinjing instinctively tightened her grip on the laser pickaxe in her hand. If their presence was detected, this was their only weapon of potential lethality. Number 6159, the leader directed his gaze to another. "You 2 shall stand guard outside. 3 of us will suffice to proceed. Once we ascertain the extent and cause of the damage, you 2 will notify the warehouse to come for repairs." The man designated as 6159 obediently nodded, retreating from the mine. The remaining 3 continued deeper, their footsteps fading into silence. Yet, in the corner, Qinjing's heart sank. This was dire. There were 2 individuals outside the mine. For her and Wang Jiqiang to escape, they would have to pass by the exit, inevitably encountering the 2 watchmen directly. What to do? Qinjing weighed the strength of both sides. She and Wang Jiqiang possessed decent physical attributes but lacked combat experience, and their opponents might be armed with firearms. A single misstep could lead to their demise here. Another option was to hide in this location or deeper until everyone had departed. However, the man clad in black had just stated that he would promptly notify the other personnel in the warehouse upon discovering the cause of the damage. Who knows how many would come, or how long the repairs would take. Such circumstances would undoubtedly render their situation even more perilous. It seems a forced breakthrough is the only option. At this moment, Wang Jiqiang remained oblivious to the tumultuous waves surging within Qinjing. He had been covertly observing the black-clad figures, instinctively filled with trepidation. Once the figures had entered, Wang Jiqiang quietly inquired, "Who are they?" "They belong to another mysterious organization. Exceedingly dangerous, viewing human life as mere fodder," Qinjing whispered. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback. Qinjing continued solemnly, "Listen to me. We must leave this place immediately. However, there are 2 individuals outside with formidable physical prowess, possibly armed. If we attempt to exit, we will inevitably encounter them, and if such an encounter occurs, we must show no mercy." Wang Jiqiang's expression shifted slightly. His arm trembled, yet he did not refuse. If Qinjing's words held any truth, It was indeed a matter of life and death, a daunting reality for an ordinary person like him. He had never contemplated taking a life, nor had he ever witnessed a ruthless organization that casually extinguished lives. "I will take a look," he uttered. After approximately 5 minutes, Chun Jing decided to rise, cautiously edging along the tunnel's perimeter toward the exit. He felt anxious yet remarkably composed, deliberately waiting for the 3 black-clad figures to venture deeper before initiating his own movement. Wang Jiqiang hastily followed Chun Jing, peering around the corner toward the tunnel's mouth, where he discerned 2 shadows creeping into the mine under the moonlight. Chun Jing raised a finger, signaling silence. Then, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it deep into the mine. Bang! The cavern echoed with a dull thud, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 individuals outside. What was that noise? One of the black-clad men furrowed his brow. "It must be a collapse. I heard there was one here not long ago. I'll go take a look." The other, evidently more cautious, warned, "Be careful." "Understood." As one man ventured inside, the bright light illuminated the dark mine. At that very moment, Chun Jing and Wang Jiqiang were positioned just around the narrow passageway's corner. Chun Jing's gaze fixated on the approaching light, wielding a laser pickaxe in his hand, while Wang Jiqiang gripped a shovel, his palms slick with sweat. "They're coming," Chun Jing observed as one figure extended a foot forward, and he decisively struck. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he activated the laser pickaxe, aiming for a lethal blow. Wang Jiqiang, however, faltered, hesitating to aim for a fatal point, instead striking at the man's thigh. In the instant of ambush, the black-clad man displayed surprising agility, letting out a low growl as he partially evaded the attack. Yet, the power of the laser was dreadfully formidable against human flesh. Crack! One of the man's arms severed cleanly, eliciting a scream of agony, while Wang Jiqiang's shovel sent him crashing to the ground. There's an enemy. The black-clad man outside was momentarily stunned before his expression shifted drastically, reaching for his waist. Chun Jing's gaze turned fierce. "He entrusted you to me." In an instant, he surged forward with explosive force, his thigh muscles trembling with the power of 13. In a mere 5 or 6 meters, he activated his movement the moment he saw the opponent draw a gun. Yet, as he drew near, his pace faltered. The adversary had already gripped the pistol firmly. "Damn it! Who claimed that within 7 steps, a knife is swifter than a gun? Step forward, and I shall end you." But retreat was no longer an option. Chun Jing's mind was remarkably calm. He hurled the electric pickaxe, laser activated, toward his foe. The figure clad in black narrowed his pupils, vividly recalling how his comrade had been severed in an instant. Bang! He fired a shot, yet the distraction caused him to miss, prompting immediate evasion. However, it was too late. Chun Jing lunged, colliding with the man and denying him a second shot. The 2 engaged in a fierce struggle. Chun Jing held a slight advantage in strength, but the black-clad opponent was seasoned in combat, skillfully neutralizing Chen's power on several occasions, preventing him from gaining immediate dominance. "Wang Jiqiang," Chun Jing bellowed. Wang Jiqiang, wielding a shovel and panting heavily, approached. He refrained from lethal force, opting instead to knock the adversary unconscious with the shovel. The black-clad man's eyes widened with surprise and fury. He attempted to pull the trigger with the hand gripping the gun, but Chun Jing offered no opportunity, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to restrain him. "Act swiftly. Aim for the head." Wang Jiqiang's expression faltered as he gritted his teeth and brought the shovel down with force. With a thud, the black-clad man swayed, yet shockingly did not lose consciousness immediately. Chun Jing felt a pang of frustration. Wang Jiqiang still held back, unwilling to take a life. However, this hesitation was understandable. Unlike Chun, he had not witnessed the merciless brutality of those in black, nor was he aware of the cataclysmic events that had befallen the earth. "Then let me handle this." Chun Jing's gaze hardened, though it was also his first time, ever since witnessing the horrors in the meteorite crater. He had consistently reminded himself that if faced with such a situation, he must be ruthless and unyielding. Such resolve he possessed in abundance. Chun Jing first landed a powerful punch to the foe's face, rendering him momentarily dazed, then seized Wang Jiqiang's shovel and unleashed all his strength in a downward strike. Bang! Chapter 12, The Enlightenment Society and the Salvation Society. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Jing relentlessly swung the shovel. Wang Jiqiang's eyes trembled, his gaze momentarily vacant as he beheld the unfolding scene. The sheer force was now harnessed with precision. The impact was immense. Yet, astonishingly, the review did not approve this moment. Panting heavily, Chun Jing finally ceased his onslaught, and the head of the black-clad man had sunk in, lifeless beyond revival. "What about him?" Chun Jing inquired, gripping the shovel. Wang Jiqiang's voice was unsteady as he replied, "I knocked him out. We can leave now." "No." Chun Jing sensed Wang Jiqiang struggle to accept the gravity of taking a life. His gaze darkened. "He must die. That man has seen our faces. There are others in the cave. We cannot leave such an obvious hazard for them. Wang Jiqiang opened his mouth to speak. Qinjing cast a glance at him and shook her head, indicating for him to look in a certain direction. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback, his gaze following Qinjing's finger, and his pupils constricted slightly. There lay a corpse, one he recognized all too well. It was the elderly guard of the mining area, who had previously shared some information with Qinjing. How could this be? Wang Jiqiang's eyes reddened, no longer calm. He was far more familiar with the old man's face, having seen him daily. Qinjing picked up a shovel and moved toward the unconscious figure of the man in black. This time, Wang Jiqiang refrained from uttering a single word. Though he had never before encountered the ruthless brutality of the black-clad organization, he was now a witness to it. Bang, bang, bang. Qinjing continued her merciless assault until the man in black was utterly lifeless, at which point she finally took a breath and released her grip. She crouched down, not only removing the handgun but also searching through the pockets of the deceased. It was then that Qinjing discovered a card, inscribed with a series of numbers, 6157. Evidently the identification number of the man in black. Additionally, there was a symbol resembling a mechanical pyramid-shaped cone, with the words Enlightenment Society inscribed beneath it. Qinjing's gaze sharpened slightly as she silently committed these 3 words to memory. It appeared to be the name of the black-clad organization. The Enlightenment Society indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Who do they seek to enlighten? She tossed the card and handgun into her backpack, then destroyed the wireless communicator she carried, burying it in the earth. Next, she searched another man in black, finding a similar card, handgun, and communicator, but with one additional item, a list. Illuminating the list with her light, Qinjing's pupils widened slightly. It contained a small number of firearms and high-precision equipment, but more alarmingly, a significant quantity of biological agents. They possess agents as well? Qinjing's expression turned grave. It seemed that the physical attributes of the leading figure in black were somehow related to these agents. However, the list appeared akin to a delivery slip. Qinjing noted that the delivery was scheduled for 5 days hence, but the destination remained unknown. Connecting this with the reference to a warehouse made by the leading figure, she had reason to believe that they must have a stronghold in Nanshan City, or else they would not have arrived so swiftly. The items listed were likely to be stored in that warehouse, soon to be transported elsewhere. Qinjing tucked the list away. This was not the time for detailed examination. There were still 3 individuals within the cave, and although they had ventured deeper, turning back could be perilous. As she stood, her gaze shifted slightly toward Wang Jiqiang. At that moment, he was beside the old man's corpse, silent for a long time, his face reflecting a flicker of rage as he hoarsely voiced, "Why did they have to kill innocent people?" He observed 2 horrific fatal wounds on the 60-year-old man. In short, the first attack had not killed the old man, who had cried out in terror, but the subsequent strike had brutally snapped his neck. Such methods were cruel and merciless, showing no semblance of compassion. Qinjing sighed and remarked, "The indiscriminate taking of lives and the creation of calamity leave ordinary people utterly powerless to resist. They act with impunity from their shrouded darkness." He softly continued, "This is precisely the menace our organization seeks to confront." Wang Jiqiang rose solemnly, stating, "I comprehend." His understanding extended beyond Qinjing's words. He grasped the rationale behind Qinjing's decisive actions. In the face of such a cruel organization, there was no room for mercy. Qinjing was about to dispose of the 2 corpses deep within the mine, as there was no need to carry them away, leaving no trace sufficed. "Wait," Wang Jiqiang interjected, rubbing his face to shake off the recent sorrow, his gaze resolute and earnest. "It need not be so complicated." "How so?" He gestured toward the distance, saying, "We have an explosives depot in our mining area. Although it has a combination lock, I believe we can open it with this." He raised the laser pickaxe. Qinjing paused, casting a surprised glance at Wang Jiqiang. It seemed that the tragic fate of those he knew had spurred a change within him. This was a promising sign. Should he decide to join, he would inevitably face similar dangers, and any hesitation could lead to dire consequences. However, with the presence of explosives, a new idea sparked within Qinjing. 15 minutes later, after ensuring nothing was left behind, he decisively led Wang Jiqiang away from the scene. Deep within the cave, 3 figures clad in black finally reached the site of the pipeline. The leader's gaze fell upon the debris on the ground and the alarming breach, his expression darkening. One of the black-clad figures stepped forward, reaching out to touch the remnants, speaking with uncertainty. "These are signs of human interference, resembling laser cutting." The leader's tone grew colder. "Laser? The technology to synthesize this pipeline material is derived from fleet vessels. The ability to damage such a structure with a laser suggests immense power." Another figure interjected, "To find this place and inflict such damage, it appears to be the work of the Salvation Society." The mention of the Salvation Society caused the leader's voice to drop to a low murmur, almost devoid of doubt. Those bothersome individuals have evidently acquired such weaponry. Upon returning to their base, we must conduct an immediate and thorough investigation into all traces of the Salvation Society in Nashon City and its surroundings. Understood. As the leader of the black-clad figures retrieved a communicator to attempt contact with the outside world, he frowned slightly. It seemed they were too far from the mine's entrance for communication. "Let us proceed," he signaled, and the three departed once more. Reporting this significant breach would warrant the attention of professionals for repairs. He had other pressing tasks at hand, more critical than this matter. Yet, all could only wait until they exited to establish contact and make arrangements. After another half an hour, the trio gradually approached the cave entrance. The dark mine echoed only with the sound of their footsteps. Suddenly, the leader frowned, having spotted the shadows of two other figures reflecting back from the entrance. There was something unsettling about it. He raised his hand, signaling the others to halt. 6157, 6159. He called out, his voice heavy. However, there was no response. At this moment, his expression darkened, and the two other figures clad in black swiftly drew their weapons. The leader among them remained still, gesturing for the two to approach. Obeying the command, they cautiously advanced step by step. Suddenly, the leader's countenance hardened. His nostrils flared slightly as he caught the scent of gunpowder concealed beneath the rocks. His expression shifted dramatically. Reacting with astonishing speed, he retreated with a swiftness that surpassed that of ordinary men. Bang! In the next instant, the entrance of the mine erupted in a thunderous explosion. Chapter 13. Rewards awaited under the cover of night. Chun Jing returned to his supermarket, entirely alone. Wang Jiqiang, on the other hand, made his way back to his rented apartment. Chun Jing advised him to take the night to reflect. "I formally extend to you an invitation to join our organization, not merely to rescue your daughter, but also, as I previously articulated, to prevent extraordinary disasters and combat the indiscriminate slaughter perpetrated by the Enlightenment Society. This is a treacherous path, and you need not respond immediately. Take a night's rest to ponder, and make your decision by tomorrow." Though Chun Jing sensed that Wang Jiqiang had already begun to lean toward a choice, he still granted him the night to contemplate. Moreover, he had preparations of his own to undertake. The supermarket was shrouded in darkness, and Chun Jing did not rush to rest. He settled into a chair, shedding his blood-soaked garments. With his eyes momentarily closed, he exhaled deeply, enveloped in silence. After a long pause, he murmured to himself, "I have taken a life." It was his first killing, executed with such decisiveness that he felt no remorse. Yet, in the aftermath, a sense of disquiet lingered, as the images replayed in his mind. Everything that transpired today felt surreal, akin to a dream. Yet, to prevent that prior dream from becoming a grim reality, he must continue onward. Chun Jing rose and stretched languidly. Well, having committed the act, why dwell on it? Time to sleep. In the early morning, mist enveloped the air, and the dawn began to illuminate Nashon City. Meanwhile, the blast site at the mine was under strict lockdown, with a team of over 20 individuals methodically clearing the area. The leader, standing beside the mine entrance, had managed to evade significant injury due to his quick reaction. Yet now, his body trembled slightly, his head bowed, his face betraying anxiety and fear, not daring to breathe deeply. All this pressure emanated from the young man in casual attire standing before him. The youth gazed calmly at the four corpses being carried away and softly remarked, "We ventured into the mine only once, yet not only did we fail to identify the saboteurs, but we were also ambushed, resulting in the deaths of 4 level 6 members." Despite the seemingly untroubled tone, it sent shivers through the black-clad figure, intensifying his tremors. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he stammered, "I apologize, this was my oversight. I did not see anyone and assumed the Savior Society had left. For they have always shied away from direct confrontation with us." Bang! The youth delivered a powerful kick, akin to a cannonball, propelling the figure clad in black, whose physical prowess exceeded 20, a full 10 meters away. The black-clad individual crashed into a heap of rubble. Such a blow inflicted injuries more severe than an explosion. He spat blood, feeling as though his very bones had shattered, yet he dared not harbor any resentment. With great difficulty, he rose from the debris. The youth's voice resonated. "To be honest, I do not concern myself with the fates of these individuals. Those numbered with a 6 at the beginning are all level 6 personnel, the lowest tier within the Enlightenment Society, merely stronger than the average person, possessing some combat skills. The leader among them, however, was of a slightly higher rank, a level 5, endowed with superior physical attributes. Yet before this youth, he resembled a mere chick, devoid of any capability or courage to resist. I merely find it troubling that not only have they damaged a vital conduit, but they also failed to notice the ambush." The youth regarded the black-clad man with a calm and indifferent gaze. "I do not recall such incompetence existing within the Enlightenment Society." The black-clad man felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring from him. Ignoring the excruciating pain from the bones recently fractured by the kick, he hastily exclaimed, "It is all my fault. I was too careless. Please grant me another chance. I will exert every effort to locate those from the Salvation Society and rectify my mistake." The youth regarded him and replied coolly, "You may have another chance. Go." The black-clad man felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and fled in terror. The youth watched him depart with an indifferent gaze before turning to the elderly corpse lying amidst the rubble, where personnel were preparing to place it in a body bag. He inquired, "Where are you taking him?" The personnel promptly responded, "To the base for processing." "No need for such formality. Just toss him into the mine," the youth remarked, as if appraising the disposal of refuse. "After all, once the conduit is repaired today, this mining area will be obliterated." The personnel nodded in agreement, disregarding the body bag, and unceremoniously hurled the corpse inside. 2 hours later, maintenance personnel emerged from the mine, carrying various instruments, and respectfully reported to the youth, "The 3145th Earth pipeline has been successfully repaired." The youth nodded, then let the operation commence. A group of individuals immediately began installing fearsome, precision explosives, each one highly skilled and meticulous in their task of saturating the area with bombs. The youth observed serenely, murmuring to himself, "Not only will this place vanish today, but in a few short years, the entire Earth may well cease to exist." Monitoring eye reminder. 319 days remain until the destruction of Earth. The following noon, Chun Jing slowly awakened, having spent 3 or 4 hours at the mine. By the time he returned, it was nearing dawn, and he had slept soundly. Erasing the fatigue of the previous day, his phone lay beside him. He picked it up to check, but Wang Jiqiang had yet to call. Nevertheless, Chun Jing was unconcerned, as if the anticipated earthquake had yet to occur. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the information before him. 16 minutes and 35 seconds until the earthquake strikes. Although he had managed to delay the event, the seismic activity remained inevitable. However, it appeared that the intensity would be significantly diminished. At least he was now alert. While waiting, Chun Jing perused news articles and posts regarding Nanshan City on his phone, eager to uncover any relevant information, but it seemed there was none. On the contrary, individuals near the mining area had reported a loud explosion in the early hours. Chun Jing browsed several local posts about Nanshan City, but aside from this detail, there was no additional information. It seemed to be the work of the Enlightenment Society. He had no intention of recklessly returning to the scene. First, he would secure his rewards. After the passage of 16 minutes, the earthquake arrived. Chun Jing observed the items on the counter as they trembled slightly. The quake had commenced. Yet it was far from the anticipated magnitude of 7, 6, likely around 5. The duration was brief. Simultaneously, a notification indicating the conclusion of the event appeared. "Eye of surveillance. The earthquake has been reduced from magnitude 76 to 48. Performance, exemplary. Reward, lightweight cosmic fleet uniform X5. Reward, detection function activated. Reward, 120 evolution points." Chapter 14. Base upgrade. Requesting continued reading. Current total evolution points, 131. This total of 131 points included what was left over from before in the daily production. Suddenly, I felt affluent. Chun Jing decisively sprang up from his bed. I must first examine that uniform. He adeptly approached the freezer, which contained 5 sets of the so-called uniforms. At first glance, he did not notice anything extraordinary. They bore black and red stripes, giving off a somewhat futuristic vibe. Upon picking one up, he read the manual. Hex manual explanation. The uniform is typically worn by fleet personnel for daily use, providing protection against injuries during labor. Is this not merely a work safety outfit? Chun Jing raised an eyebrow and continued reading, discovering new information. Wearing this combat suit requires a physique exceeding 15, which can slightly enhance strength and speed. His current physique stood at 14. However, this was not a game. There was no need to reach a specific value to don the equipment. Eagerly, Chun Jing donned the uniform, which felt warm, comfortable, and remarkably fitted, seemingly adjusting its size according to his physique. Yet, he did not sense any immediate change. Suddenly, he paused. In the next moment, he felt a slight tingling throughout his body, as if a gentle current coursed through his skin, bringing a refreshing sensation. Chun Jing clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power. To his astonishment, he realized that the suit amplified his abilities by stimulating acupoints or cells. With his eyes closed, he felt the enhancement, estimating it to be around 5 points. This implied that the suit offered greater defensive capabilities than offensive enhancements. Chun Jing tested it with a sharp knife, then switched to a standard electric pickaxe, ultimately opting for a laser, which felt rather extreme. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. This suit seemed capable of deflecting bullets. I apologize for speaking too loudly just now. Qinjing immediately recognized the value of this outfit. Had he possessed such attire during his struggle with the cloaked figure, he would have easily subdued his opponent. More importantly, it would provide protection against bullets, though headshots are another matter. Aside from the outfit he was wearing, the rest of his belongings were stored in a freezer, which quickly reverted to its original state. Technology level 5. One set yields a production of 1 point, which is quite commendable. Just as Qinjing was preparing to explore the investigation feature, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and a faint smile crossed his lips before he answered. Qinjing remained silent, listening to the breathing on the other end. Then a serious and resolute voice spoke. I have made my decision. I wish to join the organization. There was no surprise in this. Qinjing smiled and provided a nearby address before ending the call. He summoned the system. Would you like to spend 10 evolution points to exchange for a Hextech level agreement? Yes. In the next moment, Qinjing received a transparent card, seemingly blank but emanating a subtle blue glow in the darkness. This was the most crucial step in recruiting members for the base. Only by signing this agreement could one officially become a member of the base. Qinjing glanced at the remaining 121 evolution points. The question arose, should he upgrade the base or draw from the lottery first? Upgrading the base would expand the production range by 100 meters, while the lottery pool would improve. Conversely, the lottery allowed for 12 consecutive draws, rapidly enhancing immediate combat power. What was there to deliberate? Without an upgrade, there would be no advancement. Qinjing acted decisively, consuming 100 evolution points. Base upgrading, please wait a moment. 20 minutes later, Qinjing encountered Wang Jiqiang at a nearby location. What is the matter? You seem a bit off. Qinjing approached him. Apologies. I haven't been able to sleep since returning, Wang Jiqiang said with a bitter smile. After all that has transpired, I have given it considerable thought. Initially, my desire to join was driven by my daughter's terminal illness. But at the moment the earthquake struck, I confirmed everything Qinjing had done. He recalled Qinjing mentioning being at level 76, which could have caused significant devastation to Nanshan City, yet now it merely resulted in tremors. Although the idea of combating extraordinary disasters and opposing malevolent organizations sounds grandiose, he had witnessed people he knew perish there just yesterday. That was the final hammer striking his heart's resolve. Qinjing smiled gently, handing over the Hextech agreement card. Now that you have made your decision, sign this agreement, and you shall be a member of the organization. Wang Jiqiang took the card, staring blankly at it. How do I sign? Just press your palm against it. Wang Jiqiang complied. In the next instant, the contents of the agreement projected within his pupils. The Hextech level agreement. The 3 fundamental principles emphasized by Qinjing. First, one must not engage in any actions that could harm the base or its controllers. Second, one must not disclose matters pertaining to the base without permission. 3. With the solemn duty of safeguarding Earth civilization. Qinjing observed the dazed Wang Jiqiang, likely aware of his astonishment at the unfolding events. The agreement encompassed numerous details, including the minimum wage and daily working hours, but Qinjing decisively struck those out, considering the extraordinary circumstances. Soon, Wang Jiqiang diligently perused the document, breaking into a foolish grin. This is even shorter than my labor contract. He had anticipated a plethora of clauses within the base's agreement. However, it was unnecessary to dwell on it. Wang Jiqiang promptly affixed his signature to the contract, for if he had no desire to join, he would not have called in the first place. In the next moment, to Wang Jiqiang's astonishment, the card disintegrated into luminous particles, coalescing around his wrist to form a symbol. Congratulations, you are now officially a member of the organization, Qinjing said with a gentle smile. The agreement primarily served as a means of binding and monitoring. Should one violate its terms, it would issue a warning. Qinjing rose. Let us proceed. I will take you to our base. Yes, leader, Wang Jiqiang responded ceremoniously. Qinjing nearly stumbled in disbelief. What an absurd title. Did he appear to be the head of a nefarious organization? He cleared his throat and remarked, just call me boss. Boss. Wang Jiqiang paused, yet nodded in agreement, still puzzled by the peculiar designation. However, just a few minutes later, he comprehended the truth. Wang Jiqiang watched as Qinjing unlocked the supermarket door, murmuring to himself, so the boss truly is a boss. Moreover, this supermarket bore the name Qin's department store. The familiarity of those 4 characters lingered in his mind. Chapter 15. The chilling information, gene output 5. Upon stepping into the supermarket, Qinjing encountered this information. This was, of course, a consequence of Wang Jiqiang's induction into the organization. Simultaneously, he noted that the base had been upgraded. A spectral panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Base level 2. Range 100 meters. Daily environmental evolution points 109. Daily technological evolution points 84. Daily genetic evolution points, 52. Total daily output, 245. Current total evolution points, 21. Evolution chart prompt. From this moment forth, within the confines of the base, there exists a minuscule probability of mutation occurring in an unstable state concerning the environment and genes. The higher the base level, the broader the range, and the greater the likelihood of mutation. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow. Mutation? What is it? Wang Jiqiang inquired from beside him. Nothing. Chen Jing replied, shaking his head. I'll investigate it further shortly. However, should any uncertainties arise regarding the base, one could consult the Hex manual, which generally provided answers. Of course, there were queries it could not resolve. Chen Jing had previously inquired about the origins of the base, such as how it came to be and the true nature of Hex, but he either received incomplete information or lacked the necessary clearance. One particular revelation sent a shiver down his spine. The base had once been overseen by 6 predecessors. The lowest base level has reached level 5, while the highest stands at 8. Their names and identities remain undisclosed. Yet, without exception, all have met their demise. Among them, one appears to hail from the wasteland. Through the obscured fragments of the report, it can be inferred that his destruction was likely due to an uncontrollable mutation triggered by the upgrading of his base, rendering him incapable of withstanding the relentless disasters that emerged. Thus, he reaped the bitter fruits of his actions and was obliterated. Chen Jing mused inwardly. The evolution chart had indicated that when the environment and genetics are in a state of instability, mutations may occur. It is akin to a glass of milk. When it has expired, it may transform into poison or, conversely, become more delectable. The wasteland itself is rife with various unstable factors. When this base master attempted an upgrade, it was as if he had opened Pandora's box, gradually spiraling into an uncontrollable situation. This is a point that must not be overlooked. However, what truly preoccupied Chen Jing was not this individual, but the other base masters. Some had already ventured into the stars, capable of traversing wormholes, while others had transformed entire planets into formidable super-civilizations. There were also base masters who had led their people to ascend, becoming immensely powerful entities. Yet, without exception, they all encountered a horrifying event one fateful day. The descriptions remain heavily redacted, leaving only sparse information. Anomalies detected, planetary defense systems rendered ineffective, redacted, redacted, redacted. Redacted. As of the first month of anomaly detection, a population of 24,876, 547 had been slaughtered. By the second month, a population of 154,765, for 78 had been slaughtered. The numbers increased sequentially, and none knew what sort of crisis had befallen them. Amid the numerous redacted texts, one could sense the brutality and helplessness inherent in the situation. Total collapse, no strength left to resist. This appeared to be the ultimate conclusion issued by the base. Yet behind this conclusion, an indecipherable scrawl remained, attributed to an unknown hand. Translated, it rendered a despairing farewell and lament. We are all mere insects. Regardless of how powerful the civilization or race may be, all were crushed in a short span of time, their self-established realms utterly annihilated. Such a weighty realization. Yet, it felt too distant from him. Chen Jing softly murmured, the matters at hand are of utmost importance. If I cannot address the impending destruction of Earth within a year, I would be no better than that fellow from the wasteland. Subsequently, Chen Jing illuminated the supermarket lights and removed the sign indicating it was closed. He glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who seemed uncertain of what to do. Please, have a seat. Is this truly our base? Wang Jiqiang could not refrain from asking. Upon entering, he discovered it to be an utterly ordinary small supermarket, nothing like the legendary base he had envisioned. What is the matter? You seem disappointed. Chen Jing smiled. Not at all. It's just different from what I had imagined. Wang Jiqiang scratched his head. When there are no catastrophic events, this place is merely a typical supermarket. We are both ordinary employees here. Only when action is required will everything change. Chen Jing spoke up. After all, you have seen that our adversary is a ruthless and enigmatic organization. We must conceal our identities meticulously. Wang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. Hello, a pack of Yunyan, right? At the cash register, Wang Jiqiang took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the customer. That will be 12 yuan. 2 days had passed since then, and the tranquility of these days was remarkable. Wang Jiqiang had grown accustomed to his role as a supermarket cashier. There were no meetings of enlightenment, nor had any figures clad in black approached them. Everything seemed to have returned to normalcy. At that moment, Chen Jing was in the cramped storage room of the supermarket, sweating profusely as he diligently exercised. His physique did not exhibit prominent muscles, yet it radiated an undeniable sense of strength. The numerous doses of the serum he had consumed recently had enhanced both his physique and speed, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to the changes. After all, these were genetic serums. They could significantly fortify the body cells all at once, but they also required time to master the enhancements, otherwise, complications would inevitably arise. After completing his workout, Qinjing exhaled deeply, gazing at the interface before him. Human on Earth, strength, 20, physique, 21, speed, 16, mentality, 7. Having ingested the genetic serum not only provided an immediate boost to his physical attributes, but it also raised his physical limits. Within the confines of the base, through consistent training, he could progress toward these limits. This was of paramount importance, as it appeared that within a 100-meter radius of the base, there was an additional enhancement. He had tested this on Wang Jiqiang, administering a vial of the physique genetic serum, and found that the training effects outside the base's perimeter differed entirely from those within. Inside the base's coverage, it was akin to receiving a training enhancement of 500. It seemed that this was the key to becoming stronger. Otherwise, the consumption of genetic serums would always have its limits. Everything was still in its infancy, and Qinjing felt no need to overthink it. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and stepped outside. In the past few days, there had been no activity from the meetings of enlightenment, and the watchful eye had not reported any new incidents. The atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil. Had nightfall arrived already? Qinjing observed the dimming sky. This area had become quite deserted after dark, and he decided against extending their business hours. He instructed Wang Jiqiang to tidy up and prepare to close for the day. Wang Jiqiang nodded, taking his role as cashier quite seriously. If no incidents occurred, he rather enjoyed these peaceful days. However, just as he approached the supermarket entrance, preparing to lock up, a figure hurriedly approached. "Excuse me, please wait a moment." Chapter 16. I'm sorry, I don't wish to bring trouble upon you. Excuse me. Please wait before you close. The figure's tone seemed somewhat urgent. Is the owner present? Wang Jiqiang paused momentarily, glancing inside the supermarket. Qinjing also took note of the figure, his expression displaying surprise. It's you. This person was the middle-aged man who had come to restock on Qinjing's first day of business, a time when he had been preoccupied with dreams of the Earth's destruction and had exchanged a few words with him. The middle-aged man forced a smile, stating, "It's about the shipment I received earlier. There seems to be an issue with one batch. May I take a look?" Qinjing furrowed her brow, but did not obstruct him. "Very well, you may." The middle-aged man subtly exhaled in relief and followed Wang Jiqiang towards the storage room. Qinjing observed the man's retreating figure, her gaze flickering with caution. This individual was no ordinary person. He posed a potential threat. To avoid alarming him, Qinjing acquiesced to his request, for within the supermarket, unless she chose to reveal herself, nothing would be discernible. Was he affiliated with the Enlightenment Society? No. That did not seem likely. The man appeared tense, glancing repeatedly towards the supermarket's entrance as if evading something. More troubling was the faint scent of blood about him, suggesting he had sustained injuries. Meanwhile, the man entered the storage room, his eyes immediately darting to a corner before maneuvering around the goods to reach out and touch something. Suddenly, his expression shifted, astonishment flooding his features. Where has it gone? He gasped, recalling distinctly placing the item here during his last visit. Unless there had been renovations, no one should have discovered it. What could possibly have transpired? He spoke with rising agitation. Have you seen any small crystals, about the size of a thumb? Wang Jiqiang paused, perplexed by the man's fervor, but shook his head in response. Qinjing's gaze sharpened. Crystals? I thought you were here to inspect the goods. What do they have to do with that? The man's complexion paled, and with a tone laced with apology, he replied, "Forgive me, disregard what I just said. There is no issue with the goods." The middle-aged man staggered slightly as he stood. Qinjing suddenly interjected, "You seem unwell. Do you need me to call an ambulance?" "No, thank you," the man replied, his voice low and earnest. He produced a stack of money, saying, "I made a mistake. I apologize for the disturbance. Moreover, please do not mention having seen me today, as it may bring trouble upon you." Just as the middle-aged man approached the exit, he caught sight of two shadows outside. His expression changed dramatically. "Excuse me, could I hide for a moment?" Qinjing raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two figures outside before nodding. The man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly concealed himself in the storage room. The two figures approached, their gazes cold as they inquired, "Boss, have you seen this man?" They presented a photograph of the very middle-aged man who had just entered. The man's heart raced. But Qinjing scrutinized the image for a few seconds before shaking her head. "I haven't seen him." Wang Jiqiang echoed her response. The two figures, their brows knitted in concern, scrutinized the space before ultimately departing to seek elsewhere. "They've left. You may come out now," Qinjing spoke. And the middle-aged man emerged from the storage room, his face slightly pale. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Are those two your enemies?" Qinjing queried. The man remained silent for a moment before responding, "Yes, but it is better if you remain uninformed about this matter." He did not wish to bring trouble to ordinary people. I advise you to wait a moment before leaving. Those two are likely still nearby, Qin Jing reminded him. The middle-aged man nodded, his injuries appearing more severe now, his complexion slightly pale. Qin Jing glanced at him and gently said, I have first aid supplies that can help tend to your wounds. Perhaps it's best not to. The middle-aged man hesitated, reluctant to expose his injuries for fear of alarming the two individuals. Wang Jiqiang kindly interjected, Brother, don't push yourself too hard. Understood, the middle-aged man replied slowly, lifting his shirt to reveal a gaping wound in his abdomen, oozing blood. Qin Jing recognized it instantly. This is a gunshot wound. The middle-aged man had anticipated that this revelation would frighten the two, but to his surprise, Wang Jiqiang was already retrieving the first aid supplies to attend to the injury. Are you not surprised? The middle-aged man could not help but ask. Qin Jing responded calmly, What does surprise matter? You are unwilling to disclose whether you are good or bad, so we can only assume we are assisting someone in need. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of guilt at Qin Jing's words, and after a moment's hesitation, shook his head and said, Thank you for your help. But I do not wish to bring trouble to you. I apologize. Qin Jing chose not to press further. Once the middle-aged man's injuries were tended to, he looked outside at the darkening sky and said, I apologize for the disturbance. Qin Jing did not stop him, watching as the middle-aged man hurriedly exited the supermarket. He turned to Wang Jiqiang and asked, What do you think? Wang Jiqiang pondered. He appears to be a good person. Yet those two seeking him give me a very unsettling feeling. Those two belong to the Enlightenment Society, Qin Jing remarked softly. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback. The Enlightenment Society? Let us follow them and see, Qin Jing suggested. Wang Jiqiang nodded solemnly. The two donned their fleet uniforms, quickly enhancing their physique and strength, and stealthily followed the middle-aged man out of the supermarket. Qin Jing moved with steady, rapid steps, making it difficult to be detected, keeping a respectful distance. Wang Jiqiang stayed behind, ready to provide support at any moment. Very cautious, Qin Jing observed as the middle-aged man remained alert to his surroundings, his body tense. Though he stumbled slightly, he dared not slow his pace. However, the gunshot wound appeared to make his complexion even more pallid. After a short distance, the middle-aged man suddenly ducked and began to run swiftly. Have they spotted us? Qin Jing thought, momentarily taken aback. No. In the next instant, two figures leapt from around a corner, rapidly advancing towards the middle-aged man. Qin Jing recognized these two figures all too well. They were the same individuals from earlier. They had not left and were now lying in wait to ambush the middle-aged man. They did not brandish firearms, but instead charged forward with the intention of capturing him alive. The assailants, clad in black, possessed slightly superior physical attributes compared to the middle-aged man, and with his injuries, they quickly closed in a swift motion. One of them slashed at his back with a dagger. The middle-aged man let out a low growl, retaliating by drawing his weapon and striking at the assailant, decisively kicking the other one away. Qin Jing was somewhat taken aback. His opponent's combat experience was extensive. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to fight back. However, after several exchanges, the middle-aged man bore an increasing number of wounds. Qin Jing understood he could no longer remain a mere observer. He covered his face with a mask and signaled Wang Jiqiang. Wang, with a serious nod, stealthily approached him. Chapter 17. Do you believe in the destruction of the earth? The middle-aged man was already at the end of his strength. Although he continued to struggle, he bore numerous cuts from daggers and was beyond redemption. With a thud, the figure in black delivered a kick that sent the middle-aged man sprawling to the ground with a pained wail. The members of the Savior Society had him subdued. The figure in black stated calmly, turning his gaze toward another individual who was preparing to retrieve a communicator to summon reinforcements. At that moment, Qin Jing sprang into action, surging forth from the shadows 5 meters away, as if a spring had been compressed to its limit, suddenly erupting into motion. He charged fiercely. Be careful. He has accomplices. The expression of the figure in black shifted as he reached for his firearm. Yet, Qin Jing was well prepared. With a powerful leap, he collided forcefully with the man, sending him crashing to the ground. The middle-aged man, pinned beneath, looked up in a daze. Accomplices? Hadn't his own allies scattered and hidden away like him? Qin Jing's strength alone was sufficient to overpower the figure in black, augmented by the advantage of his work attire, rendering his assault incredibly swift. After being knocked aside, the figure in black felt as if he had fallen apart, overwhelmed with shock. Such formidable power! Before he could regain his footing, Qin Jing's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a punch that landed squarely on the figure's face, resulting in a resounding crack as the man's nose shattered, blood gushing forth. Fear flickered in the eyes of the figure in black. Who was this person? He was utterly outmatched. The other individual, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. He disregarded the middle-aged man beneath him and prepared to draw his weapon. At that instant, Wang Jiqiang had already dashed over, his gaze fierce as he seized the man's arms and forcefully twisted them, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of breaking bones. Chen Jing swiftly dealt with the still-resisting figure in black, delivering a kick that shattered his ribs and disarmed him. The middle-aged man stared at the two in astonishment, trembling as he asked, "Who are you? Does it matter?" Chen Jing replied, picking up the fallen dagger from the figure in black without hesitation and, with a swift motion, severed the man's head from his shoulders. He then tossed the weapon to Wang Jiqiang. Wang was momentarily stunned. His hand trembled slightly as he quickly followed suit. With a sharp sound, the two black-clad figures lay dead before them. The middle-aged man gazed at this scene, astonished by the strength and decisiveness displayed by the two. Chen Jing turned his gaze to him and noted, "You're still bleeding. I advise you to find a place to tend to your wounds, or you may perish here before the Enlightenment Society has a chance to kill you." The middle-aged man was taken aback and nodded. "Let us go," Chen Jing said. Offering no further words, the two swiftly departed the scene. Their arrival had been swift, and their exit was equally rapid. Who were these two? Could it be that, apart from the Savior Society, other organizations were also opposing the Enlightenment Society? The middle-aged man watched as the two figures vanished into the distance. He gritted his teeth in pain, rising to his feet despite the severity of his injuries, blood flowing incessantly from his wounds. He applied bandages to staunch the bleeding and hobbled back along the path he came from. He needed to address his injuries. Surely the only establishment still open would be that supermarket. Was he truly going to have to rely on those two ordinary individuals once more? It appeared he had no other recourse. The blood loss was becoming increasingly dire. His eyelids grew heavier, his complexion paler, and his steps faltered. He had spotted the department store, yet he could no longer endure. With a sudden collapse, he fell at the intersection, succumbing to unconsciousness. After the man collapsed, Chen Jing and Wang Jiqiang had changed out of their work uniforms and appeared at the supermarket entrance. It seemed his injuries were indeed grave. Having collapsed before he could even reach them, Chen Jing shook his head in resignation. "We should take him back and tend to his wounds." Wang Jiqiang promptly lifted the middle-aged man onto his back and made his way towards the supermarket. Chen Jing murmured to himself, "The Salvation Society, huh?" It was the first time he had heard of this organization, its name quite straightforward. It seemed to be another force opposing the Enlightenment Society. He wished to keep his base and identity concealed, yet through the Salvation Society, he could acquire further intelligence regarding the Enlightenment Society. Upon returning to the supermarket, Wang Jiqiang administered emergency care. The man possessed remarkable fortitude. After staunching the blood, he slowly opened his eyes within 10 minutes. Initially startled, he soon recognized Wang Jiqiang and Chen Jing, letting out a sigh of relief. "It's you too. We saw you collapse outside. Your injuries are severe, so we brought you back." Chen Jing, eyes wide, feigned ignorance. "Did those two discover you?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth, then sighed. "I didn't expect them to be lurking in the shadows. I am truly grateful that you saved me again." Chen Jing shook his head. "There's no need for gratitude. We are law-abiding citizens. Witnessing someone gravely injured, we could not stand idly by, which is why we chose to help." Wang Jiqiang inquired, "But now, can you tell us why you were being pursued by those two?" Chen Jing added, "We can assist you in contacting the authorities." The middle-aged man quickly interjected, his expression turning wary. "Why?" Chen Jing replied, "Isn't calling the police the best course of action in such circumstances? Or are you, in fact, a wrongdoer?" "Of course not. Rather than being vague and raising suspicion, it is far better to clarify the situation. Otherwise, we wouldn't feel secure in having aided you twice. You should have no reason to fear us." Chen Jing coaxed him further. The middle-aged man hesitated, internally conflicted not out of anything else but concern for the two ordinary individuals becoming ensnared in his troubles. However, given the current circumstances, it hardly mattered anymore. He sighed softly. "Very well, I brought this trouble upon myself. It is indeed unwise to conceal the truth. I shall tell you." He paused before adding, "But first, I must ask you both two questions, which may seem fanciful or absurd to you." "Go ahead," the middle-aged man said, clearing his throat, his demeanor becoming grave as he earnestly inquired, "Do you believe that the earth will face destruction?" As a member of the Salvation Society, he was acutely aware that ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the darker facets of this world. Beyond his reluctance to ensnare them in its depths, he understood that, generally, such disclosures would be met with disbelief. Upon uttering these words, he anticipated astonishment or bewilderment from the two. However, Chen Jing and Wang Jiqiang maintained their composure, pausing only to affirm, "We believe." The middle-aged man found himself momentarily perplexed. He opened his mouth, astonished at their unexpected response. It seemed Chen Jing also sensed the unusual calmness in their reactions, prompting him to remind, "Do you not recall what I searched for on the day you came to replenish supplies?" Well, it appeared their capacity for acceptance was rather high. The middle-aged man, Somewhat resigned, posed a second inquiry. Do you believe in extraterrestrial beings? Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback by the mention of aliens, while Wang Jiqiang exhibited a similar surprise. He had heard Chen Jing speak of the Earth's impending destruction, yet the concept of extraterrestrials was entirely new to him. What I am about to disclose may be startling. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly solemn. The entity responsible for the Earth's demise is none other than the organization to which those two belong, known as the Enlightenment Society. I hail from the Salvation Society, which, as the name suggests, is dedicated to preventing the Earth's annihilation and standing against them. Chapter 18. You truly are good people. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow, questioning, why? What have they done to bring about Earth's destruction? This was information he had yet to comprehend. The middle-aged man replied gravely. Because of the Earth as conduits, they have forged an agreement with extraterrestrials, laying down thousands of super conduits across the continents. These conduits extract the planet's most vital energy resources, which they sell to alien civilizations in exchange for advanced technology, weaponry, potions, and other commodities. Our investigations reveal that in recent years, natural disasters have proliferated globally, with increasing severity. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and floods. Each disaster has resulted in countless fatalities. The populace believes these to be mere natural occurrences, unaware that behind it all lies a man-made catastrophe. Energy resources are in dire shortage, and climates are becoming increasingly erratic. Some regions have transformed from lush oases into barren wastelands. They are growing stronger by undermining humanity's home. It won't be long before the entire planet is drained of vitality, leading to its collapse and inevitable destruction. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the space fell into a brief silence. Chen Jing was inundated with thoughts. So this was the reality? It dawned on him that the conduits he and Wang Jiqiang had damaged that day were, indeed, a direct cause of the impending destruction of the Earth. Yet, questions lingered. What was the nature of that radiant white light? Observing the silence between Chen Jing and Wang Jiqiang, the middle-aged man assumed they had yet to process the information. Offering a wry smile, I know what I am saying may seem preposterous and difficult to accept. He continued, however, every word is the truth. I am genuinely grateful for your rescue, and I do not wish to burden you with trouble. I share this with you to ensure you remain vigilant. But please remember to avoid any contact with them. They are exceedingly dangerous. The two I encountered moments ago were armed and skilled in combat, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Chen Jing nodded solemnly, assuring, rest assured, we are merely ordinary individuals and shall not provoke them. Wang Jiqiang fell silent for the second time. To avoid revealing any inconsistencies, he could not help but suggest, allow me to fetch you a cup of hot water. The middle-aged man was taken aback, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. After a brief pause, Chen Jing continued to inquire, by the way, what brought you to my place today? And what is that crystalline object you mentioned? The middle-aged man sighed. The headquarters of the Salvation Society is not located within the borders of Huaxia. Thus, our branch has always been in a precarious position on this continent. We can only disperse and engage in guerrilla tactics, typically targeting less fortified and inconsequential outposts or warehouses of the Enlightenment Society. At this point, the middle-aged man accepted the hot water poured by Wang Jiqiang, not hesitating to drink, as he had lost considerable blood and endured life-or-death combat. He was indeed parched. After consuming a cup of warm water, he exhaled deeply, wiped his lips with his sleeve, and continued, the spoils we seized from our previous operations have mostly been taken by the main forces, while we retain some crucial intelligence and items seeking refuge here in Nashan City. To avoid being completely wiped out, I took on the guise of a restocker, concealing items within various shops' warehouses across Nashan City, of course, in very discreet locations. Chen Jing remained silent. Wang Jiqiang could no longer contain himself, remarking, I understand the wisdom of not placing all your eggs in one basket. However, wouldn't it be better to bury them in a single location? The middle-aged man offered a rueful smile. I simply aimed for more convenience in relocating the items. After all, there are significant tasks in Nashan City, and during each restocking cycle, I can discreetly transfer the items without drawing attention. The crystalline object, in fact, has effects akin to adrenaline, capable of momentarily masking the impact of injuries and enhancing physical capabilities. As you witnessed, after being pursued and sustaining a gunshot wound, I could hardly escape. I thought to retrieve the crystal to improve my chances of evading my pursuers. Chen Jing subtly raised an eyebrow, now understanding why energy levels had been detected during the establishment of the base. It originated from this. The middle-aged man continued, in truth, we had been hiding quite effectively until a few days ago. He sighed once more, puzzled, however, on the very day the earthquake struck. The Enlightenment Society conducted a frenzied search throughout Nanshan City, leading to our current predicament where each of us is being hunted and forced into hiding. Chen Jing remarked, It seems this incident is directly linked to them. On the day of the earthquake, they sabotaged the pipelines, killed 2 individuals, and destroyed the mine, leaving the fates of the remaining personnel uncertain. Do they truly believe the Salvation Society was responsible? He cast a silent glance at Wang Jiqiang. Their eyes met, and they seemed to grasp that this situation had been precipitated by those individuals. Wang Jiqiang, unaccustomed to deceit, could not refrain from saying, "Allow me to fetch you another cup of hot water." The middle-aged man was taken aback. "I appreciate it." Qinjing quietly turned away. "You must be hungry as well. Let me get you something to eat." The middle-aged man was somewhat teary-eyed. "You are truly kind people." If ordinary individuals were to hear such words, most would likely feel fear and trepidation. Yet, these two have consistently cared for him with unwavering support, like a warm ray of light amidst the days of being hunted. Good souls indeed. Qinjing nearly lost his composure, clearing his throat. After all, it is for the protection of the earth and the struggle against evil organizations. You are deserving of respect. He could not divulge that your crystal had been devoured by the base. The fact that you were pursued by the Savior Society in Nanshan City was also due to your own actions. Moreover, he was still trying to extract information. By the way, we have yet to learn your name, Wang Jiqiang inquired. The middle-aged man paused. My surname is Su, and I am called Su Tianqing. Brother Su. Qinjing offered food to the middle-aged man. Please eat. My department store may not provide much, but we have sufficient logistical resources such as food and drinking water for your Savior Society. Su Tianqing nodded gratefully and began to eat ravenously, for he was famished. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, some color returned to Su Tianqing's face. Such was the advantage of a robust physique, as his recovery ability was markedly enhanced. He somewhat unsteadily rose to his feet. Wang Jiqiang quickly cautioned, "You must not move around with those injuries." Su Tianqing shook his head. "I have already troubled you enough. I cannot linger here any longer. Besides, I have made an appointment with my companions for this evening. I must go meet them." Chapter 19. The Savior Society. Su Tianqing departed with determination. Even though his injuries had yet to heal and dangers still lurked outside, he insisted on reuniting with his companions. "Boss, aren't you going to stop him?" Wang Jiqiang asked. "The Savior Society has significant actions planned ahead. He must go." Qinjing replied nonchalantly, "He cannot be stopped." Wang Jiqiang was taken aback. "How do you know this?" Qinjing stretched lazily. "When he fainted, I searched through his belongings. Fortunately, nothing was hidden in a perilous place." Wang Jiqiang noted that Qinjing had gleaned from Su Tianqing that the Savior Society would take action in 2 days. However, the specifics remained unknown. Nevertheless, combined with the list obtained from the black-clad man, Qinjing speculated that they might be heading for the items on that list. The timing was fortuitous, and there were many biological agents on it that he could not comprehend. "By the way, boss," Wang Jiqiang queried, somewhat puzzled, "why conceal our identities from the Savior Society? Wouldn't it be better to join forces against the Enlightenment Society?" Qinjing replied gently, "The Enlightenment Society is far more formidable than one might imagine. Although the Savior Society opposes them, as you have seen, their situation is quite precarious. Rather than forming an alliance, it would be wiser to take advantage of the Enlightenment Society's focus on them, allowing us to grow stronger rapidly. We shall develop quietly, and only then will we have the opportunity to become a sharp sword." Wang Jiqiang listened, somewhat bewildered yet unconcerned, for he understood that his boss was no ordinary person, possessing his own thoughts. After the supermarket closed, Wang Jiqiang returned home. Qinjing closed the door behind him and donned his athletic attire before commencing his training. The limitations of ordinary individuals in their exercise endeavors are ultimately evident. One cannot attain the extraordinary feats depicted in films or anime, such as leaping 5 or 6 meters or striking the ground with such force that it creates a crater. However, under the stimulation of genetic serums, the human body's potential is continually augmented, enabling the realization of remarkable achievements. Regrettably, the constraints of space and equipment, coupled with training enhancements, hinder optimal efficiency. After sweating profusely, Qinjing felt only a slight improvement. Furthermore, while physical strength is one aspect, the lack of combat experience remains a significant concern. Whether in the mining area or during recent operations, he had scarcely employed any combat techniques. His initial success hinged on a surprise attack, while the second was solely reliant on his physical prowess. Having only recently transitioned from being an ordinary person, he feared that he would lack confidence when facing opponents of similar strength. Progress must be gradual. Qinjing decided to take a shower. The base was still in its nascent stages, and the future remained uncertain. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared before him. Investigation complete. Duration, 2 days, 15 hours. 24 minutes. Coordinates marked. At last, it had concluded. His eyes brightened. This was a new feature of the base's investigation. Each inquiry required the expenditure of 20 evolution points and would uncover potential resources in the surrounding area that could enhance the outputs of technology, genetics, and environment. Frankly speaking, when the base upgraded to level 2 and expanded its range to 100 meters, the improvements in technological and environmental outputs were not as significant as he had anticipated. Qinjing contemplated this matter, realizing that the base seemed to have its own criteria for the resources it accepted. It was time to rest. Having discovered over a dozen coordinate points in Nanshan City, he could explore them tomorrow and ascertain what was truly needed. In the desolate alleys of the late night, Su Tianqing, clad in a windbreaker, walked with an unsteady gait. He surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find that he had not attracted the attention of the Enlightenment Society. Finally arriving, albeit a bit tardy, Su Tianqing pushed open a dilapidated door, revealing an abandoned warehouse. The Salvation Society harbored noble aspirations, yet could only convene in the shadows. He sighed. At that moment, the individuals inside noticed the disturbance, their expressions turning wary. Each person swiftly drew their weapons, for the meeting time had long passed, leaving uncertainty as to whether the newcomer was an ally or an enemy. A burly man from Team Lu furrowed his brow. Is it the Enlightenment Society? The man referred to as Team Lu bore a serious demeanor, his expression grave. He remained composed, subtly gesturing for calm among the others. If it were indeed members of the Enlightenment Society, they would not have made such a noise that alerted them. Just then, Su Tianqing revealed himself. Discovering over 30 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, he offered a wry smile and said, "I apologize for my tardiness." Upon recognizing Su Tianqing, the burly man's countenance brightened. "Old Su, you're still alive. I thought you had perished at the hands of those beasts." The robust man approached, and soon noticed Su Tianqing's numerous injuries, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You are injured? How severe? Quick, we must attend to your wounds." Su Tianqing could only nod. He had only received rudimentary treatment from Qinjing, and the arduous journey had exacerbated many of his injuries. "Sun Fu, Captain Lu, and everyone else, I apologize for causing you concern," Su Tianqing addressed the group. "It is sufficient that you have returned," Captain Lu replied softly. Understanding without further words the tribulations Su Tianqing had faced. Among the 30 or so individuals present, the youngest was in their 20s, while the oldest were in their 30s or 40s, akin to Su Tianqing. The Salvation Society possessed formidable strength. Over the course of its development in more than a decade, it had engaged in numerous formal confrontations with the Enlightenment Society, never faltering in its resolve. However, in recent years, the Enlightenment Society had accelerated its growth, further fragmenting the Salvation Society's efforts. Nonetheless, if they refrained from taking action, no one would be able to thwart the Enlightenment Society. "How many are still missing?" Su Tianqing asked, his voice hoarse as he surveyed the group. 8 are unaccounted for," Sun Fu replied, his gaze heavy with concern. Su Tianqing sighed deeply. Captain Lu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and turned to the others. "Let us continue our discussion. Xiaozheng, please reorganize the intelligence, coincidentally. Old Su missed it and can now catch up." Su Tianqing nodded earnestly. Xiaozheng, a young man not as physically imposing as the others, picked up his laptop, adjusted his glasses, and spoke methodically. "According to our investigations, the Enlightenment Society's warehouse in Nanshan City is set to transport weapons, equipment, biological agents, and various highly confidential mysterious items." Su Tianqing paused, "But we don't even know the location of their base." "There is no need to know that," Captain Lu interjected, his gaze sharp. "They are scheduled to depart in 2 days, transporting goods to Xingdu. We simply need to act along the route." Chapter 20. The Advantages of Reconnaissance. The 30 or so individuals nodded solemnly. Xiaozheng displayed the contents of his computer screen before the group. "By the way, the Enlightenment Society has dispatched this individual." The screen revealed the youth from the mining area. The Salvation Society excelled in intelligence gathering, despite the vastness of the Enlightenment Society. It was not impervious to scrutiny. His codename is Cross, reportedly a level 4 operative, genetically modified, and possessing extraordinary combat capabilities. Captain Lu scrutinized the youth, instinctively sensing a threat emanating from his gaze. "I will confront him," he said gravely. The internal hierarchy of the Enlightenment Society was stringent and far more brutal than one might imagine. They were compelled to consume genetic agents step by step, forcibly advancing through the ranks, with even the weakest level 6 operatives facing a 5% mortality rate. As one ascended, the mortality rate would multiply. Level 4s had all risen from level 6, making them exceptionally powerful and formidable. This situation elucidated why the Salvation Society had fewer high-ranking combatants than the Enlightenment Society. They were unwilling to resort to such inhumane methods to bolster their numbers. Captain Lu's physique, strength, and speed could be likened to attributes soaring around 70 or 80. Yet, Even he nearly met his demise during his last encounter with the gene serum at the training grounds of the Salvation Society. For most, while the consumption of gene serums may enhance one's abilities, the process is excruciating, unpredictable, and fraught with the peril of death. The majority present shared a physical fortitude akin to Su Tianqing, with Sun Fu hovering around 40 to 50 and several others in their 30s. After confirming the time and location for their operation, Captain Liu suggested they disperse, cautioning that prolonged assembly would only incite suspicion. Old Su, can you still participate in the operation despite your injuries? Su Tianqing promptly nodded, of course. Captain Liu acknowledged him with a nod. Very well, it is settled then. We shall regroup in 2 days at the second location outside the city with 38 participants. Ensure you bring all weapons and firearms. Understood? Understood, they all replied, their expressions solemn and resolute. As the discussions drew to a close and the members began to depart, Su Tianqing approached Captain Liu. Captain, wait a moment. What is it? Su Tianqing recounted his recent ordeal. A mysterious individual rescued you? Captain Liu inquired, somewhat taken aback. While the identities of these individuals remained unknown, they appeared to be part of an organization opposing the Enlightenment Society. I see, Captain Liu nodded, this being the first instance he had heard of such entities. By the way, you might consider reaching out to those 2 ordinary individuals who tended to your injuries, Captain Liu suggested after a brief pause. See if they would be interested in joining the Salvation Society. Even if they do not wish to partake in operations, they could still serve as members of the Lookout Plan. Su Tianqing paused, then nodded in agreement. The Salvation Society's reach rivaled that of the Enlightenment Society. Besides their contingent of operatives, they also boasted a substantial network of informants, predominantly composed of ordinary citizens, which constituted a vital source of intelligence. The following morning, Chen Jing set out early with his backpack, leaving the department store in the hands of Wang Jiqiang. There were 12 designated coordinates, most of which lay within the confines of Nanshan City, due to the limitations of the base's scope. Chen Jing began his journey by taking public transport, inspecting each location from the nearest to the farthest without haste, as he had an entire day at his disposal. He mused that in the future, once they had expanded, such reconnaissance could be entrusted to investigative teams. Soon, he arrived at the first site, which turned out to be a garbage dump. Detected mutated rats with genetic potential. The system chimed. What the hell? Chen Jing's expression darkened. Setting aside the sheer number of rats in the dump, who in their right mind would bring mutated rats back? If left unchecked for a month, the base would transform into a nightmarish den of mutated rodents. He decisively abandoned this site and proceeded to the second, third, and fourth locations, only to find either sewage drains or polluted rivers near factories. It became evident that the conditions outlined in the evolution chart were indeed accurate. The more unstable the state, the higher the likelihood of mutation. Chen Jing felt a twinge of melancholy. This allowed him to gain a slight understanding of the hardships faced by that individual in the desolate world. The wasteland, rife with instability and radiation, posed a dilemma. Each upgrade of the base triggered mutations outside, while refraining from upgrades hindered progress. He sighed, wondering if all 12 coordinate points were similar. Chen Jing shook his head slightly. The next destination took him by surprise. It was a high school. Classes were in session, and outsiders were not permitted entry. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Jing, who had been adept at scaling walls to access the internet during his middle school days, and now possessed a physical strength 4 times that of an ordinary person. In an inconspicuous corner, Chen Jing scaled the wall and entered the campus, discovering that the coordinate point seemed to be located on the playground. The detected coordinates would track and record in real time. He turned his gaze towards the playground, where numerous athletes were poised at the starting line, each exhibiting an intense focus, while many spectators were observing and recording. It appeared they were partaking in an examination. The moment the coach blew the whistle, the athletes, who had been brimming with anticipation, surged forward like fish leaping from water. Detected human with specific speed evolution potential. Gene output can reach 12. Chen Jing was taken aback. So that was the case. His attention turned to the athletes on the field. Most were striving to maximize their speed, attempting to create a gap. Yet, one individual had already taken a commanding lead, far surpassing the others. The surrounding coaches and spectators erupted in exclamations. Gao Xiang, you are unbelievably fast. You are the fastest man. At this rate, you will surely make the national team. Chen Jing's gaze fell upon the tall, slender boy, Gao Xiang, who, after completing the race, appeared unfazed and collected, even shyly scratching his head in response to the surrounding accolades. Simultaneously, his profile appeared in Chen Jing's line of sight. Earth human, strength, 9, constitution, 10, speed, 11, mentality, 7, evolution chart hint. If this individual's speed reaches 20, under extreme or precarious circumstances, There is a 0.001 chance of evolving abilities. The higher the speed, the greater the likelihood of evolution. Indeed, another individual with exceptional potential. Chen Jing's eyes sparkled. After discovering Wang Jiqiang, he had consciously begun to seek out individuals with extraordinary potential in his surroundings, but found them to be exceedingly rare, more precious than giant pandas. To his astonishment, he had encountered a second one at this high school. Chen Jing suddenly realized the advantage of his scanning ability to accurately identify individuals with superhuman potential from a vast crowd. This was not something that could be achieved through mere enlightenment. Chapter 21. Come, let us run. I want to become the fastest man in the world. This was Gao Xiang's greatest dream. During his solitary training sessions, he had attempted to break world records, often falling short by a mere 0.5 seconds. Although this was already a remarkable feat, the desire to surpass remained ever elusive. Gao Xiang understood that he still had some distance to cover. One should not underestimate this slight gap. For elite athletes, countless hours of training are required, and even a mere improvement of 0.1 seconds is worth every effort. However, despite not being on par with the world's best, Gao Xiang remained confident that within this school, no one could surpass him in speed. That is, until a young man approached him. During lunchtime, on the deserted playground after school, the sun blazed down on the track. Gao Xiang glanced at the person beside him, hesitating to speak. If something's on your mind, just say it, Chen Jing encouraged with a gentle smile. Gao Xiang, in earnest, replied, even now, I still find it hard to believe your words. Sprinting is a discipline that requires years of dedicated training and innate talent, without the sweat of hard work. Improvement is impossible. Yet, you claim you can effortlessly help me break the world record, and that you can outrun me yourself. Chen Jing nodded. Is there a problem? Gao Xiang countered, you don't appear sun-kissed, showing no signs of training, nor do you perform any professional warm-up exercises. I can't discern that you are a sprinter. He shook his head, but it doesn't matter. Everything will become clear on the track. Once we're on the track, speed can be determined at a glance. All right, Chen Jing said, positioning himself at the starting line. First, teach me the starting technique. Gao Xiang sighed inwardly, feeling exasperated. He doesn't even know how to start? Is it madness to skip lunch and trust this young man's words for a race? Gao Xiang crouched down, adopting a remarkably professional stance for the start. Chen Jing merely grasped the basics. Nonetheless, both were ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Gao Xiang approached sprinting with utmost seriousness. Even when competing against someone who seemed boastful and rather unprofessional, he exerted himself fully, refusing to hold back in the slightest. As they launched forward simultaneously, he unleashed his maximum acceleration, confident that this individual would be left far behind, merely a spectator to his back. But in the next moment, Gao Xiang's gaze froze. Chen Jing was running alongside him, not lagging behind at all. Then, astonishingly, Chen Jing turned his head and flashed a smile towards him. My apologies. Boom. Chen Jing's explosive power was astonishing, propelling him away at double Gao Xiang's speed, swiftly leaving him behind. In that instant, Gao Xiang's worldview shattered. This speed utterly obliterated the so-called world record, effortlessly surpassing what was thought to be the limit. Moreover, it was a significant leap beyond it. Chen Jing halted at the finish line, watching Gao Xiang approach, his focus seemingly lost. Gao Xiang, now experiencing the sensation that he had previously only witnessed in others, looked at Chen Jing. He noted that while he was gasping for breath, Chen Jing remained unfazed, unaffected by the explosive exertion. What on earth was happening? Gao Xiang's eyes widened, and he could no longer contain himself. Why are you so fast? The world record before you is merely a number that can be effortlessly surpassed. With your remarkable speed and innate talent, you are fully capable of becoming a world-renowned sprinter. He was filled with excitement, his mind swirling with questions that spilled forth all at once. Today, as an ordinary individual, he had encountered an existence that transcended his understanding, leaving him in a state of profound astonishment that was difficult to quell. The endeavors he had steadfastly pursued seemed to have been easily crushed by another. In a simple yet profound manner, Chen Jing stated, there are far more significant matters in this world that require our attention. Gao Xiang, brimming with enthusiasm, retorted, what could possibly be more important than breaking a world record? Indeed, there exists something of greater importance, the salvation of the world. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiang paused for a few seconds, unable to restrain himself from saying, I have outgrown such juvenile thoughts. However, Chen Jing produced an ethereal card, which transformed into wisps of shimmering light before Gao Xiang's astonished gaze. This was a level hex protocol, akin to a recruitment agreement, which would automatically evaluate and assess the subject according to Chen Jing's specifications. Unlike the agreement given to Wang Jiqiang, which was personally confirmed and invited by Chen Jing, this protocol would be utilized by many others in the future. It would inform them of what they might face and the dangers that lurked ahead if one were unwilling. The agreement would simply vanish. Should one consent, entry was not guaranteed, as the protocol would determine eligibility based on various criteria. Only those who passed would be permitted into the base. As Gao Xiang stood in a daze, Qinjing gently patted his shoulder. Consider this carefully. The protocol lasts for 24 hours. Make your decision thoughtfully. Even after Qinjing departed from the school, Gao Xiang remained rooted to the spot, lost in contemplation. On the bus headed to the next coordinate, Qinjing silently gazed out the window. The level protocol indicated that the world would face destruction, albeit framed in the rhetoric of the Salvation Society. This revelation led him to a critical realization. As long as the blinding white light, the eye of surveillance, was not mentioned, no warnings would be issued. In fact, when Su Qianqing had disclosed the existence of the Salvation Society to him, Qinjing had already grasped this point. The destruction they spoke of was not the same as what he had witnessed. The Salvation Society referred to the collapse and annihilation caused by the Enlightenment Society, while what Qinjing observed was annihilation instigated by the white light. These were two entirely different phenomena. The possibility of extraterrestrial technology loomed large. Yet the question remained, why would they seek to annihilate Earth? Was there a connection to the Enlightenment Society? The truth behind this enigma remained shrouded in mystery. Qinjing softly mused, before proceeding to the remaining coordinates. At last, tangible results were achieved. Detected special chemical substances in the soil. Environmental yield 15. Detected mutated plants. Environmental yield 0.5. Genetic yield 0.5. Qinjing carefully collected everything in protective bags and stowed them in his backpack, ready to bring them back to the base once he finished. It became clear to him that regardless of whether it was a positive or negative mutation, any substance or organism that did not exist on Earth could be included in the yield. Qinjing contemplated the establishment of a nurturing garden and mineral warehouse around the base. Alas, he currently lacked the financial means. Otherwise, he would have purchased an entire street. Moreover, he also lacked the requisite evolution points. According to the Hex Manual, constructs such as super virtual training grounds, cultivation bases, and composite space warehouses could all be erected by expending evolution points. However, at present, he found himself unable to achieve this. Now, only the final coordinate remained. Qinjing withdrew his thoughts as the bus had already exited the city, heading towards the outskirts. The last coordinate was situated in a remote area, far from human habitation. Chapter 22. Coordinates of extraordinary yield. Upon alighting from the bus, Qinjing discovered he was several kilometers away from the coordinate point. Vehicles could no longer traverse this terrain. Perhaps alternative paths existed, yet he could only approach on foot. Once again, he found himself in the countryside. He murmured softly, though alone in this desolate wilderness. He felt entirely different from his initial exploration of the meteorite crater. Now he was aware of the existence of the Enlightenment Society. Remaining vigilant, he avoided conspicuous paths and kept a watchful eye on his surroundings and the ground beneath him. Would the final coordinate be connected to the Enlightenment Society? While utilizing his probing function, he pondered whether it might lead him to a stronghold of theirs. After all, many items on that cargo list could enhance the output of his base. Yet, it appeared there were no signs of vehicles or footprints nearby. After walking for a stretch, he made no discoveries. Suddenly, a flicker of light danced across the back of his hand. It was a message from Wang Jiqiang conveyed through the Hex communication protocol. Boss, Su Qianqing has arrived. This communication required no manual input. Merely a thought was enough to send the message, making it exceedingly convenient. What brings him here at this hour? Qinjing inquired. Wang Jiqiang replied, he wishes to invite us to join the Salvation Society's outpost plan. He subsequently elaborated on the implications of this proposal. Qinjing mused aloud, an outpost plan? The Salvation Society is quite astute in adopting a grassroots approach. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, let us agree. He had intended to glean more intelligence from the Salvation Society, as they were the frontline forces against the Enlightenment Society and possessed formidable strength. Establishing a communication channel was indeed a commendable option. After concluding the communication, Qinjing prepared to advance when suddenly, a shiver coursed through his brow. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground without hesitation. At that moment, the earth beneath him trembled slightly. From a hillside 100 meters away, a massive opening emerged, resembling a gate. It was indeed a stronghold of the Enlightenment Society. Qinjing observed a group of individuals clad in black emerging from within, followed by a procession of transport vehicles exiting the enclave. Detected high-precision weaponry, technological yield, 0.2. Detected special reagents, genetic yield, 0.3. Detected energy or environmental yield, 0.2. Each vehicle spotted triggers these observations. They are presumably preparing for the transportation of goods tomorrow. Jing perceives the situation with clarity, yet senses an underlying disquiet. Is the yield rather too meager? His brows furrow deeply. Logically, given the comprehensive protection, the contents within should be exceedingly valuable. Yet it appears that there is scant material inside the vehicles. Something feels amiss. At that moment, a figure clad in black and wrapped in bandages emerges. Jing raises an eyebrow slightly. Remarkably, he is still alive. It is the same black-clad individual who previously led at the mining site, now standing with utmost reverence. His expression betraying a palpable fear. The source of his trepidation is a young man. Jing regards this youth, instinctively sensing an aura of danger. He swiftly accesses the panel. Earthling, strength, 70, constitution, 75, speed, 62, spirit, 20. Jing's pupils constrict slightly. Such high attributes. No wonder the black-clad man regards him with such fear. This individual has surpassed the limits of humanity. Ensure all vehicles are rigged with explosives. The young man's calm gaze sweeps over several cars as he states, when we depart tomorrow, make sure there are no flaws. The black-clad leader nods earnestly. Understood. The youth squints into the distance. The little rodents of the Salvation Society dare to covet our goods. We shall ensnare them all. These transport vehicles are merely bait. When they set off tomorrow, he too will accompany them, mobilizing most of the combat personnel from this outpost to follow covertly. They await the moment the Salvation Society walks into their snare. The vehicles drive off into the distance, and numerous black-clad figures vanish, having already gone ahead to lay their ambush. Meanwhile, the youth returns to the stronghold. The massive gates of the base slowly close. Silence ensues. Jing lies on the ground, his gaze fixated on this location. Had it been a week ago, he would have been consumed by fear, eager to escape. Yet now, Jing's eyes gleam with determination as he watches the entrance of the stronghold. Detected technology, genetic, and environmental elements. Total yield. For 165, the departing vehicles are decoys. And all the valuables are housed within the stronghold? A cascade of thoughts floods Jing's mind. He then quietly rises and retreats swiftly from the scene. As dusk settles, Jing returns to the department store with a backpack. Wang Jiqiang is taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss, you look quite disheveled." Jing is covered in dirt, appearing rather dusty. "No need to concern yourself. Just fetch me a shovel." Jing replies with a gentle smile. Wang Jiqiang, momentarily stunned, goes inside to retrieve an iron shovel. He then discovers Jing squatting beneath a tree outside the supermarket, opening his backpack to reveal several plants resembling weeds, along with a bag of soil. Wang Jiqiang handed the shovel to Jing, inquiring curiously, "Boss, what is this for?" "To cultivate some flowers and plants." Jing replied as he dug a hole with the iron spade, filling it with soil rich in special elements and genetically mutated flora. Before long, he received news of an increase in the base's yield. Did Su Tianqing mention anything besides the invitation today, perhaps regarding their operations? Wang Jiqiang shook his head. He did not disclose that, as it is presumably a matter of their confidentiality. Even as a member of the so-called Watchtower plan, such information remains undisclosed. However, he did mention that they might go into hiding soon, and if necessary, he would reach out to us unilaterally. Jing nodded, understanding the situation clearly. The Salvation Society planned to ambush during the transportation of goods. Yet, Jing was aware that the Enlightenment Society had already learned of their plans and had set a trap with bait. He conveyed this to Wang Jiqiang, who was taken aback. "Then we must promptly inform them." Jing, however, shook his head. "Have you forgotten it's a one-way communication? Furthermore, they have likely already scouted the area, making them difficult to locate." Furrowing his brow, Wang Jiqiang expressed concern that puts them in great danger. He held a favorable view of the Salvation Society, which shared their goals of resisting a common enemy. Jing, contemplating further, softly remarked, "Nevertheless, there are alternatives. Since most of the Enlightenment Society's personnel will be engaged in hunting down the Salvation Society tomorrow," he said, extending his hand to produce cards collected from the cloaked individuals. "We shall strike when they least expect it. We will target their unguarded rear positions." Chapter 23. Preparation before action. The following morning, Jing rose early. He gently called upon the base's output panel. Daily total output of the base, 41. Current total evolution points, 85. Jing revealed a satisfied smile. Besides collecting various resources yesterday, the most significant achievement was securing an agreement with Gao Xiang, which also passed the rigorous hex verification. One should not underestimate this approval, as it is undoubtedly more comprehensive than Chun Sun's own evaluation. Seizing the opportunity before their arrival, he decided to exhaust all evolution points. After all, a major operation loomed ahead, necessitating ample preparation. Jing decisively initiated the lottery. With the base's upgrade, the items available for the lottery had improved as well. Starting with the quantity of potions, which occasionally brought delightful surprises, 13 bottles at a time, to be exact. Additionally, there were other intriguing items. Super Alloy Longsword. When strength exceeds 30, it generates high-speed vibrations upon striking. Extremely sharp. Particle Bomb 2 contains high-density compressed high-energy particles with an explosive destruction radius of 100 meters. Castro Seeds. From a secondary superpower civilization, S. Flora. Planting them yields fruits that enhance the success rate of evolving abilities. These seemed quite promising. Just as Chun Jing utilized his final lottery draw, suddenly, the entire panel radiated with brilliance. Chun Jing was momentarily taken aback. What could this be? Congratulations on obtaining a special item. Hex Deck Badge. Life. This badge possesses the ability to guide the evolution of all life forms within a radius of 100 meters. Currently, it remains inactive. You must elevate your genetic output to 100 to unlock the badge. Chun Jing raised an eyebrow. Only by reaching 100 can it be activated? I shall set it aside for now. She understood that this was not the time for research. Before long, Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang arrived at the supermarket. Gao Xiang had made the decision the previous evening to sign the agreement, yet he had never visited this place before. His astonishment was palpable as he beheld the base. Is this really our base? The organization? Chun Jing tossed him the organizational uniform, stating, I don't recall ever informing you of this. The identity was crafted at the very beginning, used only in front of Wang Jiqiang and not elsewhere. Gao Xiang bashfully scratched his head. It was Brother Wang who told me. However, he was quite puzzled. Why do I feel like the name is an acronym from the supermarket's initials? Coughing, Wang Jiqiang nearly spat out his drink. This lad was even more naive than he had anticipated. Although he had noticed it long ago, he refrained from mentioning it, fearing that the boss might feel insecure about his naming abilities. To his surprise, the boy pointed it out directly. Chun Jing's expression darkened. Change into your uniforms and retrieve your weapons from the freezer. Gao Xiang nodded, bewildered. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang began to select their weapons from the freezer. The options were limited. Aside from various knives, there were firearms acquired from the dark-clad individuals. After all, the development of the base had only just begun. Both exhibited considerable potential, yet were lacking in several aspects. Gao Xiang was excited to see the firearms but struggled with aiming, leaving it to Wang Jiqiang, a novice himself, to instruct him. Observing this scene, Chun Jing noted, the training room must be established promptly. Furthermore, the Intelligence Department, Weaponry Department, Logistics Department, and Combat Investigation Department, among others, must all be developed step by step. Although still in its infancy, time waits for no one. Boss, we are ready. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang stood at the ready, fully aware of their mission for the day. Though Gao Xiang felt a tinge of nervousness, he was mostly overwhelmed by youthful excitement and fervor. Chun Jing nodded and gently proclaimed, in that case, let us prepare to depart. However, before we set off, I must announce something. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Chun Jing continued softly, that name is now a relic of the past. From today onward, we shall be the final defense organization hidden in the darkness of Earth, Black God Guard. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This marked the inaugural official operation of the Black God Guard. Upon arrival, both Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang felt a wave of nerves wash over them. Wang Jiqiang was relatively composed, having faced numerous challenges and undergone conscious training. Gao Xiang, on the other hand, cast wary glances around, anxious about potential dangers lurking nearby. Relax, Chun Jing said calmly. We are currently 1 kilometer away from their warehouse. There is no need for concern. Gao Xiang nodded, inquiring, what must we do now? Chun Jing replied, our sole task at this moment is to wait. His gaze was fixed on the mountains in the distance, anticipating the movement of the Enlightenment Society's main force. Once they began to mobilize, their opportunity would arise. However, during this interval, Chun Jing would not allow them to remain idle. Each individual had consumed 12 vials of potions, which he urged them to utilize while they trained, swiftly adapting to enhancements in physique, strength, and speed. He himself did not lag behind, elevating all 3 attributes, strength, speed, and physique, to 25, augmented by the benefits of his uniform. Each physical attribute had surpassed 30, and any further enhancement would lead to discomfort. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Grasping his alloy long knife, Chun Jing diligently practiced, aware that mastering the weapon required training. Yet, when he struck with all his might, it indeed produced a sharp vibration, slicing through iron effortlessly, showcasing immense power. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, evening had descended. The 3 took turns keeping watch. Suddenly, Gao Xiang exclaimed, there is movement. A convoy has emerged from the warehouse. They are about to depart. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow and quickly positioned himself beside the hillside, peering into the distance. The convoy had exited, and around it, individuals clad in black were unloading various firearms, even several rocket launchers, distributing them to the armed vehicles nearby. Gao Xiang was taken aback. Was this truly the legendary Enlightenment Society? The young man was also present in the vehicles, and the convoy was substantial, equipped with formidable weaponry. Coupled with the arrangements made yesterday, it appeared they were intent on obliterating the Salvation Society. Chen Jing's expression hardened as he shook his head. This would be a massacre, one that they could not obstruct or confront directly. He turned to Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang, stating, once the convoy departs, we must commence our operation. We are uncertain when they will engage the Salvation Society, but time waits for no one. I must seize every opportunity. Both men nodded solemnly in agreement. At that moment, the convoy set off, heading into the distance. It was uncertain whether it was due to the deployment of numerous individuals to encircle the Salvation Society or their confidence in the location's concealment. But the remaining personnel seemed few. Outside, only 15 remained, and the leader among the black-clad men stayed behind, bandaged and expressionless. Leave 5 to tidy up here, the rest. Accompany me to secure the warehouse's contents, commanded the leader, leading his team inside. The 5 black-clad individuals outside began to organize the weapon crates. Once the sound of a door closing echoed from within, all fell silent. Chen Jing recognized that the opportunity had arrived and whispered, "Action." "Yes," responded his companions. Chapter 24, The Black God Guard Operation. As dusk approached, members of the Salvation Society were strategically positioned along the expected route of the enemy vehicles. Each one grasped a weapon, their expressions tense and serious. This mission was of utmost importance and perilous. A voice crackled through the earpiece of Team Lu. Transport vehicles are approaching, expected to reach the ambush point in approximately 10 minutes. Team Lu raised a hand, signaling to the others, prepare for 10 minutes. It appears their judgment is remarkably astute, justifying the intelligence personnel's efforts in information gathering. Team leader Lu inquired, what is the enemy's number? Including the armed vehicles of their guards, it is approximately on par with our own, around 40 individuals. He nodded in acknowledgement. Based on their harrowing experiences over the past few days, they estimated that the number of individuals from the Enlightenment Association in Nashan City should be around 100. This time, nearly half of them have emerged, a testament to the immense value and significance of the contents within those transport vehicles. What about the vehicle with the cross emblem? Su Chancheng asked, currently poised with a sniper rifle from a vantage point. The cross symbol is both the codename of the youth and Su Chancheng's target. The first vehicle, license plate 5647. Understood. The priority is to eliminate the enemy's most formidable fighting force. 5 minutes remaining. Team leader Lu's voice resonated in everyone's ears. The others tensed, yet remained composed. They had all undergone extensive training in various disciplines, whether in combat or weaponry, exhibiting considerable expertise. Confronting the Enlightenment Association necessitates elite individuals. Just fervent ordinary people would prove ineffectual. Simultaneously, the convoy of the Enlightenment Association approached methodically. The cross emblem bearer observed his surroundings with a detached gaze and remarked with a slight smile, the Savior's Society truly knows how to choose their location. It seems they are fully prepared to seize everything. Unfortunately, he stated calmly, it is utterly futile. They are merely walking into a trap. To be frank, he did not regard this group with any seriousness. A lion uses its full strength even to catch a rabbit, aiming for a complete takedown. In addition to the 40 guards, he had also summoned another 40, now lying in ambush within a broader encirclement. This time, the objective is to eliminate these little mice entirely, ensuring they stir no ripples. The vehicles drew ever closer. The confrontation between the two major organizations was about to unfold. Everyone held their weapons tightly, their bodies taut with anticipation. At this tense moment, the cross emblem bearer remained unaware that behind the Enlightenment Association stronghold, 3 individuals had infiltrated like a virus. Are the clothes ready? Chen Jing urged. Apologies, the black attire is a bit small, Wang Jiqiang coughed. Seizing the moment when the black-clad leader entered the warehouse, they decisively and swiftly subdued the 5 unsuspecting individuals outside. Gao Xiang performed remarkably well, charging forth with valor and decisiveness, which astonished Chen Jing. Indeed, one who had passed the Hex Protocol scrutiny displayed such prowess on their very first day. Wang Jiqiang and Chen Jing were tasked with the remaining 4, which posed little challenge, as it was not their first encounter. Chen Jing donned the black-clad hat and glanced at the somewhat hastily dressed Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang, nodding in approval. Let's go inside. Their actions were resolute and swift. Adhering to the established plan, the clothing change took less than a minute. The 3, holding empty boxes, advanced inward. At this moment, merely appearing as black-clad operatives. However, upon stepping into the stronghold's entrance, Chen Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. The surroundings resembled an outer zone encased in iron plating. Numerous surveillance cameras were positioned around, and the only distant passage led to the fortified entrance of the true stronghold. It appeared they were overly cautious. Even if the commotion outside had been more pronounced, it would have held little significance. Chen Jing discreetly signaled, and the three individuals, their hats drawn low, proceeded inward while carrying a box. The protective door was tightly shut, requiring either an identity card or the intervention of an insider to gain access. Chen Jing's brow furrowed in contemplation as he prepared to retrieve the previous card. But at that moment, the protective door opened automatically. A voice resonated. "It's inconvenient for you. I shall assist in opening it." Chen Jing expressed his gratitude and then entered alongside Wang Jiqiang and the others. "What about the other two? Aren't they a bit slow?" "They're behind us." "All right. You should hasten. If you provoke the leader, he won't take it lightly." "Understood." The guard in black observed the surveillance, releasing the button without further suspicion, albeit casting a curious glance at Wang Jiqiang, who appeared more robust than the others. The three, cradling the weapons box, had already entered the interior. Chen Jing surveyed the space, which resembled a standard small base. He noted the presence of a designated shooting range and an armory, with Enlightenment Society diagrams adorning the corridors. As most personnel were absent, the area felt desolate. Chen Jing's gaze remained composed. He had already eliminated 5 individuals, each possessing merely 10 points in various attributes, ordinary personnel. Even an enhanced Wang Jiqiang could easily overpower them with a few blows. "Why are you heading in my direction? Shouldn't the weapons box be taken to the recycling room?" The guard in black, stationed in the control room, suddenly furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang exhibited a flicker of panic, casting glances at Chen Jing. With a steady gaze, Chen Jing turned towards a tightly shut iron door in the distance. In a calm, hushed tone, he instructed, "Continue moving. The leader has commanded that it be delivered inside." The guard's demeanor shifted sharply, his voice crackling through the surveillance speakers. "Who are you? You are not personnel of the organization. Act." Chen Jing commanded without hesitation, and the three sprang into action, advancing towards the control room. The guard immediately pressed the alarm button. All the red lights in the corridor began flashing, accompanied by a piercing siren. "Intruder alert! Intruder alert!" Observing the trio at the control door, preparing to open the weapons box, the guard remained unfazed. Attempting to seize the control room? This door is composed of ultra-high-strength alloy. With formidable protective integrity, it cannot be breached easily. In the next moment, Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang swiftly retrieved their concealed laser jackhammers from the weapons box. With a swift hiss, the lasers sliced through, emitting a high-temperature sizzle. The guard in black paused momentarily, bewildered. What was this? That jackhammer-like device was cutting through the thick alloy door with ease. And then, Chen Jing drew a gleaming silver-long knife and, with all his might, struck downwards. Bang! Remarkably, the blade, in conjunction with the laser-cut sections, cleaved the entire door asunder. How could this be possible? The cloaked figure was momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting away from the surveillance screen. Yet, it was too late. A flash of the blade approached swiftly from behind. Slash! A head fell to the ground. Chapter 25, The House Was Burgled. In 20 seconds, memorize the route. Chen Jing paid no heed to the lifeless form of the cloaked figure, but lowered his hat's brim and secured his mask. He proceeded directly to the surveillance screen, which revealed the entire layout of the base. The black-clad individuals were currently in the warehouse. An alarm blared. The leader's expression changed dramatically. How could there be an intrusion? The main force had just departed, and now intruders were entering? Simultaneously, the communication system in the control room crackled to life with the leader's voice, urgently inquiring, "How many intruders are there, and what is their current location?" Unbeknownst to him, the fortified door of the control room had been breached in mere seconds. The black-clad guards within had also been dispatched with a single stroke. Chen Jing instructed Wang Jiqiang to crash against the wall to create a noise and, from a distance, imitated the voice of the assailant. "There are 2 individuals. They attempted to breach the door, but have now abandoned the effort. One is heading towards the armory, while the other is rushing to the storage room." The leader, suspicious of nothing, took the remaining 9 men, each armed, and swiftly advanced in that direction. "Gao Xiang, just follow the left route," Chen Jing directed the somewhat anxious newcomer who had only joined that day. Gao Xiang nodded vigorously. Although he was not yet adept in combat or firearms, running was his forte. "Wang Jiqiang, lead them to the right. I will set up an ambush." Chen Jing's strategy was straightforward. First, to split their forces. The opposition was numerous, each wielding weapons, and separating them would facilitate easier handling. As Gao Xiang and Wang Jiqiang sprang into action, The leader indeed chose to send 4 individuals to pursue Gao Xiang, while he himself led the others towards Wang Jiqiang. Chen Jing stood at the edge of the corridor, listening as the chaotic footsteps drew nearer. It was a familiar scenario. Previously, both he and Wang Jiqiang had been weak, struggling to take down even a common cloaked figure. But now, the circumstances were entirely different. It was time to act. At the corner, Wang Jiqiang halted, his expression serious and resolute. Understood. In the next moment, the black-clad leader and his men dashed along the wall. Without hesitation, Wang Jiqiang grabbed his firearm and opened fire. He did not need to aim or hit anyone. His sole purpose was to divert their attention. The leader bellowed, "Counterattack." A torrent of bullets was unleashed, and Wang Jiqiang quickly pressed against the wall. Though his uniform was bulletproof, evasion was still necessary. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Jing had tensed every muscle in his body. Knife in hand, mere 4 meters away from them. When one's physique, strength, and speed exceed 30, the difference between 1 meter and 4 meters is essentially negligible. In an instant, an explosion erupted, devoid of any techniques. The blade flashed with a rapid vibration, unleashing a chilling brilliance. More than 20 kilometers from the stronghold, chaos ensued, battle and explosions. Fragments of vehicles flew through the air, and the scent of gunpowder pervaded the atmosphere. "Hurry!" shouted Team Leader Lu, his eyes bloodshot, a fierce roar escaping his lips. He had not anticipated that they were the true prey in this ambush. Upon seeing the throngs of black-clad figures, he recognized the gravity of their predicament. "Flee? Where to?" Cross dusted off his attire, calmly observing the formidable fighting force of this small squad. "None of you shall escape." With a furious roar, Team Leader Lu unleashed a terrifying power, charging toward the young man before him. Having attained a mastery of 3 attributes at level 50, he vanished in an instant, leaping forward with the ferocity of a tiger, stirring up clouds of dust in his wake. His momentum was formidable. Yet, such an explosive display was futile before Cross, who coldly regarded Lu as he charged forward. Without drawing a weapon, Cross delivered a swift kick. Bang! The force, 7 times that of an ordinary person, sent Team Leader Lu crashing away like a rag doll, sprawling across the ground. "Lu!" cried the members of the Savior Society in horror. "Run! Get away!" Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice a thunderous shout as he pressed a hand to his chest. That kick had fractured his bones. Nevertheless, he rose again, fixated on Cross. Su Tianqing and Sun Fu watched in despair, their faces ashen. They were powerless against the overwhelming numbers, and Cross was a terror beyond comprehension. They had already lost some of their members. If they did not break through soon, they would face total annihilation. "Get in the vehicle." They too had means of retreat. And fortunately, Lu had foreseen the need and opened a breach on the side. All those still able to move had no choice but to sprint toward that escape route. Cross remarked coolly, "Did you truly believe you could escape? From the moment you dared to clandestinely sabotage the pipelines, your fate was sealed. Your demise is destined for today." Team Leader Lu gripped his knife, forcing his body to remain upright, his voice grave. "I do not understand what you mean by sabotaging the pipelines." "Huh?" Cross's eyes turned icy, utterly disbelieving of Lu's words, sneering, "Why pretend? For all these years, it has been your Savior Society committing such acts. Everyone knows the truth. How can you feign ignorance? Who else could be responsible? Is there any other organization on this planet brave enough to oppose the Enlightenment Society?" Lu's heart was seized with confusion. Why was Cross so adamant that the Savior Society had sabotaged the pipelines? He had no knowledge of such matters. However, it mattered little now. Casting blame and fabricating accusations was a common tactic for such individuals. Yet, this was not the most pressing issue at hand. All they could do was pray that their comrades could manage to escape the encirclement. They immediately moved to block the enemy, ensuring not a single one could escape. The figure known as the Cross issued commands with an air of cold indifference. He contemplated that, at worst, he could capture these individuals and interrogate them thoroughly. The truth would soon be revealed. Just then, a panicked voice from behind shouted, "This is bad. An alarm has sounded at the base. There's been an invasion." Since the onset of this chaos, all communications have been severed. The Cross's pupils constricted in shock, an expression of rage and terror contorting his features as he uttered icily, "What?" He attempted to reach the leader of the black-clad operatives via his emergency communicator, yet it was as though his call had vanished into the void. There was no response. The once placid visage of the Cross now bore the gravitas of despair. He was not concerned for the base nor for the people there. Rather, his anxiety stemmed from a singular, invaluable object housed within the facility. He had initially intended to lure out these bothersome pests and deal with them swiftly, only to find that his sanctuary had been breached. With a sudden, violent motion, Team Leader Lu expelled a mouthful of blood. The Cross, now consumed by fury, coldly scoffed before delivering a crushing blow to Lu's abdomen. The Salvation Society. Indeed, you possess remarkable tactics. Having not only located our base, but also employing so many as bait. A classic ploy to draw the tiger from its den. Team leader Lu was left reeling, dazed by the assault. What was happening? The Cross's voice turned frigid. All but those pursuing returned to the base immediately. Chapter 26. One does not grip a gun this way within the base. Chen Jing and Wang Jiqiang had successfully neutralized all the black-clad personnel, including those who had been following Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang, panting heavily, gazed at himself with a mix of astonishment and excitement, exclaiming, "That was the fastest I've ever run in my life. Was it the serum? Or perhaps this outfit?" I felt as though currents surged through me as I ran. Chen Jing regarded him for a moment, allowing the excitement to settle, and replied, "It is likely a combination of both." Gao Xiang felt a rush of joy intertwined with a sense of loss. His dream of surpassing world records had been effortlessly realized, leaving him momentarily adrift without a purpose. Chen Jing, perceiving the depth of his thoughts, calmly advised, "Do not celebrate too soon. The Enlightenment Society possesses countless individuals like this, and this is merely the beginning. Let us not forget our objective. Formidable foes and numerous anomalies still loom ahead, like towering mountains obstructing our path." Gao Xiang nodded in understanding. Just then, a voice emerged weakly from a figure sprawled on the ground. "Who are you?" "You are not members of the Salvation Society." The leader of the black-clad operatives lay incapacitated, stripped of all weaponry and communication devices, bound and unable to move. His pallid complexion betrayed his condition, the result of a grievous wound inflicted by Chen Jing's blade, which had pierced his bulletproof vest, leaving a horrific gash. "What do you think?" Chen Jing inquired softly while scanning the contents of the base. The black-clad leader, his voice strained, retorted, "Even though each of you conceals your identity and visage, I can see that none of you have undergone military or combat training. You cannot even wield a firearm. Individuals like you possess less combat readiness than even the ordinary members of the Salvation Society, especially that young lad who runs. He seems like an immature student, utterly unfit to be a member of the Salvation Society." Gao Xiang. Chen Jing could hardly suppress a chuckle. It appears that the Enlightenment Society possesses a profound understanding of the Salvation Society. He subtly disclosed, "You are not mistaken. We are a new organization, the Black Guardian, with objectives remarkably akin to those of the Salvation Society." The leader in black raised an eyebrow. The name Black Guardian was unfamiliar to him. A new organization? How exceedingly novel. 3 individuals daring to launch an attack here. Your audacity is astonishing, the leader in black remarked with a sneer, as he too sought to extract information. Chen Jing smiled gently, withholding excessive details. A name and a stance sufficed. The leader in black retorted, "With your capabilities, you aspire to confront the Enlightenment Society? How laughable." Wang Jiqiang scratched his head. "But we have already subdued all of you, haven't we?" Veins bulged on the leader's forehead as he glared coldly at them. "All of us? Do you comprehend the colossal nature of the Enlightenment Society? Were it not for the absence of the main forces, the surprise attack, and the swift occupation of the control room." Suddenly, he was struck with alarm. Achieving this step-by-step seemed far from straightforward. It involved uncovering strongholds, discerning their intelligence, and having the operational capacity to breach high-intensity defenses with advanced technology. Furthermore, even though he was not a match for the Cross in terms of physical strength, he still surpassed many. Yet before this young man, he felt utterly defenseless. A chill gripped the leader's heart. The Black Guardian was indeed formidable. Little did he know that just 5 days prior, Chen Jing was merely an ordinary individual, cautiously evading him. Although engaged in conversation, Chen Jing kept his feet moving swiftly. There was always a reason for sparing this fellow's life. Chen Jing had discovered a plethora of weapons, equipment, and biological agents. However, peculiarly, the total yield of these items amounted to only 10, whereas the yield unearthed that day had been 46. This indicated there was something extraordinary that he had yet to uncover. "Where are you taking me?" the leader in black asked, his expression changing as Chen Jing approached the warehouse, his body struggling against restraint. Chen Jing replied with a smile, "Haven't you been stalling for time? I just happened to have a bit of time to explore with you." The leader inwardly cursed. Explore? Who takes someone by the throat for a stroll? Chen Jing had already instructed Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang to load the vehicle, preparing for their departure. However, time was of the essence. 3 minutes had elapsed since the alarm sounded. He needed to leave swiftly to avoid the return of that youth and the main forces. Yet, source crystal detected, containing a substantial amount of source material, capable of increasing environmental yield by 30. Source stone. Chen Jing was well acquainted with this term. The debris he had brought back from the meteorite pit contained a substance known as source. In 10 kilograms of meteorite, there were only 10 grams of source material. And now, this mysterious entity was right in this warehouse. Boss, we are ready, came Wang Jiqiang's transmission from the Hex Protocol. Please hold on for a moment. I have discovered the location of the secret chamber. Chen Jing hastened his pace, aware that they could not linger here for long. The leader in black observed Chen Jing as he approached the secret chamber, his expression darkening further. Internally, he was astounded. How could this individual have knowledge of this place? Was it for the item concealed within the chamber? Chen Jing halted in front of the chamber door. The leader in black rasped, "It is futile. This door requires a password, fingerprint, and retinal confirmation. I know you have kept me here to unlock it, but I will never." His voice abruptly ceased. For Chen Jing had decisively discarded him and produced a laser pick, which began to slice through the high-intensity door with fervor. With a swift motion, the laser cut through at an astonishing speed, and within half a minute, a breach had been created. The door was cleaved open. The leader in black gaped, his eyes wide with realization. It dawned on him. The incident in the pipeline was orchestrated by them. They had unjustly accused the Salvation Society. Chen Jing had retrieved a meticulously protected case from within. Without hesitation, he destroyed the case, intent on preventing any tracking devices from being compromised. Inside, he beheld a glowing crystal, roughly the size of a fist, floating within. A glance was all it took for him to recognize it. Was this not the luminous object found within the meteorite? Without a moment's delay, he stowed it in his backpack and stepped out. At this moment, the leader in black watched Chen Jing's frantic activity with silent mockery. Despite possessing such formidable technology, their approach was utterly unprofessional. Who cuts through doors in such a manner, destroying the case in such a reckless fashion, without any protective measures, and carelessly tossing it into a backpack? Could they truly contend with the Enlightenment Society? Moreover, as the leader in black observed Chen Jing raise a handgun towards him, disdain still lingered in his gaze. One does not hold a gun like that. Bang. Chapter 27. The terrifying energy of the source crystal. The trio sat in a second-hand van, the rear laden with weapons, equipment, and potions worth far more than the van itself. The accelerator pressed to the floor. They distanced themselves from the sight. Although they had managed to escape unscathed, one point raised by the leader in black resonated with truth. They were indeed lacking in systematic training. This encompassed not only combat skills, but also the psychological conditioning of newcomers, all of which required refinement. Currently, they were far from adequate. This posed a grave concern. Furthermore, as Chen Jing listened to the creaking sounds emanating from beneath the van, a shadow of annoyance crossed his face. This vehicle had drained nearly all of his limited funds, procured from the black market. They were in dire need of financial resources. However, the latter could be postponed for the time being, given their current modest scale. The former, however, needed urgent attention. Chen Jing pondered silently. Wang Jiqiang, driving the vehicle, inquired with curiosity, "By the way, boss, you spent quite some time at the base just now. What were you up to?" "Just like at the mining site," Chen Jing replied. Wang Jiqiang paused, then quickly grasped the implication. So, it was indeed a bomb that had been set. Yet, he questioned, "But that place is fortified. Can it really be detonated?" Chen Jing merely smiled faintly. "That, however, is a high-energy particle bomb, a creation of Hex. Although the precise nature of this Hex civilization remains unknown, its power is undeniably formidable. It is more than sufficient to obliterate such a base." The vehicle has long since departed, vanishing from this location. And then, with a deafening roar, the entire interior of the stronghold was instantaneously engulfed by a terrifying surge of energy particles. Everything within 10 meters of the epicenter was annihilated. The shockwave expanded to 100 meters, transforming the concealed base into a desolate ruin. 10 minutes later, armed vehicles reappeared in the vicinity. The driver, known as Cross, pressed the accelerator with urgency, racing towards the stronghold, closely followed by a convoy of over 10 vehicles. His gaze was cold and grave. Communications had been persistently attempted, yet to no avail. A sense of unease gnawed at Cross's heart. Though a small portion of the Savior Society had managed to escape, the remainder either perished or were captured. Throughout the return journey, he had rigorously interrogated the surviving members. However, they seemed utterly oblivious, their ignorance appearing genuine. The convoy drew ever closer. The stronghold loomed ahead. A figure clad in black hurriedly declared. Cross narrowed his eyes, peering into the distance. Although the details of the situation remained unclear, as long as they returned, everything would still be within their control. It is crucial to remember that the base was fortified with numerous defenses that were virtually impenetrable. In this brief span of 20 minutes, the adversary may have breached the main gate and infiltrated the interior, yet entering the inner sanctum would be far from straightforward. The source crystal should still be intact. He could afford to disregard everything else, But that source crystal was a precious delivery that had traversed vast cosmic distances. Its absence would inevitably disrupt the critical progression of the Enlightenment Society. Hope remained. Clutching onto the last vestige of optimism, Cross watched as the vehicles approached ever closer. The familiar roads began to materialize in his line of sight. It seemed eerily quiet, with no signs of ambush. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils constricting. Wait. What has become of this ruin? Where is our base? Wang Jiqiang parked the van at the supermarket entrance, strategically choosing this secluded area. As they transported weapons, equipment, and numerous transparent boxes of potions into the store, they attracted no attention. Chen Jing observed the incessant stream of information before him. Technology 05, Gene 04, Gene 04, Technology 05. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction and comfort. Most importantly, when Chen Jing extracted the source crystal, a striking notification immediately appeared. Environment 30. Chen Jing clicked his tongue in disbelief. Had this single crystal effortlessly surpassed all his previous efforts? What on earth is this? He gazed at the crystalline object, sensing a mysterious aura emanating from within, a breathtaking luminescence that flowed slowly. It was not of earthly origin. It hailed from the boundless cosmos. Hex Manual, assist me in my inquiry, Chen Jing silently urged. The source crystal is the most fundamental energy crystal in the universe, harboring immense power, often utilized as the energy source for spacecraft and large machinery. I see, Chen Jing murmured softly, her mind immediately conjuring up the image of the pipeline, an extensive structure that delved deep into the planet's core, possessing a terrifying adhesive force. The energy required for such a mechanism is extraordinary. This technological marvel was bestowed by an alien civilization, which also tightly controls the energy needed to activate it. Earth, in a sense, has been colonized by extraterrestrial beings. They need not intervene directly. The Enlightenment Society would proactively arrange everything on their behalf. How much energy does this contain? Chen Jing inquired. The quality of this source crystal is 52, containing approximately 20,000 karma, the universal unit of energy, which is roughly equivalent to the total electricity consumption of all humans on Earth for 1 hour, came the response. Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback. How much is that? Will I no longer have to pay for electricity at this dilapidated supermarket? And how long will it last? Calm down. Chen Jing took a deep breath. Utilizing this for the supermarket's refrigerators and computers would undoubtedly be excessive and wasteful. However, if employed for spacecraft, advanced energy cannons, large bases, exoskeleton meches, and the like, it would find its rightful purpose. The Enlightenment Society, with its vast network of pipelines, would naturally require substantial energy. Taking this item feels akin to extracting a tooth from a lion's mouth. Chen Jing resolved to keep it safe and allow herself time to develop further while observing the current situation. It remains unclear how the Savior Society is faring. Nevertheless, having attacked the base of the Enlightenment Society could be considered a tactical maneuver, alleviating some of their pressures. The day unfolded with an unusual tranquility, devoid of any disturbances or news. The following day, she noted an output of 80 evolution points. Chen Jing promptly drew 3 bottles of advanced healing potions, handing one to Wang Jiqiang so he could return home to save his daughter. Wang Jiqiang, overwhelmed with gratitude, cradled the potion as if it were a treasure. Gao Xiang returned to school, his physique and speed having improved. Chen Jing advised him to maintain a low profile as an ordinary student and refrain from recklessly showcasing his full potential in races. For the time being, everyone should keep a low profile. On the 3rd day, upon rising, Chen Jing received a message from Wan Xiaobei. Do you remember I mentioned attending an event out of town? What is the matter? Wan Xiaobei began. I've set off. The leadership has received notice that the event has been rescheduled to a week from now, and the location is shockingly in the coastal region. He continued with an air of exasperation. Moreover, he added with a disdainful emoji, my leader is merely a businessman from Nanshan City, utterly unqualified to participate in the event. He merely wants me to rent a vehicle to network. After exchanging a few more messages, Wan Xiaobei ceased his updates, seemingly resuming his drive. Chen Jing set her phone down. At that moment, a gentle knocking sound emanated from outside the still-closed supermarket. Chapter 28. The entrustment of Su Tiancheng. Chen Jing instantly became alert. The initial operation of the Black Guard had not unfolded flawlessly, with numerous intricate details left unattended. Although there had been no overt movements in the past 3 days, Chen Jing was acutely aware that undercurrents were undoubtedly in motion. Furthermore, the Savior Society had remained conspicuously silent, leaving the current situation shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Jing discerned the identity of the visitor. Boss. I've come to resupply, a familiar, albeit hoarse voice echoed from outside. Su Tiancheng, it is I. Upon opening the door, Chen Jing beheld Su Tianqing's resupply vehicle parked outside. Su bore various injuries, yet they appeared to have been treated, causing no significant concern. His expression, however, was rather somber. "Come in," Chen Jing gently urged after a brief inspection. "Thank you," Su Tianqing replied as he stepped inside. "What happened to you?" Chen Jing inquired, gesturing towards the fresh wounds adorning Su's body. With a soft sigh, Su Tianqing explained, "We encountered a significant failure during our operation." Listening intently, Chen Jing soon grasped that the Black Guard's actions had indeed drawn considerable fire, allowing a portion of the Savior Society's members to escape. Nevertheless, some had still been apprehended. "Are you not afraid of the Enlightenment Society's people showing up again?" Chen Jing probed. Su Tianqing shook his head. "That is precisely the issue. We discovered that all the operatives of the Enlightenment Society in Nanshan City have completely withdrawn." Chen Jing raised an eyebrow. "Withdrawn?" It appeared that a formidable and enigmatic group had obliterated their stronghold, causing them to flee as if they had encountered something terrifying, hastily vacating Nanshan City. Chen Jing paused, contemplating. Could it be due to the high-energy particle bomb? That device seems to detonate with one not present. He feigned ignorance. "Do you have any idea who they are?" Su Tianqing furrowed his brow, uncertain, "But those individuals should belong to the same organization as the two who rescued me that night. What are your plans moving forward?" Su Tianqing spoke earnestly. "I intend to return to the headquarters to participate in subsequent operations. After all, many have been captured, and we cannot afford to abandon them." As he spoke, he retrieved a document pouch from his inner pocket. "The primary purpose of my visit is to entrust you with two matters. First is the initiation of the outpost plan, which includes our specialized intelligence network and unique accounts. A significant number of ordinary personnel will upload intelligence here. Yet they will remain invisible to one another, only able to receive tasks from the Savior Society. Each month, a sum of funds will be dispersed as your salary. And should your leads and intelligence prove beneficial to the mission, rewards will be forthcoming." Su Tianqing patted Chen Jing on the shoulder. "Not merely financial compensation, but potentially transformative opportunities await. Moreover, outstanding performance may lead to the chance of becoming an operative of the Savior Society." Chen Jing was taken aback. There's even a promotion system? Such recruitment practices were indeed rare. What is more, they offer nothing, not even salaries. Secondly, I must depart immediately. There are essential items previously stored in Nanshan City that I cannot carry away at this moment. Chen Jing nodded in understanding. At the outset, Su Tianqing had mentioned that he and others had come to Nanshan City to temporarily conceal themselves during a more significant operation. He gestured towards the vehicle behind him, indicating that it was to be placed in Chen Jing's care. Someone would come to retrieve it shortly, and they would connect through the intelligence network. Chen Jing glanced at the vehicle without hesitation and nodded in agreement, stating that he needed to organize the storage room first. His current public persona was that of an ordinary intelligence officer for the Salvation Society, and he understood the necessity of undertaking certain tasks to leverage the power of this formidable organization to discreetly gather intelligence. Su Tianqing shook his head, stating that there was only one item. He approached and opened the trunk, retrieving a box from within. Chen Jing accepted it. The box was surprisingly light, weighing perhaps no more than 5 pounds. Curiously, he inquired about its contents. "You may open it and see for yourself," Su Tianqing replied. Chen Jing lifted the lid to discover a single vial of a transparent substance inside. Su Tianqing simply remarked, "This is a sample of a newly developed medication that can treat injuries. It must be kept secure, as someone will come for it shortly." "Medication for healing?" Chen Jing raised an eyebrow. Su Tianqing offered no further explanation, promptly getting into his vehicle and driving away. As he watched the vehicle disappear from sight, Chen Jing closed the supermarket door and turned his attention to the box. He immediately consulted the Hextech manual. "How does this medication compare to the tiered healing agents I possess?" "This agent offers merely 20 of the healing effects of a tiered agent and is only effective for individuals with a physique not exceeding 10. "Then it's of no concern," Chen Jing concluded, covering the box and placing it in the storage room. Many Hextech products far surpass these conventional items. For instance, the biological agents obtained from the Enlightenment Society. A single vial of my tiered genetic agent can enhance my abilities by 2 points, while a vial of their biological agent can only improve by 0.1, and is both unstable and poses certain risks. However, in recent days, the personnel from the Salvation Society had withdrawn from Nanshan City, as had those from the Enlightenment Society. Chen Jing mused, "Suddenly, it doesn't feel as urgent." The eye of surveillance provided no new alerts, and the sense of danger had significantly diminished. Pouring himself a cup of hot coffee, he settled in front of his laptop. He opened a folder and began navigating the Salvation Society's intelligence website, which proved to be quite complex. It was not merely a matter of entering a URL. The Salvation Society had implemented numerous disguises for their websites, requiring the configuration of a network bridge and the installation of unique security defense software for each step. The laptop's cooling fan whirred vigorously as he worked. After 10 minutes, he finally accessed a page adorned with a simple illustration of a ship sailing through apocalyptic waves. The concept of the Noah's Ark Salvation Society was indeed commendable. Although Chen Jing had his own base, the slowly developing Black God Guard, he held a deep respect for an organization that had persistently resisted the Enlightenment Society for decades. Having arrived at this point, they must have endured countless trials and tribulations. Chen Jing entered his username and password. Welcome, you are now a member of the Outpost. This is your identification number 9527, currently holding a status level of Grade 6. Your current permissions allow you to view only the tasks issued by the Salvation Society and to publish or upload any valuable clues you may possess. In conclusion, we are all individuals of salvation. Please take care to protect yourself. Chen Jing gazed at the interface, which soon presented a plethora of tasks, diverse in nature and scope. Some required the verification of certain news items, while others called for attention to market trends of various materials. Utilizing a virtual account, one could launch attacks on the new products of several global technology companies, seemingly all originating from the Enlightenment Society. However, one task stood out intriguingly: photographing the night sky. Every individual could upload their captured photographs without limitation on quantity or location, with the sole requirement being that the images must be directed towards the moon. Chapter 29. The Virtual Training Helmet. Please continue reading. Chen Jing lacked the necessary permissions to upload images, but found the task rather peculiar. Why would all the sentinels around the world be instructed to photograph the moon? This notion piqued his curiosity. Was there something extraordinary about the moon? Or perhaps a base had been established there? Yet, what could be discerned from mere photographs? After much contemplation, Chen Jing ultimately chose to forego this task, realizing there appeared to be far more value in it than he had initially imagined. As he continued to browse, his attention was abruptly captured by a task that pertained to him: seek clues regarding a mysterious organization, identifiable by black and red striped uniforms, consisting of two males, approximately 180 centimeters in height. There was no need for speculation. He recognized the source of this task immediately: Su Chanqing. The final note of the task, stating, currently, the organization has only been sighted in Nanshan City, caused Chen Jing to raise an eyebrow. This one seems rather troublesome, he muttered to himself. The Black Guard had only been established for about 10 days. Being pinpointed in Nanshan City was not a promising sign. After perusing the task for a while, he closed the computer and glanced at the base panel. Base level: 1,000 evolution points required to advance to the next level. Daily environment evolution points: 435 daily technology evolution points, 145 daily gene evolution points, 18 total daily output, 76 current total evolution points, 160 as the daily output increased. So too did the evolution points. The pressing question was whether to enhance the base or to hoard evolution points for an upgrade. After contemplating for a few moments, he reached a decision. Let us try the lottery first. He was not in a rush to upgrade the base. Although it was unlikely to descend into a wasteland akin to Pandora's box unleashing various mutations, the prospect of a 1-meter-tall rat emerging from a sewer was intolerable. Future considerations also had to account for this possibility, as frequent occurrences of such aberrations would necessitate the establishment of an emergency response team. Reminiscent of the Men in Black films. At this juncture, Chen Jing accessed the hex store. Would you like to spend 160 evolution points for a continuous lottery? He opted to proceed with the lottery. The information regarding the lottery flashed quickly across the screen. Chen Jing gazed with a flicker of anticipation. Initially, the 3 fundamental potions made their appearance most frequently, followed by an assortment of miscellaneous items. Not every item proved to be of utility. There was a nano-level cleaning cloth, purportedly effective against all dust and stubborn stains, and fleet voyage biscuits, hailing from a culinary civilization, capable of staving off hunger for several days. The most peculiar item was an unknown fruit peel, presumably left behind by some previous consumer. Chen Jing felt his blood pressure rising. Yet upon confirming that the peel originated from an extraterrestrial civilization, he buried it in the supermarket floor with a scowl. Ultimately, Chen Jing experienced a stroke of luck. Congratulations on acquiring the Virtual Training Helmet 5. His eyes gleamed with delight. It had finally arrived. The Virtual Training Helmet can be utilized during sleep to conduct various simulated training exercises. Though it offers no enhancement to physical constitution and can be used in conjunction with others. Although it could not bolster his physique, it would certainly resolve numerous issues. After obtaining the helmet, Chen Jing decisively seated himself and commenced usage. As he closed his eyes, it felt as though his brainwaves synchronized with the device. And after a brief moment of disorientation, he opened his eyes to find himself in a realm of pure white. Clenching his fist, he glanced around. The sensation was astonishingly authentic, akin to reality itself. Current realism, 100. Warning: at this level of realism, all sensations of pain will be accurately simulated. Death results in exit. If mental state is low, it is advised to reduce usage frequency or lower realism to avoid potential harm. Chen Jing perused the options. Firearm training mode, melee combat training mode, reaction training mode. Most notably, there was also mecha training mode, though this option was grayed out, requiring a certain civilization level or mecha-related equipment for activation. Beyond these foundational training modules, there were also combat simulations. Without further ado, he decided to engage in a random simulation, eager to test his limits without prior training. Combat simulation loading. Participants. 1. Description: Cyber civilization, level 1, human race. Cyborg thug gang and riot on the streets. Eliminate enemies and rescue civilians within 10 minutes. The premise was straightforward. Chen Jing felt his surroundings morph rapidly. A neo-noir cityscape gradually taking shape, where technology and chaos intermingled amidst throngs of people and towering structures. Sounds of commotion filled the air. Armed with both firearms and melee weapons, he swiftly assessed his gear, discovering that the inner part of his arm had transformed into a storage compartment for circular blades. In the bar, 5 armed thugs, a burly giant, a dual ponytailed woman with a cybernetic eye, and an eccentric man adorned in paint, guffawed as they pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets that indiscriminately slaughtered the surrounding populace. Though simulated, the experience felt overwhelmingly real. Hiding in a corner, Chen Jing felt a momentary wave of discomfort and uncertainty, yet his hand instinctively reached for his weapon. At that very instant, bang! A bullet pierced his arm at an exceptionally oblique angle. Chen Jing's gaze flickered as he realized that his previous actions had drawn attention. The colossal man let out a cold snicker. Where did this little lackey come from? Go die. In the next instant, another gunshot rang out. Chen Jing found himself utterly powerless to resist. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he succumbed to death. Coughing, Chen Jing opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. His expression a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Had he truly perished from a mere encounter? Was the disparity in their abilities so vast? According to the simulation parameters, wasn't he the opponent's physical strength comparable to his own? Yet, he hadn't even had the chance to reach for his weapon before being eliminated in an instant. Was his combat awareness truly so deficient? Taking a deep breath, Chen Jing resolved, no, I must persist. Isn't the purpose of this simulation to hone these skills? Besides, that was merely my first attempt. I refuse to believe the gap is insurmountable. However, during the second attempt, he managed to grasp the gun but was killed before he could fire. In the third attempt, he attempted to hide and shoot, only to be detected and killed. The fourth, the fifth, and finally, by the 7th attempt, he had resorted to a rather underhanded tactic, successfully eliminating one adversary. Concealed beneath a table, he feigned death until the shortest opponent approached, at which point he sprang forth and shot, achieving his first kill. Yet, predictably, he was swiftly overwhelmed by the remaining foes. Chen Jing opened his eyes again, revealing a bitter smile. Was it truly so difficult to take a single life? To eradicate these 5 formidable opponents? Raw enthusiasm alone would not suffice. Reflexes, marksmanship, predictive abilities, combat intuition, and even hand-to-hand combat skills all required enhancement. In that moment, Chen Jing realized he was merely an ordinary individual with slightly superior physical prowess, utterly outmatched by those who had engaged in relentless combat for extended periods. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened, he recognized that training was intended for self-improvement. Chen Jing's expression gradually shifted to one of determination. I will continue. Chapter 30. We are the pioneers of humanity. A colossal base occupied a vast expanse, with numerous vehicles entering its grounds. Dominating the landscape was an enormous cubic machine. Towering like a mountain, it loomed over the terrain, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow akin to a mystical cube. Surrounded by a multitude of conduits extending into the depths below. With a thunderous roar, the machine absorbed impurities, soil, stones, minerals, and expelled them, while vehicles transported the refuse away. These materials held no value. The Enlightenment Society sought only one item: the particles currently being collected into transparent containers, aglow with a faint luminescence. A man clad in a long coat gently reached out to caress one of the transparent jars. Undoubtedly, Earth was fortunate. Among an average of 10 billion planets, only one produces this substance known as zero. We have been chosen to exchange it for the advancement of humanity and civilization. All of humanity should be grateful to us. Wouldn't you agree, Cross? He spoke softly, while behind him, Cross floated in the air, trembling, his complexion flushed, breath nearly suspended. Upon closer inspection, one would notice an iron ring constricting Cross's neck. The Cross struggled to breathe, nearly suffocating, when the man in the trench coat lightly snapped his fingers. Suddenly, as if revived, the Cross collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. My apologies. I was overly careless and failed to anticipate this situation. The man in the trench coat stated calmly. Among the major superhubs, we have not only delayed shipments but also lost vital energy sources. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Globally, there exist 20 superhubs, each housing colossal extraterrestrial machines distributed across various continents. Every time the year for delivery arrives, they gather the goods known as Zero at their headquarters to engage and trade with alien civilizations. The Cross felt a surge of anxiety. Although he held a level 4 status, he was undeniably a weak presence in the face of true superhumans. He struggled to negotiate his survival. Hastily bowing his head and saying, amid the destruction of the base, we discovered a bomb of terrifying power, resembling an alien weapon. The man in the trench coat replied coolly, why do you believe they are not members of the Salvation Society? The Cross hesitated, saying, because it simply does not seem like them. Bang! The man flicked his finger, and a coin shot out like a bullet, halting just before the Cross's eyes. The Cross turned pale with fear. Do you think? The man in the trench coat stated coldly that merely your feelings are sufficient to attribute blame to an improving organization? Besides that damned Salvation Society, what other organization could survive under our scrutiny? The Cross dared not retort, clenching his fists. He had found no evidence amid the ruins. Yet he had encountered the horrifying state of matter annihilation just 10 meters from the explosion's epicenter. He yearned to prove to headquarters that such a mysterious organization existed and wielded extraordinary weapons and resources, but he currently possessed no evidence. The man in the trench coat maintained a calm demeanor. Cross, I will make my own judgments regarding this matter. I now present you with another opportunity to atone for your failures. The Cross quickly replied, whatever the task, I will exert every effort to complete it. A list slowly emerged from the man's pocket, revealing iron plates affixed to it, which fell before the Cross. Our organization bears the fate of humanity and the evolution of civilization. We have continuously utilized biologics, technology, and other assets acquired through trade to benefit the globe. Yet, some individuals refuse to comprehend this. The Cross took the list, his pupils constricting. It contained names of globally influential enterprises and individuals. Although the Enlightenment Society was immensely powerful, it ultimately operated from the shadows. For a long time, it had wielded considerable influence over numerous super enterprises through coercion and enticement. Furthermore, it had established research facilities for biology, weaponry, energy, and more. The biological agents, for instance, were developed from gene drugs obtained through trade, compelling major enterprises to invest substantial sums and threatening top researchers to participate, all while countless inhumane human experiments were conducted in secret. This year, a significant breakthrough had finally been achieved. In summary, the mortality rate has significantly diminished, allowing for extensive marketing opportunities. Naturally, any potential side effects are not within their purview. Although a batch of failed experiments remains confined within the laboratory, should any emerge in reality, discreetly managing them would suffice. This is the list of attendees for the Global Press Conference, featuring a multitude of affluent individuals and high-ranking elites, many of whom are eager to pursue breakthroughs in life. The man in the trench coat spoke softly. The cross-shaped figure quickly responded, what would you have me do? The Enlightenment Society aims to bring benefits to all humanity. The headquarters does not wish to see anyone disobedient, hindering human progress. If such individuals arise, you shall handle them discreetly. His tone was cold and unequivocal, as if discussing a trivial matter. His gaze was profound. Ensure it is done cleanly and covertly. The Enlightenment Society must maintain its favorable image, striving for the enlightenment of all mankind. The cross-shaped figure solemnly replied, understood. In the tallest building of the financial district in Nanshan City, the chairman appeared somewhat listless today. The door swung open, and a male secretary entered, carrying a cup of coffee. Perhaps you did not sleep well, he suggested. The man gently rubbed his brow. He was Lu Haiqing, the chairman of this financial enterprise. Recently, he had sensed something amiss with his health, his body often exhibiting unusually high temperatures. Despite several visits to the hospital, nothing had been uncovered, leaving him concerned about his well-being. Never mind, he thought. It is best to focus on work for now. Lu Haiqing quickly immersed himself in his responsibilities. Having emerged from poverty in the countryside, he had toiled for over a decade, relying on his intellect and business acumen to achieve such a corporate scale. Although his accomplishments were confined to Nanshan City, he sought greater opportunities. Recently, he had noticed that a company named Enlightenment Technology, in collaboration with numerous industry giants, had announced an impending release of something that could alter the course of human existence. While Lu Haiqing found this notion rather ludicrous, a multitude of super enterprises and magnates were attending the event. Titans of industry, commercial moguls, and top-tier scientists were converging, indicating that Enlightenment technology indeed possessed something noteworthy. Unlike other companies that would scramble for connections regardless of their qualifications, Lu Haiqing preferred to advance steadily and pragmatically. If it could genuinely benefit all of humanity, that would be commendable. At that moment, the secretary gently knocked on the door. "Chairman Lu, a young man requests to see you." Chapter 31. New Members. Lu Haiqing paused momentarily. What is his purpose? Though he had become one of the leading financial moguls in Nashan City, he remained approachable, often engaging in charity and encouraging young entrepreneurs. He frequently encountered many youths presenting their projects and proposals, seeking investment. He would listen patiently and offer advice. The secretary hesitated. "I initially thought he was here for an interview, but it seems otherwise. This young man wishes to discuss your health issues. Perhaps I should send him away?" Lu Haiqing raised an eyebrow. Health issues? He seems to have never disclosed his physical anomalies to anyone, visiting the hospital alone. Lu Haiqing initially intended to decline, but was suddenly stirred by an inexplicable impulse, a compelling desire to meet the young man. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well, arrange for us to meet in the lounge. I will finish this work and then go see him." The secretary was somewhat puzzled by their chairman's unusual concern for a stranger, yet nodded in agreement. Soon after, the young man entered the lounge, calmly seated himself on the sofa, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. This individual was Chen Jing, who appeared unfazed despite having thoroughly searched Nan City, unexpectedly discovering another person with latent superpowers, particularly those related to fire. The investigative function proved remarkably potent, although it was still confined to Nan City. It would inevitably expand globally with the Base S advancement. Chen Jing was not entirely unprepared for this encounter. He had dispatched the Hex Protocol the previous day. Yet Lu Haiqing remained oblivious to it. The Hex Protocol could conduct interviews and evaluations through dreams. In the dreamscape, Lu Haiqing would become aware of the existence of the Enlightenment Society, the impending destruction of Earth, and would undergo various trials, instinctively making subconscious choices that would be recorded by the Hex Protocol. Even upon waking, he would retain no memory of the dream. Chen Jing scrutinized the information provided by the Hex Protocol, composed, decisive, just, and humble, truly an elite with high commendations. Generally, the character assessment was of utmost importance. Failing this could lead to significant issues. Other factors such as temperament, compatibilities, and potential were also evaluated comprehensively. If one were to falter or freeze in the face of danger, that would be unacceptable. Approximately 5 minutes later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the lounge as Lu Haiqing entered with measured steps. He quickly spotted Chen Jing and was momentarily taken aback by the youthfulness of the young man. "Hello, I am Lu Haiqing. My name is Chen Jing," he replied. Lu Haiqing hesitated slightly, his tone turning earnest. "May I ask if you have business with me?" He refrained from mentioning his physical anomalies. Under normal circumstances, he would have firmly rejected such an absurd request for a meeting, yet an inner compulsion urged him to meet this young man. Chen Jing spoke gently. "Let me be direct. Recently, you have frequently experienced abnormal high temperatures in your body, though it only lasts a few seconds and often occurs too quickly to measure. You are aware that during those moments, your body temperature exceeds that of an ordinary person." Lu Haiqing's expression shifted subtly, prompting him to regard Chen Jing more closely. Yet he steadily shook his head, responding, "I do not know what you are talking about." In truth, the notion of physical anomalies unsettled him to some extent. The world appeared ordinary and normal through his eyes, making it difficult to comprehend at that moment. However, being confronted by this young man compelled him to carefully consider the other's intentions. Chen Jing gently remarked, "Let me clarify. That anomaly is not merely a figment of imagination, but rather a precursor to the awakening of superpowers." Lu Haiqing's gaze momentarily faltered, followed by an unexpected chuckle of resignation. "Young man, you've indulged too much in films and novels. Such things are products of fiction. Is it?" Chen Jing suddenly extended his hand and lightly pressed down on the iron box containing tea leaves that lay on the table. With just 2 fingers, the box began to morph in shape. Lu Haiqing's pupils widened in astonishment as he hesitantly reached out to grasp it, eager to exert force, yet found himself utterly incapable. "What on earth is this?" Chen Jing smiled faintly. "Relax, allow me to assist you in recalling." He snapped his fingers. To Lu Haiqing's astonished eyes, a spectral light appeared around his wrist, followed by fragmented memories resurfacing in his mind. "Was this the dream I had yesterday?" Lu Haiqing trembled slightly. "What is happening? Was that dream? Could it possibly be real? Is the Earth truly facing annihilation? Have I been chosen? And are these superpowers not mere fiction?" Jing refrained from providing an immediate explanation, instead savoring a sip of hot tea. Deep down, you already possess the answer, he remarked. Lu Haiqing took a deep breath, striving to steady his trembling gaze. In truth, upon recalling that dream, he had begun to grasp much of the reality. However, the realization of its authenticity shattered his worldview. The notion of the Enlightenment Society, the impending destruction of Earth, and the struggle against superpowers all felt overwhelmingly surreal. Jing remained unhurried. Every rational person, upon learning the truth of the world, would naturally experience such profound shock. Ironically, Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang accepted this revelation with greater ease than most. One was grappling with a significant life crisis while the other, despite feigning indifference, was actually more exhilarated than anyone else. Gradually, Lu Haiqing regained his composure. He pondered for an extended period. As a composed businessman, he contemplated numerous factors. After a brief silence, his demeanor turned solemn as he inquired. I wish to understand one thing. Speak, Jing replied. Are we here to defeat the Enlightenment Society, or to save and safeguard the Earth? Jing's gaze flickered slightly before he smiled. He comprehended the underlying concern in Lu Haiqing's question. The middle-aged man was apprehensive about the true intentions of the Black God Guard, whether they aimed to supplant the Enlightenment Society as a new power or to utterly obliterate all external threats. By posing such a question, Lu Haiqing's earnest contemplation of the future reassured Jing. You may ascertain for yourself, he said, lightly snapping his fingers. The terms of the agreement manifested before Lu Haiqing's eyes. He was taken aback, then his gaze shifted slightly, a rueful smile creeping onto his face. It seems my inquiry was superfluous. One of the foundational principles prominently stated in the agreement was the paramount duty to protect Earth's civilization. Truth be told, even now, he still found it somewhat surreal, yet everything was undeniably unfolding before him. Lu Haiqing gently spoke, extending his hand with a serious expression. I too wish to witness the truth of the world. Chapter 32. Lu Haiqing's astonishment. Is this truly our base? Lu Haiqing gazed incredulously at the Qin's department store before him, his disbelief apparent. His gaze shifted to the supermarket, where Wang Jiqiang was expertly handling the register. With a warm smile, Wang Jiqiang said, 2 bags of instant noodles, a bottle of cola, and a sausage, right? That will be 10 yuan. After administering the medicine to his daughter, her health had improved day by day, with many of her previous ailments disappearing, leaving him in high spirits these past few days. Upon noticing the 2 men, Wang Jiqiang paused slightly. Boss, who is this? A newcomer. Understood. Wang Jiqiang smiled at Lu Haiqing, saying welcome. Thank you, Lu Haiqing replied, feeling that this was somewhat different from his expectations. I've returned from my mission, Gao Xiang exclaimed, riding up on his small electric scooter, brimming with excitement. Jing shot him a glance. I told you to address him as boss when we are outside. Gao Xiang scratched his head and chuckled. It feels more imposing this way. And you said you weren't a bit melodramatic. Did you bring anything back? Gao Xiang lifted his backpack and nodded. 7 coordinate points, all confirmed. And I brought back 4 types of plants. Then let us get them planted. Lu Haiqing watched, amused, as Gao Xiang hurriedly grabbed a small shovel and ran to the nearby patch of land to cultivate flowers and plants. What is he doing? Jing replied softly. Although we face the formidable threat of the Enlightenment Society, the Earth is also experiencing various abnormal mutations and disasters. We, the Black Divine Guard, must proactively manage and collect these to prevent future calamities from spiraling out of control. Of course, the primary goal remains to increase daily output. Lu Haiqing hesitated before nodding. Then why not establish a dedicated warehouse base? Keeping it exposed seems somewhat insecure. Jing turned his head and placed a comforting hand on Lu Haiqing's shoulder. In the early stages of establishment, there are no funds. Suddenly, Lu Haiqing comprehended the significance of his involvement. Let us set that aside and address your health anomalies. Jing suggested. Come with me. Lu Haiqing followed Jing into the department store. Had he not witnessed the power of the agreement, he might have thought this base was a joke. Please, have a seat. Lu Haiqing nodded and surveyed his surroundings, which appeared entirely ordinary until Jing retrieved several vials of medicine from a cooler. What is this? He inquired, taken aback. Gene medicine. Consuming it can enhance your physical constitution, Jing explained, handing it to Lu Haiqing. Every newcomer receives a basic enhancement, and subsequent missions will also yield rewards. Of course, this is merely a preliminary framework. The main base is yet to expand, and the number of personnel is insufficient. Once the Black Divine Guard grows to a larger scale, the system must be refined. However, everything will not be delayed for long. Lu Haiqing gazed in astonishment at the vial, having only seen such things in films and novels, never expecting them to actually exist. He opened it and took a drink, feeling a twinge of nervousness despite being in his 40s, as he recalled his youthful years. In the next moment, He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, a surge of energy dispersing the fatigue accumulated from long hours of work, rejuvenating him entirely. Chunjing observed him and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Much more comfortable, as if a breath of relief has washed over me," he replied. "That is precisely the point," Chunjing gently remarked. "Your constitution is quite low. Should such anomalies occur repeatedly, they could indeed threaten your very life." Lu Haicheng was taken aback. "What?" Chunjing gazed at him, and a panel appeared before Lu Haicheng's eyes. Earthling, strength, 5, constitution, 6, speed, 5, mind, 13, evolution map. This individual possesses mental potential, capable of evolving elemental control-related superpowers. Warning: elements may produce unstable mutations, and insufficient constitution may result in backlash or even death. It's quite straightforward. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang possess superpowers related to constitution and speed, both of which pertain to physical attributes. In contrast, elemental abilities encompass a broader spectrum: wind, rain, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, offering limitless possibilities. However, your physique is considerably more fragile than that of others. Your superpower should be related to fire. But if your constitution is inadequate and your ability has yet to evolve, you risk being consumed by the very elements you wish to control. Lu Haicheng paused. Feeling as though reality had shifted, he extended his palm and asked, "What should I do?" "Simply put, you require mental stimulation," Chunjing explained. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang have already surpassed 20 in their key attributes. They need to reach their physical limits to potentially evolve their abilities, while you must focus on your mental prowess. Wang Jiqiang, Gao Xiang, closed the door. Understood. Chunjing produced 4 helmets and instructed, "Put these on. Starting today, each of you must undergo combat training to meet the standards I have set." Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang were not unfamiliar with such devices, but Lu Haicheng felt bewildered. "What is this?" "You'll find out once you wear it." Lu Haicheng took the helmet, which felt heavy and seamless, its surface cold to the touch. He placed it upon his head. The next moment, his consciousness briefly wavered, and he found himself in a vast, white expanse. Lu Haicheng stood frozen, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of confusion. A virtual world, an ultra-realistic simulation. He was astounded beyond measure. Such technology was utterly inconceivable in contemporary Earth. If revealed, it would undoubtedly cause global upheaval. Observing Lu Haicheng's excitement, Chunjing doused his fervor with a dose of reality, saying, "Calm down. This technology is for internal use only. We will consider promotion and exposure only after addressing the Enlightenment Society's solutions to the planetary crisis." He was well aware of the formidable power of Hex. According to documented records, Hex was far more enigmatic than one could fathom, defying classification by mere levels. Even the individual who had elevated the base to level 8 had failed to unveil the true nature of Hex. In Chunjing's eyes, the most significant concern was not even the Enlightenment Society, but rather the radiant light emanating from the depths of space. With sufficient evolutionary points at hand, Chunjing harbored the confidence to tackle the Enlightenment Society. However, the terrifying white radiance that struck him was utterly perplexing. "I apologize for my earlier excitement," Lu Haicheng said, regaining his composure with an air of contrition. Chunjing offered a gentle smile. "It's quite all right. I can understand. I suppose it finally feels somewhat like a base now." "Does it?" Lu Haicheng paused, nodding helplessly in agreement. There was no denying it. The revelation of such advanced technology was far more astonishing than any superpower. He felt a flicker of confidence that the Blackguard possessed immense potential. Thus, it was time to commence comprehensive training. Chapter 33, Biohazard? The simulation was ongoing, with each individual engaged in continuous training. Whether it involved firearms, combat, or reflexes, these were all areas of weakness for them. Training a cadre of elite combat personnel would naturally require more time and expert guidance. Even with simulation helmets, bridging this gap proved challenging. Yet, as Chunjing observed the engrossed group, his gaze landed upon the Hex badge, Life. It possessed the ability to guide the evolution of all life within a 100-meter radius of the base. Once activated, it would enhance physical exercise, training, and capability evolution. However, it remained dormant until the gene output reached 100. Currently, the gene output stood at 35, leaving a considerable distance to cover. To expedite this gene output, they needed either to continue seeking individuals with potential for evolutionary enhancement or to develop the superpowers of Wang Jiqiang and his associates. The former necessitated reliance on exploratory functions. But Chunjing discovered, through recent explorations, that individuals with superpower potential were exceedingly rare in the current civilization level, akin to the elusive giant panda, difficult to encounter. Patience was essential. As Chunjing shook his head, Preparing to rejoin the training, an unexpected message materialized before his eyes, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Eye of Surveillance. A super gene will emerge in approximately 3 days, 14 hours, and 35 seconds. Location, Golden Cruise Ship. This super gene is artificially manufactured and will undergo significant mutations under special circumstances, resulting in the production of a virus that will transform the host into an unconscious, bloodthirsty monster within 1 minute to 1 hour. The virus spreads through bites and blood. Mission: prevent the outbreak of this crisis. Reward: evolution points, dependent on completion, and base construction capabilities. Chen Jing's pupils constricted slightly. An image of a zombie flashed through his mind. What was happening? The previous 2 instances involved natural disasters like meteor strikes and earthquakes, but this situation was entirely different. The leap was too drastic. Moreover, wasn't the virus a figment of fiction? Chen Jing sighed, recalling his earlier words. He had mentioned that the organization dealt with anomalous disasters, never expecting such a calamity to arrive so swiftly. He understood that with positive mutations, negative aberrations could also occur, much like Pandora's box, where the outcome remained eternally uncertain. After confirming the information once more, he prepared for what lay ahead. Chen Jing's gaze deepened with gravity. It was not merely a matter of zombies, but also the presence of super genes, indicating that the situation was far from simple. The biohazard was no jest, and the addition of these super genes rendered it even more terrifying. Was it the Golden Cruise? Chen Jing removed his helmet and began his search. Soon, he pinpointed a luxurious cruise ship set to appear along the coast in 3 days, traversing the Pacific. The Enlightenment Society, in collaboration with global giants, was poised to announce a groundbreaking revelation that would transcend the human experience. Chen Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, it was connected to the Enlightenment Society. He continued to peruse the information, but the revelations were scant. When it came to information suppression, as long as the Enlightenment Society wished to keep matters concealed, it was exceedingly difficult to uncover any clues. Clearly, action was imperative. Chen Jing sighed again. The anomalies near Nanshan City were rather mild, at most. A mutated rat might appear, yet the Enlightenment Society insisted on stirring up trouble. After all, instability was the foremost catalyst for mutation. What kind of future awaited Earth? He found it hard to fathom. Suddenly, he realized that the wasteland survivor's endurance was indeed remarkable. Chen Jing donned his helmet once more, entering the simulated realm. What is wrong with the boss? Why the serious face? The 3 individuals training with firearms glanced at Chen Jing, surprised. Let us proceed with practical training, Chen Jing announced. What kind of practical training? Are we battling cyber tyrants again? Gao Xiang inquired, excitement evident in his voice. He and Wang Jiqiang had experienced practical simulations before, far more exhilarating than the monotonous foundational training. No, Chen Jing shook his head and began to configure the settings. Practical simulation. Plot. On a cruise ship in the Pacific Ocean, a super zombie virus suddenly erupts, with the virus's effect time ranging from 1 minute to an hour. Number of passengers on the cruise: 1,000. Please eliminate as many zombies as possible before the virus spreads and save more lives. Gao Xiang was taken aback. Why has it suddenly turned into a biohazard scenario? Various extraordinary disasters are bound to occur on Earth. A biohazard is within the realm of possibilities, Chen Jing replied softly. He was beginning to comprehend the existence of the Eye of Surveillance, which seemed more like a prophetic warning against various mutations, invasions, and the destruction of this fragile planet. Let us commence. The surrounding white space began to shift continuously, transforming into a dim sky and a bustling cruise ship hull filled with throngs of people. Within the simulated practical scenario, every detail felt strikingly real: the sea breeze, the aroma of fine wine and delectable food, and the unsettling sway of the ship. Each figure appeared lifelike, making it easy to forget they were within a fabricated scene. Although Chen Jing was the architect of the plot, he remained uncertain about who would succumb to the zombie virus. Moreover, he had incorporated a faction of enemies from the Enlightenment Society. Each individual possessed attributes around 30, necessitating the dual task of thwarting zombies while contending with this group of adversaries. In summary, the difficulty exceeded his initial expectations. An hour passed, then 2. 3 hours passed, as time relentlessly flowed. The 4 individuals repeatedly engaged in simulations within this instance, having gone through the motions over 20 times. Chen Jing discovered that in this high-stakes and perilous scenario, the 3 others experienced the most rapid growth in their mental fortitude. From feeling nauseated and terrified at the sight of zombies tearing apart corpses to gradually adapting, it took them merely 3 simulations. Of course, they had yet to achieve a successful clearance. Chen Jing was not particularly concerned about this. The mode was exceedingly brutal. and his sole intention was to help the three acclimatize and advance. By evening, they concluded their session and departed, leaving Qinjing alone. His gaze solemnly fixed on his laptop. He had much to accomplish, for the eye of supervision would never grant him ample time to prepare. It was indifferent to how he would board that vessel. What was the crux of the matter? How could he thwart the outbreak of the virus? Lacking investigation and intelligence. Qinjing felt a throbbing headache. Just then, as the night cloaked the sky, a knock echoed at the door. "Boss?" Qinjing paused, glancing towards the entrance. The establishment had been closed all day. Why was someone suddenly here? The next moment, he sensed something was amiss. The person exuded a calm and distinguished aura. Their gaze fixated on Qinjing. "Apologies, I am from the Salvation Society, here to retrieve an item." Chapter 34, Exchange of Intelligence at a Glance. Qinjing recognized him as a member of the Salvation Society. The attributes displayed on his panel were undeniably truthful. Moreover, each of his three attributes hovered around 70. Although lacking any potential for supernatural abilities, his strength was formidable. Nevertheless, Qinjing shook his head and replied, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." The man internally sighed with resignation, smiling. After becoming a member of the outpost, ordinary individuals sometimes exhibited a sense of mission and vigilance even greater than anticipated. He produced an identification card embossed with the emblem of the Ark of Noah. "I hail from the headquarters of the Salvation Society, and your outpost is designated as 9527. If you wish, I can recite the account and password for you." He chuckled lightly. "Now do you believe me?" Qinjing's gaze lingered on the identification card before he feigned a sigh of relief and nodded. "Understood. Please wait a moment." Indeed, members from the Salvation Society were distinct from others. Such impressive attributes were no trivial matter. Yet, as they had been contending against the Enlightenment Society for so many years, the Salvation Society's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Qinjing retrieved the box and handed it to the individual before him. The young man was quite vigilant, displaying a demeanor of warmth and not assuming an air of superiority simply because Qinjing was an ordinary person. After confirming the contents of the box, the man paused and retrieved a vial from his bag. "This is a physical enhancement serum, considered a reward." Qinjing was taken aback and accepted it, saying, "Thank you." A smile graced the man's face. He had indeed gathered some knowledge about Qinjing, especially since Su Chanqing had highly recommended him. Upon seeing him now, it was evident that he was quite impressive. Many ordinary individuals, upon learning the truth of this world, exhibited an extraordinary desire for such evolution serums, often becoming quite exhilarated. He gently patted Qinjing's shoulder and smiled. "Young man, you certainly possess remarkable composure. Every member stationed at the outpost who demonstrates commendable performance has an opportunity to become part of the action team. Keep it up." Qinjing nodded earnestly. "I will strive to do my best." The superior from the Salvation Society headquarters soon departed with a suitcase in hand, while Qinjing gazed at the vanishing figure, momentarily lost in thought. In the next instant, he donned the uniform of the Black Guards and vanished from the supermarket, transforming into a shadow that followed closely behind. The eye of surveillance does not merely provide predictions after scrutinizing. It serves more as a forewarning of what is to come, much like the earlier earthquake. Once a warning is issued, the event is destined to unfold. Relying solely on the Black Guards to resolve this matter is no simple task. It also necessitates the assistance and intelligence of the Salvation Society. In the stillness of the night, it was already past midnight. An off-road vehicle was parked by the deserted roadside, and a young man in the driver's seat glanced nervously at his watch. Why is Team He taking so long? Could something have gone awry? No, that can't be. Team He is too capable for that. After a lengthy wait, he finally spotted a familiar figure approaching from around the corner, carrying a suitcase. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Once the figure opened the car door and settled inside, he could not help but ask, "Team He, weren't you just going to retrieve something? Why did it take so long?" He Wenwei's gaze was profound, and instead of answering, he gently replied, "Drive." He stared out of the car window, silently reminiscing about the recent events. The entity that identified itself as a member of the Black Guards had suddenly appeared, proposing a trade of intelligence. He Wenwei had heard Qi Tianqing mention this organization and was aware that the Enlightenment Society's base in Nanshan City had likely been destroyed by their hand. He maintained a vigilant demeanor as he engaged in conversation, ultimately uncovering alarming intelligence. In 3 days, would the Golden Cruise ship experience a significant upheaval? He Wenwei's expression turned contemplative. The Salvation Society was undoubtedly taking action in this matter, as it had gathered numerous global magnates, many of whom maintained substantial connections with the society. They had infiltrated the ranks to provide covert protection while simultaneously investigating the materials the Enlightenment Society intended to release. Initially presumed to be biological agents aimed at enhancing physical capabilities, the information disclosed by the Black Guard suggested a far more severe threat than anticipated. He Wenwei quietly tapped on the car window. Ming. The young man, driving, promptly responded, "What is it, Team He? Report to headquarters shortly. We need to dispatch 4-level combat personnel to the Golden Cruise ship." The young man was taken aback, struggling to believe it. "Are you certain, Team He? The Golden Cruise ship already has a considerable number of 5-level personnel arranged, embedded within the security teams of various business magnates. Additional deployment at this stage seems rather hasty. It might alert the Enlightenment Society." Regarding the classification of personnel within the organization, the Salvation Society and the Enlightenment Society oddly shared a consensus. This classification system does not hinge on power or contributions, but rather on the degree of physical evolution and combat prowess. The personnel of Level 4 are beings enhanced through genetic modification, each possessing physical capabilities approximately tenfold that of an ordinary human, resulting in formidable combat prowess. Within the organization, their status surpasses that of operational members. He Wenwei shook his head, asserting, "It is imperative that we proceed in this manner." After a brief pause, he added, "Furthermore, I must be involved." Setting aside the authenticity of the intelligence provided by the mysterious figure, he emphasized the necessity for caution, particularly regarding the global magnates participating in the cruise. Much like numerous enterprises, some scientists have been coerced or enticed by the Enlightenment Society to align themselves with it. Many others are collaborating with the Salvation Society. He Wenwei slowly articulated, "I have a nagging sensation that the Enlightenment Society is planning something significant." The following morning, Lu Haiqing and his companions were gathered in a room adjacent to the Qin department store. Initially intended for sale, Lu Haiqing had purchased the space outright to serve as a training facility for base members. How fortunate it is to have ample resources, Qinjing couldn't help but remark. Of course, it was only the first day, and the room merely contained a few chairs arranged simply. They were seated, engaged in simulated combat training. Qinjing remained unhurried. Having delivered the intelligence to the Salvation Society the previous day, and in return, he had received some information. The Enlightenment Society has been diligently researching genetic serums and conducting clandestine human trials. After all, the extraterrestrial technology acquired is limited in quantity. Developing their own would enable mass production. The Salvation Society is undoubtedly engaged in similar endeavors, yet the Enlightenment Society appears to be a step ahead. Their genetic serum has been announced for release, boasting grand claims of transforming the human lifespan. However, Qinjing gently retrieved a vial of biological serum seized from the Enlightenment Society's base, calmly observing the liquid within. This serum undoubtedly harbors significant flaws, otherwise, the so-called virus would not have erupted. The Enlightenment Society aims to introduce the serum to the market, targeting humanity as a whole. Should they succeed, the ensuing chaos could become uncontrollable across the globe. Chapter 35. Boarding the ship in the afternoon, they boarded the plane, which took off from Nanshan City Airport, destined for the coast. The four were seated in first class. "This is my first experience in first class," Gao Xiang exclaimed with excitement, expressing gratitude to Lu Ge. Lu Haiqing replied softly, "It is, after all, for the operation." To be honest, he had been quite astonished upon learning they would be heading to the Golden Cruise. But once he understood what was to transpire, he did not hesitate to join the mission. "Uncle Chang, your strength has already reached 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary person. Do be careful not to damage the seat," Gao Xiang couldn't resist cautioning. Meanwhile, Wang Jiqiang gripped the armrest with some trepidation, confessing, "This is my first time flying." Qinjing observed the outside world with calmness, reflecting, "You were fearless in the face of a horde of grotesque zombies during training, yet now you exhibit such fear. It seems that parachuting should be incorporated into future simulations. Is there any new information?" Wang Jiqiang inquired. At this moment, Lu Haiqing gazed at the tablet and remarked that the Golden Cruise had docked and would remain for 2 days. Most of the magnates had already boarded, with a few spots still available for others wishing to join. Ticket sales had commenced, with each ticket priced at 200,000. Adjusting his glasses, he added, "I have purchased 4 tickets, though they are merely peripheral tickets, granting no access to the central hall for the conference." Qinjing nodded in acknowledgement. "No matter. Getting on board is what matters. This operation is of great significance. It is not solely for rewards. Its potential danger is far greater than one might imagine. The earthquake in Nanshan City lasts mere seconds and affects only a single city, limiting the damage. However, if this biological agent were to be widely disseminated, it could wreak havoc across the globe." The airplane soon arrived at the airport, where Qinjing retrieved his checked luggage. The suitcase appeared unremarkable, yet it possessed hidden attributes akin to those of the base's refrigeration units. Combat suits, firearms, and other equipment could be accessed at will. "Let us proceed," he said as they boarded the vehicle heading towards the coast. The Golden Cruise is the most opulent vessel in the world, accommodating up to 8,000 passengers. After this stopover, it would set sail eastward, traversing the Pacific Ocean to reach the Hawaiian Islands. Liu Haiqing perused the information and mused. This is not merely a conference for enlightenment. It is also a significant business meeting among the Titans. While he might be considered a relatively successful entrepreneur in Nanshan City, he felt diminutive in comparison to these individuals. Chen Jing took the tablet and examined the list of attending magnates. Many names were familiar, as they commanded a substantial portion of the global market. Ares Medical Technology, Stone Enterprises, and New Auto Group. Each name represented vast fortunes, embodying wealth and social stratification. Chen Jing was uncertain how many of these individuals aligned with the Enlightenment Conference and how many sided with the Salvation Society. Nevertheless, he understood that under absolute power and strength, these individuals were ultimately mere pawns being maneuvered. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the destination. The Golden Cruise loomed like a colossal beast upon the water, resplendent and luxurious. From the moment it entered the harbor, the surroundings were more bustling than anticipated. Gao Xiang and Wang Jiqiang were awestruck, mouths agape. Is this the world of the affluent? One was an ordinary high school student engaged in sports, while the other was a miner working tirelessly to support his daughter. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Chen Jing had to shake his head and remind them. You two need to remain composed. Do not forget our objective. Liu Haiqing chuckled wryly. In truth, I too am far from calm. It is an unavoidable reality. Those aboard are either wealthy or influential, predominantly entrepreneurs, and they congregate the world's foremost magnates. Without a sound mental fortitude, it is easy to feel intimidated. Regardless, let us board the ship, Chen Jing said, surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a dazzling array of faces, yet they were all ordinary individuals. It is quite normal that those who were meant to board have already done so, whether from the Enlightenment Society or the Salvation Society. They are undoubtedly already on the vessel. To be frank, they are the true titans of industry. At this moment, ticket inspection and security checks are underway, with the security personnel exhibiting a level of rigor beyond expectations. However, it is unlikely that they would uncover anything from Chen Jing's suitcase. He stepped inside, soon followed by Liu Haiqing and the others. The interior was vastly larger than anticipated. Gao Xiang, unable to contain his awe, remarked that entering the cruise ship revealed an even more breathtaking spectacle than viewed from the outside. Although many had boarded, it did not feel crowded aboard the ship. Wang Jiqiang appeared somewhat flustered. After all, this is the most luxurious cruise liner in the world. Liu Haiqing observed everything with a calm demeanor. Despite it being his first time aboard such opulence, his experience and insight prevented him from feeling intimidated. Curiously, he glanced at his boss, realizing that Chen Jing was also encountering many firsts, but he exhibited a composure that surpassed that of others, demonstrating exceptional mental fortitude. In the next moment, Liu Haiqing noticed Chen Jing engaging in conversation with a crew member, the exchange animated and lively. Ultimately, Chen Jing acquired a map of the cruise ship and mused. Let us proceed to our quarters. There are numerous areas on this ship that are off limits, which I shall mark for you later. He furrowed his brow and added in a hushed tone, moreover, remember that this is no longer a safe zone. Everything you have encountered in simulated scenarios may manifest here. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang immediately adopted serious expressions, while Liu Haiqing nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. It appears that his boss is even more composed than anticipated. Chen Jing had little regard for the notion of luxury. Upon boarding, he had discerned that certain crew members possessed extraordinary physical attributes, most exhibiting scores above 10, with some even reaching 20. The former might be attributed to long-term training, while the latter seemed nearly unattainable through mere exercise. Virtually no one aboard the cruise ship remained in their quarters. Entrepreneurs engaged in discussions about business, and even when language barriers existed, translators were readily available. In another lounge on the cruise ship, a young man clad in a suit, burdened with bags, wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling somewhat exasperated yet reluctant to express it while following a slightly overweight Mediterranean leader, Wan Xiaobei promptly stated. This boss directs his gaze towards the entrepreneurs and says, "You are astute at the company and proficient in foreign languages, which is why I have brought you along. The individuals aboard this cruise are all affluent and influential. I will be networking and discussing business. And you must accompany me without making any mistakes." His expression carried a hint of warning. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Wan Xiaobei quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 36. Discovering something intriguing in a room aboard the cruise ship, Chen Jing examined the map and gently spoke. The entire cruise ship comprises 15 levels, with the 12th level marking the entrance to areas accessible only to the super wealthy and elite. The press conference hosted by Enlightenment Technology is set to take place on the upper deck. Wang Jiqiang paused momentarily and inquired. So our objective is to locate their storage of the serum and destroy it? That seems far more challenging than anticipated. Yao Xiang quickly interjected, moreover. We are merely 4 individuals and remain unaware of how many members of the Enlightenment Society are aboard this vessel. During the tactical simulation, they fully grasped that a moment's lapse could lead to death. This is not a cinematic performance. To emerge unscathed from a hail of bullets amidst a throng intent on annihilation would require one to possess almost superhuman capabilities. At this stage, firepower and numbers are paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Haiqing proposed a suggestion. I believe simulation is merely that, a simulation, where one can afford to make mistakes, but in reality, such errors are intolerable. Therefore, I advise caution and discourage any reckless advances. Among the group, only he had yet to encounter the Enlightenment Society and had not witnessed their methods firsthand. Chen Jing nodded thoughtfully. Wang Jiqiang, Gao Xiang, you two should explore the area as if engaged in ordinary activities, without any deliberate attempts to interact with others. Your sole task is to memorize the distribution of the crew, and later, you can communicate via the agreed protocol. The 2 men promptly nodded in agreement. While Lu Haiqing and I would act in unison, Chen Jing turned his gaze towards Lu Haiqing, recognizing that as an entrepreneur, his experience and insights would undoubtedly surpass her own. The 4 then dispersed to pursue their respective tasks. Chen Jing and Lu Haiqing ascended to the higher levels of the venue. Here, they could observe the attributes of others and detect various outputs, ensuring they would acquire more information than initially expected. What a grand assembly it was! Lu Haiqing surveyed the diverse crowd and remarked, I have already spotted numerous familiar faces, all of whom hail from various global economic and technological publications. He couldn't help but express his concern. If what Enlightenment technology announces indeed proves to be profoundly shocking, it could irrevocably seize control of the global market, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Chen Jing's gaze fell upon several suited bodyguards, and she softly remarked, naturally, they will not allow that to transpire. Not only us, but the Savior Society would be even less inclined to witness such a scenario unfold. As the 2 ascended to the upper levels, they encountered a multitude of immensely wealthy individuals. Simultaneously, Chen Jing noticed individuals with physical attributes exceeding 20 or 30, most of whom were bodyguards for these affluent figures. Uncertain whether they belonged to the Enlightenment Society or the Savior Society, she resolved to maintain discretion. The 10th floor comprised the business district, where most individuals engaged in negotiations. Here, appearances, clothing, watches, and other adornments were required to exude luxury and opulence, as this served as the initial impression of one's power. Lu Haiqing, drawing from his own experiences, explained this to Chen Jing. She silently assessed her attire, realizing her entire outfit cost less than 200 yuan. Let us proceed, Chen Jing remarked nonchalantly. In this gathering of tycoons and entrepreneurs, each person boasted enterprises far larger than Lu Haiqing's. Yet, they were not her targets. Moreover, her exploratory abilities had not detected any abnormalities. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the stairwell, as a grand procession of individuals appeared on the expansive thoroughfare. Numerous affluent onlookers exhibited expressions of mild astonishment and shock, hastily parting ways to clear a path. Lu Haiqing, with eyes widened in surprise, remarked, these individuals are all titans of the industrial sector. Chen Jing observed as a phalanx of bodyguards surrounded a central group of 8 distinguished figures, each adorned with the unique, profound smiles characteristic of capitalists, seemingly engrossed in conversation. However, one individual in his 30s appeared to be an anomaly, seemingly detached and inattentive. The surrounding magnates enthusiastically draped their arms over his shoulders. Yet he merely offered a faint, uninterested smile in return. At that moment, Chen Jing's pupils constricted slightly, and his brow arched in curiosity. Who is that? Lu Haiqing paused briefly, consulting his tablet. He is the newly appointed president of the Katas Industrial Group. Chen Jing's gaze flickered with intrigue. The Katas Group was founded by his parents and is renowned for its cutting-edge weaponry and smart technology industries. Lu Haiqing continued, his voice tinged with awe. Katas has been a prodigy since childhood, capturing public attention with his remarkable intellect. At the age of 4, he crafted a circuit board. By 6, he had designed his own engine, and at 14, he entered MIT, graduating at 17 with top honors. Tragically, he assumed the presidency last year following his parents' untimely demise in a car accident. Chen Jing listened intently, subconsciously labeling the individual as a genius. His interest was piqued further by the attributes displayed on his panel. Human from Earth, strength, 8, constitution, 8, speed, 7, mentality, 30, evolution map hint. Mentality encompasses a broad spectrum, including IQ, creativity, mental fortitude, and elemental mastery. This individual, despite lacking potential for superpowers, possesses astonishing creativity. Is he someone we should pay attention to? Lu Haiqing inquired. Chen Jing shook his head. No, it's merely my personal curiosity. This is not the opportune moment for such interests. We have more pressing matters at hand. Subsequently, Chen Jing and Lu Haiqing traversed various locales, including casinos, entertainment complexes, and banquet halls, yet they detected no anomalies. It appeared that the true location of interest lay within the final few levels, the site of the super gene serum. Chen Jing gazed upward, contemplating the simplest yet most straightforward plan, locating the site, retrieving the remaining particle bomb, and executing a thorough clearance, even if the opposition had reserves. Such an action would inevitably postpone the conference. However, this approach merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. And uncertainties loomed regarding potential complications or the involvement of a certain savior society. Let us proceed. We have explored enough, Chen Jing gently suggested. While they had not returned empty-handed, their explorations revealed numerous individuals with high combat proficiency. Should a conflict arise, it could result in chaos far beyond their expectations. Just then, the atmosphere shifted. Chen Jing's footsteps suddenly froze. Detected nearby a mutating organism. If returned to base, daily gene yield could be 2. Eliminating it could yield 10 evolution points. What's wrong? Lu Haiqing was taken aback. Chen Jing glanced at the alert message, arching an eyebrow slightly. It seems I have stumbled upon something intriguing. Chapter 37. Elemental Reaction, Seeking Continued Reading, a Mutating Organism? This was a first for such a prompt previously in Nanshan City. Most notifications bore phrases like possessing a tendency to mutate or having potential for evolution. Chen Jing paused momentarily, deciding to investigate further. Just as Lu Haiqing was about to speak, Chen Jing suddenly noticed something amiss with him. Lu Haiqing's body trembled slightly, and he exhibited clear signs of overheating. The intense heat radiated from him, palpable even from a meter away. Chen Jing furrowed his brow. Is your body exhibiting elemental reactions again? Lu Haiqing managed a wry smile and nodded. Had he not been clad in the black Divine Guard uniform, the heat would have surely ignited his outer garments. I'll immediately summon Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang. Chen Jing swiftly sent a message. Elemental reactions were generally a positive sign, indicating that Lu Haiqing's superpowers were highly active. However, their emergence at inappropriate junctures could lead to complications. Do you require assistance? A servant, noticing the unusual situation, approached with polite inquiry. Observing Lu Haiqing, this gentleman seems to be unwell. Chen Jing shook his head. Could you please fetch me a cup of hot water? The servant hesitated, then nodded. As a crew member on a luxury cruise, he was merely required to fulfill his duties. However, when he returned with the hot water, he found the 2 individuals had vanished, leaving behind only a charred patch on the carpet. In the secluded shower room, Chen Jing turned the faucet to its maximum, dousing Lu Haiqing with water. The high temperature evaporated the cool water instantly, creating a thick mist. Lu Haiqing's entire body glowed red, and he trembled, whispering, "It seems the temperature is even higher than before." This is normal. Elemental reactions tend to intensify and prolong with each occurrence until you master your superpowers. Chen Jing checked Lu Haiqing's temperature. Goodness, it had already soared to 200. Fortunately, your current physique is much stronger than before. Otherwise, you would barely be able to endure this. At this moment, Lu Haiqing's physique had reached 30, yet amidst the high temperature, his consciousness began to wane. I feel like I can barely hold on. Hang in there, Chen Jing urged sharply. He had already prompted Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang to hurry with the ice. Lu Haiqing's superpowers were advancing faster than he had anticipated. It was possible he might be the first to evolve superpowers. Approximately 2 minutes later, Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang finally arrived, dragging several large bags of ice. Staring in awe at the mist-filled shower room. Stop dawdling. Quickly, cool him down, Chen Jing commanded. Coming right up. Both individuals were aware of Lu Haiqing's elemental-related superpowers. Yet this was the first time they had witnessed such a state. The ice cubes continued to melt, providing considerable relief to Lu Haiqing's current condition. After approximately 5 minutes, Lu Haiqing's temperature finally began to cool down, stabilizing around 100 degrees. Chen Jing let out a sigh of relief. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang trembled slightly. This is still not a normal human temperature. Rest assured, his elemental state has now stabilized, but he is still unable to move. You must place him in the bathtub and keep a close watch over him, Chen Jing instructed. The 2 nodded in agreement. And Chen Jing decided not to linger any longer. He was uncertain how long Lu Haiqing's elemental reaction would persist. It could either conclude in a matter of hours as it had previously or perhaps, with some degree of possibility, evolve into a superpower. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to, particularly the mutated creature that had been occupying his thoughts. Chen Jing did not conceal his presence. For the attire of the Black God guards would only draw more attention. Where could it possibly be? He pondered silently while scanning his surroundings. The detection function was currently unable to provide precise coordinates. It would only issue a prompt upon entering the detection range. However, since the alert pertained to a biological entity, it did not imply a human. Chen Jing contemplated. If it were a human mutation, the notification would be straightforward. Thus, combining various clues, only one possibility emerged. He gazed intently at the markings on the cruise ship. The ship's culinary area, a vast kitchen responsible for the entire vessel's meals, was conveniently within the detection range. He hoped his hypothesis would prove correct. Chen Jing commenced his approach toward the kitchen area. By now, it was 3 in the afternoon, having passed the mealtime. And the number of people present was even fewer than he had anticipated. The space was larger than he had imagined. As he entered, he observed that the kitchen occupied a significant portion of the deck, featuring a freezing zone, a seafood farming area, and even a private chef with a dedicated reservoir stocked with a plethora of precious ingredients. His gaze swept over an abundance of fish and seafood. Such organisms naturally possessed attribute panels, and any mutations would be readily apparent, albeit with less efficiency. As he examined the esteemed marine creatures, king crabs, blue lobsters, and bluefin tuna, each appeared to exude an air of nobility, harboring the potential for mutation. Yet, there were no signs of alteration. Had he gone in the wrong direction? Chen Jing furrowed his brow. Without any trace of the supergene serum, he was unwilling to overlook any lead, but uncertainty now clouded his thoughts. Just as he found himself at a standstill, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence, prompting him to quickly conceal himself. The individuals were clad in chef uniforms. Conversing in a foreign language, their demeanor serious. He raised an eyebrow. The attributes of these chefs seemed remarkably high, each around 15. Upon overhearing their conversation, he suddenly chuckled. This group is actually the private chefs of Enlightenment technology? It appears that powerful figures at the top are eager to indulge in something exquisite. And Enlightenment technology has invited them to create culinary delights. It seems that my direction is indeed correct. This group of individuals has overlooked their surroundings, instead gravitating towards a tightly shut door, which they unlock with a key. Inside lies a reservoir, where over 20 peculiar fish swim with remarkable speed. Before Chen Jing, the attributes of these strange fish materialize, astonishing him with their exceptionally high stats. Furthermore, one particular fish is undergoing mutation upon closer inspection. Its pupils differ from those of the others, exhibiting an irritable, peculiar glimmer. It appears to be the one. After they capture one, the group locks the reservoir and proceeds to the kitchen area, eliminating any need for further waiting. Chen Jing retrieves his laser pickaxe and swiftly commences his task. However, just as he prepares to activate the laser cutter, he suddenly halts, his gaze drawn to a corner. A man stands there, holding a plate. His meticulously groomed beard and sideburns forming sharp lines, albeit stained with some sauce. He is silently observing Chen Jing. If you intend to pilfer fish, Kataz gently places a slice of salmon in his mouth. Then we seem to be on the same wavelength. Chapter 38. Slaying the zombie fish. The two lock eyes. Chen Jing does not speak immediately. He is indeed taken aback to find someone here, particularly a titan of the industrial group. It is quite perplexing that a leading global entrepreneur would forego mingling with other magnates to stealthily indulge in food here. Kataz sets the plate down on the table. Do you perhaps not comprehend English? Just a smattering. Chen Jing's gaze sharpens as he scrutinizes Kataz, uncertain of this individual's allegiance, friend or foe, or perhaps merely oblivious. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Kataz, with a hint of speculation, inquires, could it be that you've snuck aboard? That seems unrelated to you, does it not? Kataz, sensing a flicker of hostility from Chen Jing, appears puzzled. Is that not merely a fish-rearing reservoir? To board this vessel and steal fish? Yet Kataz deems it unnecessary to involve himself, promptly adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he offers a warm smile. Very well, I can pretend I've seen nothing. And you may simply regard me as a stranger taking a leisurely break. This young man does not recognize him, yet that suits Kataz just fine. He abhors conversing with the insincere. Rather than engage in tedious discussions about grandiose, hollow matters, he prefers to pursue his own interests. It seems this lad is attempting to sneak aboard to steal something, an affair of no concern to him. He can easily turn a blind eye. Just as Kataz prepares to depart, a thunderous sound reverberates through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Startled, he pauses, curiosity piqued by the intense, muffled crashing noise. What could that be? Kataz blinks in surprise, his gaze drawn to the source of the commotion, which seems to emanate from the locked reservoir, where something is evidently colliding. Driven by an innate curiosity, he halts his steps. He notices that the young man's focus has shifted away from him, becoming more serious. As he raises the pickaxe in his hand, Cordis, regardless of the nature of that sound, he discerned Qinjing's intentions. Yet, the notion of such a diminutive object attempting to chisel through the impenetrable alloy gate, akin to carving stone, seemed utterly ludicrous. In the next instant, a frigid and resplendent beam of laser erupted from the modest electric pick, accompanied by a sharp hiss and brilliant light. Cordis found himself wide-eyed, frozen in place. As he beheld the laser, particularly astounded as it sliced through the alloy door with the ease of cutting paper, akin to witnessing a hen lay an egg. How could this be? His gaze wavered, his beard trembling slightly. As a genius of Cordis Industries, he had always taken pleasure in inventing. Having previously developed energy sources for reactors and laser propulsion systems, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved in miniaturizing such devices while retaining their formidable capabilities, which had rendered many of his ideas unfeasible. Yet now, this astonishing spectacle unfolded before his very eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Cordis stepped forward. Yet Qinjing remained oblivious to his presence, his expression grave. From the moment the collision sound had commenced, a metallic scent of blood had invaded Qinjing's nostrils. And he had also received a new notification. Detected mutated zombie salmon can grow stronger by consuming flesh and blood. With a resounding thud, Qinjing kicked open the partially severed door. Cordis's eyelids fluttered. What immense strength! If he still entertained the notion that Qinjing was merely fishing, he would be insulting his own intelligence. Observing Qinjing's entry, Cordis hesitated for a moment before following suit. He was a man of excessive adventurous spirit, disinclined to travel with an abundance of bodyguards, yet he was not entirely unprepared. However, as his gaze fell upon the reservoir, he felt a shiver of shock coursing through him. The entire reservoir had been stained crimson, the flesh of the salmon torn asunder and being devoured. More alarmingly, the fish being consumed was massive, its body cloaked in dark spots, exuding a stench of decay akin to that of a corpse. Its eyes fixated upon them. The creature excitedly slammed against the glass, revealing an unsettling bloodthirstiness. Qinjing regarded the fish. Zombie salmon, strength, 65, constitution, 50, speed, 62, spirit, 1, slaying grants 50 evolution points. Indeed, it had mutated. And it appeared that the fish in this reservoir had been inadvertently fed with a serum from Enlightenment technology, resulting in a viral outbreak. Qinjing promptly sent a message to Wang Jiqiang and the others. Do not consume any seafood from the cruise ship. What on earth is happening? Cordis, standing nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity, his gaze fixed on the fish, feeling a chill. Qinjing calmly replied, Have you ever seen Resident Evil? Are you suggesting this is a zombie? What else could it be? Cordis's eyelids fluttered. Despite his position at the pinnacle of commerce and his vast experiences, he could not help but feel a wave of absurdity wash over him. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying strength of the zombie fish was causing the thick glass to crack. Crack. In the next moment, the entire glass shattered violently, unleashing a torrent of brackish seawater mixed with flesh and blood. Simultaneously, the zombie fish, seizing the moment, bared its fangs and lunged directly at Katas. At that instant, Qinjing extended his hand and wielded his knife with explosive force, executing a graceful arc. In the blink of an eye, the zombie fish was cleaved in two. Putrid blood gushed from the severed body, yet even in its dismembered state, the head of the zombie fish remained animated, persistently sliding toward Katas with unyielding determination. Qinjing raised an eyebrow, preparing to deliver another strike. However, at that moment, Katas's arm trembled slightly as he hastily drew a handgun and, with urgency yet precision, pulled the trigger. Nonetheless, it failed to halt the creature's advance. With a calm demeanor, Qinjing sliced through once more, this time ensuring the zombie fish met its demise. Slain zombie fish, awarded 50 evolution points. Katas, somewhat agitated, retreated a few steps, unable to suppress a deep breath as his body quaked slightly. He felt on the verge of retching, his voice strained as he spoke. Is this truly the legendary zombie that has manifested here? What on earth is happening? Apologies, he finally succumbed to his nausea, dry heaving. The sashimi that had once seemed delectable now felt as repulsive as rotting flesh churning in his stomach. Observing the surrounding filth, Qinjing suggested, Let us depart from this place first. Katas wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, loosening his collar, appearing somewhat flustered. While I have numerous questions, it seems prudent to heed your advice for now. Qinjing, disinterested in further discourse, raised his hand to grasp him. Katas felt an overwhelming force rendering him powerless, and in the next moment, his body was forcibly lifted into the air and swiftly transported. This global billionaire, ranked among the top 10, a super genius. Chapter 39. A hope for evolution for all humanity. It was not until they exited this level and emerged in a lavish room that Qinjing released his grip. Katas's face was slightly pale. I feel as though today's breakfast is about to make an appearance. Qinjing glanced at him. It seems your digestive system is rather poor. My personal physician has said as much. However, I believe I may require a psychologist after this ordeal. Kataz reflected on the zombie fish, his expression growing solemn. Was that truly a zombie? Capable of biting living beings and transmitting a virus? Qinjing entered the shower, beginning to cleanse the blood from his blade. If you doubt it, you may take another look, he replied. Kataz observed this and immediately noticed droplets of blood had also stained his own attire. His expensive suit was unceremoniously discarded into the trash, and his highly valuable watch met a similar fate. Truly, the affluent can afford to part with millions so casually. Qinjing remarked lightly, not this suit. It cost 25 million. Kataz, regaining his composure and maturity, addressed him earnestly. Can you now elucidate what exactly is happening? Qinjing did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a seat and slowly said, what is your relationship with Enlightenment technology? Kitas furrowed his brow, the adversary. The Kitas Industrial Group's high-end production lines had been under pressure from Enlightenment technology in recent years, which had poached numerous technicians. They possessed an inscrutable depth. Yet their motives seemed to transcend mere financial gain. Kitas clasped his hands together, pondering. This press conference has seemingly shaken half of the global capital's power. The force behind it is truly formidable. Even if I wish to avoid confrontation, I must attend. Qinjing cast a glance his way. It appeared that Enlightenment indeed regarded the Savior Society merely as a rival, while the global capital, under such overwhelming power, was nothing more than a puppet. He paused. In that case, I shall inform you of certain matters. Half an hour later, Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang were tending to Lu Haiqing, who remained in a state of dizziness. The water in the bathtub needed to be constantly replaced, otherwise, it would soon become scalding hot. It seems Brother Lu's condition renders him unable to participate in the subsequent actions, Gao Xiang expressed with concern. Let us wait for the boss to return. There shouldn't be any issues, Wang reassured him. They had received a message half an hour prior, warning them to avoid seafood, but had not heard anything since. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Gao Xiang asked, his tone laced with caution. It's me, Qinjing's voice responded. Gao Xiang hurried to open the door. How is Lu Haiqing? Qinjing inquired as he stepped inside. Although the temperature hasn't continued to rise, the elemental reaction persists. Maintaining his body temperature around 100 degrees, Wang Jiqiang reported. Qinjing gazed intently. It seems the situation is more grave than anticipated. The elemental reaction not subsiding indicates that Lu Haiqing is in conflict with it. If he cannot fully evolve his superpowers, he risks being countered by the prolonged struggle. He must remain in a consistently low-temperature environment. Gao Xiang hesitated. But where can we find such a place on this cruise ship? There is a solution. We can have it delivered here, Qinjing replied, pulling out his phone to send a message. The two exchanged glances in surprise. Delivered? Are there others aboard this cruise ship besides us four? 10 minutes later, a refrigeration storage unit was brought to them, accompanied by several individuals clad in Kita's group attire, who respectfully stated, Mr. Kita's instructed us to deliver this here. We can carry it inside. No need. Qinjing shook his head. The imposing figures, Kita's personal bodyguards, paused in confusion upon hearing Qinjing's refusal. This refrigeration unit was specifically designated by Mr. Kita's for storing rare wines. And though they were puzzled as to why it was being cleared out and sent here, they understood it weighed several hundred pounds. However, Mr. Kita's had insisted that they should not question it, leaving them with perplexed expressions as they departed. Once they had left, Qinjing single-handedly dragged the unit inside. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang were not particularly shocked by this scene. Rather, they stared blankly at the device. Boss, what exactly did you go to do just now? Why was something like this delivered? Not only did Qinjing produce an invitation card, but he also announced that there would be seats available at tomorrow's press conference, inviting everyone to join him. After Kita's became aware of most matters, he and Qinjing reached a collaborative agreement. Frankly speaking, Qinjing once believed that Kita's would abandon the ship upon learning the truth, but instead, he furrowed his brow, resolutely determined to uncover more. It seemed that there were hidden circumstances unknown to him. They placed Lu Haiqing in a freezer, setting the temperature to its lowest point, which finally initiated a cooling trend, alleviating some of the discomfort etched on his face. What followed was a period of waiting. On the top deck of the Golden Cruise, there existed an extensive, enclosed cold storage unit housing 5 dormant pods. Individuals clad in white lab coats were diligently recording data on cellular activity, heart rates, blood samples, and more. The 5 supergenetic experimental subjects exhibited remarkable performance, demonstrating a high compatibility with their agents. One staff member exclaimed that this indicated a monumental success for the serum. Meanwhile, GZ observed these individuals with a calm demeanor, urging them to maintain their performance and ensure that no errors occurred during tomorrow's press conference. They had been researching this supergene for some time, conducting numerous human trials, yet they had nearly reached an impasse. Consequently, the Enlightenment Society decided to promote the project, utilizing global human data to rectify the experimental flaws and thereby create more perfect super soldiers. At that moment, someone approached GZ. Master G, here is the latest report. Our dedicated reservoir has been infiltrated, resulting in the death of all the fish treated with the serum, with one exhibiting signs of decay, deviating from our previous experimental data. GZ raised an eyebrow, his immediate concern not the genetically modified fish, but rather the intruders. He remarked softly, has the Savior Society grown impatient and decided to take action? However, they are unlikely to stir up much trouble. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. GZ gradually regained his cool demeanor, stating, if they choose to act during tomorrow's press conference, then they will only be ensnaring themselves, perfectly showcasing the formidable power of our super soldiers. What about the anomalous fish? One of the personnel couldn't help but inquire. GZ cast a cold glance in his direction, replying, do not concern yourself with failed cases. A select few failures can be dealt with and eradicated. The super gene is already remarkably perfected. Once we break through this bottleneck, the Enlightenment Society will undoubtedly become the true dawn of Earth. He added calmly, at the same time, we shall bring forth the hope of evolution for all humankind. Chapter 40. The press conference begins at 2 in the morning. Most activities on the cruise had concluded, sinking into tranquility. Yet, in another concealed chamber, many were unable to sleep, particularly the members of the Savior Society. They remained hidden in the shadows, aware that this cruise was the stronghold of the Enlightenment Society, and they could only gather intelligence discreetly. One individual reported, according to our investigations, energy fluctuations have been detected from the sealed top deck, along with numerous anomalies. He Wenwei scrutinized the intelligence presented to him, his gaze intense and focused. He spoke in a low voice. It seems that the enigmatic figure from the Black Divine Guard was indeed correct. There is a significant issue at hand. Although we are somewhat prepared, an unsettling feeling lingers within me. Has there been any news regarding those on the protection list? Many influential figures are closely connected to the Salvation Society, possessing considerable impact and value. The investigator promptly responded, the Enlightenment technology has not made any moves and is currently safe. However, what about that individual from the Kita's industrial group? They have been missing for a while today and have locked themselves in their room upon return. It is unclear what they are doing. Upon hearing this, He Wenwei pondered for a moment. The Salvation Society indeed had a covert collaboration with Kita's industrial, but that was previously with Kita's parents. Since their unexpected demise, there has been no opportunity to engage with the new president. Regardless, everyone must remain vigilant. He Wenwei stated solemnly, enunciating each word, we will thwart the conspiracy of the Enlightenment Society. We shall not allow them to succeed. With half an hour remaining before the press conference commenced, nearly all personnel aboard the cruise ship were focused on this event, touted as a transformation of the human experience. However, most lacked the qualifications for entry and were relegated to the lower floors, awaiting updates. The corpulent boss wiped the sweat from his brow, observing those lingering at the edge of the passage. Even individuals with fortunes nearing 10 billion lacked entry credentials. He earnestly advised the young man beside him, Xiao Bei, you must work diligently to earn your place here in the future, do you understand? To which one Xiao Bei replied, I worked tirelessly to buy you a house and a car, right? He sighed inwardly, then his gaze shifted, staring blankly at the distant entrance. Let us go meet a few more people, the boss declared, having lost interest in the press conference, as it was of no concern to him. He was merely here for business. Yet, he paused upon noticing Wan Xiao Bei standing still. The boss frowned. Xiao Bei? Wan Xiao Bei? He raised his voice, a hint of displeasure evident as he regarded the dazed Wan Xiao Bei. What are you daydreaming about? Wan Xiao Bei muttered absent-mindedly. I think I saw someone I know go in. The boss was tempted to smack the young man, scoffing, you haven't even set foot in Nashon City. Who could you possibly know? Moreover, those who can attend are either affluent or powerful. Are they even within your reach? Wan Xiao Bei, chastised, felt unable to retort. Perhaps he had indeed mistaken someone. He followed the boss, continuing his role as the smiling assistant and translator. Inside the opulent hall, hundreds of seats encircled a grand elevated platform at the center, where the gilded emblem of Enlightenment technology stood out prominently. I feel somewhat anxious, Gao Xiang remarked. Clad in a suit and feeling ill at ease, Wang Jiqiang dared not speak much, having never encountered such a scene before. Chen Jing, maintaining a calm demeanor, instructed. Just follow my lead and don't be too rigid. He surveyed the attendees, noting that the familiar faces in the front rows belonged to prominent figures often featured in global economic news, engaging in lively conversation. Cortez is among them. A billionaire of extraordinary wealth, and his demeanor at this moment starkly contrasts with that of yesterday. His every gesture exudes the sophistication of a true titan in his 40s. Even as he lounges with one leg crossed, numerous entrepreneurs from the Fortune 100 approach him to initiate conversation. Mr. Cordes, it is an honor to finally meet you. Mr. Cordes, I have prepared a fine collection of wine for your tasting. Mr. Cordes, may I have the privilege of inviting you to a gathering? Cordes, however, responds with a cold indifference. If this is merely trivial socializing, I must apologize. I lack the patience for such discussions. I wish you all a pleasant day. Khan. Ensure these individuals do not approach me again. Khan, a robust man and his personal bodyguard, replies solemnly, yes, sir. As a true genius, Cordes despises engaging with the insincere. Arrogance and pride are his distinguishing traits, tinged with a hint of disdain for others. At that moment, Cordes' brow furrows as he suddenly notices Chen Jing entering the venue. He glances over, recalling the many favors he has extended to Chen Jing, stemming from their deep collaboration. Upon returning, Cordes had researched Chen Jing's background, discovering he was merely an ordinary university student without any remarkable credentials. Yet, upon entering, this young man displays no trepidation. That fellow is actually lowering his head to fetch his phone. Cordes shakes his head, although he had assisted in enhancing Chen Jing's exterior. The nuances of true business etiquette are difficult to alter. In the next instant, Cordes' communicator vibrates unexpectedly. He blinks in surprise as he checks the message. It is from Chen Jing. Don't look my way. Cordes smirks, albeit helplessly. Chen Jing quickly finds a seat, surveying the room. The bodyguards remain outside. Yet there are still hidden individuals within. There are no fewer than 20 people with a light attribute exceeding 30. His brow furrows slightly. Fortunately, the extra day has allowed him to procure many resources. With the enhancement of his black technology attire, his 3 attributes can reach 60. As for Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang, their absorption of various gene serum effects varies significantly due to their superpowers. Wang Jiqiang possesses an extraordinarily high physique, reaching 50. Yet his speed is only 15. Gao Xiang, on the other hand, boasts a speed of 57 but possesses mere 12 in strength. Chen Jing shakes his head. It appears that the potential of superhumans dictates the fluctuation of their attributes. While it is unfortunate that he lacks superpowers, he seems remarkably balanced. At that moment, Chen Jing suddenly pauses, glancing towards Wang Jiqiang, who is seated a short distance away. To avoid drawing attention, they have strategically separated their seating. Just then, someone approaches Wang Jiqiang with a glass of red wine. After all, Wang Jiqiang has been groomed well, donning a suit worth millions. And he certainly looks the part, provided he remains silent. Chen Jing's ears perk up as he listens intently. What do you do? Wang Jiqiang's expression tightens slightly as he replies. I sell cigarettes. The most frequently sold item in department stores is tobacco. It's the tobacco business. The man's eyes sparkled with interest. I am indeed intrigued. Let us delve deeper into this matter. Wang Jiqiang pondered for a moment, then replied, however, smoking is detrimental to one's health. Perhaps we should reconsider? Chapter 41. This is poison. The lighting dimmed significantly. On the grand, elevated platform, a balding middle-aged man spoke with a faint smile. Welcome, everyone, to the unveiling of Enlightenment technology. It is a pleasure to see all of you here tonight. It seems you possess a profound interest in life and civilization. The bald man's voice resonated throughout the expansive hall, tinged with a hint of seduction. Our civilization is akin to a ship adrift in the ocean, vulnerable to the slightest wave that could bring about its destruction. Moreover, we humans are endowed with fragile bodies and delicate flesh. He continued, as we have previously mentioned. Everything today will irrevocably alter the trajectory of human life. On the central 360-degree screen, images of the human body and various genetic demonstrations appeared. Enlightenment technology had developed a super gene capable of amplifying human limits severalfold, perhaps even tenfold. Both strength and speed, as well as reflexes, would far exceed those of ordinary individuals. The bald man's voice elicited expressions of keen interest among the audience, though some present bore more serious countenances. Naturally, it was the members of the Salvation Society, including Chen Jing. Chen Jing, alerted by the watchful eye, had long been aware of such a super gene. While the presentation suggested the possibility of human evolution, he understood the perilous flaw inherent in the super gene developed by Enlightenment technology. It harbored the potential to unleash a virus. Of course, mere visual demonstrations on the screen were hardly satisfying. The bald man gently clapped his hands, and in the next moment, the vast platform began to rise, revealing 5 experimental pods ascending slowly. Within each pod stood a human subject, 3 men and 2 women, attached to various monitoring devices, their bodily data displayed in real time on the screen. The ensuing demonstration showcased their strength, explosive power, and resilience, all surpassing that of average individuals by multiples. The majority of the audience gazed in awe, their expressions transforming into fervent enthusiasm. Who would not desire a robust physique, transcending the limitations of ordinary humanity? Yet Chen Jing's focus remained fixed on one individual, a woman, whose seemingly frail physique nevertheless exhibited astonishing strength. However, he sensed something amiss. Each of her attributes had surpassed 50, yet, evolution chart alert. This individual's mental state is declining. Current level, 18. Evolution chart alert. This individual's mental state is declining. Current level, 17. Mental state declining. Current level, 16. Almost every 5 minutes, her mental state diminished by 1 point. Others appeared oblivious to this fact, but Chen Jing noticed the signs of fatigue and bloodshot eyes beginning to manifest in her gaze. So it is, he thought, a heavy feeling settling within him. He had anticipated a viral outbreak, but he had not expected the source to be so direct. Once the mutation succeeded, she would become significantly more powerful than her current self. Despite the presence of countless wealthy individuals, they were merely ordinary beings, inevitably destined for a brutal massacre. However, there was still time. Reducing the countdown by 5 minutes would suffice, as it would take at least an hour for it to reach 0. Suddenly, Chen Jing's gaze faltered, sweeping across his surroundings. No, this was entirely wrong. His expression darkened, and a grave intensity flickered in his eyes. It was not just the female test subject, the mental state of others around him was also deteriorating. These individuals were ordinary people who had not undergone the injection of super genes, yet they were exhibiting the same symptoms. This could only imply one possibility. The virus had infected them in advance. Wang Jiqiang, Gao Xiang, be cautious of those around you. Some have been infected. Chen Jing promptly relayed. The two exchanged glances, their expressions tightening slightly, yet they appeared remarkably composed. Evidently, the simulated combat training had significantly enhanced their on-site capabilities. What should we do? Chen Jing furrowed his brow tightly. To be frank, if it were merely that one woman who had transformed into a zombie, the situation could have been managed. But now, it had become troublesome. Suddenly, someone raised a question. I would like to inquire about enlightenment technology. While this genetic serum appears flawless, are there any side effects? Throughout history, the cost of defying evolutionary theory has been steep. This was a prominent figure from a European biological research institute, standing up with apparent reluctance towards the serum. The bald host chuckled. Human evolution has always been a gradual process, in harmony with nature, yet we aim to transcend all of that. This super gene experiment has been conducted thousands of times, from laboratory mice to human applications, without any side effects. You may rest assured. Chen Jing found these words grating on his ears. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the birth of that zombie fish. What about the Salvation Society? Were they so weak in aggression? Having divulged so much intelligence, could it be that they were unprepared? Chen Jing surveyed the crowd, doubting that these individuals could remain seated at this moment. Just then, someone suddenly arose, making a notable commotion that drew everyone's attention in the hushed venue. The bald host's gaze sharpened as he turned to the middle-aged man. Sir, do you have a question? The middle-aged man smiled gently. Of course, as a meticulous individual. I am quite intrigued by your society's genetic serum. Upon hearing this, not only did Chen Jing raise an eyebrow, but the bald host and the members of the Enlightenment Society also displayed subtle shifts in their expressions. The middle-aged man's choice of words, your society, was telling. He then produced a box from his hand. I specifically acquired a vial of the super gene for research. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The middle-aged man opened the box, revealing a vial of liquid serum nestled within. Chen Jing was taken aback. Was this not the box taken from him? He immediately scrutinized the middle-aged man's attributes, each hovering around 80, indicating he was a member of the Salvation Society. It seemed they still possessed some means. I must apologize. This serum has never been leaked and certainly would not have made its way into your possession. At that moment, the bald man coldly remarked, If you are here to cause trouble, I shall have to escort you out. He did not need to gesture from the shadows of the hall. Several individuals clad in black approached with menacing expressions, their attire bulging, concealing weapons. What urgency do they possess? The middle-aged man responded icily, I have discovered something quite intriguing. In the next instant, the central screen became a chaotic blur, replaced by a plethora of analyses and genetic fragments. This was data on super genes, possessing a fatal flaw. It was not the so-called evolution, but rather a poison leading to humanity's extinction. The middle-aged man's voice echoed coldly. The atmosphere became eerily silent. They were merely attending a press conference, unaware that they had unwittingly become embroiled in a direct confrontation between two super organizations. The gaze of the figure in the shadows flickered with murderous intent. Damn the Salvation Society. Chapter 42. Perfect-level super genes, several individuals in black immediately received a warning from the figure in the shadows and advanced towards the middle-aged man. The surrounding crowd hastily dispersed. Qinjing showed no inclination to assist. After all, this individual was stronger than they, and resolving the matter with these black-clad figures was no trivial task. Additionally, the lines of enmity had not yet been fully drawn. The true powerhouses of the Enlightenment Society had yet to reveal themselves, and the Salvation Society undoubtedly had prepared measures. The atmosphere felt increasingly tense. Many present observed the unfolding events, sensing the gravity of the situation. Kitas furrowed his brow. He sent a message to Qinjing inquiring about the current circumstances. Qinjing replied, "Be cautious of those infected around you." Kitas' expression tightened. Were there already infected individuals nearby? Was it due to the virus in the reservoir? Qinjing was also making preparations. If the Salvation Society and the Enlightenment Society were to sever ties, this place would inevitably transform into a battlefield. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. The lights in the entire hall suddenly extinguished. The press conference was already taking place at night and in a closed setting. Everyone was instantly plunged into darkness. What is happening? Why did the power suddenly cut out? What is going on? The attendees were all prominent figures. Though uneasy, they remained calm. But in the next moment, bang! A muffled gunshot reverberated. A gunshot? Someone fired. Many, in terror, crouched down. The figure in the shadows furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, "Who fired the shot?" He had not yet given the order for a kill. "No, my lord, the gunfire is coming from outside," replied one of the personnel, his voice trembling slightly. Chaos had erupted outside. Many were frantically attacking one another. At this moment, more gunshots rang out from outside. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The bodyguards quickly shielded their employers. Khan drew his gun and stood beside Kitas, gravely observing the surrounding darkness. Kitas' gaze darkened. To be honest, even after witnessing that decayed zombie fish yesterday, he still harbored doubts. Could the creatures from films truly manifest in reality? However, if it involved zombies, the situation was indeed serious. The gunfire outside grew increasingly intense, accompanied by roars and screams, heightening the unease among the crowd. The emergency lights in the hall flickered to life. A bald-headed man's voice rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm and do not run. There has been a minor disturbance outside, but it will not jeopardize your safety. The Enlightenment Society's combat team has been dispatched to maintain order." Yet, within the hall, an unforeseen incident unfolded. A man clad in a suit suddenly retched, trembling violently as he bowed his head, appearing to be in immense pain. "Are you all right?" a nearby individual inquired, taken aback. He could not help but exclaim, "Someone here seems unwell." In the blink of an eye, however, the man abruptly lifted his head, his pupils clouded with gray. Lunging at the inquirer and sinking his teeth into him with ferocity, the victim cried out in agony as a large chunk of flesh was torn from his shoulder. "Ah, help me." The surrounding onlookers were horrified at the gruesome spectacle. What on earth was happening? At that moment, it was not just him. Many others around them felt their spirits plummet, their heightened tension and panic causing the virus to surge. Numerous individuals exhibited the same symptoms. The virus erupted instantly. Many were knocked down and viciously bitten. Madness. Absolute madness. These people had gone insane. "Why are you biting me? Shoot. Don't let him get close. Run." It was as if they were facing zombies. Chaos erupted as everyone frantically rushed towards the hall's exit, transforming the space into utter disarray. The expression on the cross-faced man was grim. In experimental data, there had been a singular instance of a peculiar virus outbreak, previously observed only in laboratory mice. Considered an insignificant anomaly. To his astonishment, it had now manifested here. The middle-aged man from the Salvation Society furrowed his brow. His expression grave as he absorbed the scene. He had not anticipated that the mysterious figure associated with Yuan Wei had spoken the truth. Zombies had indeed emerged. Super genes and the zombie outbreak were all linked to intelligence from the Blackguards. It was only after detecting the special anomaly in the serum that the Salvation Society fully acknowledged this reality and began preparations. Protect the target and relocate to a secure area. Remain vigilant against the Enlightenment Society. They will undoubtedly attempt to suppress the news. The middle-aged man's earpiece crackled with Yuan Wei's voice. He promptly mobilized all hidden members of the Salvation Society present. Commence operation. Boom. The chaos in the hall had begun. The middle-aged man unleashed a formidable force, instantly sending a black-clad assailant flying with a single punch, his terrifying physique unmatched. The bald-headed man's gaze darkened as he turned to the test subjects. "It is your time to shine. Kill." Two individuals moved in unison. They were members of the Enlightenment Society, but unlike those who had consumed extraterrestrial genetic serums, they had undergone self-developed supergenetics. First, eliminate the Salvation Society. The cross-faced man commanded coldly. The others were inconsequential. The unrest could be quelled, the information silenced. No one could resist the might of the Enlightenment Society. What mattered was to eradicate the members of the Salvation Society. The middle-aged man's gaze darkened, unflinching as he met the oncoming threat head-on. His body moving like a fleeting shadow, propelled by his remarkable combat experience, each punch cutting through the air. Gunfire erupted as someone aimed at him, the bullets whistling past. Yet, the man's reflexes were swift. He dodged effortlessly, while other members of the Salvation Society drew their weapons to retaliate. Report the situation. 5 leading scientists are already in contact and are escorting the corporate giants to safety. The operation of the Salvation Society was swift, primarily focused on the protection of these key figures. Captain, Mr. Kiedis has gone missing. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Missing? Ensure the others are escorted to safety first. The circumstances had shifted dramatically. They could no longer afford to linger. Numerous personnel from the Enlightenment Society had emerged, and a direct confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, in another corridor, Kiedis and Khan found themselves in disarray. The outside world had descended into chaos. You'd best stay close to me, Chen Jing warned. What of your companions? Kiedis inquired. Do not worry. Chen Jing has already instructed Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang to break through and rendezvous with Lu Haiqing. They can handle ordinary zombies without issue. Be cautious. Khan suddenly alerted, as a bloodied zombie lunged forward, raising its gun. In an instant, Chen Jing's blade flashed, severing the creature with a swift stroke. Zombie variant slain. 10 evolution points acquired. Hex badge, life, has collected 1 point of super gene, current total, 6,100. Upon reaching full progress, a perfect super gene will be attained. Chapter 43, The Ruthlessness of the Enlightenment Society, remarkably swift. Khan stood entranced by Chen Jing's prowess. Let us proceed. I will escort you to safety. Chen Jing stated calmly, unfazed by the blood on his blade. Since slaying the giant salmon the previous day, he had discovered the Hex Badge's ability to absorb super genes, thereby documenting them and unlocking a path to evolution. However, to utilize the badge, a prerequisite of over 100 gene outputs, current 45, must be met. Good heavens, this has spiraled out of control. Kiedis gazed at the blood and zombies outside the cruise ship, his eyes trembling. The infection aboard the vessel had long since occurred, and it was beyond their power to halt it. Fortunately, the cruise ship was now sailing in the heart of the Pacific, preventing the outbreak from spreading. What do you intend to do next? Can you get us out of here? Kiedis couldn't restrain his inquiry. Chen Jing glanced at him. Although Kiedis had provided significant assistance, their relationship was merely one of collaboration. I will secure you in a safe room. Thereafter, you shall wait for this to conclude. Currently, the Salvation Society and the Enlightenment Society were in direct conflict, each deploying numerous combatants. Chen Jing had already observed dozens of individuals with physical attributes exceeding 30. Not to mention the hidden strengths lurking in the shadows. At present, the Black God Guard lacked the strength to engage directly. After all, Lu Haiqing was still undergoing elemental reactions, while Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang had not yet awakened their superpowers, rendering them overly specialized. First, we must deal with the zombies. This is my primary objective. Before long, Chen Jing had successfully escorted Kiedis to his designated room. Perhaps Kiedis cast a glance at Chen Jing, offering, I could lend a hand. Chen Jing shook his head, cautioning, do not place your hopes upon firearms. The depths of this situation run far deeper than you can imagine. The zombies portrayed in films are, in truth, not terrifying. They possess frail bodies, sluggish speed, and lack intellect. However, the zombies aboard this cruise ship are a different matter entirely. They have been infected by super genes, resulting in enhanced physical attributes post-mutation. Relying solely on firearms may lead to grave misjudgments. Along the way, a few ordinary zombies were dispatched, their physical capabilities hovering around a score of 20. The vessel accommodates over 8,000 souls, and it appears that at least 10% have already succumbed to infection, with the contagion continuing to spread. No one knows what they might encounter. Kiedis observed Chen Jing's retreating figure, his desire to speak stifled, ultimately remaining unvoiced. He turned back to his quarters, where a plethora of metallic components and energy reactors lay strewn across the floor. Kiedis rolled up his sleeves, adopting a serious demeanor. Though I have yet to conduct any tests, when danger approaches, choices often dwindle. Chen Jing, armed with a blade, dashed through the cruise ship. The initial wave of chaos had passed. Many had either been infected, perished, or fled to hide. Hiss! 3 zombies, clad in elegant attire, lunged at Chen Jing with guttural roars, baring their bloodied, flesh-ridden teeth. They moved swiftly, akin to hyenas, their muscular forms evident. Crack! The alloy blade vibrated swiftly, shredding flesh and sinew. The overwhelming stench of blood did not induce hesitation in Chen Jing. He remarked softly, by the end of today, the global list of billionaires shall be irrevocably altered. As he sprinted, he encountered only scattered zombies, for the cruise ship was vast, and he was unaware of the whereabouts of others. However, as he pressed onward, his gaze faltered slightly. He beheld numerous zombies feasting upon corpses. What is this? Bullets? The bodies bore fatal gunshot wounds, indicating they had not fallen to the zombies but to humans instead. At that moment, Gao Xiang sent a transmission. Qin Jing's expression darkened, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his features. So it is true, the Enlightenment Society's squad is indiscriminately slaughtering everyone, intent on turning the entire cruise ship into a burial ground. They aim to suppress all entirely. Their 10 or so teams have now reached the 710th floor, sealing off all exits, preparing for the populace to be infected by the zombies, these brutes. Wang Jiqiang also conveyed a grave message. Even this honest man felt the stirrings of anger. Understood. Due to the press conference, all activities were concentrated at the upper levels, with few souls found below the 7th floor. Just as Qin Jing prepared to transmit his arrangements, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Qin Jing's hair stood on end. With lightning reflexes, he evaded the shot. Yet, he was still grazed by the bullet on his shoulder. Thud. The impact resonated, a dull sound reverberating through him. Though the uniform provided ballistic protection, preventing penetration, the pain remained considerable. In the distance, a gunman clad in black momentarily faltered, astonished that Qin Jing had not been slain. Qin Jing's gaze turned icy. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed his momentum and advanced with his blade. Bang, bang, bang. The expression on the black-clad man's face shifted dramatically as flames erupted from the muzzle of his gun, directing a barrage towards Qin Jing. On the 11th floor, the discovery of an enemy indicated a potential level 4 threat. Reinforcements are required. Reinforcements are imperative. Yet, at a speed of approximately 60, his burst of energy was extraordinary. In a mere heartbeat, the 30-meter distance was traversed. With a swift slash, the blade cleaved through the air, and the head of the gunman soared away. Qin Jing planted a foot upon his corpse, rapidly sending a message to Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang, urging them to commence their actions and converge on the 710th floor for support. The Enlightenment Society would stop at nothing to annihilate everyone aboard the cruise ship. They must be thwarted. Brother Liu has awakened. Gao Xiang's voice suddenly broke through. What is his condition? His body temperature remains alarmingly high, yet at that moment, Lu Haiqing's message interrupted. I feel slightly dizzy, but I am ready to participate in the operation. Qin Jing's interest peaked. Has your superpower manifested yet? I sense it is close. There are abundant fire elements, yet I cannot harness them. Understood, Qin Jing contemplated. You should act alongside Wang Jiqiang and the others. According to the Hex manual, it seemed Lu Haiqing was on the brink of evolving into a superpowered being. Qin Jing hastily moved downward to the lower floors. Upon arrival, the number of zombies was noticeably increased, and more critically, they, like the salmon, grew stronger by devouring flesh and blood. The zombies previously slain had attributes hovering around 20. As he descended further, Qin Jing traversed the corridor, spotting a 3-meter-tall zombie, its muscles grotesquely swollen from excessive feasting, rendering it unrecognizable as human. Its attributes had directly surpassed 30. Others were present, their faces etched with terror as they clutched handguns, pulling the triggers. Though their stances were far from ideal, their accuracy was surprisingly commendable, with half of the bullets striking the enhanced zombie, creating gory wounds. However, it proved utterly ineffective. The fortified zombie charged forward, roaring in fury. We're doomed. Despair etched their faces. Yet, as the enhanced zombie lunged, Qin Jing had already materialized beside it, his blade rising and falling. Slayed a mutated zombie. Earning 30 evolution points. Hex badge, life, has collected 2 points of super genes. Current total, 15, 100, Chapter 44. You can always trust the Blackguards at this moment. Qin Jing donned the uniform of the Blackguards, emblazoned with a ghostly emblem upon the chest, his visage obscured by a full-face mask. Originally designed for service within the fleet, he had tailored it to appear somewhat formal. In the future, even with more formidable attire, it would be adapted to the aesthetic of the Blackguards. Who are you? The individuals before this enigmatic figure gazed in trepidation. Qin Jing did not respond directly. Instead inquiring, what is the situation here? One of the youths trembled as he spoke. There is a group of individuals clad in black below, and they kill anyone they encounter. However, another team has managed to hold them at bay, which allowed us to escape. They are currently engaged in a gunfight. Qin Jing pondered deeply. The situation was now quite apparent. The Enlightenment Society and the Salvation Society were clashing, with armed personnel and combatants colliding head-on. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. It is far easier to wreak havoc than to provide protection, especially on the home turf of the Enlightenment Society. He wondered how the battle at the top was faring. Naturally, Chen Jing hoped that the Salvation Society could endure a little longer. But upon witnessing the slaughter of countless individuals and the overwhelming number of zombies, he realized the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for the Salvation Society. However, the Black Divine Guards still required time to develop in order to alter the course of this battle. He dashed away, disappearing from the sight of those few individuals, and cut a path through the chaos. Hex has collected 1 point of Super Gene. Hex has collected 2 points of Super Gene. Hex, the 9th level, housed the largest casino on the cruise ship. But its former splendor was a distant memory, replaced by an eerie silence. The air was devoid of the revelry one might expect, filled instead with the acrid scent of blood. Nearly 500 individuals huddled together in a hall behind tightly shut doors, shivering in fear and paralyzed into inaction. Outside, a throng of zombies roamed, emitting low, guttural growls. Damn it, they were completely trapped here. Despite their wealth and influence, they had never encountered such a dire situation. Moreover, wealth and power were of no consequence. Those merciless zombies cared not for such trivialities. It was the end. The rotund proprietor and Wan Xiaobei found themselves concealed among the crowd. The proprietor's hands trembled as he revealed the items he had been clutching: crosses, a guanine pendant, prayer beads, all hanging from his neck. God, save me. Bodhisattva, rescue me. Amitabha, please ensure I survive this day. Wan Xiaobei remained silent beside him. Setting aside the dubiousness of such faith, it was clear that the proprietor had acquired these trinkets solely for business purposes, catering to the whims of wealthy patrons who often fancied a touch of superstition. With a soft sigh, he pulled out his phone. Still no signal. Since the onset of this calamity, all communications had been severed, leaving them unable to reach the outside world. With such an outrageous event unfolding aboard this cruise ship, surely many would find it hard to believe. Would they ever escape this place alive? Wan Xiaobei gazed at the darkened sky. The sound of crashing waves drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. In the vast ocean, there appeared to be no sign of life, and it seemed that only a ship filled with terrifying zombies would remain adrift in the Pacific. The crowd's expressions were tense as they crammed into the small hall. The door barred tightly, paralyzed with fear. Outside lurked zombies, and the 100 or so individuals dared not leave their sanctuary. Just then, a loud bang resonated as the door quaked, causing them to tense up. Was it a zombie? Bang. Another collision echoed, yet the door remained steadfastly shut. The entrance was barricaded with an array of gambling tables, designed precisely to prevent such an intrusion. Surely, they could not breach it. The corpulent boss wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his demeanor fraught with trepidation. Xiaobei, fetch me some ice water. I am parched, he commanded. Xiaobei hesitated momentarily. The boss furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his irritation. Hurry up. There are so many people in this hall. I feel as though I shall perish from the heat. Xiaobei's face betrayed inner conflict. He was tempted to deliver a swift kick to his boss's face. How could he still demand errands at such a time? Yet, he ultimately refrained, managing a dry smile as he replied, I shall go at once. As Xiaobei navigated through the throng, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted at the entrance. The intricately carved doors were violently blown apart, sending debris flying. The crowd gasped in shock, their attention drawn to the entrance, where a squad of approximately 10 individuals clad in black uniforms stood, weapons at the ready. The explosion had been caused by a grenade they had thrown. Initially, expressions of astonishment flickered across the faces of those within the hall. After the outbreak of zombies, they had sought refuge here, oblivious to the world outside. But now, relief washed over them. Salvation had finally arrived. Are you the armed personnel from the ship? Have the zombies outside been dealt with? This is splendid. We shall finally be rescued. The black-clad figures surveyed the agitated crowd with icy indifference. One of them raised their firearm, but was swiftly halted. There was no need for that. It would be a waste of ammunition and time. The seasoned operatives regarded the throng with calm detachment. The recent explosion has drawn those creatures, one of them stated, glancing towards the distance where hundreds of zombies surged around the corner, moving with the swiftness of athletes, accompanied by guttural roars. With a composed demeanor, he tossed several grenades into the crowd, in the face of countless astonished and terrified gazes. The grenades detonated with a thunderous roar, showering the area with blood and flesh. Let them perish on their own, he uttered coldly before swiftly vacating the scene. The expanse of the hall was vast, measuring approximately 300 meters in length, and these individuals were merely a fraction of the whole. Their mission was to eradicate the living, those deemed devoid of value, who were not part of the Enlightenment Society. Panic erupted within the hall as shrieks of terror surged uncontrollably. Who could have anticipated that what they believed to be their saviors would hurl explosives at them? There was no time to process the horror as some were obliterated by the blasts. They are coming, someone stammered. trembling as they discerned the thunderous footsteps and roars from outside. Flee! Get out of here! Despair and fear enveloped the crowd in a frenzy. Through the shattered entrance, a relentless tide of zombies surged forth, an overwhelming wave of horror. Damn it! Let us fight back! Shouted one defiant voice. They are merely zombies. They aren't that formidable. Many clutched their makeshift weapons, for firearms had been strictly prohibited aboard the vessel. With a collective roar, they summoned their courage and charged towards the oncoming horde. But in the next moment, boom! To their horror, they discovered that they were obstructed by the skeletal remains of the zombies. These creatures possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary humans, if one's own power was insufficient. The zombies could not simply be vanquished by mere sticks. The only effective weapons were fire axes and blades. However, should one fail to strike a fatal blow, they would be ensnared and bitten. Agonizing cries of despair echoed through the air. A singular thought arose in everyone's minds. It was over. They were utterly doomed. Just then, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd was startled as they beheld three enigmatic figures clad in uniforms, each wielding a heavy, rotating machine gun. A deluge of bullets rained down, sweeping through the horde of zombies. Chapter 45, Base Upgrade and Badge Activation. The trio from the Black Divine Guards, Wang Jiqiang, Gao Xiang, and Lu Haiqing, unleashed a formidable barrage of firepower upon the zombie swarm. Gao Xiang, brandishing a Gatling gun, watched in exhilaration as the bullets flew wildly. He let out a low roar of excitement. Which boy wouldn't be thrilled to wield such a weapon while exterminating zombies and saving lives? Lu Haiqing cautioned, do not get too carried away, be mindful of collateral damage. He had witnessed far too many gruesome scenes on this journey, a veritable hell on earth. The onlookers were transfixed by the trio's mysterious uniforms and masks, their heavy firepower in hand. Once the ammunition was expended, fewer than 10 zombies remained in the hall, still charging toward the trio. Yet, they showed no fear, drawing their personal long knives and striking at the creatures' heads. They had undergone extensive training and simulations, and dealing with zombies was simply a matter of suppressive fire followed by decapitation. There was no need for extravagant tactics. With a swift motion, Lu Haiqing eliminated the last zombie, his body slightly swaying as a wave of heat surged through him, making it difficult to maintain composure. Are you all right? Wang Jiqiang inquired with concern. Lu Haiqing shook his head. Send a message to the boss. Room 07 on the 9th floor. We've discovered a substantial number of ordinary people, and approximately 100 zombies have been cleared. Understood. Wang Jiqiang promptly transmitted the information. Meanwhile, in the hall, the crowd's gaze was fixed on the slain zombies strewn across the floor and the three mysterious figures before them, their expressions still tinged with fear. They vividly recalled the actions of the black-clad individuals moments ago. Are you allied with those black-clad figures? One individual trembled as they asked. Lu Haiqing responded, we are here to rescue you. It is advisable for you to leave this place and head to the safer 8th floor, otherwise, the overwhelming scent of blood will attract more zombies. They had come from the 8th floor, and along the way, they were not the only ones exterminating zombies. A small team from the Salvation Society had also cleared a safe passage, safeguarding thousands of lives. As they prepared to depart, the portly boss interjected loudly. If you are here to rescue people, you should see it through to the end. You shouldn't leave us unprotected. Upon hearing this, many quickly echoed his sentiment. A cacophony ensued. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang exchanged hesitant glances, looking toward Lu Haiqing. With the boss absent, Lu Haiqing found himself in a more decisive position. His expression revealed his inner turmoil. The path to survival was clearly marked for them. The danger was, in fact, minimal, with only a handful of scattered zombies to contend with. However, the multitude of people present felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. At that moment, a wealthy individual could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, wait, I will pay 100 million for your escort out of here. The chaos intensified with each additional voice. They possessed ample wealth, but the most pressing concern was survival. Why should it be just you? I'll offer 200 million, 10 billion, or whatever you desire. I can provide it. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. The cruise ship was filled with affluent individuals who had witnessed the prowess of the trio, not only their weaponry but also their formidable physical abilities, rendering the zombies utterly ineffectual. This cannot continue. We must leave, Lu Haiqing declared sternly. Remember what our mission is. They are already sufficiently safe. We have far more critical matters to attend to. The ship was not solely populated by them. The more significant concern lay with the Salvation Society and the Enlightenment Society. Should the Salvation Society fall, it would spell disaster. Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang were momentarily taken aback, recalling Qin Jing's admonitions. They understood and turned without hesitation to depart. On the 10th floor, a faction from the Salvation Society was engaged in fierce combat with the Enlightenment Society. A barrage of bullets filled the air. All present were 5th-level combatants, skilled marksmen with exceptional combat capabilities, yet their physical attributes typically hovered around the 40th percentile. Meanwhile, 4th-level personnel exceeded the notion of elite. Their physicality surpassed that of ordinary individuals, rendering firearms generally ineffective against them, and they possessed astonishing explosive power and hand-to-hand combat skills. However, 4th-level combatants typically operated on the uppermost levels of the battlefield. At that moment, the situation for the Salvation Society's squad was dire, suffering continuous setbacks. Damn it. We cannot hold them back. The Enlightenment Society is advancing, the squad leader declared with a grim expression. Fall back. The members of the Salvation Society retreated relentlessly. Amidst the hail of bullets, their flesh and blood were utterly vulnerable to the onslaught. Suddenly, a metallic scent wafted through the air. This is bad, one team member exclaimed, his complexion shifting. There are zombies behind us, and quite a number of them. 50 zombies were swaying in the corridor behind them. If they faced these creatures head-on, they could easily dispatch them. However, with the Enlightenment Society pursuing from the front and zombies charging from the rear, they were caught in a deadly crossfire. It appeared they would be utterly surrounded, leading to total annihilation. No, the leader's eyelids twitched. There are people inside. He was astounded to see a figure amidst the horde of zombies, wielding an alloy knife, moving swiftly to eliminate the undead. Each strike was devastatingly precise, severing the heads of the approaching zombies with remarkable speed, strength, and ferocity. Who is this? With his body drenched in the blood of the zombies, Chun Jing did not falter with his blade, his gaze shining with fierce determination. Slaying mutated zombies grants 7 evolution points. 1 point of super gene collected. Current total, 158, 100. Total evolution points, 1058. It's almost time. If firearms were employed for the kill, the evolution points would be halved, and the absorption of super genes would be rendered impossible. Thus, he descended from the heights, annihilating foes with an overwhelming force. He had dispatched over 100 zombies, each yielding approximately 520 evolution points. The Hex badge was also brimming with super genes, softly glowing in anticipation of the moment it would be activated. The only course of action now was to upgrade the base and see if the conditions for the badge's activation could be met. Once the badge was unlocked, I would acquire a perfect grade super gene, thus initiating my evolution. Currently, it was impossible to draw lots outside the base. Therefore, the sole purpose of the evolution points at this moment was to upgrade the base and expand the production range. Base upgrading, please wait. Suddenly, 1,000 evolution points vanished in an instant. Qin Jing felt no remorse. With increased production, who feared the consumption of evolution points? At that moment, a member of the Enlightenment Squad, hidden in the shadows, shouldered a rocket launcher, and a sharp whoosh pierced the air. The projectile, enveloped in thick smoke, hurtled toward him at an astonishing speed. This was perilous. Take cover. The captain of the Salvation Squad bellowed in rage, his eyes wide with terror. Qin Jing felt a chill run down his spine, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, am I not a human being? Just as I was upgrading the base. Danger is already upon me. I can still dodge bullets, but what am I to do about this rocket launcher? Moreover, I am amidst a horde of zombies. There is no escaping. With a steely gaze, Qin Jing dropped to his knees, relinquishing his weapon, allowing the zombies to swarm him as a shield. Boom. The explosion unleashed a massive fireball and shockwave, exhibiting tremendous power. The ceiling and walls of the cruise ship were obliterated. The zombies were reduced to mere remnants. Chapter 46. You must save your own team. The ferocity of the explosion was terrifying, causing the entire corridor to tremble violently. Not only were the zombies eliminated, but the Salvation Squad was also caught in the fallout, impacted by the blast. Coughing violently, the captain, despite his numerous injuries, hurled a grenade towards the direction of the Enlightenment Squad, shouting, "Retreat." However, he despondently realized that his comrades were significantly wounded, groaning in agony, while he alone remained standing. Behind him lay a heap of dismembered zombies, and that mysterious figure was likely among the fallen. The captain felt a chilling wave wash over him. His eyes filled with fury as blood vessels burst, fixating his gaze on the Enlightenment Squad. Yet he did not retreat. Each member of the Salvation Squad held noble ideals. If the events aboard this vessel could not be thwarted, they would unfold across the entire Earth. They must be stopped, even if it meant mutual destruction. With a low growl, he attempted to retrieve a bomb. Bang! A robust figure clad in black coldly fired, accurately penetrating his shoulder. The captain shuddered violently. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted once more as the black-clad figure discharged several more rounds. The captain's pallid visage crumpled as he collapsed. The gunman then calmly stowed his weapon and approached. He surveyed the surroundings and commanded, "Eliminate the others." Yes. The remaining members nodded in agreement. The black-clad figure paused momentarily, Gazing at the fallen captain, he struggled to breathe, his body drenched in blood, yet his terrifying gaze remained fixed on him. He was still alive. The man in black clicked his tongue in disdain. Why persist? Knowing you cannot prevail, why do you fight so desperately? The captain's lips turned pale. Yet his eyes burned with increasing fury as he opened his mouth, intending to utter something. But the man in black stepped down forcefully. Boring. He coldly drew his firearm. The outcome aboard the cruise ship was predetermined. The Enlightenment Society would eradicate all, and no means could halt their advance. They would eliminate all members of the Savior Society, exterminating the worthless, regardless of the potential emergence of hordes of the undead. The Enlightenment Society was the true sovereign. Is that so? A calm yet ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his ear, akin to a specter lurking in the shadows. The man in black shuddered, a chill creeping up his spine, startling him. Damn, is there still an enemy? He prepared to raise his hand. In the next moment, a fleeting shadow appeared before him. Swish. A cold arc sliced through the air. His entire wrist, still gripping the gun, was severed. The man in black's eyes widened in shock and rage. Disregarding the excruciating pain as he bellowed, there is an enemy. Yet this figure moved with astonishing speed, reflexes, and explosive power, far beyond that of an ordinary human. The man in black's eyes bulged with disbelief. This was an abrupt massacre. His subordinates offered no resistance whatsoever. 10 seconds later, the blood-soaked figure, adorned with a ghostly mask, stood before him, brandishing a blood-dripping blade. The man in black clutched his communication device, laboriously issuing a call for level 4 personnel. Swish. Chen Jing coldly struck down. The captain, his gaze vacant, watched as the body of the man in black crumpled beside him. This enigmatic individual had single-handedly annihilated the entire squad of the Enlightenment Society. He possessed at least the strength of a level 4 operative and was not affiliated with the Savior Society. After the slaughter, Chen Jing turned his gaze to the captain. Are you all right? Coughing, the captain replied, I am beyond saving. His body was now drenched in filth. He was at death's door, with shattered internals and a heart that beat ever slower, with no method to salvage his life. But may I ask one thing of you? His pallid face bore a trace of pleading. Please save my comrades. His team remained trapped beneath the rubble. The bloodshed here would soon attract zombies, and none would survive. No, Chen Jing replied calmly. The captain's gaze dimmed, realizing that the man before him had already slain members of the Enlightenment Society, sparing them from dying at the hands of that butchery. To continue making demands felt futile. Your comrades should be saved by you. Chen Jing tossed a vial of potion. The captain paused, staring at the liquid within, which shimmered faintly. When he looked up again, Chen Jing had vanished. Is this a healing potion? The Savior Society possessed similar concoctions, though they merely acted as stimulants, alleviating pain, reducing blood loss, and offering a fleeting restoration of strength. Is this close enough? He did not hesitate, immediately consuming the next vial of potion, determined to prolong his life for a brief moment, at least to save his comrades. In the next instant, a subtle change flickered across his countenance. The excruciating pain that had enveloped him began to dissipate swiftly, and the injuries that plagued him from within started to mend gradually. His lips trembled involuntarily. What in the world was this substance? How could it facilitate such rapid recovery? Even the fatal wounds to his vital organs could be salvaged? What manner of individual was that mysterious figure? After approximately 5 minutes, he struggled to rise, having regained half of his previous vitality. This pace of healing was nothing short of terrifying. He resolved to rescue his team, yet upon gazing at the ruins, his eyes widened in astonishment. As the enigmatic figure departed, they had left behind a multitude of sharp, jagged metal shards that would ease his task considerably. He silently expressed his gratitude. At that very moment, on the uppermost level, a series of explosions had transformed the once magnificent hall into a wasteland. The number of individuals present was scarce, totaling no more than 30, yet each possessed a formidable strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. The clashes were all hand-to-hand, each encounter bursting forth with immense ferocity. The earlier female experiment, with a steel blade embedded in her palm and muscles taut with tension, charged forward, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Opposing her was He Wei, who had previously exchanged intelligence with Chen Jing. Deaf. He Wenwei's expression darkened as he swiftly unleashed his speed to evade her assault. Bang! The steel blade tore through the deck with no resistance whatsoever. This stark contrast illustrated the gap between level 4 personnel and those of levels 5 and 6. Only those possessing extraordinarily powerful physiques could meet the standards of level 4. In other words, a level 4 fighter, relying solely on their physical prowess, could annihilate a well-equipped squad. Die, die, die. The female experiment radiated a fierce bloodlust, her gaze fixated on He Wei. As a host of super genes, her body possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities and resilience, allowing her to overpower He Wei, who was slightly stronger in physique. The terror of such super genes was indeed palpable. A weight settled in He-Wonwei's heart as he gritted his teeth. If the Enlightenment Society were to cultivate a multitude of these super soldiers, the future would spiral into chaos. He was not alone in his struggle. Other level 4 combatants were entangled in fierce clashes. The chaotic battle erupted with escalating intensity. Chapter 47, Evolution. After 5 minutes, Qinjing finally succeeded in reuniting with Wang Jiqiang and the others. He had spent his time eliminating zombies and upgrading the base, while Wang Jiqiang and his team had engaged in guerrilla tactics, rescuing ordinary people and gathering intelligence. What is the current situation? Qinjing inquired. Lu Haiqing replied solemnly, currently, there are approximately 15 teams from the Enlightenment Society in the lower levels, totaling around 150 individuals. The Salvation Society has only 10 teams, and they are preoccupied with protecting civilians and exterminating zombies. The situation is dire. They wish to assist, yet the circumstances are complex. One side is retreating while the other is pursuing. Moreover, the 3 individuals merely wielded weapons acquired from the Enlightenment meeting, their ammunition long depleted, resulting in a significant decline in combat efficacy. After all, they were merely individuals with the potential for superpowers, lacking in physical prowess and possessing specialized skills. In terms of combat, apart from Wang Jiqiang's commendable bravery, both Gao Xiang and Lu Haiqing were novices. What shall we do next? Gao Xiang could not help but inquire. The trio found themselves at a loss. However, Qinjing's gaze remained fixed upon the base panel. Base upgrade complete. Base level 3 range 10,000 meters. Daily environmental output 113 evolution points. Daily technological output 83 evolution points. Daily genetic output 102 evolution points. Total daily output 298. Current total evolution points 460. Qinjing felt a jolt of surprise. Had the range truly increased to 10 kilometers? Initially expecting a decimal increment, the expansion was indeed vast, encompassing half of Nanshan City. Upgrading to a level 4 base warranted careful consideration, as it signified a rise in both potential and risk associated with anomalies. The modest increase in output did not astonish Qinjing, as the base maintained stringent criteria regarding what could be augmented. Fortunately, the genetic output had exceeded 100. Qinjing's attention focused on the hex badge. Hex badge, life, activated, evolution diagram currently illuminated. Perfect level super gene, effect, can enhance based on current physique. Boasting robust cellular vitality and recovery. Ordinary individuals may surpass human limits through exercise, with lifespan extended. Note: individuals with superpower potential, non-Earth humans, genetically deficient individuals, and others of unique sequences cannot receive this gene. To exchange for this gene syringe, 10 evolution points are required. The process resembled that of a vaccination. Qinjing stood. Boss, where are you going? To the restroom. After the exchange, Qinjing injected the syringe directly into his bloodstream. This injection would also enhance genetic output, potentially by 5 points. Although this was insufficient to match the consumption, if the range expanded throughout Nanshan City, the entire continent, or even the globe, such deficits would soon be rectified. Perhaps he was contemplating matters too far afield. Regrettably, Wang Jiqiang and the others could not utilize this. Otherwise, their combat capabilities would have improved as well. Perfect level super gene injection successful. Current number of recipients: 1. Number exceeds 1,000, and 1 individual has 3 attributes surpassing 100. Enabling the next phase in the host's second gene. Next, Qinjing examined his own panel. Despite the warmth coursing through him post-injection, it was clear that attributes offered a more direct insight. Earth human, strength, 85, constitution, 87, speed, 76, mentality, 35. There was an approximate enhancement of 30 points. And his body felt more resilient. Wounds previously sustained appeared to mend at an accelerated pace. Qinjing's grip on the alloy knife became steadier, his entire being brimming with vigorous strength. At last, he has acquired combat prowess that can stand shoulder to shoulder with level 4 personnel. However, the enhancement of attributes post-injection is not the principal aspect of this extraordinary gene. Its true significance lies in its capacity to elevate the human upper limit and enhance cellular vitality. Previously, ordinary individuals would eventually reach a ceiling through relentless training in strength, speed, and explosiveness. Now, it possesses the ability to transcend those limitations, unlocking the shackles of stagnation. Qinjing stretched his body, his bones cracking audibly. Next, it was the turn of the 3 of them. This was another function of the Hextech badge, life, to facilitate evolution. Consuming 10 evolution points temporarily activates superpowers for members, lasting 1 hour. This function was originally intended to guide and stimulate potential, thereby increasing the chances of subsequent superpower evolution. However, now it serves perfectly to amplify their combat capabilities. Chun Jing's figure swiftly appeared before the trio, who paused momentarily, gazing at him. Wang Jiqiang hesitated, scratching his head, and remarked, "Boss, you seem a bit different somehow. It's hard to pinpoint." Chun Jing waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's not important. I've just grown a tad taller and a bit sturdier." He extended his hand, the Hextech badge manifesting in an ethereal form within his palm, invisible to them. He smiled. "Come here, let me enhance you." All three possessed commendable potential for superpowers, and he was curious to see what abilities they would acquire. "Wait, have you washed your hands?" In an instant, 30 evolution points were consumed. Chun Jing observed the three with their eyes closed, feeling a warm current guiding through their bodies. "How does it feel?" "My body feels uncomfortable. Something is trying to escape." Gao Xiang trembled slightly. "It's tolerable," Wang Jiqiang replied, pursing his lips. Having endured much pain before, this sensation was inconsequential. As for Lu Haiqing, he needn't respond. His elevated body temperature spoke volumes, surging past 200 degrees as scalding steam continuously escaped from his mouth. Boom. Wang Jiqiang was the first to react, his muscles tensing, each inch showcasing a chiseled definition akin to marble. "I feel like I can withstand anything," he murmured. Just then, Gao Xiang opened his eyes, his form flickering momentarily before he vanished and reappeared 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. "My speed is astonishing," he exclaimed. His own astonishment evident. Were it not for the constraints of the environment, he could have been even faster. At this moment, Lu Haiqing's throat emitted smoke, his attire, aside from the Black Guardian uniform, igniting in flames. "Brother Lu, you're on fire," Gao Xiang exclaimed in shock. Lu Haiqing's situation was more intricate than the other two. While Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang were purely corporeal, Lu Haiqing was elemental. "Control it." Chun Jing commanded firmly, "Concentrate." Lu Haiqing gritted his teeth. His body engulfed in flames that writhed and then began to diminish. He gasped for breath. After several tense seconds, the flames finally subsided. He extended his finger and snapped. A small flame igniting at his fingertip. "We all possess superpowers," murmured Lu Haiqing. "But it is merely temporary." An hour later, Chun Jing's gaze remained calm as her voice resonated in the ears of the three. "It is our turn to take the stage." Chapter 48, The Blackguard's Rampage. Boom. In several locations on the lower deck of the cruise ship, fierce gunfire erupted. The beleaguered Savior Society team was retreating steadily, letting out a low growl. Do not let them through that door? They were not only tasked with holding back the Enlightenment Society, but also with protecting the numerous ordinary people in the hall behind them. Not to mention the sudden onslaught of zombies. "We're out of bullets. We can't hold them off any longer." "Captain," shouted a blood-soaked team member, his voice hoarse. "Damn it." The captain roared, setting numerous explosives around him while gripping the detonator. In this final moment, it was one of their few remaining options. They would perish together if necessary. Yet, the Enlightenment Society would not grant them such an opportunity. As the crew of the cruise ship, they possessed sophisticated weapons, a plethora of firearms, and various artillery. Sheer firepower was enough to suppress them. Just then, boom. A magnificent figure suddenly shattered the deck, crashing down from the ceiling. "Who is that?" Their expressions shifted. Clad in a uniform and mask, his face remained obscured, yet his muscles were as hard as steel. All bullets fired at him were deflected. The enigmatic figure from the Savior Society spoke in a deep voice. "I will hold them off. You open fire." "Enemy." The members of the Enlightenment Society's black-clad team stiffened. All bullets aimed at the Savior Society converged upon this individual. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, it was utterly futile. Wang Jiqiang stood like a fortress of war, bravely shielding everyone. No bullets, rockets, or explosives penetrated his defense. Although the captain of the Savior Society was unaware of this person's identity, he immediately bellowed, "Everyone, attack. If not now, then when?" Simultaneously, similar scenarios unfolded elsewhere. "Retreat. We are no match for them. Where did he come from? All bullets are evaded. Damn it. His speed is incredible. I can't see him at all." Gao Xiang moved like a specter, no one capable of tracking his movements. To him, everything appeared to slow down drastically. He toyed with the Enlightenment Society's team, tossing a grenade that shattered their formation and disrupted their advance. As for Lu Haiqing, still grappling with the manipulation of flames, he merely needed to gather the fire into a sphere and hurl it forth. The intense heat would be sufficient to melt everything around him. The presence of superpowered individuals left those nearby astonished. They were aware of such beings within their ranks, yet these individuals were high-level members of the organization, wielding absolute authority and rarely seen. And now, they manifested here. Who could he possibly be? As the three members of the Black Guards continued to shift the tide of battle, Qianjing sat before the heap of bodies clad in black, requiring no embellishments. A solitary figure sufficed to dispatch an entire squad. However, his thoughts wandered further, his gaze directed towards the members of the Salvation Society. The situation here had been resolved. They should proceed to support other teams. The young captain, clutching his bullet-wounded shoulder, nodded appreciatively, his expression grave as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Regardless of the identity of the individual, they had ultimately saved them. As he watched the group depart for other destinations, Qianjing wiped his blade clean. The Black Divine Guard would undoubtedly enter the sights of the two major organizations today. The multitude of deaths aboard the cruise ship could scarcely remain concealed. The global populace would soon feel the impending storm, and the conflict between the two organizations would inevitably escalate. Before the two major factions completely severed ties, the Black Divine Guard must grow fervently. At this moment, atop the highest level, the cross was filled with trepidation. Since the onset of the chaos, cries of anguish echoed through his earpiece, requesting level 4 support. There exists a formidable presence. We are no match. The Salvation Society has counterattacked. The cacophony of urgent messages darkened his expression. What is happening? Just a minute ago, reports of victories poured in, showcasing a dominating stance over the Salvation Society. Yet now it seemed to collapse, obliterated in an instant. Furthermore, it appeared that the opposing side possessed extraordinary abilities. The cross fixated his gaze on the panting middle-aged man before him. At this moment, their Enlightenment Society held absolute advantage, while most of the adversaries bore gruesome wounds. He rasped coldly, despite the dire situation, I did not expect you to conceal such powerful beings to assist below. Is it of any use? When you perish, will the others aboard the cruise ship survive? Should these formidable forces retreat, the ordinary citizens and combatants of the Salvation Society below would face a horrific massacre. The middle-aged man, covered in dreadful gashes inflicted by sharp weapons, appeared somewhat dazed. What was this person saying? His earpiece had long since malfunctioned amidst the battle, leaving him oblivious to any news. I do not understand your words, he replied. The cross glared fiercely at the middle-aged man, his anger surging. Why was there a sense of familiarity? This rhetoric seemed to have been heard before, now resurfacing. Meanwhile, He Wei observed with keen interest. As he had been absorbing various reports since the onset of the conflict, from previous retreats to the harrowing news that followed. Suddenly, a mysterious benefactor intervened, drastically altering the situation for the Salvation Society below, instigating a vigorous counterattack. Who could it be? He Wei paused, his mind conjuring the figure that had appeared before him that fateful night. His gaze quivered slightly. The Black Divine Guard, could they be the ones? Such an entity had never been mentioned before, yet now they had mysteriously emerged. From the current intelligence regarding the events aboard the cruise ship, it appears that this organization has accurately predicted the plans of the Enlightenment Society. Are they truly present on the ship as well? Number 5. Go below and investigate, Cross commanded coldly. They could not afford to remain passive. At the very least, they needed the experimental subjects to provide support and assess the situation. The two experimental subjects, both of formidable stature, immediately unleashed their strength upon receiving the order, forcefully clearing their adversaries from their path and swiftly making their way towards the lower passage. He Wenwei's expression shifted. While it was a positive development to have someone intervene in the situation below, it posed a significant problem if those individuals were to lend their support. He opened his mouth, intending to instruct his team to delay these individuals, but hesitated as his gaze faltered. The two individuals who had been thrown aside were bloodied and trembling, yet they managed to rise to their feet, gritting their teeth. It would be unreasonable to ask them to obstruct the others now. Although the strength of the two experimental subjects could not be deemed particularly formidable, their alarming resilience, stamina, and capacity to withstand blows were extraordinary. What should be done? Despite hearing various encouraging reports from below, the urgency of the situation remained dire and far from optimistic. At that moment, as the two experimental subjects charged into the passage, they suddenly erupted with fierce roars, infused with shock and dread. The next instant, bang! One experimental subject was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Inside the passage, a dreadful scream pierced the air, followed by an eerie silence. Chapter 49. Who are these formidable beings? Everything transpired too swiftly. The two robust experimental subjects, possessing astonishing physical prowess, encountered such a situation mere seconds after entering the passage. All present were momentarily stunned. Cross, his expression grim, shouted, Number 3. What is happening? The ominous noise from Number 5 suggested that something terrible had occurred. To be able to strike one down and kill another in a single encounter was no trivial feat. Could they be zombies? He was aware that certain zombies, having consumed copious amounts of flesh, could evolve to a formidable state. The throne number 3 appeared as though it were disassembled, spitting blood as he stammered. There are enemies. Enemies. Cross's eyes fixed intently on the passage, where footsteps were now audible. One person? No, that was incorrect. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his gaze. For individuals clad in uniforms and wearing ghostly masks emerged into view. The foremost among them wielded a metal-long knife in one hand, while holding the severed head of number 5 in the other. Ladies and gentlemen, please close your eyes as darkness falls. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone present was engulfed in an extended stillness. Most had never before encountered these four. Only Yuanwei's eyes brightened slightly. It was indeed them. Who are you? A small organization, the Black God Guard. The Black God Guard? Cross murmured, grinding his teeth as he uttered the name. His demeanor was cold, radiating lethal intent. I have never heard of you. Where did this rogue organization emerge from? Do you truly believe that 4 individuals can challenge the Enlightenment Society? Isn't your audacity rather excessive? Chen Jing cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile gracing her lips. This fool, it seems, remains oblivious to the fact that it was they who unleashed the chaos at the Nanshan City base. You released the zombie virus, massacre innocent lives, intending to transform the entire cruise ship into a veritable hell on Earth. Are you not being rather presumptuous? Chen Jing stated softly. The figure known as Cross regarded her with an icy indifference. As long as you and the Savior Society perish here today, everything will be buried beneath the waves, and the world will merely know of a catastrophic maritime disaster. How do you perceive this? Chen Jing's gaze shifted to He Wenwei. He Wenwei replied in a grave tone, no need for further discussion. We shall together bring him to his knees. Very well. Chen Jing sent the head of the 5th experimental subject flying with a swift kick. It soared through the air like a cannonball towards Cross. With a thud, Cross's palm clamped down on the bloodied head as if he were catching a ball, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Eliminate them. The 4 men in black surged forward, each targeting their opponents. Chen Jing remained unperturbed. From the moment she entered, she had meticulously observed everyone present. The members of the Savior Society found themselves in dire straits, severely suppressed. In this brief interlude, as the adrenaline waned, their faces grew pale and their combat prowess diminished significantly. Chen Jing's attention settled on 2 individuals. The first was the earlier female experimental subject, who, despite facing He Wenwei, grew increasingly emboldened. Her eyes gleaming with excitement as she licked the blood from the steel blade implanted in her palm. Yet, Chen Jing could clearly see that her mental state was dwindling, the madness and bloodlust becoming more pronounced. Strangely, those around her seemed oblivious to her aberration. This could be exploited. The second individual was Cross, the leader among them. Beyond his vexing arrogance, his strength was unmatched in the room. After a few days, his average attributes had reached an impressive 85. Chen Jing surmised that he must have consumed an extraterrestrial gene serum. The higher the attributes, the lesser the enhancements gained from the serum, and it appeared these gene serums carried a significant risk, which increased over time. Of course, Chen Jing was aware of this phenomenon manifesting within herself as well. Although the enhancements had diminished, the risk was negligible. 1 each? Lu Haicheng proposed. Agreed. Wang Jiqiang nodded. Gao Xiang, as a black-clad figure, charged towards him. Feigned a hoarse voice. Allow me the pleasure of facing you. Chen Jing looked at him with exasperation. She recalled when she first met this lad. He had claimed to be free from delusions, yet here he was, already engaging in self-dramatization. Nonetheless, one thing struck Chen Jing. Everyone indeed required a code name. Whoever you are, you shall meet your demise. The approaching figure clad in steel armor wielded a dagger, moving with an agility and explosiveness far surpassing that of the experimental subjects. Chen Jing maintained steady breaths, recognizing that their attributes hovered around the 70s. The primary advantage lay in their combat experience. However, such matters are utterly futile for him at present. With a resounding thud, Chen Jing propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his entire being erupting with raw power. His physical prowess had ascended to a remarkable level, and the latent effects of his perfect-grade genes were now manifesting. The seamless coordination of strength, reflexes, and breathing, coupled with dynamic vision, rendered Chen Jing's mind exceptionally clear, allowing him to anticipate the opponent's intentions and determine his own course of action. Moreover, he wielded a long blade capable of severing high-intensity, hard metals. Swish. The blade sliced through the air. The man in black, with a cold smirk, attempted to parry with a dagger, while his other hand already discreetly drew a short blade. A single successful block would enable him to inflict a grievous wound capable of exposing the opponent's innards. Yet, in the next moment, the man in black suddenly froze. Hearing a high-frequency vibration, bang, his dagger, crafted from special materials by the Enlightenment Society, was as fragile as paper, effortlessly sliced through as if it were butter. What astonishing speed! The man in black was taken aback, realizing his dagger had been severed in a single exchange. Furthermore, the heat radiating from the blade was almost unbearable. The smoothness of the cut was striking. He gazed down at his arm holding the dagger, which now dangled as if severed from its tether. The incision was so precise that the bone, blood vessels, and muscle fibers were aligned flawlessly, devoid of any imperfection. Pain surged inch by inch into his mind. Blood gushed forth. Terror finally flickered in his eyes. As Chen Jing executed a swift sideways strike, the man's head detached from his body, his voice abruptly silenced. And that expression of horror was permanently frozen in time. He seemed to utter, "Is that all?" His performance astonished the members of the Enlightenment Society. The cross suddenly kicked the middle-aged man aside, his gaze igniting with a fearful intensity as he looked into the distance, his countenance darkening. It wasn't just Chen Jing. The other three also exhibited formidable combat prowess. Their incredible speed rendered them untouchable, while they bore wounds from counterattacks. Their terrifying defense disregarded even the sharpest blades, crashing forward with reckless abandon. Moreover, the deck was ablaze. That individual was indeed a superpowered being, appearing somewhat unrefined, yet the explosions continued unabated, preventing anyone from even approaching. Not only the cross, but everyone present shared a singular thought. Who on earth were these blackguards? Chapter 50. Super Gene Warriors. This was the first tangible appearance of the blackguards before the two organizations, and they immediately demonstrated astonishing combat capabilities. The crowd was left in shock. After effortlessly dispatching 4 individuals with an unstoppable force, they continued their assault on others without a moment's pause. Damn it! The cross glared fiercely, preparing to abandon the middle-aged man to intervene. However, the middle-aged man would not let him pass, roaring as he charged forward. He had not anticipated the strength of these 4. If that were the case, they must harness this momentum, risking their injuries to create an opportunity. Although they were on the brink of collapse, they still sought death. The cross, with a grim expression, suddenly launched a side attack, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being sliced. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as his muscular arms shielded him. The force of the blow sent him staggering back several meters, halting only upon colliding with the wall. Yet, the relentless figure known as Cross offered him no respite. Charging forward once more, the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine, narrowly evading the onslaught. In the blink of an eye crack, Cross's fist pierced the solid metal plate. Did he still dare to evade? Cross's gaze darkened with genuine fury as he unleashed his full power upon the middle-aged man, primarily because he had noticed Chen Jing, the wretched fiend, was mercilessly slaughtering others. In a mere span of seconds, he had dispatched 4 level 4 personnel with a single stroke. Puff! The middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body cracking under the strain, his arm hanging limply, fractured. Cross's expression soured further, for in that instant, the blackguard had claimed more lives. Damn it! He prepared to leap down to intervene. But in the next moment, the middle-aged man, summoning his last ounce of strength, lunged at Cross. The plight of the other members of the Salvation Society was even more dire. He was determined to expend his final strength to ensure that the blackguards would eliminate as many foes as possible. Did you truly wish to perish? Cross, exasperated and seething with rage, emanated a chilling aura as he unleashed a terrifying force, kicking the middle-aged man away. The man's body flew like a kite with severed strings, crashing against the wall, his form resembling that of a broken doll. Meanwhile, Chen Jing and his allies hastened their pace. If they could eliminate the last 10 opponents, the situation would stabilize significantly. Everyone retreat. Cross bellowed. At that moment, all engaged in combat felt a jolt of realization and immediately abandoned their adversaries to withdraw. The members of the Salvation Society sought to pursue. But Iwawei raised a hand, signaling for them to halt, and then coughed up a large volume of blood. It was not a matter of reluctance to chase. They simply lacked the capability. He was not alone in this. The other members of the Salvation Society were also at their limits, having been relentlessly suppressed and bearing grievous injuries. Had the blackguards not appeared, they would have likely faced utter collapse. Chen Jing halted as well, his gaze locking onto Cross, who was fixated on him, a murderous intent radiating from him, the malice palpable, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld him. It was all because of them, this detestable group. Fury erupted within Cross. Look at your father. Chen Jing responded calmly. Cross gritted his teeth, a surge of inexplicable anger welling within him. He ground out, "Very well. You are all very well." Suddenly, 4 individuals arrived simultaneously, like a sharp blade severing their plans and shifting the dynamics of the battlefield. At this moment, the Salvation Society advanced to stand alongside Chen Jing. He Wenwei bore significant injuries, but was still holding up. The others gasped for breath, somewhat unsteady. Chun Jing remarked, "Damn it, are you all this battered? We've slain several foes, yet why does it feel like we are at a disadvantage?" His gaze turned across, despite the latter's grim demeanor. He exhibited no signs of panic. Did he still possess a trump card? You must have heard that, right? He Wenwei gasped, his bloodied hands removing the earpiece. Below. The members of your Enlightenment Society had nearly completed their cleanup. Now, your conspiracy is on the verge of collapse. Zizi also removed his earpiece. His voice hoarse as he slowly remarked, "Do you truly believe that you can turn the tide with such a pitiful assembly?" His tone sent a chill through everyone present. He Wenwei frowned. In the next moment, Zizi extended his hand and retrieved a syringe from within his pocket. The other black-clad individuals, save for the 3 surviving test subjects, mimicked his actions. He Wenwei's eyelids twitched. Super Gene? Zizi coldly regarded them, stating, "You have never grasped the greatness of the Enlightenment Society. We contemplate issues from the perspective of humanity, strategizing for the future of terrestrial civilization. Super genes can alter the course of life, yet you persist in your relentless obstruction." He Wenwei's face darkened. "Stop spouting nonsense." The entire cruise ship erupted with a zombie virus, mercilessly slaughtering innocent lives, treating humanity as mere subjects for experimentation. Do you think others are fools? Those are merely necessary sacrifices. Zizi had already injected the syringe into his arm. Does it truly matter whether they are fools? When countless superhumans emerge in the future, even if they are not foolish, they will play the part of the simpleton. Damn it, these beasts. Wang Jiqiang and Lu Haiqing clenched their fists, unable to contain themselves. At this moment, the black-clad individuals had injected the super gene, their faces contorting in agony. Attack. First kill Zizi. He Wenwei's eyelids twitched violently as he growled. They could not afford to wait for these individuals to grow stronger. It was the perfect opportunity to strike while they were unstable. Boss, shall we proceed? Lu Haiqing had already conjured flames in his hands. There's no time. Chun Jing said softly. In his line of sight, the attributes of each black-clad individual had risen modestly, perhaps by 10, which was not particularly alarming. However, Zizi was different. At that moment, his attributes had surged to 99, with muscles bulging and visible steam erupting from his pores. Zizi, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, laughed heartily. This is the might of the super gene. At this instant, He Wenwei and the others brandished their steel blades, simultaneously charging towards Zizi. Bang! Zizi, his veins nearly bursting, extended his hand and firmly grasped the backs of both blades. In the collision, a dull sound echoed, yet he held steady, unyielding. Heh! Zizi's lips parted slightly, emitting a pained yet maniacal laugh. This is the future of humanity, where super soldiers can be produced en masse. What right do you have to contend with me, to challenge the Enlightenment Society? He Wenwei's expression shifted. In the next moment, Zizi hurled a punch, imbued with terrifying strength. Nearly impossible to evade. At that instant, a figure appeared with astounding speed, swiftly seizing He Wenwei and pulling him away. Simultaneously, Lu Haiqing's fireball surged forth, exploding before Zizi. The impact of Zizi's punch struck a supporting pillar, shattering the 2-meter-wide column with a resounding crash. Damn it! How terrifying! Gao Xiang released He Wenwei and the others. His expression tinged with fear. The other figures cloaked in black also exhibited noticeable changes, their eyes tinged with faint traces of blood. Yet their physical strength had escalated beyond its previous limits. It was over. He Wenwei, feeling an overwhelming pressure, wore a grim countenance. Although their numbers had dwindled, the adversaries had become despairingly formidable. Chun Jing spoke softly. Finished? He paused. Indeed, they are truly finished. Chapter 51, Transformation of the Super. What? He Wenwei was taken aback, nearly convinced he had misheard, and turned to Chun Jing. Aside from you, it seems we possess little combat capability left. The physique of the cross has become exceedingly monstrous. This super gene is far more terrifying than anticipated. Chun Jing shook his head. It is undeniably powerful, capable of instigating fundamental changes in the human body. But it also harbors fatal flaws. Yet He Wenwei chuckled bitterly. According to our intelligence, the likelihood of this flaw manifesting is merely 0.01. He was acutely aware of Chun Jing's implication. However, how could this group, post-injection, so fortuitously transform into zombies? Despite the flaw being catastrophic, the probability was too low. Is that so? I excel at transforming low probabilities into high ones. His gaze had already captured a multitude of information. Discovery of guidable mutated life forms. Discovery of guidable mutated life forms. The true power of the Hex Badge lay in its ability to harness the abilities of Wang Jiqiang and his companions. Simultaneously, it could direct the evolutionary path of a life form. You all should vacate this place, Chun Jing instructed. Leave the rest of us. He Wenwei was momentarily stunned. What was this reassuring proclamation? Prepare for battle, Chen Jing declared. Wang Jiqiang and the others were taken aback, immediately receiving Chen Jing's transmission, their expressions sharpening. Understood. In the next instant, the four of them unleashed astonishing speed, dashing forth. He Wenwei stood in a daze, while the cross furrowed his brow. Seeking death, Chen Jing moved with remarkable swiftness, charging towards the female test subject, having observed her keenly for some time. Was her mental acuity reduced to a mere 3 points? This time, he refrained from employing his blade. The female test subject fixed her gaze on Chen Jing, preparing to counterattack with a steel knife. However, Lu Hai's fireball surged towards her unexpectedly. She could only retreat in haste. In that moment, Chen Jing swiftly struck her with his palm, consuming 30 evolution points. The hex is guiding the mutation of this life form. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jing pivoted to engage another individual. While Wang Jiqiang and his companions created an opportunity for him to close in, those present were momentarily stunned. Even the cross, poised to strike, furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this? Are you jesting with me? Chen Jing replicated his approach, maneuvering through the constraints imposed by Wang Jiqiang and Gao Xiang, swiftly closing in for contact, yet retreating immediately upon making contact. The cross's gaze darkened. He was utterly perplexed, yet this would not deter him from attacking. Whoosh! He erupted with terrifying speed, charging towards Chen Jing. I'm coming! Wang Jiqiang, possessing remarkable strength, attempted to block him. Yet, in the next moment, a swift kick sent him flying. It seemed the time for their superpowers was running out. Gao Xiang suddenly realized that their abilities were indeed time-limited. He glanced at Lu Haiqing, whose flames were also diminishing. Don't panic. You take them and leave with the Salvation Society. Chen Jing's gaze shifted slightly, although less than an hour had passed. Their continuous high-intensity battle had caused an early depletion of their powers. But what about you? Gao Xiang was taken aback. Rest assured, Chen Jing replied calmly. There will be no issues. With full confidence in his employer, Gao Xiang nodded and quickly led Wang Jiqiang and Lu Haiqing away while their powers still lingered. Others tried to pursue, but they were utterly unable to catch up. Forget about the others. Encircle him. The cold gaze of the cross pierced through the chaos as he hoarsely declared, You stay here alone. It seems you truly wish to perish. He charged forward to kill. Chen Jing also turned and drew his alloy-long knife, slashing forward. Against the cross, he could not fight barehanded. This time, the cross intended to catch the strike as he had before, but a terrifying tremor startled him, prompting an immediate evasive maneuver. At that moment, others also surged forward. The situation had nearly spiraled into a deadlock. The cross doubted that this individual had any chance of reversal. But just then, Chen Jing suddenly smiled. Isn't it about time? The cross's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean about time? Given the current circumstances, this damned fellow, how could he possibly smile at a time like this? Crack! As the crowd rushed towards Chen Jing, the female test subject began to tremble violently, her bones emitting peculiar sounds. In the next instant, she let out a fierce roar and lunged at the nearest individual. Damn! The person beside her changed color and, caught off guard, was knocked down. For the super mutant zombie was far more ferocious than a typical zombie. With a terrifying bite force, it tore flesh and blood. The cross's eyes widened in disbelief. Simultaneously, other figures in black also began to exhibit unusual behavior. They trembled uncontrollably, blood spewing from their mouths, their eyes turning pale and ashen. What the hell is happening? The cross's body trembled, shocked and unable to believe what he was witnessing. Why? How could they all suddenly mutate? Chen Jing sighed in relief. Damn it. Thankfully, that female test subject exploded early, while the others and Wang Jiqiang were on a similar timeline. If it had been any slower, he would have been in serious danger. The figures in black now bore a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes, their consciousness fading amidst convulsions. They fixated intently on the only two humans present. The cross muttered, How could they all erupt simultaneously? This is impossible. Their research, encompassing nearly 100,000 cases, yielded only 1 or 2 instances of mutation. Nothing is impossible. You dare to inject such severely flawed super genes. Chen Jing raised his thumb in admiration. I must commend you on this point. The cross stared intently at Chen Jing. It's all because of you. What have you done? Who knows? Chen Jing smiled, contemplating the intricate endeavor of guiding the evolution of terrestrial civilization. Such an undertaking is far from simple. The Enlightenment Society cannot afford to falter, nor do they possess the capability, but he can. The super mutant zombies had already lunged forward with astonishing speed, their forms grotesque, enhanced by superior genes and mutations. Their physical prowess approached an astonishing level of 80. Each possessed formidable explosive strength, yet they remained mere mindless beasts devoid of reason. Although their collective strength was inferior to that of the cross, their frenzied, bloodthirsty onslaught ensnared him in a fierce battle, rendering escape impossible. The Cross bellowed in rage as he fought against the advancing undead, his gaze fixed sharply on Qinjing. In this situation, you cannot escape. Escape? Qinjing replied calmly. Do you see any of them attacking me? The Cross's eyes widened in shock as he realized that none of the zombies were directing their aggression towards Qinjing. They regarded him as though he were air. Why? Why are you not being attacked? He shouted. Because Qinjing gently rolled up the sleeve of his arm, revealing a wound infected by zombie blood, now festering. He smiled lightly, his tone unruffled, as if discussing a trivial matter. I have long been infected. The virus courses through my veins. The Cross's pupils constricted. At that moment, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Chapter 52. Do you wish to join the Black God Guard? The surrounding mutant zombies, as if driven mad, turned upon their former master. The Cross was drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, as he had stated, the power gained from the injection was terrifying. Even with a horde of zombies descending upon him, he could withstand the onslaught. However, there remained a predatory figure nearby. To be precise, it was not a predatory gaze, but one of keen interest, as if observing a specimen in an experiment. That look was all too familiar, reminiscent of the Enlightenment Society's gaze from beyond the glass walls of their laboratory. Why? You have not turned into a zombie. The Cross roared. Qinjing, knife in hand, regarded him silently. He awaited the moment the Cross weakened, biding his time, for even with attributes nearing 100, the threat posed by the surrounding mutant zombies was palpable. He spoke softly. When a mistake is magnified, the consequences can be catastrophic. Your Enlightenment Society's unwillingness to acknowledge this is merely a prelude to your own demise. Possessing perfect super genes, the virus posed no threat to him, even upon infection. The Cross's complexion darkened to an extreme. Wounds from relentless bites began to appear on his body as he sought to escape the encirclement. Yet Qinjing would not grant him such an opportunity. Brandishing his knife, he surged forward, blocking every avenue of escape and forcing him back into the throng of zombies. At last, screech. A massive gash was torn open in the Cross's chest by a steel claw, leaving him pale and on the brink of collapse. Sensing the intoxicating scent of blood, the other zombies surged forth in a frenzy. Qinjing, however, did not pursue. Some ravenous wolves, in their final moments, may make a desperate and lethal counterattack. The figure known as Cross is being savagely bitten, flesh and blood tearing apart relentlessly, yet at this moment, he appears devoid of any sensation of pain. His gaze fixed intently upon Qinjing. At this juncture, his abdomen has been hollowed out, intestines spilling forth, severed in two. Qinjing is momentarily taken aback, the gruesome scene igniting a flicker of exhilaration within him. Is it the virus coursing through his veins? Although it won't transform him into a zombie, it seems to exert a subtle influence. The formidable vitality of the Black God Guard is manifesting, enabling him to rasp out those 3 words even as his throat is being gnawed upon. For reasons unknown, he feels that this obscure and enigmatic organization, if left unchecked, will inevitably burgeon into something uncontrollable in the future. Thank you for your insight. Qinjing, wielding a long knife, prepares to take action. In the past, he could only lie in wait from a distance, watching as the Enlightenment Society indiscriminately slaughtered innocent lives without a second thought. Yet now, some lie prostrate while others stand firm. At the very moment the blade descends, Cross suddenly laughs, a mirth that unsettles Qinjing. However, the outcome remains unchanged. With a swift stroke, he cleanly severs Cross's head from his body, encountering no resistance or surprise. Simultaneously, a notification of evolutionary points appears, revealing that this individual has already undergone partial zombification. Yet, something feels amiss. Qinjing is acutely aware of this, having eliminated such an adversary. The Enlightenment Society should be devoid of further combatants aboard the cruise ship. Nevertheless, the sense of unease within him lingers. It intensifies upon noticing a chip-like object embedded in Cross's chest, emitting an urgent red light. A sense of foreboding surges within Qinjing. In the next instant, an earth-shattering explosion reverberates through the grand hall. The very floor quakes beneath him, a terrifying wave of energy unleashing a torrent of heat. The ceiling and walls come crashing down. Damn it! Qinjing curses vehemently. In that moment, both he and the mutated zombies are propelled backward by the force of the explosion. Moreover, the entire cruise ship begins to detonate from the top down, the blast resounding in a cacophony of destruction. What is happening? Why has this explosion occurred so suddenly? It is the Enlightenment Society. They have planted a vast quantity of explosives aboard the ship. Damn it! He bellows in fury. Have they been prepared for this all along? The cruise ship shakes violently, the terrifying explosions drawing ever nearer. Wang Jiqiang races toward the staircase without a backward glance. What are you doing? Lu Haiqing urgently seizes him. We must save the boss. he asserts, his voice low. Although they have retreated as instructed, Qinjing remains alone on the upper deck, and he cannot abandon him. Calm down. Lu Haiqing growls. The explosions are still ongoing. Returning to our previous position would yield no results if we do not descend to the lower levels. We are left with but a dead end. I have already communicated with the boss and await his response. He is composed and understands that advancing in such a manner would lead to futility, especially after such a terrifying explosion that has already decimated the upper levels. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions draws ever closer. He Wenwei clenches his teeth, clutching the lifeless body of a middle-aged man, running frantically, but time is not on his side. His complexion pales, the explosions engulf every level, and the entire cruise ship is on the brink of sinking. Everything that transpires here will be utterly erased. If no one survives, it is precisely the outcome that the Enlightenment Society desires. There is no evading this fate. At that moment, however, the explosions unexpectedly ceased around the 10th floor, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on a raging fire, bringing it to an abrupt halt. What is happening? Gao Xiang, taken aback, halts his steps. He Wenwei is equally stunned. The acrid smoke and the scent of gunpowder linger in the air. Why has it suddenly stopped? Meanwhile, in the sky outside, a figure clad in drab gray steel armor is supporting Qinjing's shoulder. The armor's bulky thrusters are expelling energy, desperately maintaining balance. A voice resonating from within the steel armor expresses astonishment. I never anticipated it would come to this. Qinjing replies softly. I also did not foresee that this individual would be so ruthless, linking the detonation trigger to his own heartbeat. Once his heart stops, the entire cruise ship and the thousands aboard would perish alongside him. He is indeed a formidable adversary. Through his scanning function, Qinjing discovers that the cruise ship is laden with powerful explosives. Thus, while the Cross was under siege, he had been vigilantly monitoring the situation to avert such calamity. Yet, to his dismay, the worst had still unfolded, proving difficult to prevent. Fortunately, he managed to intervene in time. Had it not been for your coordinate message, the steel armor responds. Moreover, utilizing technology from the Kitas Industrial Group made it possible for me to dismantle the device. Well done, Kitas. Kitas replies, as a prominent leader in the global industry, it feels somewhat discordant to receive such praise. By the way, how did you know it was me? Initially, he had prepared the armor for rescuing and combating zombies, only to find himself recognized by this individual. Qinjing chuckles. Evading the question, your thrusters and reactor concepts and technologies are impressive, yet they require further enhancement. Thus, he gently proposes, would you care to join the Black God Guard? Chapter 53. The curtain falls. The cruise ship incident has finally reached its conclusion. The opulent and luxurious floors have transformed into heaps of rubble, rendering the former splendor unrecognizable. What was once a grand event, gathering numerous magnates and affluent individuals, has now devolved into a hellish nightmare. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Salvation Society successfully utilized special communications to contact their headquarters. In about 2 hours, assistance will arrive. He Wenwei breathes a sigh of relief, at last. It seems there are no further issues. To be honest, this ordeal was exceedingly perilous. They miscalculated, and although they were somewhat prepared, it was still insufficient. He Wenwei gazed at the 5 individuals before him. Qinjing had already joined them, accompanied by a figure clad entirely in mechanized armor. Many members of the Salvation Society could not suppress their curious glances directed at this metallic exoskeleton. Clearing his throat, He Wenwei spoke with a serious and sincere demeanor. I am profoundly grateful to each of you for your assistance. Whether it be regarding intelligence or the various occurrences aboard the cruise ship, without your intervention, the innocent lives on that vessel might have fallen victim to the machinations of the Enlightenment Society. The emergence of the Black God Guard, a newly formed organization, had undeniably transformed the entire situation. However, Qinjing shook his head, stating, there is no need for gratitude. Our actions were solely aimed at averting disaster. He had also garnered significant time through the direct resistance of the Salvation Society. Otherwise, the Black God Guard would have stood little chance against a behemoth like the Enlightenment Society, nor would they have been able to thwart a scheme threatening all of humanity. He Wenwei continued, if possible, the headquarters would like to have a discussion with you. We may have the opportunity to meet again. Qinjing declined, expressing his reluctance to engage with the Salvation Society's headquarters at this juncture. The reasoning was simple. Their strength was inadequate, collaboration and alliance would require parity in power, which the Black God Guard had yet to attain. By the way, take this. Qinjing suddenly tossed a briefcase. He Wenwei, momentarily taken aback, quickly reached out to catch it. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled with vials of potions, each containing a vivid crimson liquid. Is this blood? He asked incredulously. Qinjing nodded. It is the blood of mutated zombies. A chill ran down He Wenwei's spine. But take care of it. There is only this amount. Shinjing glanced at him. It can treat those who have been infected but have not fully transformed into zombies. Each individual requires only 1 milliliter. What? He Wei exclaimed. Astonished. They were still grappling with how to handle the aftermath, preparing to report back to headquarters, which was in a frenzy of research. After all, many ordinary individuals, including members of the Salvation Society, had already been infected, albeit without the outbreak of the virus. He was worried about the situation. As headquarters had advised him not to harbor excessive hope, time was too limited, and there were no samples. Many living infected individuals would have to be abandoned. Yet, here was the Black God Guard, already having produced an antidote. He could not contain his astonishment. What in the world? At that moment, Shinjing had already summoned a few individuals. We must depart. After guiding those who had received the defective super gene injections with the hex badge, life. The evolution chart began to record. Shinjing had also managed to locate a still-breathing specimen, and upon releasing its guidance, it reverted to its original form. At this point, its bloodstream already contained antibodies. Without hesitation, Shinjing extracted all the blood from it before delivering a fatal blow. In truth, Shinjing himself also possessed antibodies. But he could not risk providing his own blood for others' research. As he was leaving, Shinjing remarked, "You should expedite the cleanup of zombies and the relocation of personnel. The remaining zombies are still numerous. If a zombie king were to emerge, it would pose a grave challenge." He Wei let out a dry laugh, exclaiming, "How is that even possible? According to our data, such a probability is nearly non-existent. You may as well go mad." Shinjing rolled her eyes and swiftly led everyone away from the scene. An hour later, a multitude of rescue helicopters appeared on the horizon. Half an hour after that, large rescue vessels emerged, representing the official forces and the visible power of the Salvation Society. They began to rapidly establish a channel to transfer the survivors. The outbreak of the virus occurred within a minute to an hour's time, during which personnel from the Salvation Society meticulously screened individuals to prevent complications. Having survived what resembled a hellish cruise, many individuals wept openly, overwhelmed with joy, while others knelt in gratitude. "Oh, great Lord, I can scarcely believe I have survived. Thank God for saving us." This elicited a grimace from the rescue personnel. However, it was reported that numerous incidents transpired aboard the chaotic cruise ship. Some, convinced of their imminent demise, resorted to desperate measures with their closest companions. When the Salvation Society personnel arrived, they found 2 individuals transformed into grotesque figures. One wealthy individual, paralyzed by fear, hid in his cabin, only to take his own life with a firearm upon hearing the frenzied assault of zombies against his door. The moment the gunshot rang out, the Salvation Society personnel arrived just in time to eradicate the zombies with heavy firepower, but alas, it was too late. In addition to these events, various chaotic occurrences unfolded aboard the cruise ship, with some individuals resorting to unscrupulous means to survive, while others emerged as leaders, guiding their companions in a desperate quest for life. Human nature is a complex and enigmatic thing, difficult to articulate. Yet, overall, it was deemed not a significant matter. Shinjing, along with Wang Jiqiang and the others, seamlessly transitioned to the rescue ship, blending in as ordinary people. "What about that foreigner?" Gao Xiang could not help but inquire. They have also met with katas, who seemingly might join the Black God Guards, reveling in their class privileges. Shinjing replied softly. Katas boarded another rescue vessel, surrounded by a throng of people, and was escorted into a secure room for examination. Once it was confirmed that all the survivors were indeed alive and free from infection, the rescue ship set sail towards the shore. Meanwhile, the opulent super cruise ship floated on the water like a dilapidated ghost ship, the anguished cries of zombies echoing from within. The personnel of the Salvation Society found it impossible to eliminate the zombies, as there were simply too many, including continuously mutating ones, whose strength rivaled that of level 4 personnel. After swiftly searching the Enlightenment Society's secret stronghold and transferring all that could be moved, they resolved to withdraw and incinerate the cruise ship, burying it beneath the sea. A distant rumble emanated from the far horizon. Shinjing gazed into the distance, raising an eyebrow. Has it been destroyed? No, they wouldn't allow the virus to leak. Could they possibly be using a nuclear option? At that moment, information appeared before his eyes. The Eye of Supervision reminds, this crisis operation has concluded. The spread of defective super genes has been successfully halted. Cruise passengers, 9,120. Current survivors, 4,687. Rewards, 4,687 evolution points. Rewards, base construction functionality unlocked. Special reward, dispersed. Confirm upon returning to base. Chapter 54. Returned to Nanshan City, the Salvation Society was set to verify everyone's identities. However, a troubling situation arose that weighed heavily on He Wenwei. The boarding data in the crew's control room had long been obliterated by the explosion, and at least several hundred tickets were bought through scalpers. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Scalpers truly are formidable. Retaining the remaining 4,000-plus survivors proved challenging, as many were wealthy, influential, and renowned. The Enlightenment Society might resort to any means necessary for a harsh crackdown, but the Salvation Society could not afford such measures. Eventually, they could only ensure that no members of the Enlightenment Society were overlooked and conduct a thorough infection screening before finally docking. The survivors stepped onto solid ground, overwhelmed with joy, cheering exuberantly. "We have finally returned. We are alive." He Wenwei observed the throngs disembarking, clutching his wound, and softly remarked, "From this point, we must transition from the shadows into the light, and everything that follows may be difficult to foresee. However, one certainty remains. Our struggle against the Enlightenment Society will intensify. And then there are the Black Divine Guards." He Wenwei paused, gazing at the dawn sky, tinged with the color of fish bellies. What changes will their emergence bring? Half a day later, a plane returned from the coast to Nanshan City. The four descended from the aircraft, gazing at the familiar surroundings, and couldn't help but exclaim, "We are finally back." Having endured so much, witnessing the bustling airport and the myriad of ordinary people, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over them. Ding ding ding. Lu Haiqing pulled out his phone, clearing his throat. "I need to take this call and respond to some messages." He was still the company president, having vanished for nearly 2 days. A multitude of matters awaited his attention. Gao Xiang suddenly recalled and hastily powered on his phone, his face pale. "Oh no, my school has discovered my leave of absence, and my mother has called me over 30 times. Wang Jiqiang scratched his head. "I suppose I should also call my family." Chen Jing sat in the lounge, observing them. They had indirectly saved the world, yet upon their return, they must resume their daily lives. This indeed reflects the essence of life. He sent a greeting message to his aunt. The elderly woman, who relished life, responded with a simple, "Very well," he thought, merely expressing himself in this atmosphere. His aunt quickly inundated him with messages until she inquired about the supermarket's revenue. Chen Jing was taken aback. "What revenue? Does my supermarket even have such a thing?" Chen Jing could only force a smile and fabricate an excuse. After all, he had led the Black Divine Guards to save the world. He hardly had time for management. Nonetheless, Chen Jing paused slightly. He had no intention of shutting down the supermarket. Having a concealed identity proved advantageous, especially since he was also a member of the Salvation Society's watchtower. Chen Jing also took out his phone, browsing through various websites. Over 4,000 people had survived the cruise, and the news had spread like wildfire online, inciting a fervent frenzy. Whether it was an Enlightenment gathering or a Salvation meeting, attempts to suppress the information and reduce the hype were utterly futile. Even if silence was imposed in the larger circles, the smaller groups were beyond control. At that very moment, numerous chat groups were engaged in intense discussions. Is this true? Did a zombie virus really break out on that cruise? Nonsense. ISNT, that's something fabricated? Don't dismiss it. I have pictures. A word of caution, those with a weak constitution should refrain from clicking. Chat group records. Bubbling hero. Image. View 12 forwarded messages. Crap. No way. Is this not some movie still? Damn, that scared me. Let us see some lewd images to lighten the mood. Chat group records. One paper Jiang. Image. View 99 forwarded messages. Thank you, group leader. This group has been banned. Chen Jing continued to scroll through his phone. Until the situation was thoroughly confirmed, most people remained skeptical. Some even believed it was merely a publicity stunt by a film company. After all, the zombies on the cruise had been completely eradicated, and without evidence. Along with the suppression of information, many were yet to shift their mindset. However, this was merely a temporary state of affairs. The winds of change were already beginning to stir. With over 4,000 first-hand witnesses and so many lives lost, the news would inevitably spread rapidly. Yet, Chen Jing adopted a laissez-faire attitude. After all, it was not only zombies they would have to contend with in the future. Various mutations and disasters were likely to emerge. Humanity, in the end, must learn to adapt. At that moment, Lu Haiqing and the others concluded their phone calls. Chen Jing smiled and said, "It seems everyone has matters to attend to. Let us take a half-month break." The three were taken aback. Half a month? After this crisis? Everyone should understand the weight we carry. Chen Jing spoke slowly, a smile gracing his lips. Future crises will undoubtedly occur, but there's no need to remain on edge. A balance of work and rest is paramount. Having just endured the harrowing cruise crisis, it was only natural to allow them a proper respite to relax and recuperate. Moreover, Chen Jing needed to address matters concerning the base. Of course, you all should carry your virtual helmets with you. Do not let your guard down. Although performance was commendable this time, there were still several oversights. Understood. Once they departed, Chen Jing prepared to call for a vehicle. As he was leaving, he caught sight of a figure, a stout man clad in a suit, his face somewhat haggard, dragging a suitcase alone. Chen Jing merely glanced briefly before averting his gaze. He had never seen this man before, but it was evident that his mental state was poor. As the vehicle started, Chen Jing quickly left the place behind. The stout boss had a dedicated car service, and he got in. "Why are you the only one here? Where's Shoubei?" The driver, a young man, asked curiously. The corpulent boss trembled slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Why ask so many questions? Just drive me home." The young man, accustomed to being chided, parted his lips, intending to mention that there were numerous matters to attend to at the company. However, he ultimately sighed, turning back to contact Shoubei for further inquiries. Upon returning to his opulent abode, the boss illuminated every light within, the luxurious decor glowing with a faint golden hue, aligning with his tastes. Yet, he paid little heed to such details, collapsing wearily onto his bed. No sooner had his eyes closed, and he drifted off to sleep. Then he was jolted awake by a desperate cry echoing in his ears. With a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes wide, sitting up abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. Unable to resist any longer, he rose to kneel before a statue of Buddha, trembling as he lit incense. "Shoubei, I have always supported and valued you at the company. I brought you along to broaden your horizons, never anticipating such a calamity would ensue," he murmured, hands clasped together, stammering. "So, you mustn't hold it against me. After all, at that moment, had I not given you a push, neither of us would have emerged unscathed." Chapter 55. Seize him. Chen Jing returned to the familiar streets as dusk settled. He retrieved his keys, preparing to unlock the rolling door. To be honest, he was not particularly satisfied with the outcome. Nearly half of the individuals had perished in the disaster. The rapidity of the events had left them reliant on the power of the Salvation Society to reach this point. The myriad issues that had surfaced remained to be resolved. With a clang, the supermarket door swung open, and Chen Jing stepped inside. A stream of information began to unfurl before his eyes. The base is now at level 3. The likelihood of mutation in the 3 fundamental factors has increased, and post-mutation yields will automatically rise. The hex store has been updated. Extraction methods and item inventory have been enhanced. The exploration function has been upgraded, improving precision and range. The base construction feature has been activated. Special rewards have been distributed. Chen Jing's eyelids twitched as he was inundated with a flurry of notifications upon his return, momentarily overwhelmed. He began to scrutinize each message carefully. Base construction requires exchange for construction robots. Evolution points cost 500. Level 1 gravity chamber. Adjustable gravity up to 20 times. Evolution points cost 1500. Level 1 automated defense system, providing basic defensive countermeasures against intruders. Evolution points cost 2000. Level 1 invisibility eye, deployable anywhere. Transmitting imagery within a kilometer range. Evolution points cost 1000. There was a plethora of constructible items for training, reconnaissance, concealment, and defense. Yet each required a substantial number of evolution points, often in the thousands. Currently, he possessed nearly 5,000 evolution points, necessitating a discerning evaluation of what was beneficial and what was not. Furthermore, many constructions demanded a considerable workforce for management. He decided to prioritize the construction of the gravity chamber. In the next moment, the supermarket's refrigeration units began to rumble ominously. A silvery machine emanating cool air came into view, agilely emerging and swiftly transforming, while various components materialized from the freezer, assembling together as if drawn by a magnetic force. Chen Jing remarked, somewhat sarcastically, that this freezer could indeed be considered a birthplace. He designated the building adjacent to the supermarket as a construction site, and without hesitation, stepped inside, resulting in the familiar rumbling and shaking of the entire structure. Construction in progress. Estimated time, 2 days and 12 hours. Construction robots can be added to reduce time. Chen Jing disregarded the latter note. The Hex Store had also undergone an upgrade. Chen Jing glanced over. Hex Store. Consuming 100 evolution points allows for 1 refresh, presenting 3 items simultaneously. Items can be exchanged using evolution points as needed. Due to the base's enhancements, the consumption had increased, yet the value and variety of items available had also expanded. Chen Jing pondered what might be in store. Previously, the selections had seemed entirely arbitrary, often yielding a plethora of trivial items and largely useless debris. Most prevalent were the advanced gene serums. But Chen Jing had experimented and found that their effectiveness diminished sharply once attributes exceeded 50. Moreover, possessing a superior gene meant he would need either higher-level serums or to engage in training for enhancement. Setting aside his contemplations, he decided to refresh and see what was available. Hex Store Refreshing. Translator. Contains a selection of languages from various civilizations. Can be exchanged for 150 evolution points. Nick Civilization Telescope. As a level 1 civilization, they possessed a profound curiosity about the cosmos, and this telescope, embodying their most advanced technology, has spent nearly 126 years in space capturing 123 trillion photographs, can be exchanged for 200 evolution points. Mysterious Damaged Blueprint. Discovered in the remnants of a level 3 civilization in the 786 constellation. Its purpose remains unclear, can be exchanged for 1,500 evolution points. Xinjing let out a sound of discontent. Sometimes, one must rely on luck. All 3 items appeared potentially useful, yet somehow felt insignificant. The translator and the damaged blueprint. Xinjing paused. Exchanging for both indeed required courage. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely opted to exchange them all, aware that the items would vanish if not redeemed within 48 hours. He subsequently refreshed the store several more times. However, the subsequent offerings were lackluster, primarily comprising miscellaneous items from level 1 and 2 civilizations. Among them was even a limited edition packet of cookies, which, while delicious, possessed no extraordinary qualities, costing merely 50 evolution points. After exchanging for it and tasting, Xinjing's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, it was quite delectable. Having exchanged a considerable assortment, Xinjing acquired many intriguing items, some of which were perilous, even more terrifying than the particle bomb he previously possessed. As he surveyed the plethora of items, he contemplated. Once the gravity chamber was complete, he would construct a storage facility. Naturally, a storage facility built by the base would differ entirely from others. It would enable rapid transmission, transport, and deployment. However, this would also necessitate the expenditure of evolution points to acquire the relevant items. Though they continue to tread cautiously, the Black God Guard's wings are steadily gaining strength, progressively refining and constructing their system. With sufficient evolution points, Xinjing firmly believes that growth will soon follow. As for the ultimate special reward, Xinjing's gaze is drawn to the faint glimmer of light. The Super Dream Protocol coincides with the conclusion of the cruise ship incident, marking the moment when the discourse surrounding the biohazard erupts. The frenzied circulation of images and videos across the internet has stirred the nerves of countless individuals. When this situation became uncontainable, a prominent figure stepped forward, announcing to the world through the media that the occurrence is indeed real. Zombies have truly emerged. Like a colossal stone cast into a lake already rippling, it has sent forth countless waves. Concurrently, more and more influential figures have taken to the press and the internet to voice their concerns. At that moment, everyone was compelled to accept the reality of the situation. In an instant, the globe was engulfed in a state of panic. Although the Salvation Society issued various documents asserting that the cruise ship had been completely destroyed and that not a single zombie had escaped, the tide of fear continued to spread unabated. The internet was awash with a cacophony of opinions, doomsday theories, collapse narratives, and conspiracy claims. Even Nanshan City felt the tremors of this upheaval. By the 3rd day following the cruise ship incident, disturbances erupted, looting and arson, under the pretext of an impending apocalypse. Though swiftly quelled, the panic did not subside. Many frantically sought to hoard food, water, and other survival essentials. They questioned, will it be resolved just like that? I refuse to believe it. The cinematic portrayals of biohazard crises impart a vital lesson. Survival favors the prepared. No one would foolishly await the arrival of doom. Only the truly strong can master the rules of existence. Thus, the young man pondered, what course of action should he take? Gripping a stick, he fixed his gaze upon a distant supermarket emblazoned with the name Chin's Department Store. Shall we rob it? He exclaimed. Chapter 56. On the launch announcement, I have received word from the editor that the launch is scheduled for Friday. Lacking hopes for Sanjiang, and likely returning home for the new year. Any delays would be too late. Today, I am still on the road, penning 2 chapters along the way. Brothers, I shall say no more. I seek your initial subscriptions. 500 initial subscriptions will yield an additional chapter, and for every extra 50, another chapter shall be added. Let us begin. Chapter 57. Run, don't look back. Seeking initial subscriptions, the diminutive companion hesitated briefly, asking, Brother Ming, are we truly going to rob them? Why not? The young man replied resolutely. We are both at our wits' end. This crisis presents us with an opportunity, does it not? Just follow me. He beckoned his small companion, and the pair swiftly approached the supermarket. This store, tucked away in a remote location, housed only a single individual inside. The cashier, appearing frail and engrossed in breakfast, posed no threat. There were no surveillance cameras in sight, an ideal scenario. Don't move. The young man stepped forcefully into the supermarket, brandishing his stick and shouting fiercely. The small companion also drew a short knife, whispering, "We seek only food and survival supplies. You would do well not to resist, lest you invite your own suffering." Qinjing silently placed the egg into his mouth, his gaze calmly fixed upon the two individuals before him. The young man twitched his lips, questioning whether he was not sufficiently menacing. Why did this fellow exhibit no signs of fear, instead regarding them with an inscrutable expression? "Akong, go fetch the food. Bring back an entire box from the storage room," the young man commanded without further ado. Having done some research, he decided that rather than scouring for scattered provisions outside, it would be more efficient to directly transport boxes from the warehouse. The diminutive figure known as Akong promptly made his way towards the storage room in the supermarket. "Brother Ming, I can't open it," Akong shouted, pushing against the door with all his might. Despite his efforts, he found no keyhole or lock. Yet the door remained steadfastly closed. The young man glared at Qinjing, his tone laced with hostility. "Why can't you open it?" Remaining composed, Qinjing poured himself a cup of hot water, realizing that swallowing the egg without some hydration was quite a challenge. "You bastard." The young man slammed a metal rod down on the cashier's counter with a resounding thud, his face contorted with menace as he barked, "I'm asking you a question." He failed to notice that the metal rod left no mark upon the countertop. Disregarding the threat, Qinjing inquired, "I am more curious as to why you have chosen to steal." The attributes of the two individuals materialized before him. Truth be told, after enduring several intense battles with the Enlightenment Society, encountering such individuals left him somewhat unaccustomed. A meager 6 points in physique, 6 points in strength, and 4 points in speed. Just as Qinjing had consumed the egg, he caught sight of the smaller man swallowing hard. "Damn it, why should I answer your questions?" The young man stammered, momentarily taken aback. This was due to Qinjing extending his hand nonchalantly towards the metal rod he held. "You bastard." The young man's expression turned ferocious. Believing Qinjing would not dare to retaliate, he suddenly swung the rod at him with all his might. Boom. In the next instant, the young man's body trembled as the metal rod was effortlessly grasped, an overwhelming force rendering him utterly immobile. His eyes widened in disbelief. Teeth clenched as he struggled with all his strength, yet it was futile. Qinjing seized the rod as if it were a mere child's toy. "Is this how you intend to commit theft? Do you genuinely believe in that so-called apocalypse, or are you merely seeking to create chaos?" The young man's eyelids flickered violently, his pupils constricting in fear. He witnessed an astonishing sight, the metal rod effortlessly contorted in Qinjing's grip. What in the world? What kind of strength is this? His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Akong," the young man exclaimed in terror, "run." Wasn't this merely a supermarket owner? How could he so easily deform such a thick metal rod? What kind of monstrous figure was he? Notably, he bore no muscles at all. The smaller man's face turned pale with panic as he hurriedly followed the young man in a frantic escape, dropping the knife he had been holding. Qinjing observed the two fleeing in utter disarray, making no attempt to intervene. It appeared that this wave of exposure had indeed plunged the world into a state of persistent chaos. Of course, there were those who sought to take advantage of the turmoil, engaging in acts of arson and plunder. It remained to be seen whether the Salvation Society could effectively quell such disturbances. Moreover, the direction of events is somewhat surprising. Following a brief period of suppression, the major players have emerged to validate the existence of the zombies, and the restrictions on photos and videos related to the cruise ship have significantly eased. This situation suggests not only the involvement of the Savior Society, but also the apparent support from the Enlightenment Society. What does this signify? A power struggle? A manipulation of public opinion? A preparation for the two great forces to fully expose themselves to the world? Qinjing's mind was awash with speculation. This is not a favorable trend. Once the veil of pretense is torn away, and both factions emerge from the shadows into the light, the currently relatively tranquil situation may be irrevocably altered. The Black Divine Guards have also come into their view, though their advantage lies in the fact that their identities remain unknown. Seizing this opportunity to expand the personnel of the Black Divine Guards would be prudent. Qinjing stepped away from the counter, bending down to retrieve a small knife that had fallen to the ground. He paused in surprise, realizing that the knife was merely a broken scrap, as if it had been picked up from a junkyard. Upon closer inspection of the previously seen deformed metal rod, he noted it was also rusted and chipped. These two individuals were indeed at their wits' end. Qinjing shook his head, but this was of no concern to him. After tidying up, he resumed his meditation, entering into the Super Dream Protocol. The Super Dream allows him to disseminate a level agreement through brainwaves without the need for direct contact with everyone. Everyone dreams, and upon receiving this agreement, individuals will undergo further selection in their dreams. It is a broad net cast for recruitment, aiming to expand their ranks. While superpowered individuals are crucial, there is an equal need for ordinary operatives, investigators, intelligence personnel, technicians, and the like. Thus, This iteration of the Super Dream Protocol aims for more precise selection and deployment. In half a month, when others have concluded their rest, he will be ready to engage and cultivate new talents. Furthermore, that fellow Kitas should also be making his move around that time. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, waves stirred beneath the dim sky, creating white ripples across the vast seascape. Aside from the sound of the wind and the crashing waves, there was nearly silence. Yet, no one could discern that this ocean had previously been the site of a horrific zombie crisis, where a luxurious cruise ship had been utterly obliterated and scattered across the water's surface. At that moment, a figure soared through the high heavens, stepping upon a metallic disc. Dressed in winter garb, he gazed intently down at the ocean below. The Savior Society had indeed acted with ferocity, reducing everything to ashes. Did they employ nuclear means? In such circumstances, no zombie would likely survive. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Were there still remnants? 100 meters from the water's surface, he extended his hand, unleashing a powerful, invisible force. Debris submerged beneath the waves shot upward like bullets, dislodged from the ship's hull by the initial explosion. They varied in size. And as his gaze shifted, he unexpectedly spotted a half-dismembered body ensnared within a narrow steel frame. Despite being on the brink of death, the cellular structure of his body exhibited astonishing vitality, continuously striving to mend its frail form. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he commanded the metal to encase him, propelling himself at high speed towards the headquarters. Chapter 58. The youth gasped for breath, leaning against the arch of a bridge adjacent to the refuse dump. What on earth was that creature? Possessing such formidable strength? He had initially presumed it to be an ordinary individual, only to discover it was a veritable fortress. This revelation left him utterly astounded. Coughing violently, he expelled some bitter bile and blood from his empty stomach. "Brother Ming, are you all right?" A Kong inquired anxiously, offering him a few pieces of bread. "I have some food here." "I'm fine. You eat first," the young man replied, wiping his mouth and dismissing the gesture. "Brother Ming, we are penniless and have nothing. Shouldn't we seek employment and abandon this path?" A Kong suggested, placing the bread back into his bag. The youth remained silent, his gaze heavy with resignation. "We are merely rats scorned by society. No one will want us. Remember, if we are caught, just say you know nothing. The act of killing was solely my doing." A Kong trembled. "Brother Ming, I do not wish to be a villain, yet circumstances are forcing me into this role." The young man clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, rain began to pour outside, a torrential downpour washing away the refuse of the dump, mingling the foul odors with the dampness in the air. Yet the two of them, huddled beneath the bridge, had grown accustomed to it all. Neither were locals of Nanshan City. A month prior, they had toiled for half a year in a factory rife with chemicals, devoid of protection or contracts. Living in that dark workshop where every aspect of life was intertwined with hardship. Initially unaware of their plight, they later found even breathing to be a source of agony. Until both coughed up blood and were callously abandoned, receiving naught in compensation. At times, fury can truly consume reason, leaving one oblivious to their actions. It was only after the fatal encounter with that wretched individual that the youth was jolted into realization, fleeing frantically with the Kong. Throughout their desperate escapades, they were relentlessly pursued by shadowy figures clad in black, imbued with great power, always discovering their whereabouts no matter where they sought refuge. It wasn't until they found sanctuary in this refuse dump in Nanshan City that the black-clad pursuers seemed to vanish from sight. They remained oblivious to the identity of their hunters. Was it their act of murder that drew such attention? Or was there another reason? They had witnessed the intimidating figures in black uniforms enter their workshop, and the sight of their once arrogant boss bowing and scraping before them left a lasting impression on the youth. "Brother Ming, what is that?" A Kong suddenly paused, gazing outside. The youth slightly turned his gaze. Through the relentless downpour, they spotted a half-human figure amidst the desolation of the refuse dump, draped in tattered clothing, gnawing on a rat. Blood, fur, and entrails were strewn about. They nearly retched at the sight. A chilling dread surged within their hearts. "What is that? Don't move. Don't make a sound." The voices of the youth trembled with trepidation. They were compelled to contemplate the recent occurrences. Could it be that a zombie crisis had indeed emerged? A Kong, typically timid in nature, gripped a stone with quivering hands. Under the guidance of the young leader, and after enduring so much, he had reluctantly summoned a modicum of courage. However, when that figure slowly turned around, revealing a long tail, he was paralyzed by fear, his legs weakening beneath him. It was a half-grown rat, its blood-stained fangs bared, and its eyes glowing a menacing red, an utterly terrifying sight. What in the world was this creature? The young man's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly pushed a Kong back, wary of exposing themselves. What on earth was happening today? Misfortune and calamity seemed to befall them first. They encountered a person of formidable strength, And now they were confronted by such a monstrous being. Where could such a colossal rat come from? Did it feast on children to grow this large? They dared not utter a sound, fearful of attracting the attention of the mutated rat. What had become of this world? Life was already rife with hardship and suffering, yet they had to contend with such horrifying entities. The zombie crisis was far from their immediate concerns. This rat was a living nightmare before their very eyes. The torrential rain continued to pour down. They refrained from revealing themselves, praying not to be discovered. Their hearts raced within their chests, reminiscent of the night they had slain the owner of that black workshop. After what felt like an eternity, they exchanged glances. And the young man gestured for silence, cautiously peering outside. Their ability to traverse mountains and cities, evading the pursuit of their enemies, was not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to his vigilance. He cautiously extended his head outwards. It appeared that the giant rat was no longer in sight. Amidst the downpour, even the bodies of the smaller rats had been washed free of blood. Had it departed? He felt a slight relief wash over him. But they could not linger here any longer. They needed to flee post-haste. Just then, a Kong suddenly shuddered. Brother Ming. The young man's countenance froze as he followed a Kong's trembling gaze, discovering a pair of crimson eyes hanging upside down from the archway, fixated on them. In the next instant, a shrill scream pierced the air as it lunged towards them. 102, 103, 104. Qinjing's body pressed against the ground, every fiber of his muscles brimming with exhilarating strength. Even so, with each push-up, he could hear his bones cracking, his heart racing, and his blood surging through his veins as though propelled by a high-pressure pump. His stamina waned, yet the latent super genes within him continued to draw forth their potential. Physique 1, Strength 1, Physique 1, 15 times the gravitational force, more burdensome than he had anticipated. Moreover, the higher the attributes, the more challenging the enhancement. Qinjing gasped for breath, his 3 attributes nearing 100 at that very moment. This was still under the influence of the upgraded genetic serum. The distinction between levels does not lie in the sheer quantity of attribute points added, but rather in the ability to transcend the limitations that follow a bottleneck. As one progresses, the realization of constraints becomes increasingly evident, akin to a confinement that shackles the flow of life, mused Qinjing. In other words, the human body possesses a lock. Previously, one could forcibly manipulate it to loosen, but now, lubrication is required. Yet, to unlock it, one must persistently explore. After concluding his training in the gravity chamber, Qinjing took a shower and then picked up his phone to send a message. However, it fell into the abyss. Receiving no response. Furrowing his brow, Qinjing noted that Xiao Bei had not replied to any messages for a week. Their communication had always been intermittent. And this sudden silence stirred unsettling thoughts within him. Chapter 59. The subpar superhuman. The following day, Qinjing retrieved all information. Level 1 Heavenly Eye has been deployed. Technological output. 57. Level 1 Gravity Chamber has been constructed. Technological output. 80. Level 1 Warehouse has been established. Technological output. 50. Level 1 Defense Counterattack System has been erected. Technological output. 100. Anti-gravity thrusters, particle bombs, handheld laser cannons, carnivorous plant seeds, bioluminescent fish, alpha civilization, or, among others, have been stored. Total output. 359. The adjacent building was transformed into a gravity chamber, while the storage area below became a warehouse, spacious enough to rival 2 football fields. The Heavenly Eye was positioned above the supermarket, rendering everything within 1,000 meters invisible, with plans for future expansion to encompass the entire city. As for the defense counterattack system, whenever needed, the supermarket ceiling would part to reveal over a dozen bizarre, sci-fi energy cannons, which would coordinate with the Heavenly Eye for automated strikes. However, Qinjing felt that these capabilities were not immediately necessary. The priority was to enhance output following construction. Investing more would yield greater returns. Future projects like anti-gravity floating ships, large-scale shelters, and continent-level disaster defense systems were all exorbitantly priced and required the base to be upgraded to level 4. Currently, the total daily output had reached 1,000. Yet the evolution points were woefully insufficient. Qinjing sighed, realizing that he could not solely rely on output for sustenance. Alternative strategies were essential. At that moment, a notification caught his attention. Ding. Investigation complete. 25 coordinate points have been identified, each with specified outputs. The investigation function had also upgraded. Previously, the coordinates obtained were limited in scope, offering minimal information and low quality. Now, however, the precision and range of exploration had expanded, allowing for an understanding of output quantities, thereby avoiding futile efforts. With the increasing number of coordinates, Qinjing decided to select the one with the highest yield. He could still manage such tasks alone for now. But in the future, a team should undertake these missions. He then directed his gaze towards the coordinate points. The highest yield was located in a remote area, estimated at around 50, although the specific factors were not indicated. Let us head there, Chen resolved. He donned his uniform, grabbed an umbrella, and took his knife. Approximately half an hour later, Chen arrived at the location, where heavy rain poured down upon the elevated bridge, casting a somber gloom due to the sparse traffic on this dreary day. Indeed, this was the place. He paused momentarily, recalling that this was the site where he had previously detected the potential mutation of rats. He had noticed this while examining the coordinates. Another reason for choosing this location was the necessity to swiftly address the situation should the mutated rat pose a danger. Shielding himself with an umbrella, Chen proceeded onward, walking along the periphery of the refuse site. The rain had washed away much of the debris, yet he still beheld a grim accumulation of severed rat limbs, heaped like a mountain. It appeared to align with my expectations. Chen hand rested upon the hilt of the blade at his waist. The Black Goddess Guard would inevitably confront such scenarios, dealing with various anomalous disasters, dangerous creatures, and perilous items. Those that could be contained would be contained. Those that could not would be dealt with accordingly. He cast his gaze downward and gradually made his way towards the bridge archway. Although the downpour had obliterated many traces, a few footprints remained that warranted attention. This mutated rat was indeed substantial, leaving pronounced depressions in the ground with its weight. One could only hope that no one else was nearby. Chen quickened his pace, the tracks leading him toward the archway. His brow furrowed slightly, even from a distance. He caught a whiff of a metallic scent mingling with the damp air. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he noticed blood spattered near the archway. Had there been a death? Within the city, there were inevitably some homeless wanderers, and amidst such torrential rain, their choices for shelter were limited. Perhaps they sought refuge in this meager archway, hoping to find a semblance of warmth. Chen lowered his voice, yet hastened his steps. He was unaware of the mutated rat's attributes, but being inherently cautious, any sudden movement might startle it into fleeing, complicating matters further. Drawing nearer, the scent of blood intensified. Fresh and pungent, the edges of the archway were smeared with horrifying streaks of crimson. With his alloy blade firmly gripped in hand, he approached the entrance, only to be momentarily taken aback. Contrary to his expectations, no human corpse lay in sight. Instead, within the confines of the narrow archway, a massive rat, monstrous in appearance, lay gruesomely disemboweled, its body torn apart in a horrific and breathtaking manner. Blood splattered in every direction. Chen silently advanced, surveying the surrounding evidence before scrutinizing the remains. The corpse seemed to have succumbed to a dreadful pressure, as if it had exploded from within. Judging by the markings around it, this rat must have been formidable, its claws having left deep imprints on the sturdy bridge wall, suggesting an attribute of at least 50 or more, which would justify such a gruesome outcome. But who could have done this? In Nanshan City, it seemed that neither the Enlightenment Society nor the Salvation Society had anyone remaining in this vicinity. Suddenly, Chen gaze halted. On the ground, apart from the rat's dismembered limbs, lay a severed human arm, as if it had erupted in a spray of blood. Only a few garments were scattered above. Suddenly, 5 vehicles sped along, seemingly unremarkable from the outside. Yet within, an arsenal of firearms and weaponry lay concealed, with over 30 individuals clad in black, well-equipped and ready. A corpulent woman, smoking a cigarette, spoke in a raspy voice, as if scorched by flames. Her words laced with contempt directed at the black-clad figures. "You are all worthless. 3 level 5 squads. How could you let 2 little mice slip away like that? Damn it, now I have to deal with this. I am a superpowered being. Why must I stoop to such a place?" The surrounding figures dared not breathe a word. The woman inhaled her smoke with fervor, her entire chest seemingly straining, her body quivering with excess. She crushed the cigarette butt beneath her foot, prompting a nearby muscular man, a level 4 operative, to quickly offer her another cigarette and a lighter, bowing and scraping before her. "My lady, please calm down. Those 2 are quite slippery." They consistently managed to evade detection and conceal themselves, exhibiting remarkable counter-surveillance skills. Additionally, with that fool from the Cross recently botching things on the cruise ship, headquarters has been covertly negotiating with the Salvation Society. Moreover, there is that enigmatic Black Guardian, of whom the headquarters is notably cautious. We can no longer operate as freely as before. It's all your useless chatter. She exhaled a cloud of smoke, her teeth yellowed and breath foul. Yet no one dared to recoil. He understood well the source of her ire. Although she possessed superpowers, she was but a defective specimen. A true superpowered individual would never stoop to apprehending mere mortals. She had been relegated by headquarters, a humble yet prideful failure. Nonetheless, he did not dare to defy her. "Let us wait until we reach Nanshan City," she rasped, her gaze suddenly fixed on the man. By the way, this journey is dreadfully dull. Let me unwind a bit. The man's expression shifted slightly. My lady, we are in the midst of an operation. She clutched the muscular level 4 operative, her excess flesh causing him to grit his teeth in reluctant compliance. Subsequently, all the black-clad personnel bowed their heads. The vehicle continued to jolt along the road. Chapter 60. The value of the celestial Gao Xiang had never imagined that he would possess superpowers or save the world. He might have dreamed of such things in his youth, but those were mere fantasies of adolescence. However, everything changed when he learned that Chen Jing had found him. The destruction of the Enlightenment Society's base, the illusory simulations, boarding the cruise ship, witnessing legendary zombies, and thwarting a sinister plot. He was living his dream, becoming a superpowered being, saving the world. Yet, that was the Gao Xiang of a week ago. Now, he found himself confined at home, burdened with homework. This vacation has dragged on far too long, Gao Xiang lamented. After experiencing such monumental events and saving so many lives, though his deeds remained unknown to others, he felt like a hero behind the curtain. Walking before anyone, he sensed an air of distinction surrounding him. As a result, his mother remarked that his skin was itchy and his wings had hardened, expressing suspicion that he had recently associated with unsavory characters, and confined him to his room with strict instructions not to venture outside. A prodigious superhuman, constrained by mere household rules, how could he endure such indignity? Yet, endure he did. Gao Xiang gazed at his mother, who sat upright on the living room sofa, wielding a feather duster, and let out a sigh. However, at least in the evenings, he could retreat to his room, don his helmet, and engage in tactical simulations with Wang Jiqiang and others, which had become a source of relief for him. Only a week remained. How would he manage to survive it? Just then, Gao Xiang received a message, delivered in a calm tone. There was a mission, the holiday was over, and he was to assemble at the base. His eyes brightened. Finally, action awaited him. Mom, I'm closing the door and getting ready for bed, he called out. His mother frowned. So early? Gao Xiang coughed lightly. I'm not feeling well. All right, then go ahead, she replied. He locked the door, then promptly opened the window and leaped from the 7th floor. Although his time on the cruise ship had been brief, he retained some residual effects, such as agility akin to that of a swallow. Upon landing, he stealthily made his way towards the base under the cover of night, like a thief. Meanwhile, Chen Jing was in the supermarket, maneuvering the heavenly eye, searching relentlessly. Having identified the individuals hiding beneath the bridge, he felt compelled to hunt them down. 2 ordinary individuals, who had merely attempted to rob a supermarket, had inexplicably led to the explosion and demise of a mutated entity. Such feats were not achievable by mere mortals. Chen Jing had examined the profiles of the two, finding nothing amiss. In fact, the youth exhibited signs of malnutrition. Could it be that an ordinary person could experience an explosive awakening of abilities? Under normal circumstances, such a phenomenon seemed implausible. Suddenly, Chen Jing's brow furrowed. Perhaps there was indeed an external force at play. Within 1,000 meters of the base, any organism, plant, or environmental factor in an unstable state could possess the potential for mutation. And those 2 individuals had visited his location. What an absurd probability. Wasn't it said that the mutation rate was exceedingly low? If a mutated rat emerged from the entirety of Nanshan City, he might accept it. But for others to come and commit robbery only to undergo mutation? Having just ascended to level 3, encountering such anomalies was perplexing. Chen Jing shook his head but paused momentarily. If the likelihood was indeed minimal yet still occurred, then the explanation must lie within the 2 individuals themselves. The conditions necessary for mutation hinge on 2 critical factors, the mutation rate of the base and the state of instability. If the former remains unchanged, amplifying the latter could yield the same results. It appeared imperative to locate them promptly. Chen Jing's expression was grave. Unlike the evolution of those endowed with superhuman potential, this type of mutation arising from instability was unpredictable and uncontrollable, leading to monstrous transformations or other unforeseen outcomes. After 10 minutes had passed, Gao Xiang and Lu Haiqing arrived in succession, one clad in slippers, the other with damp hair and steam rising from him. Apologies, the entrance at home is too cramped. I could only wear slippers, Gao Xiang said, scratching his head. Lu Haiqing coughed softly, explaining that a client was discussing matters at the bathing center and that he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Chen Jing remarked that everyone seemed to be enjoying their vacation. What about Brother Wan? Wang Jiqiang, the eldest among them, would not arrive until tomorrow due to the distance he had to cover. What action is underway? Gao Xiang inquired with curiosity. Chen Jing, through an agreement, conveyed an image to each of them, photographs of the 2 individuals in question, while also briefing them on the situation. This implied that these individuals were concealed within the city and could potentially pose a threat. Lu Haiqing furrowed his brow in concern, and Gao Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. Ordinary people encountering such threats would likely face annihilation, and their families resided within Nanshan City. Chen Jing paused momentarily, asking, "How have you progressed with your superpowers?" Following prior guidance, they had made some advancements. I may not yet achieve the bullet time skill I once had, but my speed is certainly commendable, Gao Xiang asserted promptly. Lu Haiqing extended his finger, conjuring a small flame, and remarked, "I can also control certain elements." Chen Jing nodded, recognizing that they were nearing mastery of their abilities. Coupled with their daily training in simulated combat, each had developed personal insights. "Let us set forth. I have over 10 investigation points to examine. We shall split up," Chen Jing instructed gently. "Remember to exercise caution." Understood. Nanshan City, though not vast, was not insignificant either. The range of the Sky Eye was 1,000 meters, while it could autonomously patrol. Locating two individuals within the entirety of the city was no simple task, unless they caused a disturbance after their transformation. However, 3 days had elapsed without any leads. It was as if the targets had vanished without a trace. Yet, this absence led Chen Jing to uncover other revelations. The Enlightenment Society? 3 vehicles entered Nanshan City under the cloak of night, their occupants clad in black, disassembling weapons. Among them was a large, corpulent figure. Had it not been for the extraordinary clarity of the Sky Eye, Chen Jing might have failed to recognize that it was a woman. Instinctively, he became alert. The Black God Guards had previously struck a decisive blow against the Enlightenment Society, thus drawing attention. However, the sudden emergence of a small team in the inconspicuous Nanshan City raised concerns. Were they here for them? After monitoring their movements for an entire day, Chen Jing discerned that their objective was not the Black God Guards, but rather a search for individuals, utilizing devices with specific intent and direction. Unbeknownst to them, they could not detect the presence of the Sky Eye, nor were they aware that Chen Jing had comprehended their every action. Moreover, the base S energy cannons stood ready, poised to deliver justice should they encroach within a 10,000-meter range. Yet, during a moment when the adversaries employed electronic devices for verification, the Sky Eye, capable of discerning details from a distance of 1 kilometer, successfully captured information displayed on a screen. Chen Jing obtained 2 names, Su Ming and Su Xiaogong. Chapter 61, Acquisition of Nanshan City. Upon scrutinizing their identity information and photographs, he prepared for the next steps. Chen Jing felt a slight surprise. Yet there was an undeniable sense of anticipation. 2 individuals, their identities shrouded in mystery, with unfamiliar accents, were young yet living in the shadows beneath the bridge. Armed with weapons scavenged from a refuse dump, displaying an instinctive wariness to evade surveillance cameras. Otherwise, they would not have chosen this particular supermarket. Astonishingly, they were being pursued by the Enlightenment Society? Chen Jing relayed all this information to Lu Haiqing and the others without haste. For the 3 small teams of the enemy posed no significant threat in the presence of the Dark Guardians. The corpulent woman and the burly man clad in dark attire, however, warranted caution. The man was evidently of a higher caliber compared to the others, seemingly a level 4 operative, with attributes exceeding 50. Yet, he was consistently dragged into the vehicle by the woman, his eyes betraying humiliation while refraining from resistance. Were they able to pinpoint the location of these 2? Chen Jing's curiosity piqued. How could the formidable Enlightenment Society, with its 3 level 5 teams and 2 individuals above level 4, be solely intent on finding 2 ordinary people? Ceasing his use of the Heavenly Eye for further searching, he focused solely on the actions of the Enlightenment Society. If they chose to play the role of hounds, he would gladly exploit that. Additionally, he had sent the detection equipment used by the Enlightenment Society to Katas, who responded, though unfamiliar with this model. It seemed to be a form of radiation detection device, with a considerable range. So, it appeared that those 2 harbored something with radiation. Chen Jing pondered. This implied a conclusion regarding their unstable state and the purpose of the Enlightenment Society's presence. However, the society likely remained unaware that one among the 2 was already a mutant. Should they encounter this individual, the outcome was uncertain. At that moment, Katas sent another message. By the way, I have arranged various matters. The factory in Nanshan City 20, the financial building, vacant land, and all shops within a kilometer of the supermarket have been acquired, ready for your arrival at any time. So swift? I recall it being rather cumbersome. Katas paused. When the acquisition price exceeds 5 times, the process accelerates dramatically in the face of capital. Chen Jing replied, let us wait 2 more days. I will conclude this matter before proceeding. Understood. Katas hesitated. However, I have already sent Khan ahead. He has delivered many items to a factory in Nanshan City. All right. Send me the location. Chen Jing retracted his phone, contemplating whether this was the speed and financial prowess of the affluent. He shared the location with Wang Jiqiang and the others. I will send you a location. Let us convene there at midnight. Understood. After concluding the arrangements, Chen Jing engaged in training within the gravity chamber while monitoring the Enlightenment Society. Wang Jiqiang and his team did not require physical training, focusing instead on the continuous development of their superpowers, while he needed to stimulate the potential of his super genes through such means to grow stronger. The possibilities afforded by the Hex Badge were nearly limitless, with an extensively branching tree diagram, whereas others could only choose a singular path for evolution. Yet, he could unlock a second gene slot. At this moment, the Enlightenment Society was still in search, and Chen Jing remained unperturbed. They operated in the shadows, while their movements and intentions were entirely within his grasp. Upon entering the city of Nanshan, they relinquished any hope of departing alive. The midnight hour approached as Chen Jing and his companions set forth to meet Khan in an industrial park within Nanshan. This personal bodyguard of Kata's was attired in a professional suit, his demeanor sharp and efficient. As Kata's most trusted confidant, he exhibited remarkable proficiency not only in firearms and combat but also across various other domains. Mr. Chen Jing, Mr. Kata sends his regards. Khan greeted Chen Jing with a courteous nod. Chen Jing acknowledged him with a slight nod of his head before directing his gaze towards the industrial park. Is this the place? He inquired. Khan replied, as per your request, Mr. Kata specifically selected this location for its expansive flat terrain, devoid of residential buildings. However, due to the urgency of the situation, only a limited number of supplies have been transported here. Very well, let us proceed inside, Chen Jing responded. As they entered, he raised an eyebrow, realizing that some aspects of Kata's operations differed significantly from his expectations. 50 armed vehicles, 2 large transport aircraft, firearms, weaponry, equipment, all 100 units of each product from Kata's industrial group, alongside 10 samples of classified weapons currently under research. Khan spoke with a tone of confidence, asserting that these represented the culmination of Kata's group's intellect and heritage. To be candid, when Kata's expressed the desire to align with Chen Jing, Khan was taken aback. In his eyes, Mr. Kata's was a proud individual, aloof and endowed with extraordinary wisdom and creativity. Such a person could hardly be expected to rely on others. Yet, he could not thwart Mr. Kata's decision and was compelled to comply. However, he was momentarily taken aback by Chen Jing's nonchalant response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. All right, I understand. In contrast, the 3 individuals trailing behind were visibly excited. As for the arms depot within the factory, Chen Jing felt little stir of emotion. While these weapons were sufficient for dealing with ordinary personnel, they would be inadequate against those of level 4 or higher. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Recognizing that progress was incremental, once they accumulated enough evolution points to establish a processing plant, diverse production and modifications could commence. At that moment, Chen Jing's attention was suddenly piqued as imagery from the heavenly eye appeared, revealing the Enlightenment Society in a certain urban village, where reconnaissance equipment had triggered a distinct alarm. It seemed they had located the 2 individuals and were communicating with others, opting not to raise any alarms. The Enlightenment Society was poised to take action. Let us move, Chen Jing declared. Lu Haiqing and the others exchanged startled glances. Understood. Chen Jing then turned to Khan, asking, what about you? With a serious and earnest expression, Khan replied. Mr. Kata's instructed me to assist you in all endeavors here. He introduced himself further. I am proficient in firearms, reconnaissance, and close-quarters combat. Should any danger arise, I can provide protection. Khan suddenly hesitated, recalling his prior encounter with Chen Jing, who had escorted Kata's and dispatched a horde of zombies with ruthless efficiency. Protection seemed unnecessary. He quickly amended, I will ensure the safety of the others. Others do not seem as formidable, according to his assessment. These 3 individuals lacked the lethal aura possessed by Chen Jing. Instead, they resembled ordinary people just returning from school or work, their faces betraying shock upon witnessing the vast array of weaponry, clearly indicating a lack of professional training. Chen Jing remarked that Khan appeared to be merely following Curtis's instructions, knowing little of the circumstances at hand. Very well, I entrust you with the role of driver. Khan was momentarily taken aback. Let us proceed. Observing the 4 move with resolute efficiency, Khan could only follow, somewhat perplexed. He was unaware of Mr. Curtis's rationale for relocating the industrial group to the modest city of Nanshan, adopting a subordinate demeanor in his interactions with Chen Jing and the others. He speculated it might be related to the cruise ship incident. Was it the zombies, or perhaps the enigmatic yet potent Enlightenment Society? Recently, a palpable sense of panic had gripped the globe, and Khan himself had sensed 2 formidable forces subtly vying for dominance. The engine roared to life, and the armed vehicle sped through the night. It was evident that fewer people were venturing outside lately, Wang Jiqiang lamented. The zombie crisis had yet to abate. Lu Haiqing shook his head. Many employees have resigned from my company, seemingly for this reason. Gao Xiang nodded resignedly. My mother, who previously dismissed the notion of zombies, is now hesitant to let me go out, especially with all the alarming news circulating in our family group about looting and violence. Chen Jing lightly tapped the car window, pondering the absurdities that had unfolded. There were indeed many outrageous incidents. A pet rabbit contracted a rare eye disease, prompting a frenzy in the neighborhood as residents fled in terror. Ultimately, a group of security guards surrounded the rabbit, shields in hand, and dispatched it with blunt force. In a school, during recess, a student began convulsing violently, causing the teacher to flee in panic, while classmates trampled each other in their haste. Only one brave youth, armed with a chair, charged forward, only to discover that the afflicted individual was suffering from epilepsy. However, the most ludicrous events transpired abroad. A group dressed as zombies at a comic convention was shot down. In summary, chaos reigned, and humanity worldwide was enveloped in disbelief. They were gripped by fear and confusion. Even with the knowledge of zombies, such panic was unwarranted, for the threat had been neutralized and was far removed from their reality. Nonetheless, the future would undoubtedly present crises beyond this one. Every individual must adapt and accept this truth, rather than resorting to apocalyptic fervor and violent outbursts during each crisis. The vehicle sped toward its destination. Under the watchful eye of the surveillance system, Chen Jing observed other vehicles drawing near. However, they were not far behind. Khan, unable to quell his curiosity, inquired, Mr. Chen Jing, what are our next actions, and who are our adversaries? The vehicle was laden with an impressive cache of firearms and high-explosive munitions, suggesting an impending confrontation with a formidable enemy. He recalled the 30 dark-clad individuals from the cruise ship, now gathering in numbers. Khan's expression shifted, his concern evident. Does that not pose a significant danger? We are but 5, Mr. Chen Jing. While aboard the cruise ship, he witnessed the brutal massacre perpetrated by a group of black-clad individuals. An overwhelming barrage of firepower unleashed upon innocent civilians. Even in the most perilous regions, where he had encountered armed factions, he had never encountered such a squad, whose combat proficiency was exceedingly high, taking lives with alarming ease, an exceptionally dangerous situation. Khan instinctively prepared to move his foot. Chen Jing cautioned, do not release the accelerator. It appears that Curtis has divulged nothing to you, he continued. That individual possesses a commendable sense of honor, astonishingly. He has not revealed a single word of crucial information to his personal bodyguard. Next, you may witness events more shocking than the undead. Ensure your grip on the firearm remains firm. Chen Jing patted his shoulder, adding, at the very least, that is your sole assurance for participating in this operation. Chapter 62. Superpowers. The torrential rain lasted for only a day, after which it persisted intermittently, casting a gloomy pall over the landscape. In the damp streets of the dilapidated urban village, garbage trucks, reeking of decay, were parked along the edges, while the ground was slick enough to cling to one's soles. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Su Xiaokong sought refuge in an unfinished building. Su Ming gritted his teeth and urged, come. Su Xiaokong, trembling, raised his hand and poured medical alcohol over Su Ming's severed arm. Hiss! Su Ming's face flushed crimson, his muscles tensed in agony, the immense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Su Xiaokong's hands trembled even more. However, disinfecting Su Ming's wound was imperative. After several agonizing moments, he hastily set down the alcohol. Su Ming bit down on a cloth, his body slumped against the wall as if he had fallen gravely ill, and he weakly uttered, dress the wound. Su Xiaokong gazed at the profuse blood and severed flesh, clutching the gauze with a sense of guilt and trepidation as he meticulously bandaged the injury. I'm sorry, he stammered, his complexion pale and eyes reddened. He bowed his head in apology. Brother Ming, I did not mean to. When the mutated rat lunged at Su Ming, a primal fear surged within him, accompanied by an explosive strength emanating from deep within his being. In that moment, he lost awareness of his actions, fixated solely on the desire for Brother Ming to survive and to slay the mutated rodent. He could no longer remain in Brother Ming's shadow. His mind was in turmoil, chaotic, intermingled with screams. With an overwhelming pressure, he emitted a piercing sound wave that obliterated the mutated rat entirely. The deluge of blood and dismembered limbs only heightened his panic. Su Xiaokong seemed entranced, utterly unable to control himself, as his skin rapidly fissured, blood beads oozing forth. At that moment, Su Ming, gritting his teeth, extended his hand towards him, interrupting his trance at the cost of his severed arm. If it weren't for you, we both would have perished. Su Ming gazed at him with a pale countenance, his voice hoarse. But promise me, do not recklessly employ that ability again. It is far too perilous. had he not interrupted Su Xiaokong. The latter might have exhausted himself and succumbed to a backlash. Just then, Su Xiaokong's expression shifted. "Brother Ming, someone is approaching. Those who are pursuing us." Su Ming was taken aback. "How did you notice?" "After using that ability, my hearing seems to have improved significantly." Su Ming gritted his teeth and urged, "Let us depart swiftly from this place." Just as he attempted to rise, a wave of weakness washed over him. The pursuers, akin to demons, relentlessly closed in on them. Previously, he had managed to evade them through various means, but now he found himself at a loss. Su Xiaokong trembled uncontrollably. The sight of 30 figures advancing towards the dilapidated building instilling a sense of dread. So many of them. Su Ming's complexion turned ashen. Initially, only a few had been in pursuit, but as time passed, the numbers swelled, reaching a maximum of 10. Why were so many intent on capturing just the two of them? He grasped his empty arm. We should seek refuge above. Since escape is not an option, we must conceal ourselves as best we can. The clarity of their adversaries' intentions suggested that they had long been discovered. This encounter was likely more perilous than any previous ones. "Brother Ming," Su Xiaokong tugged at his sleeve. "What if I know?" Su Ming replied weakly. "Just follow me. I can lead you away from that dark workshop, and I can certainly guide you from these wretched individuals." He swiftly led Su Xiaokong to higher ground, where he cautiously peered out. Below, glaring lights flooded into the dilapidated building. Despite his injuries and blood loss, Su Ming had memorized the complex layout of the site, formulating an escape route. However, he had not anticipated that his wounds would reopen, prolonging their stay in this precarious situation. "There's a half-completed fire escape over there. When we ascend the stairs, I will create an opportunity for you to escape from that side," Su Ming instructed. "And what about you, Brother Ming?" Su Xiaokong asked anxiously. "I shall be fine," Su Ming reassured him, ruffling his hair. "There are still construction ladders that have not been removed. I will descend from there." Su Xiaokong hesitated, ready to voice his concerns, but Su Ming rasped, "Listen. When using your abilities, if you cannot hear my calls, can you not heed them now?" The weight of guilt deepened within Su Xiaokong upon hearing those words. "I understand," he replied. At that moment, the figures clad in black had already infiltrated the dilapidated building and were closing in. The faint sound of beeping grew more pronounced. Su Xiaokong obediently positioned himself at the fire escape. Due to the structural gaps, they could not ascend from that point. "Go," Su Ming whispered urgently. Su Xiaokong hurried downwards, while Su Ming's expression darkened as he listened to the increasingly near footsteps. With great effort, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully into the distance. Thud! The sound resonated vividly in the silence. He had not anticipated being able to escape, but he aimed to create an opportunity for Su Xiaokong. Yet, the black-clad pursuers remained undeterred, failing to investigate the source of the noise and instead advancing directly towards his hiding spot. Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. Why? It felt as though they had seen through him entirely. He could not afford to remain passive. Even in resistance, he must buy time. With a single arm, Su Ming seized a rusted shovel and swung it forcefully at the corner. Bang! The shovel was obstructed by the hand of a figure cloaked in black, and the terrifying force left him utterly powerless to resist. No. Su Ming's complexion shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, he delivered a fierce kick, propelling his body through the air. His ribs shattered, and a broken arm burst forth, blood gushing from the bandages. Su Ming coughed violently. The individuals before him appeared far more formidable than those who had chased him earlier. He was unaware of the distinction between level 6 and level 5 personnel. Yet the weapons they wielded and the gear they donned instilled in him a profound sense of helpless despair. At the very least, a calm. His pupils suddenly constricted. A towering man seized the struggling Su Xiaokong and leapt ferociously from below. His body struck the ground with a resounding thud. The previous skirmishes had sufficed. If they believed they could flee once more, they were sorely mistaken. Su Ming lay on the ground, fixated on each of them. Why? They were clearly no ordinary individuals. The man grasping a Kong had leapt from a height of 10 meters. How could they have caught up with the two of them? At that moment, Ming's Su Xiaokong trembled as he gazed at the bloodied Su Ming, his eyes filled with terror and dread. That force surged forth once again, influenced by his emotional turmoil. His throat stirred. The next instant, he emitted a horrific roar. A tidal wave of sound surged forth. The man closest to him changed countenance, feeling his very blood compress and resonate violently. Superpower? How could this individual possess such abilities? Could it be due to that object? The surrounding figures clad in black fell to the ground, clutching their ears in agony. His face flushed crimson. Blood began to seep from his orifices. Yet, endowed with exceptional physical resilience, he struggled to extend his hand and struck a punch towards Su Xiaokong. Bang! The already fragile Su Xiaokong was sent hurtling away. A Kong. Su Ming weakly called out. Su Xiaokong lay on the ground, his pupils fluctuating, his body creaking with each inch he moved. His eyes glowed with a crimson light. The sound waves erupted from his throat once more. More powerful, more ferocious. The entire derelict building trembled. This time, even the man could not withstand it. His body quaked. Master, you are all a bunch of useless fools. Suddenly, the woman leapt high into the air, seemingly propelled upwards. She crashed through the thick wall, heading directly towards Su Xiaokong. Sensing the threat, Su Xiaokong unleashed a frenzied sonic attack. Yet, upon colliding with the heavy armor, it was utterly ineffective. Bang! Su Xiaokong felt as though his body had disintegrated, and the crimson light in his eyes began to dim. A Kong! Su Ming cried out in anguish. Enough of this noise. The woman's plump hand quivered, and a stone was propelled forward, striking Su Ming's head against the ground, unaware of the peril. Meanwhile, her eyes glimmered as she fixed her gaze on Su Xiaokong. So, he possesses superpowers. Why hasn't he consumed that substance? How could he possibly exhibit such abilities? She tore open Su Xiaokong's clothing, revealing a stone hanging from his neck. Could it be because of this? A smile spread across her face, as she thought of the remarkable item she would present to the organization. She grasped Su Xiaokong and tossed him to the man, instructing, "Do not let him die. We must leave this place." As for Su Ming, he was bleeding profusely, barely clinging to life, but it was evident he would not survive. They paid him no mind as they departed from the derelict building. Meanwhile, an eye in the sky observed everything that transpired. The blackguards commenced their slaughter. Chapter 63. Massacre and Clearance. The Enlightenment Society kept a close watch on the two individuals, deploying level 4 personnel and a superpowered being, ensuring their escape was impossible. Unbeknownst to them, since entering Nanshan City, they had already been under Chun Jing's scrutiny. Upon her arrival, the sonic waves shattered the streetlights, scattering glass fragments everywhere, plunging the surroundings into darkness. What on earth is this? Khan gazed in shock at the distant abandoned building. He had anticipated merely engaging another armed faction, fully armed and ready. Yet, just as he arrived, he heard that piercing sound which unsettled him even from 100 meters away. He could hardly fathom the condition of those caught within the sound's vicinity. Soon after, Khan beheld a round figure leap into the air under the moonlight, crashing into the upper floors of the derelict structure like a cannonball. What in the world is that? Khan's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Haiqing patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be dazed. We are about to act." Chun Jing stated, 30 level 5 operatives, 1 level 4 operative. And that meatball from earlier possesses superhuman abilities related to elasticity. First, we eliminate the weak, then we move on to the main course. Understood. Khan stared blankly at these individuals. They had previously appeared as ordinary people, but now each bore an air of sharpness and menace. They had not only survived the cruise incident, but had also endured countless life and death battles and simulated combat, though they would not truly perish. The essence of combat had been etched into their very bones. At this moment, the level 5 personnel had made their appearance. A man hoisted Su Xiaokong, who resembled a limp rag, into the vehicle. The woman leaped down herself, and upon landing, her ample flesh acted like a shock absorber, dissipating the immense force of the fall. Earth human, strength, 50, constitution, 95, speed, 40, mental, 20, ability, can significantly enhance physical strength and compress cells instantaneously, unleashing powerful energy. Chun Jing's gaze fell upon the woman. Her strength and speed attributes were rather average, yet each time she activated her ability, her constitution would surpass the threshold of 100. Furthermore, by utilizing her power, she could unleash forces and speeds that differed from her inherent attributes. For superpowered individuals, attributes are not the sole determinant of their combat prowess. At this moment, the Enlightenment Society remained oblivious to any disturbances. The woman struggled to enter the vehicle but found herself ensnared by the door of the passenger seat. Damn it, push from behind. Several figures clad in black rushed over. At that moment, the fourth-level man's expression shifted slightly. What is going on? The signal is jammed, and communication has been severed. He had intended to contact his superiors to report their operation, but discovered that all devices were cut off from any signal. Suddenly, amid the darkness, a series of piercing sounds erupted. The man's face paled. It's a rocket. Take cover. The blazing thrusters sliced through the air in a brilliant arc, heading straight for two of their armed vehicles and the gathered personnel. Boom. A tremendous explosion overturned a group of fifth-level operatives. The man reacted swiftly, leaping away. However, the woman remained trapped in the car door, positioned directly at the epicenter of the blast, engulfed by dust and thick, acrid smoke. Move. Chun Jing and Wang Jiqiang sprang into action without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, atop the vehicle, Khan gritted his teeth, gripping the machine gun as bullets poured forth. He realized, with dismay, that he was merely an ordinary person, the weakest among them all, and his once proud combat skills seemed futile now. Just shooting would have to suffice. Fortunately, although the fourth-level man was quick enough to dodge the bullets, many fifth-level operatives were caught off guard, falling victim to the onslaught and perishing instantly. This offered him a slight sense of reassurance. At this moment, the Black Guards entered the fray. In the chaos and darkness, their masks provided them with enhanced visibility. Although the Hex's badge could only channel each individual's super potential once, the three of them were clearly advancing towards that threshold. Kill. Wang Jiqiang, the epitome of defensive prowess, charged into the fray, impervious to the barrage of bullets that couldn't even pierce his uniform, let alone injure him. He surged forward with ferocity, unstoppable by anything in his path. Gao Xiang and Lu Haiqing were already prepared, executing tactical maneuvers to effortlessly crush their adversaries. Damn it! The man roared in frustration. The sudden attack caught everyone from the Enlightenment Society off guard. Initially, they had thought it was a savior team, but only 4 individuals appeared. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, they realized these 4 operated like a bulldozer, decimating half of the 30 personnel in less than 10 seconds. In the darkness, a high-velocity, vibrating alloy blade suddenly appeared, slashing towards him. The man's hair stood on end. So fast. He considered himself quite strong among the 4th-level operatives, and even the cross was not a match for him. Yet this figure seemed even more formidable. He barely had time to raise his blade in defense. Boom. His weapon shattered before his eyes. The blade carved a massive wound, blood gushing forth. "Sir, help!" he cried out in terror. "Help!" Chen Jing would never afford him such an opportunity. The cross had attained near-perfect attributes after consuming the super gene, while he had only reached a mere 70 or 80, making him no match. And now his 3 attributes approached the pinnacle of 100, rendering the annihilation of this individual devoid of any unforeseen consequences. With a swift stroke, the man, a level 4 operative, was left with nothing but a look of sheer terror, only to have his head severed the next moment. The other level 5 operatives were utterly powerless to resist. Aside from their extraordinary abilities, Wang Jiqiang and his companions had each enhanced their physical prowess to its current zenith, with each possessing attributes around 50. They were no match for him. Khan ceased firing his machine gun, realizing that his own lethality paled in comparison to theirs, and he risked inadvertently hindering their efforts. Half a minute later, only the 4 blood-stained members of the Black Divine Guard remained standing. Khan stared blankly at the scene before him, finally grasping why Mr. Kitas had chosen to relocate to Nanshan City. It was too brutal, too savage. He murmured, "It's over." "No, not yet," Chen Jing calmly interjected. Khan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he witnessed the woman at the center of the explosion, who suddenly burst forth. Casting aside all the debris that had burdened her, countless objects were propelled outward, embedding deeply into the ground, walls, and vehicles alike. The woman, her voice hoarse, lifted her gaze and spoke. "So it is you, Black Divine Guard." Chapter 64. The energy cannon crushes. You actually recognize us? Chen Jing raised an eyebrow. Simultaneously, Wang Jiqiang and the others instinctively surrounded her. This was their first encounter with another superpowered individual, although Chen Jing had informed them of her abilities. Only through genuine combat would they comprehend the true nature of her power. The woman fixed her stare on Chen Jing. "Of course. Your actions aboard the cruise ship were rather conspicuous. The headquarters has taken note of your existence and dispatched a level 4 team to investigate and eliminate you." Chen Jing smiled lightly. "Level 4? That hardly seems sufficient." The woman replied in a low tone. "Do you believe yourselves to be formidable? The skirmish just now was merely child's play, utterly insignificant, in the face of the true might of the Enlightenment Society. Such a display of power is akin to ants squabbling." "Indeed, merely a warm-up," Chen Jing remarked, glancing at the woman. "So you embody the true essence of the Enlightenment Society? How disappointing. It appears they are rather weak." The flesh on the woman's face quivered, her anger ignited by his words. She had been relegated by the headquarters due to her status as a failed superpowered experiment, bearing the scar of that grievance. At this moment, the mention of it unleashed an uncontrollable fury within her. "Today, I have discovered a newly awakened superpowered individual, capable of vanquishing the Black Divine Guard that has drawn the headquarters' attention." She sneered, a murderous intent permeating the air. "I will make you understand that I alone am sufficient to annihilate you all." Boom. The woman's body contracted, causing the ground beneath to collapse. Bang, bang, bang. Khan's expression shifted sharply. Having accepted the existence of superpowers, he quickly regained his composure. Witnessing this scene, he immediately utilized his machine gun for cover. A barrage of bullets was precisely unleashed. As the bullets struck her flesh, They merely caused ripples before being deflected entirely. The incessant annoyance of the flies. The woman had fixated on Khan in the distance, and in the next instant, she unleashed an astonishing force, leaving a crater in her wake as she surged forward with incredible speed. Hiss! Khan's expression shifted. This 1-meter-wide mound of flesh barreling toward him was akin to a cannonball. Surely, the entire vehicle would be reduced to rubble. However, the woman, despite her swiftness, was outpaced by Gao Xiang, who swiftly materialized beside her, delivering a decisive slash. When utilizing his abilities, Gao Xiang's speed attribute would surge to around 200, albeit at a rapid cost to his stamina. Crack! The blade was unexpectedly ensnared by the flesh, and Gao Xiang was thrust back by the overwhelming force. At that moment, Lu Haiqing and Wang Jiqiang struck simultaneously. Fireballs erupted from the ground in an attempt to intercept her, while Wang Jiqiang charged in fiercely. The combined might of the two superpowers momentarily slowed the woman, altering her trajectory as she crashed into the street, shattering the wall behind her. Suspended in midair, she could not change her angle, yet this explosive confrontation proved somewhat troublesome. Lu Haiqing remarked seriously, "I cannot cut through her. Her defense is formidable." Gao Xiang observed the blade, now slightly deformed. During the interception, Wang Jiqiang was flung aside but emerged unscathed, stating solemnly, "Not just that, her strength is immense." "Boss, what do you think?" Suddenly realizing, they found Qinjing had leapt into action, slicing through the darkness toward the woman. Boom! The alloy blade collided with the terrifying mound of flesh that lunged forth once more. Indeed, it was a collision. The opponent's body exhibited remarkable resilience and elasticity. A strike would merely stretch her skin. "Is this your strength? You cannot even breach my defenses." The woman's voice echoed, deep and hoarse. But Qinjing was undeterred. The blade in his hand vibrated violently, and under rapid friction, it became razor-sharp. Slash! The woman's expression shifted as a sudden pain coursed through her. Her flesh was cut. This was not merely a stretch, it was a serious wound. Qinjing shook off the viscous blood from the blade. "Your blood lipids are a bit excessively high. You! How dare you?" The woman shrieked, astonished that she was bleeding. Although for her physique, it was merely a superficial wound, Qinjing had managed to injure her. "Stop screaming at night." Qinjing struck again, slicing through her flesh once more. Wang Jiqiang and the others rushed in immediately, exerting their utmost to restrain the woman and create an opening for Qinjing. Boom! The woman let out a furious roar, hurling all the stones from the ground toward Qinjing. He tilted his head, hardly moving his body. With swift, delicate blocks, none of the rapidly flying stones struck him. With his top-tier attributes, he was at his strongest while the opponent's powers were suppressed. Yet, Qinjing cursed, "Your blood is thicker than a bloody city wall." He swung his blade again and again, leaving wounds upon her flesh. The woman's power resided within her very being. Yet it lay stifled by the constraints imposed by Wang Jiqiang and his ilk, unable to fully erupt. The pain intensified, contorting her visage into a grotesque mask of fury and murderous intent. She was not destined for such a fate. She refused to be labeled a failure. It was imperative to demonstrate that she was indeed a superhuman. "You have forced my hand." Her voice grew increasingly hoarse, as if her throat were being torn apart, producing a sound that was both grating and chilling. "I want you dead." Suddenly, her entire form swelled, every inch of flesh straining as her stature expanded. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. It was not merely height, but width that burgeoned as well. She became a colossal entity. Khan was taken aback. "No, that is not right." Qinjing's gaze sharpened. This creature's flesh surged like a tide, ensnaring everything in its vicinity, debris, metal, remnants. In that moment, her physicality reached an astonishing level of 300. Yet, her mental state plummeted. What to do? Wang Jiqiang and his companions felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably, unable to suppress their dread. This was beyond manageable, not to mention wielding knives against her. Even encircling her with rocket launchers would likely prove futile. "I want you dead." This immense mass of flesh was still mobile, with objects that had penetrated it now being ejected, hurtling toward Qinsun. Qinjing decisively retreated, recognizing that while he could inflict damage on this behemoth, it would take an eternity to slay her with mere strikes. He murmured, "Everyone, get in the vehicle." The group swiftly complied. Khan urgently pressed the accelerator. Qinjing leaped atop the vehicle. "Just drive in this direction." Meanwhile, the monstrous mass charged forward, its speed rivaling that of an armed vehicle at full throttle. Die, die, die. Her mind was consumed with rage, fixating solely on Qinjing. Everything in proximity to her fleshly wave was drawn in, only to be launched back at Qinjing. Bang, bang, bang. Qinjing swatted away the incoming projectiles. Khan glanced at the rearview mirror, cold sweat trickling down his back. Damn it, this is more thrilling than being on a cruise ship. Yet, as Chen Jing beheld the mass, he gradually calmed. Heavenly Eye has locked on. Base's automated defense energy cannon has been activated. Black Divine Guards. You cannot escape. She bellowed ominously. I command you all to perish. With a sudden leap, she soared into the air, akin to a mountain, descending upon them. Chen Jing sheathed his blade. In the next instant, the entirety of Nanshan City plunged into darkness. A tremendous surge of energy streaked across the night sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom. Before the monstrous mass could even descend, it was enveloped by the overwhelming energy. The woman felt a suffocating aura of fatality, an aura she could not resist. Terror and shock surged within her. What was that? Then, with a resounding crash, her once proud defenses crumpled like mere paper. Not even a fleeting scream escaped her lips before she was reduced to nothingness. Nanshan City Broadcasting Station reported. Last night, a meteorite fell in the city, resulting in widespread power outages. Currently, the road construction team has successfully completed repairs and restored electricity. Citizens are urged to remain calm. Chen Jing observed this news in the desolate industrial park. Has the Nanshan City TV station been acquired as well? Khan nodded, stating that immediately after the incident concluded yesterday, he took swift action to arrange matters. It appears he is quite adept at this. Khan lamented that Mr. Kitas often indulges in peculiar inventions, which he tests himself, frequently causing various damages within the urban area. Thus, there exists a dedicated team within the group to handle such situations. This individual is also quite restless, Chen Jing remarked, shaking his head. However, this may be advantageous. He has a plethora of blueprints awaiting him. The concern lies not in his restlessness but in his capability to manage the tasks at hand. Yesterday, he tested the base's energy defense cannon, and its power was indeed fearsome, featuring both cluster and expansion strikes. If the energy cannon were to be fully activated, obliterating a small city would pose no challenge. However, the energy consumed by a single shot from the cannon is astonishingly high, draining the entirety of Nanshan City's power supply, coupled with the substantial energy consumption of various buildings. The demand is considerable. Fortunately, the previously acquired source crystal has proven useful. A small fragment of this crystal harbors immense energy. The quality of this source crystal is 52, containing approximately 20,000 karma, the universal energy unit, roughly equivalent to the total hourly energy consumption of all inhabitants on Earth. After delivering it to the base, he need not worry about energy consumption for the time being. Nonetheless, such items are likely not extraordinarily rare in the universe. At least not as precious as the resources extracted from Earth. Otherwise, the aliens would not willingly provide such materials to maintain the operation of Earth's conduits. The mysteries of the planet's interior remain unsolved. Furthermore, the energy cannon's eradication of that superpowered individual surprisingly counted as an evolution point, adding a substantial 1,000 points. This made Chen Jing contemplate fully arming himself and activating tower defense mode. Slaying monsters to level up the defenses could yield rapid advancements in a short time. However, that was merely jest. Unless Earth reached its final moments, with only Nanshan City remaining, such a scenario would not materialize. At this moment, Lu Haiqing sent him a message. The two individuals have awakened. Chen Jing slightly regained his focus and rose to head outside the factory. Those two are of great significance, not due to their abilities, but because of the items they possess. Chapter 65. The second base cold and trembling, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, feeling a complete lack of sensation throughout his body. Am I dead? His vision transitioned from blurred to clear. In the faint daylight, he discerned a foreigner, clad in white gloves and a lab coat, gazing at him. A voice nearby remarked, "You are awake. Congratulations, the gender reassignment surgery was a resounding success." Su Ming shuddered, attempting to struggle, only to find a familiar face smiling calmly at him. The supermarket owner, Su Ming, stood in a daze, glancing around in confusion. What was happening? Had he not been captured by a band of men in black? It was that dreadful woman whose stone had rendered him unconscious. Were these individuals in league with her? Suddenly, he remembered. What about Akong? Su Ming exclaimed, "Where have you taken Akong?" A timid voice, belonging to Su Xiaokong, responded, "Brother Ming, I'm right here." Su Ming was taken aback, realizing that Su Xiaokong was standing safely before him. What on earth is going on? They're good people. They saved us from those men. Su Xiaokong hurriedly explained. And they treated your injuries, Brother Ming. His gaze dimmed momentarily as he recalled the severity of their previous state. Chen Jing spoke softly. When we found you, your head was sunken, missing half an eyeball and one arm. You had over 30 shattered bones throughout your body, extensive blood loss. And your heart had stopped. Su Ming felt his eyelids twitch violently, extending his remaining hand only to find no injuries. He touched his head, discovering it was bandaged. How long was I unconscious? One day, Su Ming initially blinked in disbelief, then widened his eyes in astonishment. One day? And these injuries have healed? Impossible. He had thought he had been out for a long time. To clarify, you have not fully healed. Your injuries are quite severe. Although the life-threatening wounds have been repaired, the missing parts cannot be restored, Chen Jing stated matter-of-factly. Su Ming fell silent, slowly responding, I have sensed that already. He had lost an eye and an arm, rendering himself a complete invalid. However, the fact that both he and Akong had survived was already the best outcome. With great effort, Su Ming stumbled out of bed. Though his injuries had healed, he was still without an arm and an eye, causing him to feel unsteady and weak. Akong approached him. Su Xiaokong hurried over and knelt on the ground, thanking them fervently. Thank you for saving us. He was now destitute, rendered helpless, and although their pursuers were dead, he remained uncertain of what lay ahead. Wang Jiqiang observed this scene, a simple smile breaking across his face. He had experienced similar moments. Only through enduring despair could one truly appreciate the rarity and value of hope. Don't rush to thank us, Chen Jing said calmly. You do realize this comes at a cost, don't you? From today onward, your lives are no longer your own. Su Ming was taken aback. Chen Jing turned his gaze away, instructing, Wang Jiqiang, I leave them in your hands. Con, come with me. Understood. Chen Jing had no intention of letting them go. The unstable superpower of Su Xiaokong alone required containment, and Su Ming was a valuable asset, having evaded pursuit by the Enlightenment Society for over a month purely on instinct. He played the role of the villain, ensuring they understood their predicament. Wang Jiqiang, with his gentle disposition, would help them accept their new reality. Chen Jing and Con departed. The industrial complex was vast yet eerily empty. This would serve as their second base. It is also the primary area for all activities. They soon arrived at a heavily fortified warehouse, originally intended for the storage of various chemical products. Through the glass enclosure, Chen Jing observed a stone quietly lying in the center. Con remarked, according to the current equipment's analysis, this stone comprises ordinary components, primarily calcium carbonate and silicon dioxide. However, it emits radiation approximately 100 times more harmful than that which the human body can withstand. It is quite remarkable that the child managed to carry it this far. The physical constitution of individuals cannot be generalized. After all, wasn't it in a moment of fury that he unleashed his extraordinary abilities? Con cleared his throat. Having grown accustomed to many extraordinary occurrences, Chen Jing chuckled inwardly, amused that his casual remark was taken seriously by Con. I will go in for a closer look. You need not accompany me, he stated. Con, possessing only an ordinary constitution, would be unable to endure the detrimental effects of the radiation. Chen Jing opened the protective door and stepped inside. The excessive radiation posed no threat to him at this moment. On the contrary, it provided a slight enhancement. As his super genes became increasingly active, gradually releasing energy. However, his assertion regarding the stone's significance was not solely based on this factor. The environment rating was a stark 100, devoid of any extraneous commentary, indicating a direct output of 100. Moreover, based on the recent equipment analysis, this stone exhibited no peculiar qualities aside from its radiation. Thus, only one possibility remained. The equipment was too outdated to detect its unique attributes. Chen Jing inquired of Su Xiaokong about the stone's origin. He stated that he had found it near the Black Workshop, attracted by its pleasing shape, and had worn it ever since. However, the Enlightenment Society should at least have knowledge of its origins. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched so many individuals to retrieve it. Chen Jing decided to leave it there and awaited Kitas's arrival, hoping to utilize more advanced equipment for a thorough examination. He then exited. By the way, Mr. Chen Jing, Con interjected, I have conducted a comprehensive inspection of the vehicle from the Enlightenment Society that arrived yesterday. Aside from some weapons, this device was all that I found. Chen Jing paused slightly, noticing the large electronic device in Con's hand, resembling a mobile phone but significantly larger, requiring a wider grip than that of an average person. Compared to a satellite phone, this seems more akin to a specialized tool possessed by that woman's associate. It may even facilitate direct communication within the Enlightenment Society. Con calmly added, I also scanned it with a device. There is a miniature bomb inside. If forcibly disassembled or tampered with, the entire device will detonate. I have already consulted Mr. Kitas to see if we can enlist a specialized technical team for its deactivation. Con, true to his professional nature, approached various matters with meticulous care, which undoubtedly explained Kitas's trust and confidence in him. Chen Jing took the device into his possession. Kitas will be here shortly. We shall discuss it further upon his arrival. Matters of expertise are best left to those with specialized knowledge, not only in technology, but also in intelligence, reconnaissance, and training. Just then, Chen Jing suddenly raised his brow as an unexpected image materialized during the celestial surveillance. they had finally arrived. Chapter 66. The commencement of personnel expansion. It was evident that the Salvation Society's outpost plan possessed numerous merits. In light of the recent events, the members stationed in Nanshan City, despite their cautious concealment, had noted the occurrences and reported them to the outpost. Indeed, merely a day had passed, and the Salvation Society had already dispatched personnel. Furthermore, Chen Jing, as an ordinary member of the Outpost Initiative, received the notification, all personnel from the Nanshan City outpost. Please convene at the following coordinates immediately. This presented a golden opportunity for Chen Jing. He intended to transform Nanshan City into a realm of silence. While he had covertly acquired numerous establishments, the impending expansion would inevitably cause quite a stir. He must ensure that no information leaked, necessitating the removal of any potential informants. However, this did not imply a violent eradication. Knowing the identities and numbers of these individuals would suffice. Nevertheless, upon arriving at the designated location at midnight, Chen Jing discerned just how ordinary the participants of the Outpost Initiative truly were. Sanitation workers, taxi drivers, delivery personnel, and others from various professions totaled 25 individuals. Their reports were rather unprofessional, resembling casual gossip exchanged on the streets, with everyone speaking in a cacophony. One sanitation worker, gesturing animatedly, recounted, "Oh, I woke up to that thunderous noise, nearly mistaking it for my husband's snoring. When I drew back the curtains, I saw the street plunged into darkness, but something immense, like a hill, was surging along the road. It terrified me." She appeared to be the sole eyewitness. The members of the Salvation Society were remarkably patient. 3 individuals had arrived as investigators after receiving the summons. Their combat prowess was minimal. Their sole purpose was to gather intelligence. "Thank you for your cooperation," they expressed before discreetly investigating the site of the recent disturbances in Nanshan City. Although many traces had been erased, they had formulated several hypotheses. A former Level 2 member of the Enlightenment Society, codenamed Gluttony, exhibited a significant defect in her superpowers, leading to unstable outbursts with no potential for evolution, resulting in her demotion to Level 3. We had recently observed her presence. She appeared in various cities half a month ago, seemingly in pursuit of something. The recent commotion in Nanshan City was likely attributable to an inadvertent outburst of her abilities, with traces having been meticulously erased by her subordinates. Eyewitnesses reported armed vehicles departing from Nanshan City, suggesting that she was no longer in the vicinity. Incidents of this nature had transpired on multiple occasions. A colossal humanoid beast had even invaded a small town, demolishing a newly constructed building and resulting in over 30 fatalities. Instability was indeed the primary reason for her demotion. The Salvation Society members arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, intent on reporting the matter upwards to assess subsequent actions and request the deployment of formidable combat personnel from headquarters to intervene. Chen Jing observed the departing members of the Salvation Society through his celestial vision. Then they returned to the second base. Soon, Lu Haiqing and Gao Xiang appeared. "How does it feel to drive an armed vehicle without a license?" Chen Jing chuckled. "Even with a license, one wouldn't drive like this." Gao Xiang replied with a hint of resignation. "Driving all day is indeed somewhat tedious." Both Lu Haiqing and Gao Xiang had departed the city this morning in a vehicle belonging to the Enlightenment Society, and it was only after receiving a message from Chen Jing that they returned. If the Salvation Society had spies in every city, they would undoubtedly have noticed an armed vehicle from the Enlightenment Society engulfed in flames and billowing smoke on the roads of another city hundreds of kilometers away. As their gaze shifted away from the inconspicuous Nanshan City, Chen Jing remarked softly, "Now we can finally begin to make our mark." The others were taken aback. "Is there some grand operation underway?" But Chen Jing merely shook his head, smiling. "In any case, prepare yourselves. You will be quite busy. Everyone dreams, and in dreams, one often loses the ability to discern reality and self-awareness. Few are conscious of dreaming while within the dream. Yet, regardless of what transpires in the dream, upon waking, one swiftly realizes that it was all but an illusion. The Super Dream Protocol, in a vast and non-intrusive manner, disseminates high-level agreements extensively. It is indeed a remarkable gift, not limited to Nanshan City, but randomly distributed among ordinary people worldwide. Of course, only 1 million individuals have been targeted thus far. However, only 3,000 have successfully engaged with the high-level agreement. Among these 3,000, at least 2/3 must be eliminated, although they passed various tests of the agreement. Many are reluctant to leave their cities and families or choose to decline the agreement for various other reasons. The remaining 1,000 must also undergo further selection. Under Chen Jing's supervision, the Super Dream Protocol devised 2 layers of dreams. In the first layer, choices were made. Subsequently, they were made to pretend to awaken in the second layer, standing in reality to reconsider enduring yet another brutal trial. Ultimately, only 100 emerged victorious, possessing over 90% willingness and readiness to travel to Nanshan City to fight for the salvation of the Earth. This is the remarkable nature of the Super Dream Protocol, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, compelling individuals to seek the choices deep within their hearts. Nevertheless, this ratio is dismally low. 100 out of 1 million is a mere fraction. Qianjing shook his head, feeling a sense of unease. After all, the requirements of the high-level agreement are exceedingly stringent, designed to assess human nature. It is evident which is more challenging, the former or the latter. He would not lower his standards. Betrayal can arise anywhere, but it must never infiltrate the ranks of the Black Divine Guards. When do we commence our mission? Yao Xiang could not contain his excitement. Hold your enthusiasm. I must clarify that our numbers are insufficient, so everyone will act independently. When you approach, be sure to conceal your identities, Qianjing instructed. I understand, Gao Xiang replied, scratching his head. He had not yet experienced the high-level agreement at that time, later seeking out Qianjing for a first-hand experience. To be honest, it was exceedingly difficult, far beyond the ordinary. Unlike answering questions with predetermined solutions, this scenario is characterized by an array of unbounded choices. The individual is tasked with a singular mission, amidst the chaos, temptation, and fear of an apocalyptic crisis. How to preserve one's humanity. Fortunately, he has succeeded, which also attests to Qianjing's discernment. Within the realm of dreams, Gao Xiang may forget many things, including his superpowers and the Black God Guard. Now, to the matter at hand. Qianjing addressed the assembly, stating, "Tomorrow, we shall prepare to depart. The coordinates for the 100 individuals have been allocated to everyone through the agreement. This mission is of utmost importance, yet poses minimal danger. Each participant will be endowed with 5 million in operational funds, courtesy of Khan. Khan silently produced 3 cards. Kratos declared that all cooperation, including financial matters, would be facilitated. Qianjing, naturally, would not shy away from this assistance. Upon Kratos' arrival, he too would embark on a journey to engage with certain individuals, those of a unique nature who have emerged within the Super Dream Protocol. Chapter 67. The arrival of Kratos, Lu Haiqing, and the others have already set forth, each heading to various locations to connect with the 100 individuals scattered across different cities and even continents. However, the anticipated time consumption will be less than imagined, as face-to-face interactions need not be sequential. Otherwise, the endeavor would be interminable. 3 individuals, 3 regions. Once they arrive, Qianjing will unravel the super dream memories of the 100, who will subsequently receive the convergence address and timing within the dreamscape. Whether they harbor doubts or beliefs, ample time will be afforded for acceptance. 1 week duration, with a daily output exceeding 1,000, coupled with the defeat of the formidable woman. The evolution points now amount to around 10,000. Thus, Qianjing has chosen to invest all into construction and extraction. After all, upgrading to a level 4 base requires 500,000 evolution points. The leap from 1,000 to 500,000 for a level 3 upgrade is indeed monumental. As if the preceding 3 levels were mere initiation phases, the extent of future expansion remains uncertain, yet level 4 appears to be a significant threshold, likely to instigate a qualitative transformation. His optimal course of action lies in enhancing all current capabilities before contemplating level 4. Qianjing utilized evolution points to exchange for 4 construction robots, initiating the creation of various facilities at the second base. Construction completion requires 4 days and 23 hours. Projected technological output. 100 construction completion requires 6 days and 16 hours. Projected technological output. 150 construction completed, a simulated training ground. Supercomputer control room, upgraded Sky Eye, and gravity chamber were established. The former needs no extensive introduction. It is the advanced version of a virtual helmet. A level 1 simulated training ground capable of accommodating 50 individuals simultaneously. It not only simulates real combat but also facilitates squad battles, and in the future, should the apocalyptic crisis be quelled, a streamlined version may be considered for broader application. The Level 1 supercomputer control room boasts extraordinary computational speed, surpassing any leading supercomputers on Earth, not the product of a Level 1 civilization. It plays a pivotal role in model construction, data analysis, global anomaly forecasting, and the establishment of various systems. However, this matter must await the research of professional technicians. The purpose of the Sky Eye and the gravity chamber is becoming increasingly apparent. This upgrade is sufficient to extend its reach across the entirety of Nanshan City, eliminating the need for previous extensive patrols. After half a day's time, Mr. Kitas's private plane finally arrived in Nanshan City. As a global titan and a super-rich individual, He maintained an unusually low profile this time. Mr. Khan was already present to receive him. Kitas, wearing sunglasses, remarked, "It has been a while, Khan. You appear to have lost weight." Khan replied with a hint of resignation. "Indeed, much has transpired recently." Kitas chuckled softly. "It seems you have encountered many wondrous sights." "Yes. And where is Mr. Chinjing?" "He is waiting for you at the base." "Very well, let us make haste." Khan observed Kitas' eager and excited demeanor, silently reflecting. Ever since the passing of Kitas' parents, it had been a long time since he had witnessed such vitality. From today onward, Kitas' industrial group would gradually relocate to Nashon City, with the tallest building in the financial district ready for occupancy at any moment. Khan glanced at the documents, but Kitas shook his head, saying, "There is no rush. Although I have not been here frequently, I have been in regular communication with Mr. Chinjing. He mentioned that we must wait a little longer. He has also signed the agreement and gained considerable insights. When he utilized his own resources to investigate the Enlightenment Society, he was increasingly horrified by what he discovered. The various disasters, terrorist attacks, disappearances, and abnormal deaths occurring globally were all linked to a vast shadow lurking behind them. While he had not obtained more detailed information, it was evident that they were but insignificant entities, easily erased in the face of a colossal presence that was gradually expanding. Half an hour later, Kitas finally met Chinjing again, but his immediate focus was not on Chinjing. Rather, it was on the large machinery operating within the base. His pupils involuntarily constricted. Robots? Their construction was entirely unidentifiable. They possessed flexible arms even more agile than those of humans. A multitude of light particles constructed buildings as if in a 3D printer. "Long time no see, Kitas," Chinjing's voice called out. Kitas coughed lightly. "Indeed, but that is not the most important thing. What is this sci-fi creation? I find myself increasingly perplexed. The universe is vast, with countless extraterrestrial civilizations, much like the Enlightenment Society, with whom we have engaged, but our purpose stands apart, to defend." Chinjing gently suggested the presence of an alien civilization behind the Black God Guard. The matters concerning Hex and the base cannot be explained or divulged to any second party, but merely drawing forth the existence of alien civilization suffices. Upon hearing this, Kitas felt a certain turmoil within. In truth, he had been captivated by the laser jackhammer the first time he met Chinjing. The subsequent eruption of overwhelming power was eclipsed by the allure of that laser. It was only after witnessing the agreement that Kitas was thoroughly unnerved, exhilarated, and agitated. Such technology was beyond the realm of current capabilities. His insatiable thirst for knowledge, creativity, and exploration had been entirely ignited. "Allow me to share some blueprints that may aid in your research." Chinjing transmitted various designs for arc reactors, liquid metals, energy propulsion systems, and more. These were acquired from the Hex store, and as he was not a specialist, he entrusted the analysis to others. Kitas gazed in awe at the myriad of items that filled his vision, his pupils dilating with astonishment, unable to contain himself. "Wow." Khan stared at him, taken aback. "Apologies for my moment of indiscretion." Kitas pressed his forehead, massaging his temples, forcing his trembling mind to regain composure. He understood precisely what these blueprints represented and yearned to construct the research facility immediately, immersing himself wholly in the endeavor. "Stay calm," he reminded himself. "Now that you are at the base, the remaining tasks are in your hands." Chinjing gently remarked, "By the way, how many people in the Kitas group have passed the protocol test?" Kitas replied, "Approximately 150 individuals. The so-called test is merely a component of the level protocol, but it omits standards related to potential and combat, focusing instead on logistics and resource management for the base." "That's quite a number," Chinjing nodded. The 100 individuals that Wang Jiqiang and his team were tasked with were all operatives for investigation and combat, thus the requirements were exceptionally high. The logistics team would appropriately utilize personnel from Kitas Industrial Group, as they were all professionals. They would be arriving in stages over the next 3 days. Kitas paused. "Isn't that a bit too slow? It's better to be cautious, and there's no need to rush." Chinjing understood. In the wake of the recent cruise incident, major global corporations were indeed making bold moves, frantically acquiring various territories and constructing so-called Doomsday defense points. It seemed an expression of the wealthy's panic. In reality, the shadow of the Salvation Society and the Enlightenment Society loomed large, as they boldly commenced establishing strongholds and bases in this manner. Kitas' acquisition activities paled in comparison to theirs. Chapter 68. The Unraveling of Dreams tremor at this moment. The 100 individuals bound by the Super Dream Protocol were unaware that they had undergone a million-strong selection process in their dreams, successfully passing the trial. Each person was living their daily life, devoid of any recollection of the dream's events. They felt inexplicable emotions upon waking: exhilaration, excitement, nostalgia, but these sentiments were swiftly overshadowed by the mundane reality. "It's almost time," Chun-Jing murmured to himself as he boarded a plane in Nanshan City. "It's time to unveil the truth." And in the next instant, all 100 individuals around the globe simultaneously had their memories of the dream awakened. There were no obstacles or delays. Across several continents, people fell into a state of stupor. From the moment you recollect this instant, the countdown to the invitation will commence immediately. Please arrive within 72 hours. 3 locations, 72 hours. To save the world? A mysterious organization. Is this dream real or not? Seated before his computer, the programmer Link found himself momentarily entranced, overwhelmed by a sense of shock and disbelief. No matter how vivid the experiences within his dream had felt, they paled in comparison to the absurdity of reality upon waking. "What are you daydreaming about?" His supervisor's piercing gaze locked onto him, irritation evident in his tone. "Link." "Oh, my apologies." Link quickly responded, fingers dancing across the keyboard. Yet internally, he felt a tumultuous stir of confusion and trepidation. If the dream were indeed real, his heart burned with fervor. Yet, the cold reality doused his enthusiasm, as the supervisor declared, "We are working overtime today to meet the project deadline. No one is allowed to be absent these next few days." Link's expression was a tapestry of conflicted emotions. Should he embrace a dream that felt profoundly authentic yet surreal, casting aside all else? Or should he remain tethered to his mundane position, numbly toiling day after day? Glancing at the clock, he noted that only 70 hours remained. With the rhythmic clatter of keys, time slipped away, moment by moment. Finally, he made his decision. "Link, what do you plan to do? Request leave? Denied. Do you think this is an appropriate time to disregard my words? You wish to leave? If you dare to abandon your post without reason, prepare to be dismissed." The supervisor bellowed, his neck reddening with fury. Link clenched his fists and left without a backward glance. At a university beside a vast river, a young man in a classroom suddenly shuddered, his gaze fixed ahead as memories of the dream surged vividly into his consciousness. With a swift motion, he stood up. "What are you doing, student who looks like he hasn't slept well?" The professor, Lawrence, raised an eyebrow. "If you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, if you cannot contain yourself, that's another matter." A ripple of laughter echoed through the room. The young man, feeling embarrassed, sat back down, but soon rose again in silence. "I apologize, Professor Lawrence, but I must leave for a moment." The young man trembled slightly and, without waiting for the professor's consent, exited the classroom. Professor Lawrence watched him depart, reflecting, "The last person who dared to skip my class was that arrogant lad." Such scenarios unfolded in many places. Some were ascertaining the dream's authenticity, while others hesitated. When an individual sells all their possessions to secure a plane ticket to a rendezvous point solely based on a dream, it requires immense courage and resolve. Yet, at this very moment, 100 individuals had begun to set forth, making their way to the meeting place. If the truth remained shrouded in uncertainty, they would see for themselves to unveil it. Chun-Jing disembarked from the plane, while Lu Haiqing and others went to meet the 100 individuals. He, too, had significant matters to attend to. Within the Super Dream Protocol, certain individuals were extraordinary. Measuring them by standard agreements proved insufficiently accurate, for each possessed remarkable value. A prime example was Curtis, who displayed little potential physically, yet his true worth lay in the knowledge and creativity housed within his mind. This must be the place, he thought. Chun-Jing utilized Kitas's investigation to uncover the address of a certain individual. He knocked gently on the door, which was opened slightly by a middle-aged woman. With a gloomy gaze, she scrutinized him, and upon seeing a stranger's face, her wary expression became even more pronounced. "Who are you?" she demanded. Chun-Jing replied softly, "I am here to find a child named Weiguli." The woman's eyes widened in shock, and her voice, unexpectedly laced with a hint of a roar, exclaimed, "I don't know her, go away." As she spoke, she attempted to shut the door. Chun-Jing raised a hand gently, causing the door to remain immovable. "What do you want?" The middle-aged woman, her hair in disarray, shrieked with a sharp tone. "If you don't let go, I will call the police." Chun-Jing shook his head. "If you dare to call the police, I might just have to award you a prize. As a mother, imprisoning your own child in a small basement, exploiting her talents to fund your vile indulgences." The woman's lips grew increasingly pale, yet her face bore a sickly flush tinged with hysteria. "I don't know what you're talking about, you lunatic. Leave now, or I will really call the police." "Go ahead and report it," Chun-Jing said, his gaze calm as he observed her. Her sunken eyes, sparse and dull hair, and the pervasive stench of drugs enveloped her. Her agitation escalated, revealing a hint of madness. As she reached for her waist and pulled out a handgun, her trembling hands gripping it tightly. Get away. Otherwise, I will shoot. Even with the gun unsteadily in her grasp, she had succumbed to hallucinations, teetering on the brink of insanity. The middle-aged woman fixed her gaze on Qianjing and abruptly pulled the trigger. Die. Since you've come here, you shall perish. Yet, in the next moment, the young man merely tilted his head slightly. The shot had missed entirely? Damn it. She bellowed, her mind growing increasingly muddled. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets erupted from the barrel, aimed at Qianjing's head. Just one bullet was sufficient to pierce the skull of this wretched figure who had materialized from nowhere. One could witness blood and shattered bone erupt from that tranquil face. Yet, Qianjing remained still. To him, the woman's movements appeared pitifully slow, and he could have effortlessly sliced the bullets in half. With a subtle shift of his head, he merely heard the sound of the projectiles whizzing past. All of them had missed? The middle-aged woman was momentarily stunned. Forget it. I'll just have a proper conversation with the person involved. With that, Qianjing pushed open the heavily chained door, ripping away a section of the wall along with the chain's connection. The woman stared vacantly, terror gripping her as she frantically squeezed the trigger, only to find no bullets left. Monster. It's a monster. Qianjing regarded her with pity. Between the two of us, who resembles the monster more? Chapter 69. The mute Weigeli Qianjing opened the door beneath the closet, revealing a dark and foul air mixed with a tangle of wires. It is difficult to fathom how a mother addicted to drugs could become so deranged as to confine her 14-year-old child in such a confined space. Within that realm of dreams, Qianjing discovered a unique landscape. One half was a hyperspeed space woven with countless luminous points, where her thoughts traversed freely. The other half, however, was a grotesque nightmare, where monstrous entities tore apart her cherished hopes, imprisoning her in despair. The atmosphere was dreary and damp, with an unpleasant odor permeating the air. Even her physical form struggled to stand upright in such a constricted space. Then, amidst a cluster of glaring computer screens, she spotted a girl curled up with her legs embraced, her unkempt appearance revealing a long neglect of personal care. The girl's lifeless eyes fixated on the monitor, where data streams siphoned funds from various accounts. The machine's word in operation, mirroring her own numbed existence. Viguri, Qianjing called out. Through Kitas's intel, she had gleaned only this girl's name and visage, but upon meeting her, all that remained was an empty shell. Viguri slightly tilted her head, casting a fleeting glance at Qianjing before her gaze returned to the screen, her eyes devoid of light, expression vacant. This woman often gathered her so-called friends, indulging in shared revelry, only to collapse on the floor with closed eyes, lost in a trance-like state, emitting sounds akin to grinding teeth. In Viguri's perception, Qianjing was merely another face in the crowd. Although perplexed about how she had found her way into this basement, it mattered little. Unfazed by the girl's indifference, Qianjing urged, "Come with me." No response followed. Viguri's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, moving like an unconscious automaton, her reaction time barely keeping pace. Trapped in this cage, she fulfilled her mother's demands, and should any of the woman's whims go unfulfilled, or should visions of despair arise, she would become the target of her wrath, violently shattered like a doll. Silence reigned, an enduring endurance that numbed her senses. Qianjing was not surprised. He had carefully scrutinized her dreamscape and witnessed fragments of her suffering. Gazing at the glimmers reflecting in her eyes from the screens, he softly remarked, "It appears this window is your only escape from the cage." Thus, as he settled onto the steps, he began to unravel the memories entwined in her dream. In that instant, Viguri, her golden hair obscuring her face, exhibited a momentary daze, her fingers finally coming to a halt. "In your dream, there exist only two realms," Qianjing continued, his tone neither gentle nor harsh, merely calm. "One is an infinite ocean of high-speed information, a world of limitless possibilities. The other is that terrifying monster, gradually consuming all that you are. Do you wish to have a choice?" he asked. "Just nod, and I shall lead you away from here and grant you the opportunity to explore that world." Viguri's expression shifted in surprise, after a brief pause. She gingerly lifted her injured finger, wrapped in a bandage, pointing towards the basement's entrance. Qianjing's gaze remained steady. "That monster cannot hinder me." She silently gestured with both hands, implying the presence of many monsters. "It matters not, even if there are countless," she conveyed. "They are merely a horde of addicts." Qianjing extended his hand, saying, "As long as you wish to leave this place, I shall provide you with what you desire." Internally, he could not help but scoff, recognizing how villainous his words sounded, almost as if he were hinting at abduction. Vigori's gaze flickered slightly, yet it remained devoid of luster. She observed Qianjing's clean hand, hesitated for a moment, but refrained from grasping it. Instead, she tightened her hold on the small box resting by the server and rose to her feet. Chen Jing paused momentarily, then smiled as he withdrew his hand. Then let us depart. The basement was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to fathom that a 14-year-old child had been confined and mistreated by her own mother. Vigorly cautiously descended the wooden steps, keeping her head down, several paces behind Chen Jing. Though she uttered not a single word, each step she took required immense courage. Upon exiting the basement, her eyes widened slightly as she beheld the creature, bound on the ground, thrashing violently, its bloodshot eyes fixated upon her. Vigorly, what do you intend to do? Why have you come out? Do you dare to leave this place? Return at once. It bellowed. This man is a monster. He is a monster. Do not believe anything he says. Chen Jing cast a glance at the woman, realizing that the creature had indeed stirred her spirit. He had knocked her unconscious. Yet she had awakened far too quickly. Vigorly trembled at the sound of her shouting, too frightened to respond or lift her gaze, clutching the box tightly. Her only act of defiance being her refusal to turn back. Ignoring the woman's shrieks, Chen Jing turned his attention to the outside. It appeared that the recent gunfire had attracted a throng of people. Indeed, the gunshots served as a signal. Surrounding them were various addicts and criminals who, upon hearing the gunfire, recognized the impending trouble and emerged brandishing an array of weapons, their faces twisted with menace. This woman had not only exploited Vigorly for financial gain, but she also seemed adept at navigating her surroundings. Was it survival of the fittest? No, rather it was a lawless territory rife with criminal elements and addicts. It became clear why this woman had confined Vigorly in the basement. It was not out of fear for her safety from others, but rather to protect her cash cow from being snatched away. Bang, bang, bang. Noisy voices erupted outside, violently battering against the door. You scoundrel! I told you that you should not be here, the woman hissed. Now that they have arrived, prepare for death. And you, Vigorly, return at once. Otherwise, when this creature is beaten to death by that mob, you will not escape either. Those individuals are dangerous. She screamed threats and intimidation at Vigorly. Yet the girl did not respond as she usually did, with a numbed compliance. The woman's hysteria intensified. Do you wish to die? How dare you disobey me? This scoundrel only values your talent. He seeks to exploit you. Why would you leave with him? Her voice rose to a near scream. Simultaneously, the sounds of pounding and footsteps outside grew more numerous, accompanied by the ominous clicks of guns being readied. Vigorly's form trembled slightly, her once blank expression now marred by fear and panic in her eyes. At that moment, Chen Jing extended his hand and gently stroked her disheveled and filthy hair. Close your eyes, he instructed, for perhaps a minute, or more likely 30 seconds. I will resolve everything. An inexplicable warmth enveloped her, momentarily startling her. Even her own mother had never shown such tenderness. Although Vigorly's body still trembled, her emotions had settled considerably, and she slowly closed her eyes. Chen Jing gently withdrew his hand and made his way toward the door. Outside, there were 15 individuals, each exuding an unsettling aura. Their bodies adorned with tattoos and scars from cigarettes, their pockets filled with powdery substances. Some were even engaging in illicit activities as they approached. The door, having sustained multiple impacts, was gradually warping. Each person emitted excited and provocative shouts. They were unafraid of trouble, relishing the chaos that accompanied those reckless enough to cause a ruckus. Bang! The door was forcefully flung open. In that instant, a multitude of gun barrels were aimed at the entrance. However, in the next moment, upon realizing it was merely one person, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted. Their jeers grotesque. I thought it was the old ghost from the precinct. Just some unarmed fool. Weapons? Chen Jing had already unsheathed a knife. Though it was not a formidable alloy blade, these ruffians were not worthy of such. It was merely a fruit knife he had casually grabbed from the room. One man exhaled a cloud of smoke, his handgun resting at his waist, his laughter so intense that he could scarcely stand upright. Is this supposed to be a weapon? Do you even know where you are? Even the police dogs would steer clear, yet someone dares to brandish a fruit knife here. Wait. A burly man licked his lips and made a suggestive gesture with his handgun, revealing a glimmer of anticipatory delight. I quite like this chap. Why not send him my way first? I'll deal with him later. Joseph, you're truly a pervert. But brother, don't forget I want in on this too. As Chen Jing listened to their profane banter, a chaotic blend of Spanish and English, he made a subtle movement, vanishing from their sight. None of them regarded the man wielding a fruit knife with any seriousness. At that moment, they were utterly oblivious to the danger he posed. With a sudden bang, one individual was propelled through the air, landing over 20 meters away, colliding with a sturdy tree trunk. His chest shattered. He was beyond saving. Joseph and the others stared in stunned disbelief, their expressions filled with confusion. What had just happened? Why had someone been flung so far? Open fire. Someone screamed in terror. Yet, In the next instant, the figure wielding the fruit knife was swift and lethal. Blood, severed hands, and frantic screams transformed into an overwhelming wave of disbelief and terror. 10 seconds later, Chen Jing halted, standing amidst a sea of corpses as he approached the house. Viguli remained obediently with her eyes closed, though her body was taut with anxiety, trembling in fear. The chaos outside, the screams, the curses, the gunfire, had reached her ears. Yet, for reasons unknown, there was now an eerie silence. The woman writhed like a worm, and upon seeing Chen Jing enter, her pupils constricted sharply. Just as she was about to scream in terror, Chen Jing hurled a fruit knife, pinning her to the ground. "Let us go," a voice resonated in her ears. Wei Guli was momentarily stunned, her eyes on the verge of opening. "Do not open them," the voice instructed. "Extend your hand." She trembled slightly, but did not open her eyes. Instead, she instinctively reached out her hand. Chen Jing grasped her hand firmly. "Do not succumb to curiosity and open your eyes, nor should you concern yourself with anything around you. Leave everything to me." A wave of metallic scent filled her nostrils. She seemed to grasp what was unfolding, yet felt oddly detached. Perhaps she was unaware of what the future held, but in that moment, she felt like a puppet, silently following Chen Jing. Approximately 5 minutes later, the blood-soaked area erupted in a thunderous explosion. 3 distinct locations. 100 individuals arrived one after another. Despite possessing memories of dreams, doubt lingered within them. Some, driven by a flicker of hope, chose to come. After all, the world had recently been tumultuous, with even phantom zombies appearing. Who could dismiss the possibility of those memories from the dream? The cruise ship incident served as a catalyst, awakening humanity to the existence of extraordinary crises. Link, clad in a thick winter coat, gazed at the distant church. His lack of proficiency in English had cost him precious time asking for directions. Leaving the company had been an impulsive decision, yet upon boarding the plane, his resolve grew ever stronger. What in this life could compel one to abandon everything? Link felt he was at that juncture. Even if the dream was merely a figment of his imagination, and the invitation, location, and timing were all fictitious. So what? He possessed the courage to extricate himself from his meaningless job and escape the grasp of a supervisor who treated him as a mere cog in a machine. He was determined to pursue something, unburdened by concerns of regret. For the first time, Link felt a surge of confidence. Standing at the church's entrance, he inhaled deeply. This was the place. Merely pushing the door open would confirm everything. At last, Link extended his hand, gritting his teeth, and forcefully pushed the church's grand door. With a resounding click, the door rebounded. A heavy lock barred his entry. Link's complexion paled as he raised his gaze, struggling to read the notice affixed to the door. Utilizing the limited vocabulary he possessed, he discerned a message. The church was closed for the day. Link tightened his coat against the chill, and rather than feeling regret, he experienced a profound sense of loss. It turned out to be merely a dream. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he realized he had acted like a madman, leaving the company without a moment's hesitation, rushing here. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of the situation brought forth an inexplicable sadness. Slowly lowering his head, he feigned a smile of acceptance. "I knew it all along." The aspiration to become a savior of the earth is indeed overly naive and rather ridiculous for someone of 30 years. Thankfully, few are aware of this. Ha ha ha. He paused, falling into silence. No one would ever know. His hand withdrew from the door, and at that moment, with a sudden clap, the grand door was pressed open by a man clad in a heavy coat, revealing a hearty smile. "Apologies for arriving so early. My linguistic skills are lacking, and I've been seeking the responsible party for quite some time," he said. Link was momentarily taken aback, confused until he spotted the man retrieving a key from his pocket. His gaze became vacant, and a thought that had recently been trampled at the precipice of despair reignited. Could it be that Wang Jiqiang had indeed opened the door to a church now acquired by the Kitas group? The appointed head had been arranged. Yet his linguistic limitations nearly led him astray. However, he was relieved to have finally arrived. Suddenly, he turned to regard Link, who stood motionless at the door. "Are you not coming in?" Wang Jiqiang inquired. Link opened his mouth. "But isn't the church closed today?" Wang Jiqiang hesitated. "You are on the guest list, and you are not here to partake in prayers. Besides, it seems you are the first to arrive." He scratched his head, "Though there are no prizes. It is not our organization's practice to leave you out in the cold." Upon hearing these words, Link stood rooted to the spot for an extended period, utterly astonished. It was real. It was not a dream. Chapter 70. What is talent? Injection. A cold, detached voice resonated through the darkened space. 100 experimental chambers were administering a certain liquid. Activate the reactor. Amidst these chambers, a pillar radiated an astonishing level of radiation, and every individual exhibited expressions of torment. Had Chen Jing been present, he would have observed that each of the 100 subjects possessed attributes exceeding 50. Subject 35, vital signs declining, heart rate ceases, deceased. Subject 49, heart rate ceases, deceased. Subject 81, deceased. Subject 15, deceased. Messages of death streamed in, yet the individual cloaked in shadow remained remarkably composed. Subject 27, condition highly unstable, signs of superpower evolution detected. Someone exclaimed with excitement. However, the next moment, the experimental subject bled profusely from its orifices, convulsing in agony before falling silent. Subject 27, deceased, the researchers lamented. Not merely death, but also mutation. Subject 66, body exhibiting extreme reactions, vital signs plummeting. Yet strength continues to escalate. Bang! The experimental subject forcefully shattered the chamber, its form grotesquely bulging and out of control, as if it might explode at any moment. Emitting a terrifying roar. At that moment, the man in the shadows extended his hand, and a steel shard shot forth like a bullet. Swoosh! The shard effortlessly severed its head and arced back. Clean up and continue monitoring. Instantly, personnel clad in black appeared to sanitize the scene. Half an hour passed, and of the 100 individuals, only 3 remained alive, their condition exceedingly dire. The injection of the super gene marks the initial step, followed by the arduous task of identifying individuals with latent extraordinary abilities from a multitude of test subjects, subsequently subjected to enforced development. The challenge lies in the fact that they possess no knowledge of who may harbor such potential. There exists no discernible pattern. However, within specific environments, such as intense radiation or unstable conditions, there lies a possibility to awaken this latent power. Despite the exceedingly high mortality rate, the Enlightenment Society has nonetheless cultivated numerous formidable individuals. Their ambition to disseminate the supergene globally is rooted in this very consideration, enabling the collection of vast amounts of human data to uncover further extraordinary capabilities. Regrettably, their efforts have been thwarted by the Savior Society. The man's gaze remained calm, yet the subtly vibrating metal piece hovering behind him betrayed his inner turmoil. Moreover, the Black Guardian, a relatively obscure organization, had surprisingly become so active aboard the cruise ship. Previously unheard of, their emergence seemed to coincide with the Savior Society's efforts to subdue the inept group known as the Cross. This development piqued their interest, and after an initial assessment by the higher-ups, it was deemed that the threat level was not significant. However, the authority of the Enlightenment Society was not one to be challenged by mere trifles, hence a Level 4 squad was specifically dispatched to closely monitor the Black Guardian's movements, ready to eliminate them at the first sign of trouble. Unfortunately, there appeared to be no further updates at present. The report indicated that out of 100 experimental subjects, 97 had perished, 1 had succumbed to a breakdown, and the remaining 2, though exhibiting some vital signs, held no possibility of survival. The man calmly instructed, "Prepare the next batch." These individuals were merely guinea pigs, injected with the super gene for experimentation, should the supply of test subjects run low. They would continue to transport more from around the globe. Millions go missing each year, and the Enlightenment Society has ample channels within this chaos. To them, the more tumultuous the world becomes, the better. From the distant southern reaches of North America, they arrived in Europe. Chun Jing disembarked from the plane, while Vigoury, clutching a box and maintaining a distance of 2 meters, adorned in new attire, had bathed and groomed herself. She radiated a polished elegance, akin to jade unveiled from the earth, yet her demeanor oscillated between numbness and heightened vigilance. "Are you tired?" Chun Jing inquired, glancing at her. Vigoury silently shook her head. Everything around her felt overwhelmingly foreign. Without the familiar equipment, servers, and network data, she felt as though she had stepped out of her safe haven, devoid of any sense of security. "Are you hungry?" Chun Jing asked again. Vigoury shook her head once more, but mere moments later, her stomach audibly protested. "Let us go and have something to eat," Chun Jing offered, choosing not to elaborate further as he led her to a local restaurant and ordered a meal for her. Vigoury remained expressionless, silently eating. After a brief moment of tension observing the outside world, she reverted to her previous state. Occasionally, she would glance at Chun Jing, and upon noticing his lack of impatience or displeasure, she would continue her meal. To this day, Vigoury remained unaware of Chun Jing's true identity. That dream had served as a catalyst. Irrespective of its authenticity or his intentions, whether to exploit her or to steal wealth, she found herself with no choice but to follow his lead. Chun Jing was acutely aware that Vigoury had been observing him with great caution. However, he was unconcerned and ordered another dessert for her. Within the framework of the Dream Protocol, 2 exceptional individuals had been identified. In addition to the girl before him, there was another. ostensibly a retired agent residing in his hometown for recuperation. In truth, he was the leader of an organization known as the Starry Sky Society, which also sought to oppose the Enlightenment Society, yet their power was vastly inferior, almost negligible. The true nature of the Enlightenment Society seemed to remain shrouded in mystery. Over the years, many such organizations had been established, but under the vast shadow of the Enlightenment Society, the hope for growth was almost non-existent. Typically, there were two choices: either join the Salvation Society or be crushed by the Enlightenment Society, often requiring merely a few sixth-level teams to obliterate smaller organizations. Yet, this individual appeared to be different. Chen Jing had glimpsed numerous scenes from 90 years ago in his dreams, while records available about katas revealed that this person was around 40 years of age. This piqued Chen Jing's curiosity. However, the individual was well concealed, and the Starry Sky Society had left no discernible trace. Perhaps even the Salvation Society and the Enlightenment Society were oblivious to their existence. Were it not for the hints from the Dream Protocol, Chen Jing might have overlooked them entirely. Nick Fury, he murmured softly, contemplating the name within his mind. In any case, attempts to establish contact had yielded no results, as Kata's investigations had failed to uncover the location of their base. Yet, a clue in his dream had pointed to a specific place within this city, and Chen Jing resolved to investigate. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him. Vigli had finished her meal at some point, her porcelain-like face betraying no emotion. "Are you full?" Chen Jing asked, bringing his thoughts back to the present. Vigli nodded gently. "Would you like another dessert?" He could tell she had not eaten enough, her gaze frequently drifting towards the delectable pastries displayed in the restaurant's cabinet. She shook her head, her silence profound as she retrieved an old-fashioned handheld console from her bag, her fingers deftly tapping on the tiny keyboard. She then presented the screen to Chen Jing. "What do you need me to do?" she inquired. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Accepting new clothes and food without reciprocation left her feeling uneasy. Chen Jing regarded the girl for a few moments, questioning if he had been too harsh. In hindsight, perhaps he had been a bit too severe. After all, he had taken her away with little explanation, killed over 10 people at her doorstep, and brutally murdered her mother, reducing her home to ruins. Throughout their arduous journey, he had revealed nothing, and their conversations had mostly been his solitary musings. However, he indeed required her assistance with a particular task. His expression remained calm as he spoke. Her talents were remarkable, and in this vast city, she might be able to utilize her abilities to help locate the so-called Starry Sky Society. Moreover, she was obedient and posed no troublesome concerns. Thus, Vigli listened like a silent automaton, awaiting Chen Jing's forthcoming instructions. What is to be done? Steal classified information? Pilfer wealth? Or erase criminal records? She is not a fool, merely enveloped in a numbing silence. She understands that Chen Jing is a perilous individual, having eliminated those malevolent beings at the entrance. Along with that monstrous creature, Vickery is prepared to be ruthlessly exploited as a tool once more. At that moment, a waiter approached with a plate of delectable cakes wafting a sweet aroma. Chen Jing discreetly moved her plate aside and gently offered it to her, suggesting, "How about sampling a few of these treats for me?" Vickery's expression, previously vacant and dazed, flickered with surprise. In the deep of night, Chen Jing secured a single room for Vickery while he took residence next door. He commenced receiving reports from various sources through messages. Wang Jiqiang, Lu Haiqing, and Gao Xiang had already been at their designated location for over 2 days. The number of arrivals had reached 85, surpassing Chen Jing's initial estimate. Upon reflection, it seemed the recent cruise incident had heightened many people's belief in such phenomena, especially after witnessing the zombies during transit. There remained 15 individuals. Should time elapse, they would lose this opportunity. Chen Jing would subsequently obscure the dreamscape once more, even if the willingness to return was at 99 within the dream. Numerous external factors would emerge upon returning to reality: family, friends, careers, and life itself. Mustering the courage to come was not a mere matter of purchasing a plane ticket. However, with half a day remaining, who could predict the outcome? Pausing, Chen Jing sent a message. Once the time arrives, shut down several locations and erase all traces. Provide them with some financial support and time to sort out their affairs, as many may have left everything behind and cannot be silently returned to Nanshan City. 2 days hence, I will have katas arrange for flights. Upon returning to the base, let that fellow Khan initiate military training for them, adhering to the highest standards. The construction of several buildings at the base is nearing completion. It is imperative to gather a group of individuals from diverse fields, yet possessing noble ideals, courage, and potential, and subject them to the strictest training, as this is our responsibility towards them. After all, the enemy is a formidable force like the Enlightenment Society, and in the future, They will be the frontline personnel in any emergent crisis facing Earth's civilization. Once I return, I shall administer super genes to each individual, thereby equipping the base with a cadre of truly formidable operatives. For the Enlightenment Society and the Salvation Society, Level 4 personnel represent a significant strength. Yet, within the Black God Guard, this will merely constitute the fundamental caliber of operatives. Next, Chenjing reached out to Katas, who, upon the logistics team settling into the base, promptly delegated tasks to Khan and eagerly retreated to the research room to immerse himself in the blueprints Chun had entrusted to him. Is something amiss, Mr. Chenjing? Katas inquired, his voice tinged with fatigue yet brimming with excitement. You ought to be careful not to overexert yourself. It seems you haven't slept for days, Chenjing remarked, raising an eyebrow. It appears I have indeed gone without sleep. My apologies for my excitement keeping me awake, and with the super genes, I seem to require little to no rest, Katas confessed with a cough. Katas spoke with remarkable rapidity, his mind racing as he engaged in conversation with Chenjing while simultaneously strategizing. I have successfully constructed the laser schematic model, aligning it with my first-generation mecha model. And there has been notable progress with the reactor. All right, Chenjing interjected hastily. This brilliant magnate was indeed quite the chatterbox. Once the conversation turned to his area of expertise, he would speak incessantly. However, his interest waned the moment he discerned the other party's lack of understanding. In any case, I shall discuss this further upon my return. After delegating a few additional matters, Chenjing ended the communication. Currently, only 3 individuals had been administered the super gene via the Hextech badge: Chenjing, Katas, and Khan. Yet, the latter two, especially Katas, had not exhibited significant enhancements in physical attributes. Rather, their mental acuity had markedly improved. Khan, serving as a bodyguard and close-quarters combat expert, saw only a modest increase in attributes beyond strength. It appeared that only he consistently maintained a synchronous ascent across all 3 attributes, Chenjing mused. Was it mere coincidence? Or did he possess some exceptional quality? He decided to assess the situation further after inoculating all personnel at the base. Chenjing refocused his thoughts. The matters at the base were relatively few, adhering to a systematic plan. However, his recent exploration of the lead location yielded no substantial findings, which proved somewhat vexing. If nothing materialized by tomorrow, he would simply return. The individual in question was a talent, rated by the Super Dream Protocol as possessing remarkable abilities and adept at discerning the characteristics of various individuals, a prospect that piqued Chenjing's interest. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, followed by a knock on the door, though no voice accompanied it. Chenjing's gaze flickered slightly. The knock came again, this time more softly than before. He immediately recognized the visitor. Upon opening the door, he found Viguri standing there, adorned in a long dress and holding a box. Chenjing paused, about to speak, when she extended her hand, presenting him with a disc. What is this for? He inquired, surprised. Viguri then lifted a screen, revealing the message. I have located that person. Taken aback, Chenjing ushered Viguri inside and closed the door. Utilizing the hotel computer, he inserted the disc, which contained the information she had gathered about Nick Fury, including their whereabouts from earlier that day. Chenjing was astounded. How did you find this out? Viguri typed on the screen, using the hotel computer and mentioning the name at the restaurant. Chenjing couldn't help but regard the quiet girl with renewed admiration. Her true strength seemed to lie not merely in her so-called technical prowess, but in her ability to gather and process data. All right, but where did you obtain such detailed information? He queried, having discovered a wealth of critical information and movements related to the Stargazer Society, which seemed to necessitate on-site investigations. Viguri silently typed, from an internal network called the Enlightenment Society. Chenjing remarked, that woman sees her talent as a cash cow. It is a gross misallocation of resources. Suddenly, Viguri pointed at the computer screen. Chenjing's gaze shifted, intrigued, to the final page. Task report from the Enlightenment Society's Level 4 team. The whereabouts of the target have been completely locked down, and a comprehensive extermination is anticipated tomorrow night. Chapter 71. Starry Sky Society. According to the intelligence, the Starry Sky Society comprises a total of 50 individuals, led by Nick Fury. However, Chenjing furrowed her brow slightly. The intelligence was peculiar. The Starry Sky Society was exceedingly weak. They rarely engaged in any activities and seemed devoid of any notable combat personnel, posing no threats to the Enlightenment Society. Logically, such an organization should not even warrant the attention of the Enlightenment Society. Yet, a Level 4 team had been dispatched for their eradication? This was indeed strange. Her Black Guard had eliminated numerous members of the Enlightenment Society and disrupted their plans, which had earned them this level of attention. Was the Starry Sky Society truly perceived as such a significant threat? Chen Jing examined the information once more, but found no further descriptions of the Starry Sky Society. The only noteworthy detail was the repeated emphasis on the need to eliminate everyone, particularly Nick Fury. It seemed there were many underlying truths yet to be uncovered. Pausing for a moment, Chen Jing contemplated whether to summon Wang Jiqiang, Lu Haicheng, Gao Xiang, and the others to initiate action immediately. Even though she was uncertain of the current value of the Starry Sky Society, the intentions of the Enlightenment Society must not be allowed to come to fruition. Tomorrow night. She murmured to herself. There was still ample time for preparation. At that moment, Vigris suddenly reached out, tugging at her clothing, only to retract her hand immediately. She lifted the screen, for this was a task released on the internal network of the Enlightenment Society, and the intelligence was dated from yesterday. Chen Jing's expression hardened as her gaze turned towards the pitch-black night outside. This meant that the Enlightenment Society had already sharpened their blades and was on the move. Chen Jing reached for her coat. I will be stepping out for a while. Vigris, remain in this room. Do not go anywhere. If you get hungry, just call for food. If you are tired, lie down on the bed. I haven't touched it yet. Vigris, clutching her box, silently watched as Chen Jing departed. She found Chen Jing puzzling. The person she had known back home would always lock the basement door tightly with heavy chains whenever he left, fearing she might escape. Yet, this individual left her here without a hint of restraint or obstruction. It seemed she could simply open the door and vanish. Holding her box, Vigris did not approach the door. Instead, she gently sat by the computer and opened a page to play a matching game. In the darkness, Chen Jing, masked and soaring between towering buildings, moved with remarkable speed. Time was of the essence. In truth, the moment Vigris delivered the intelligence to her, the Enlightenment Society had already commenced its operations. She was uncertain whether the Starry Sky Society possessed any capacity for resistance, but Nick Fury was certainly not an ordinary individual. She hoped to buy them some time. Chen Jing's expression deepened as she fully understood the configuration of the Enlightenment Society. A squad of 10. Entirely comprised of level 4 personnel, possesses extraordinary combat prowess, exhibiting an unparalleled capability to resist various firearms with lethal efficacy. It appears that the Starry Sky Society has encountered the Enlightenment Society. 10 minutes later, the figure of Chen Jing materialized before the entrance of a manor. The stronghold of the Starry Sky Society, publicly known as the Cosmic Exploration Institute. This establishment houses a colossal radio telescope with a vast reflective surface, serving multiple purposes. From observing pulsars and studying stars to monitoring cosmic phenomena. However, its most significant function lies in its ability to search for potential extraterrestrial communication signals, seeking out alien civilizations. Still engaged in battle? Chen Jing's ears perked up, his gaze sharpening as he discerned sounds. His uniform rustled as a metallic long knife appeared in his right hand. At that moment, his eyelids twitched violently, catching a whiff of a potent explosive odor. Since acquiring his superior genes, his 3 attributes have approached 100, endowing him with an extraordinary sensitivity to danger. Without hesitation, Chen Jing retreated. Boom! The tremendous roar echoed from within as the entire grand manor erupted in a violent explosion. A vast expanse of earth being upheaved by the sheer force of the detonations. Such ferocity! Chen Jing alighted upon a higher vantage point, surveying the inferno and debris below. This was the handiwork of the Starry Sky Society. They had evidently prepared for mutual destruction long ago. Such a degree of devastation would be insurmountable, even for level 4 personnel. Yet, what secrets lie with the Starry Sky Society? What clandestine dealings could provoke such relentless pursuit by the Enlightenment Society? Culminating in this suicidal confrontation? Chen Jing's gaze shifted suddenly towards a narrow pathway in the distance. Amidst the chaos of explosions, this path remained untouched, and 5 individuals were seen making their escape. A bald man clad in a leather coat, bloodied and staggering, dashed towards the exit while others provided cover with their firearms. Chen Jing immediately recognized the identity of the bald man, Nick Fury. At that moment, figures surged forth from the flames, charging towards them. Bang! 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 A torrent of bullets erupted as the level 4 personnel of the Enlightenment Society, seemingly affected by the massive explosion, suffered injuries and failed to evade the onslaught. They were forcefully repelled, sustaining wounds, yet no specialized combat personnel had managed to escape thus far. Chen Jing's gaze sharpened. The armed individuals bore attribute panels exceeding 20 points. In the next instant, Chen Jing vanished from his position. Since they were still alive, he could not remain a mere observer. Other level 4 personnel emerged from the flames. Nick Fury, too, opened fire, shouting, "Get out of here. We cannot all perish in this place." The resolve and fervor in the eyes of the others were palpable as they stood their ground, prepared to face death. Within the flames, 5 level 4 personnel materialized, their expressions dark and intent as they fixated on their adversaries. though their injuries hampered their speed and made them susceptible to the threat of bullets. This was but a temporary setback. You shall all perish here tonight. The leader of the cloaked figures unleashed his murderous intent without reservation, charging forth with ferocity. A man who should have perished decades ago had, astonishingly, endured in the shadows for nearly 90 years. Did you truly believe that the signals incessantly sent into the cosmos could remain concealed from the Enlightenment Society? This leader evaded all bullets, materializing before everyone in an instant. He forcefully kicked aside the other personnel, whose expressions had drastically changed. With a fierce glare, he seized Nick Fury by the throat. You shall all perish here tonight. Nick Fury struggled, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Despite possessing some strength, with attributes nearing 30, he found himself utterly powerless against the leader. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. He could not fathom why the Enlightenment Society had suddenly come to eliminate him. But even in the face of death, he clutched an object tightly, desperate to send out one final plea for help. Not for himself, but for the entirety of Earth. Chapter 72, A Singular Chance for Aid. Just as Nick Fury was about to emit his final signal before death, a faint and swift breeze swept past his ear. The immense grip around his neck began to wane. In the next moment, the cloaked leader, who had seemed invincible, experienced a violent severance of his arm, blood gushing forth. An enemy. The leader's countenance shifted dramatically. Disregarding the excruciating pain, he hastily drew a weapon, slashing at the approaching figure. The other cloaked figures rushed in, intent on rescuing their leader. Nick Fury stared in a daze at the individual donning a ghostly mask, reflected in the flames before the formidable adversaries of the Enlightenment Society. No one could impede his advance. Suddenly, Nick Fury felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, causing him to kneel, nearly releasing the object in his grasp. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on tightly, gasping for breath. He could not afford to fall, uncertain of the mysterious figure's identity. He noticed the pallor of the other four-level personnel from the Enlightenment Society, who appeared to be facing an overwhelming threat, utterly incapable of resistance. Was he from the Savior Society? It seemed so. Currently, only the Savior Society possessed the strength to challenge the Enlightenment Society. Nick Fury managed a bitter smile. He had lived with utmost caution, only to find himself targeted nonetheless. A minute later, Chun Jing severed the final four-level personnel's head, his gaze shifting to the cloaked leader who lay on the ground, still gasping for breath. The leader fixed his gaze upon Chun Jing, his eyes wide with recognition as he beheld the demonic visage of the ghostly mask. Suddenly, he trembled, recollecting something. And a hoarse cry erupted from his throat. It is you, Black Goddess Guard. The clash of blades and the glow of flames intertwined as the four-level personnel of the Enlightenment Society lay scattered across the ground. The area engulfed in roaring flames and the chilling winds of the night. Chun Jing's gaze then fell upon the 5 individuals nearby. They quivered slightly but mustered the courage to inquire, "Thank you for saving us. Are you from the Savior Society?" "He is not." Nick Fury struggled to rise. Answering on behalf of Chun Jing, he looked at Chun Jing and rasped, "He is not from the Savior Society. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I extend my gratitude." Chun Jing abruptly interrupted him, declaring, "You are on the brink of death." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Fearing that Chun Jing intended to take action against Nick Fury, just as they were about to intervene, Nick Fury raised his hand, his face pale with resignation. He attempted to speak, but was seized by a violent cough, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a sigh, he remarked, "It appears to be so." Chun Jing handed him a vial of potion, stating, "This elixir can delay the deterioration of your cells, but it will only prolong the inevitable. You will ultimately succumb." Nick Fury possessed a strength exceeding 30 and a speed surpassing 20, yet his constitution languished at a mere 4, and it was in a state of decline. The restorative effects of the healing potion would correlate with his physical condition, but the rapid decay of his body was beyond salvation. Nick Fury grasped the vial and, after a moment's hesitation, consumed its contents. He felt a warm surge coursing through him, alleviating some of his torment. "I wish to speak with you privately," Chun Jing stated. Recognizing that since salvation was unattainable, he must glean as much knowledge as possible during this fleeting time. "No," the others responded, their expressions slightly altered. However, Nick Fury shook his head at them, urging, "You must leave." They hesitated, but Nick Fury's voice grew increasingly calm. "Go now. The entire Starry Sky Society has crumbled, and you are among the last survivors." He paused before adding, "This is my final command. Return to your normal lives and do not allow the Enlightenment Society to find you." The 4 fell into silence. Nick Fury's voice, hoarse, thundered, "Do you understand?" They opened their mouths, voices tinged with bitterness. "We understand." As Chun Jing observed their departing figures, he gently remarked, "Let us also relocate." Nick Fury nodded. "I have a vehicle outside." "There's no need for such trouble," replied Chun Jing, as he seized him and soared into the air. 5 minutes later, they alighted upon a rooftop. Nick Fury, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "Am I nearing death? And yet you subject me to such exhilaration?" He was whisked across rooftops towering 10 stories high. This man may be a superhuman, but he himself was not. Qinjing chuckled softly, "The greater the thrill, the quicker the circulation of your blood, which may postpone your demise." Nick Fury's expression froze momentarily before he resignedly leaned against the wall, saying, "You are indeed a peculiar individual." Just then, I overheard a member of the Enlightenment Society mention something about the Black God Guard. Qinjing cast him a glance and then snapped his fingers. The majority of the agreement's contents unfolded before his eyes, simultaneously unlocking the memories of dreams. With Nick Fury's life nearing its end and time running short, it was more effective to simplify his understanding than to elaborate. Nick Fury's expression shifted abruptly, followed by a relieved smile. "I see now. I wondered why I felt such a sense of loss upon awakening a few days ago. It seems you are part of an extraordinary organization. As long as no unforeseen events arise, perhaps you can stand against the Enlightenment Society." Qinjing did not deny this, but merely regarded him. This toxic optimism is hardly reassuring. Nick Fury silently pondered, "How much time do I have left? I fear I may not be able to convey everything in one breath." Estimated to last no more than 5 minutes, but when merely a minute remained, your consciousness would blur, and your very cells would utterly disintegrate, rendering you unable to speak. "Understood." Nick Fury coughed a few times, offering a feeble smile as he remarked, "Since you've glimpsed the dream, it appears you comprehend how long I have lived. 90 years ago, I was merely an ordinary soldier amidst the chaos of war. In that landing battle, we were but a few hundred, while the enemy numbered in the thousands. We presumed that such a disparity in strength would lead to our demise. Yet, in the midst of the conflict, a terrifying ray of daylight descended from the heavens. It pierced through the entire enemy line. Fortifications, foes, and the very ground itself were obliterated by this radiant light." Nick Fury's voice trembled slightly, as if he were transported back to that moment. "I regained my senses, and all that remained was a colossal pit, unfathomable in depth. After its emergence, we attempted to approach for investigation, but one by one, comrades fell, ultimately collapsing with blood streaming from their orifices. At the time, I was oblivious, but later learned that horrific radiation had erupted from that place. Miraculously, I survived. When I awoke in a daze, a white figure obscured my vision, its features indistinct, uttering syllables I could not comprehend, yet through its device, the words translated into my ears." Nick Fury's voice grew hoarse as he recounted. It said, "The cosmos is frigid. Earth should not possess such things. You are exceptionally fortunate to have received a chance for transformation. I can offer you an opportunity." Nick Fury opened his palm to reveal a small, silvery object resembling a signal transmitter. Pressing it would summon assistance. He fell silent, then raised his gaze to Qinjing, reiterating emphatically, "Only once. A chance to save the Earth." Chapter 73. The resurgence of the watchful eye beneath the ghostly mask. Qinjing's expression was inscrutable. However, within the confines of the mask, his gaze was grave, his brow furrowed, and turmoil roiled within him. 90 years prior, extraterrestrials had already set foot upon Earth. This revelation struck like a tempest. Moreover, that blinding daylight. Qinjing's mind instantly conjured images of a harrowing apocalyptic scene, the Earth annihilated beneath a terrifying beam of light. All of this compelled him to draw connections. The elements that should not belong to Earth must pertain to the substances being extracted by those pipelines. Qinjing's brow tightened further. The enormity of it all left him astounded, struggling to regain composure, especially as he was the sole individual aware of the impending cataclysm set to unfold in just over 10 months, one that would obliterate the entire planet. Nick Fury observed the silent Qinjing with a contemplative air, gently stating, "My initial intention was to remain concealed, gathering a multitude of researchers to observe the cosmos while awaiting the emergence of an insurmountable apocalyptic crisis before activating that button. Yet, it seems he gazed into the distant flames. Ultimately, this was but a naive notion. Without power, nothing can be accomplished." Gradually, Qinjing regained his composure and replied softly, "These two elements are indispensable. Why not collaborate with the Savior Society?" Nick Fury chuckled softly and remarked, "In their eyes, the only enemy is the Enlightenment Society." This statement caused Qinjing to cast a surprised glance at him. Suddenly, he grasped why the Dream Protocol held Nick Fury in such high regard. This man had lived for a century, quietly concealing his true self, armed with exceptional intellect and capabilities. Yet, what right did he have to judge them? Nick Fury laughed self-deprecatingly. "I have viewed the universe as my adversary, yet I have already failed and am nearing my end." He handed the cold, silvery signal device to Qinjing, speaking slowly, "I I wonder if you would be willing to bear this heavy burden. Only press this button when faced with an insurmountable crisis. He was entrusting this one-time opportunity to the enigmatic Black Guards, an organization he had never heard of before, yet one that shared his ideology. Chen Jing regarded him with calmness. Frankly, he did not wish to rely on extraterrestrial aid, regardless of its intent, be it compassion, sympathy, or mere curiosity about the writhing insects of humanity. However, if the final moment arrived, a little over 10 months hence, when neither the Black Guards nor he could resist the impending doom, then this might serve as a last resort. He accepted the device, saying, "I will take it." "Thank you." Nick Fury smiled, a sense of relief washing over him. He had long endured unspeakable pressure, and at that moment, it felt as if the burdens of 90 years had been lifted. It was evident that he was visibly aging, wrinkles deepening, beard turning white, and skin sprouting various blemishes. "It seems I am nearing death," he reflected, yet in that final moment, he appeared remarkably serene rather than panicked. "I have seen much through those agreements, throughout. Your gaze has been fixed on the distant void of space." Nick Fury chuckled softly. "I have a feeling that you will undoubtedly become formidable guardians, capable of shielding the vastness of space from countless crises. Alas, I shall not witness that scene." Chen Jing remained silent until Fury's eyes dimmed, and his body turned to dust, scattering with the wind. Only then did he lift his gaze, looking faintly at the dim moonlight of the night. "Another dose of bitter fortune. I shall accept it for now." The explosion was significant, and without a doubt, the estate of the Starry Sky Society would soon be entirely seized by the Enlightenment Society, even if it were reduced to ruins. However, Chen Jing understood that everything there would be irrevocably erased. An organization like the Starry Sky Society and a figure like Nick Fury would remain forever unknown to the world. In the night, Chen Jing returned to his residence. He opened the door to find Viggory asleep at her computer, the screen displaying a simplistic match-3 game with a rather unimpressive score. "So inept," he murmured, casually picking up his coat and gently lifting Viggory from the desk. Placing her on the adjacent bed and covering her with a blanket, he adjusted the room's heating. Autumn was deepening, and the chill was intensifying. Having completed these tasks, Chen Jing proceeded directly to the room once occupied by Weigely and took a shower. In truth, the uniform of the Black Guard possessed the remarkable ability to automatically cleanse itself of dirt and odors. In urgent circumstances, it could even purify its wearer from within. As he stood beneath the cascading water, he pondered the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Previously, the Black Guard comprised only a handful of individuals. Yet the landscape had shifted dramatically. From this moment forth, the Black Guard would burgeon into a formidable force of hundreds, if not thousands, of members. There were countless matters requiring his consideration. After refreshing himself, Chen Jing settled at the table and retrieved a silver-white signaling device. Its oval shape bore no decorative patterns, save for a conspicuous indentation. Pressing it seemed to send a signal racing into the depths of the cosmos. Though the exact nature of its material eluded him, its technological sophistication appeared less remarkable than one might assume. He contemplated enlisting Kitas to investigate it further. Nick Fury had undoubtedly scanned and analyzed it. Yet the technology of the Stargazer Society paled in comparison to his own trove of advanced inventions. If he could disassemble it for analysis without causing damage, that would be ideal. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. Should Nick Fury discover that he had entrusted this device to Chen Jing, only for Chen Jing to harbor intentions of probing its secrets, he would likely unleash a torrent of expletives. Of course, Chen Jing understood the necessity of awaiting a time when the technology was mature, and he was thoroughly prepared. The moment was not yet ripe. After securing the device, he gradually succumbed to slumber. That night, he experienced the rare recurrence of a harrowing dream, witnessing the cataclysmic destruction of Earth. A terrifying white radiance illuminated the entire firmament. In a mere 10 seconds, the planet disintegrated, collapsing into chaos and obliteration, everything reduced to ashes. Since establishing the base, Chen Jing had not been plagued by this dream again. So its unexpected return was unsettling. Despite his growth and the expansion and strengthening of the Black Guard, a sense of powerlessness still enveloped him. In a state of half-consciousness, he even experienced a vivid hallucination. "Eye of surveillance alert. 30 days until destruction." 30 days. The chilling message sent a jolt of cold sweat cascading down his spine. And he abruptly opened his eyes, only to discover that he was in his room, with the dawn breaking outside. It had merely been a dream. However, Chen Jing's gaze remained steadfast and serious as he looked ahead. Dreams may be illusory, yet that ominous message had undeniably manifested before his eyes. "Eye of surveillance alert. 30 days until catastrophic urban destruction. Happy New Year." After 3 days of festivities and relaxation, "I appreciate your understanding, as one must unwind during the holiday." Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Once I arrive in Chengdu, I will prepare for a deluge of content, starting with a base of 6,000 words, with daily bursts of creativity. Brace yourselves. At that time, I shall establish a rule for additional updates, and do not hold back. I shall transform into a writing machine. Chapter 74. Catastrophe of Urban Destruction. Warning from the Watchful Eye. A city-destroying catastrophe will occur in 30 days. 1 month later, a thick fog enveloped parts of the globe, a weather phenomenon resulting from the abnormal weakening of the Earth's core. However, within one city, a terrifying crisis erupted. As monsters surged onto the streets, only boundless fear remained amidst the fog. Chen Jing silently gazed at the information before him. Fog. Monsters? This time, the Watchful Eye did not provide the coordinates or name of the city where the crisis would erupt. Instead, it indicated the area shrouded in fog. Chen Jing conducted a search. A total of 125 cities were encompassed, yet only one would face a catastrophic crisis. Chen Jing furrowed his brow. Where could he possibly locate this city? This was not a confined space like a cruise ship. Moreover, among these 125 cities, the smallest town had a population of over 100,000, while the largest boasted millions. As Chen Jing's expression grew grave, more information appeared. Mission 1. Investigate the cause of the crisis within 30 days. Reward. Upgrade processing device to factory. Requires blueprints, materials, and evolution points for mass production. Chen Jing thought. Although somewhat biased, the Enlightenment Society immediately came to mind. After all, every warning issued by the Watchful Eye had been connected to the Enlightenment Society in some manner. Next, Mission 2. Within 30 days. Ensure the number of individuals inoculated with super genes exceeds 1,000. Reward. Gene serum from a cosmic civilization, random. The mention of the gene serum caused Chen Jing's gaze to flicker slightly. Throughout this ordeal, he had yet to encounter any beings from a cosmic civilization. But given that there were superpowered individuals among humanity, surely the cosmos harbored even more mysterious and powerful abilities. Yet, Chen Jing understood that the gravity of this incident was immense. Otherwise, the Watchful Eye would not continuously present tasks and rewards. All of this served a singular purpose. Final mission. Prevent the catastrophe from annihilating the city, and save as many lives as possible. Reward, unknown. As Chen Jing watched the panel gradually fade, his gaze settled into a calm resolve. This would be a crisis far greater than a mere zombie outbreak, yet fortunately, a month remained. He chose not to regard the Enlightenment Society as participants until further investigation could confirm their involvement. However, given their notorious history, even if they were not directly responsible, it was likely they would meddle. Chen Jing contemplated quietly, silently devising plans. Numerous factors required consideration. From his own empowerment and the growth of the base to strategizing for the increased membership. Perhaps it was best to return to the base. Chen Jing shook his head in resignation, realizing he was in dire need of a strategist. Wang Jiqiang and the others were primarily combatants and were not particularly adept at such matters. Kiedis possessed remarkable talent in creation. Yet his personality was ill-suited for this kind of undertaking. Nick Fury is an exceptionally suitable candidate. Regrettably, after Chen Jing tidied her belongings, she went to summon Viggory. Viggory had already awakened, remaining quietly in her room, observing the surrounding information in silence. She had fallen asleep at her computer desk the previous night, and upon waking, discovered herself lying in bed. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Viggory, it is time for us to leave. It was Chen Jing's voice. Viggory recalled the damp, shadowy confines of her basement, devoid of sunlight and, of course, the sound of any knocking. Each time that woman entered, she would merely forcefully push open the door, casting a long, menacing shadow illuminated by the light outside. After several knocks from Chen Jing, silence ensued within, yet footsteps could be heard. Moments later, the door opened gently. Viggory, dressed in a long girl's dress, had emerged from the basement. After freshening up, her skin revealed an exquisite delicacy surpassing that of an ordinary girl, and the color in her cheeks gradually returned. Although she appeared frail and silent, her eyes bore a numbing silence that felt entirely different from before. Good morning. We should set off, Chen Jing spoke. Viggory clutched the box tightly and nodded silently. She hesitated for a moment, then carefully typed a message on the small, old machine. Inquiring with caution, was last night's explosion related to you? Chen Jing paused. The explosion at the Stargazing Society could not be concealed from the nearby residents. It had already made the news, attributed to illegal construction and the accumulation of hazardous chemicals. Without further elaboration, it was evident that the Enlightenment Society had surely taken control of the situation. I was present at the time, and I must thank you for your assistance, Chen Jing said, offering a gentle smile. Without your information, I would have missed many crucial details last night. Vigori gazed at Qinjing's smile, nodding silently without a response. She had witnessed smiles on that woman's face before, but they were always twisted with madness, excitement, and ugliness, reflecting the ever-increasing wealth in her account, despite being smiles. They seemed to convey something distinctly different. After ensuring no traces were left behind in the hotel, Qinjing led Vigori away. Before departing, he cast his gaze toward the distant edge of the city, where the Stargazing Society was situated. He had no intention of returning to the scene for further investigation. It seemed futile, for all necessary actions had been taken. Only a team of Level 4 personnel had perished, while the Stargazing Society had crumbled into the annals of history. Qinjing deemed it not worth the cost. He could not fathom how many such small organizations had been eradicated without a trace. Yet he understood that many were striving for noble ideals, sacrificing themselves in the process. Next, we shall proceed to our final destination, Qinjing gently stated. However, Vigori appeared indifferent to these matters, and perhaps even if she cared, her silent expression betrayed no emotion. Qinjing chose not to elaborate further. He had never allowed Vigori to see the contents of the agreement directly. It is precisely because this burden of responsibility is exceedingly heavy. For a young girl who has just escaped from her prison, having spent countless years in hell without experiencing even a moment of respite, imposing the salvation of the earth upon her is, in truth, a cruel act. The two boarded the plane. Vigori silently observed Qinjing, seated beside her, before slowly turning her gaze toward the window, watching the cityscape gradually recede into the distance. She sensed that she was on the verge of venturing to an unknown destination, yet was oblivious to where that might be. Previously, she had felt utterly indifferent to this. However, now it seemed that the wait was not as burdensome. Chapter 75, Astonishing Newcomers. The aircraft soared over the skies of Nanshur City. This was a private jet arranged by Kitas, carrying 100 individuals, all present without exception. Inside the plane, Link occupied a window seat, his eyes fixed outside, yet his grip on the armrest was tight, revealing his inner turmoil. Link had never imagined that the dream was not merely a figment of his imagination. Even at this moment, he felt a lingering sense of unreality, accompanied by a tinge of anxiety. The others shared his sentiments. "Brother, why are you trembling?" Link could not help but glance at a young man beside him. The young man replied, "I'm just overwhelmed with excitement. Just a few days ago, I thought it was all in my head. Yet here I am witnessing it all come to fruition. To be honest, I even made an appointment with a psychiatrist before coming here. That is quite dramatic." Link responded with a helpless smile, but who isn't? The plane did not land at Nanshur City Airport, but rather on a hastily repaired runway near the base. The crowd was filled with a mix of tension and exhilaration. However, upon disembarking, some were momentarily taken aback. "Is this really our base? It looks more like an industrial park," they remarked, noting the dilapidated walls and overgrown weeds, devoid of any human presence. It was entirely different from what they had envisioned. At that moment, a figure suddenly shot up into the sky, clad in mechanical armor with a blue glow emanating from its chest. Energy jets propelled from its hands and feet. The prototype Type 3 engaged in normal acceleration and evasion maneuvers. Subsequently, small rockets were launched from the base, and the mechs swiftly executed evasive actions. The onlookers were left in awe. Link's hands trembled uncontrollably. "My goodness, it's a flying mech. Don't just stand there. Keep moving and observe," urged Lu Haiqing at the entrance of the base, his tone calm. The crowd snapped back to reality and followed him inside. Wang Jiqiang and the others were not witnessing this for the first time. Aside from Gao Xiang, who could not resist a furtive glance, the rest remained relatively composed. Upon entering the base, they discovered numerous personnel engaged in the transportation and allocation of resources. Are those heavy armored tanks? And over a dozen missile vehicles. Are there fighter jets parked in that hangar? Many among the group possessed military backgrounds, as each individual's combat potential had met established standards, rendering them familiar with such equipment. And they expressed their astonishment continuously. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the crowd, the most striking spectacle remained the flying mechs soaring through the sky. "The evasion function test has concluded." The voice of Kitas resonated through the air. "Next, let us test the melee capabilities." Another set of mechas? The eyes of the crowd widened, rendered immobile by astonishment. At that moment, they beheld a young man standing atop an electric tower. Link was momentarily taken aback. Who was that? Isn't it dangerous to stand so high? Wait. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. That mecha is firing at him. Boom, boom, boom. Several high explosive shells hurtled forth. The crowd gasped. Yet, when they glanced at Wang Jiqiang and his companions, they remained impassive. During their flight, they had already received communication that they would begin testing today, and Qinjing would keep in contact over the next 2 days. However, The 100 individuals present had yet to witness the extraordinary powers that surpassed the ordinary. At that moment, each one felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, the young man sprang into action, launching himself from the 20-meter-high electric tower. With a long blade in hand, he severed all the rapidly approaching high-explosive shells mid-air. And without losing momentum, he charged towards the mecha. Bang! The clash between man and machine erupted. The intensity of combat and the force unleashed were beyond comprehension. The spectators found themselves utterly transfixed. The quivering voice of Link's companion broke the silence. "Brother, pinch me to confirm this isn't a dream." Link opened his mouth, unable to divert his gaze. He was astounded beyond measure. Not only was there a mecha, but also a man who could leap over 10 meters? Is this a scene from a superhero movie? Moreover, the mecha was being pushed back relentlessly. The young man struck with ferocity, tearing a gaping hole in the mecha's armor. Kita's form was exposed momentarily, and though he experienced a fleeting panic, he quickly regained his composure, activating the thrusters to deliver a powerful punch at Chen-Jing. Chen-Jing, too, abandoned his blade and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! Both were simultaneously propelled backward, with Chen-Jing even flying a tad faster. After all, the power of machines can easily exceed human limits. However, the reactor in Kita's mecha dimmed, losing power and plummeting downward. "Save him!" Chen-Jing's voice rang out. Understood. Suddenly, Gao Xiang seized Wang Jiqiang, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. In the next moment, Gao Xiang and Wang Jiqiang appeared at the point of descent. Whoosh! Wang Jiqiang leaped off the ground, directly embracing the rapidly descending Kitas. Boom! 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 The tremendous force sent both men flying, but Wang Jiqiang shattered several walls before coming to an abrupt halt, unscathed. Conversely, debris flew outward from the impact. Lu Haiqing extended his hand, conjuring a flame that incinerated the rubble midair. The crowd stood in a daze, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. These are superpowers? It turns out the three individuals who had been accompanying them were, in fact, superpowered beings. They were utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless. Their emotions quivered with excitement and trepidation. And just then Link suddenly exclaimed, "What about that young man? He has fallen too." They turned their gaze towards the distant pit. One individual brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up. Chen-Jing sheathed his knife and appeared directly beside Kita's. At that moment, Kita's armor was marred with cracks. "How is it?" he inquired. "The thrusters and reactor still require enhancements. The weapon system also needs an upgrade. I am considering replacing the materials with a stronger alloy." Kita's replied. "I was inquiring about your injuries," Chen-Jing clarified. Kita's spat out a mouthful of blood. "5 ribs are fractured, my forearm is broken, and my thigh joint is dislocated. It seems the shock absorption system needs a significant overhaul." Chen-Jing chuckled lightly. "You really went overboard, insisting that I give it my all." Kita's sighed. "Only in this manner can we test the strength of the mecha. I must do justice to the blueprints provided to me. Otherwise, if I encounter personnel above level 4, I would be reduced to mere scrap." Onlookers stared at the two, astonished by their casual banter. "Wait a moment. Isn't he bleeding profusely? His injuries are severe. Why are they so leisurely conversing? Where's the medical team? Shouldn't there be several ambulances on standby for such tests?" One person hastily raised their hand. "I am a doctor. He requires immediate medical attention. I can assist, or else he may not survive." Lu Haicheng, however, remained calm. "Do not worry." In the next moment, Chen-Jing handed Kita's a vial of healing potion. After Kita's consumed it, he emerged from the mecha after about a minute, seemingly unscathed, and stated, "Khan, take the mecha back to the laboratory." Khan promptly summoned a team for retrieval. The crowd murmured in disbelief. What kind of organization have they joined? Chapter 76. So are you afraid? Chen-Jing sheathed his knife. Although he was assisting Kita's in testing the mecha, he was simultaneously evaluating his own combat prowess. His physical attributes had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Strength, 99. Constitution, 99. Speed, 99. Mentality, 60. Perfect super gene. The human body's inherent frailties hold no potential in the cosmos. Yet the super gene grants such possibility. As the sole explorer, you wield the progress of human evolution. He found himself at an impasse. Chen-Jing shook his head. The three attributes struggled to exceed 100. Moreover, the uniform no longer augmented his physical attributes, as his constitution had surpassed limits, rendering electrical stimulation insufficient. The initial cross had not breached 3 digits either. It was not an isolated case. It seemed a chain was firmly restraining him. Chen-Jing silently pondered. This chain bound not just himself, but all of humanity. The only means to surpass this threshold, it appeared, lay in the realm of super abilities. However, superhumans were a rare breed. not aligning with Chun Jing's vision of civilizational evolution. A solution to break this chain must be found swiftly. Chun Jing reflected inwardly. Once transcended, there would likely be substantial transformation. At that moment, Kitas, fully healed, remarked, "Mr. Chun Jing, it appears I must return to the laboratory to continue my research." Chun Jing nodded. "Go ahead." The 100 individuals present hailed from all corners of the globe, representing a myriad of professions. Their gazes were momentarily vacant, clearly still in disbelief. This was no dream. Moreover, the figure clad in armor appeared somewhat familiar. Indeed, it was a titan from the Kitas industrial group. One person's eyes flickered with recognition. "Have you not said anything?" Chun Jing inquired, observing the murmuring crowd, then turned to Wang Jiqiang with a smile. Wang Jiqiang sighed. "No, I only speak one language." Although I could have offered a brief introduction before entering the base, considering the diverse linguistic backgrounds of these individuals, I ultimately decided against it. With a translation device in hand, he relinquished the idea. "Rest assured, language shall not pose a barrier," Chun Jing reassured gently. "Lu Haiqing, please escort them to the simulation training ground." Lu Haiqing nodded. The crowd watched as the young man made his way toward a distant structure, while the three nearby superpowered individuals regarded him with palpable respect, including the representative from Kitas. An involuntary tension gripped them. They arrived at the entrance of the simulation training arena, a closed building whose internal dimensions were indiscernible. The entrance shimmered with silver light, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. What place is this? Uncertain. Yet, whatever it may be, I shall no longer be astonished. To be truthful, having witnessed Chun Jing, who resembled a mech or a superhero, had elevated their spirits to a new height. Even if further extraordinary occurrences transpired, they would remain steadfast. Why is it so dark? Upon the opening of the door, the crowd stepped inside. Link could not help but gaze around, only to find nothing but darkness as the door behind them closed, plunging their vision into an abyss. In the next moment, Chun Jing snapped his fingers, and the entire dark space illuminated, transforming into an endless expanse of white. This realm, akin to a virtual reality helmet, could simulate the entirety of reality. Chun Jing then softly declared, "Initiate the level protocol." The crowd paused in surprise. In the next instant, beams of light scattered outward. Simultaneously, on their wrists and in their line of sight, the protocol manifested before them. "Welcome to the Black God Guard," Chun Jing intoned gently. Although he spoke in Chinese, everyone comprehended his words. This was the cosmic translator acquired earlier. Chun Jing had enlisted Weigeli to utilize a quantum supercomputer to embed parts of it into the protocol. Thus, possessing the level protocol enabled them to understand any language worldwide. Chun Jing's voice continued, "The Black God Guard exists primarily to investigate and address anomalous disasters and mysterious events on Earth. Floods, earthquakes, meteorite impacts." As Chun Jing's words resonated, the crowd felt as if the world were spinning. The surrounding scenery transformed into a vivid urban landscape. Towering waves, 100 meters high, surged from all directions, while the ground trembled violently, and countless skyscrapers crumbled. Above them, a meteorite, a kilometer in diameter, blazed with flames as it plummeted toward the earth. The crowd trembled in fear, yet upon seeing Chun Jing remain composed, they breathed a sigh of relief. It appears to be an illusion. Although the reason for its striking realism remains elusive, it seems to pose no immediate danger. Yet, in the next moment, boom, they were all engulfed by a deluge, pierced by falling shards of glass and steel, leaving them in a state of utter confusion, racked by pain and asphyxiation. Someone exclaimed, "Is this real?" "It's not an illusion." Chun Jing, unfazed by the turmoil surrounding him, stood calmly on a floating board, continuing to speak. "Every occurrence of this nature claims the lives of countless innocents. This is a natural disaster." Link, struggling against the waters, surprisingly managed to surface, gasping for breath. He could not comprehend why that individual maintained such composure while everyone else was facing imminent death. And then, a meteorite fell. Boom. The towering buildings that once stood tall were utterly crushed, reduced to mere rubble. 20 seconds later, the group lay sprawled on the ground, violently coughing, their bodies trembling. Some even retched. "Are we dead?" A voice quavered among them. "It seems we are not," another replied, as they gazed around at the stark white world, every sensation of pain registering at full intensity, as if they had truly experienced death. Meanwhile, Chun Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing them with an air of tranquility. "Are you powerless?" The group paused, realizing they had indeed been overwhelmed by an insatiable sense of futility. A sense of dissatisfaction stirred within them, prompting many to grit their teeth and resolutely rise to their feet. Link, panting heavily, climbed up from the ground. "We will not retreat again." Yet, Chun Jing shook his head. "What you just experienced was a natural disaster. Feeling powerless in the face of such horror is entirely normal." He then gently gestured in the air, and their surroundings shifted once more. Some gazed in disbelief. The golden cruise ship. They found themselves atop the very vessel. An event widely known across the globe. At that moment, throngs of people filled the hall, oblivious to their presence. Suddenly, a horde of zombies burst forth from the corridors. Zombies! Someone shouted in an attempt to alert the others in the hall. But it proved futile. The undead lunged at the crowd with ferocity. While a group of cloaked figures observed from above, coldly executing the masses with gunfire as if it were a gladiatorial spectacle. The onlookers were filled with shock and fury. Minutes later, the hall transformed into a hell's cape, blood pooling beneath their feet, the thick stench of iron instilling a profound sense of despair and terror within each soul. Chen Jing spoke softly. This is a man-made disaster. He slowly turned to face the pallid faces of the 100 before him. So, are you afraid now? Chapter 77. News from Wan Xiaobei. The group stifled their nausea, gritting their teeth and listening intently to Chen Jing's words. Afraid? To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Thus, I remind you once more, by signing the agreement, you will become vital operatives of the Black God Guard. What lies ahead is not mere skirmishes. It is a crisis that threatens the very existence of Earth and all humanity. At this moment, Chen Jing contemplated the Starry Sky Society, his tone imbued with a sentiment that eluded the comprehension of others. Ordinary individuals appeared as fragile as blank sheets of paper before it. Much like the dreams you have experienced. This is neither a film nor a child's play. The notion of saving the Earth sounds magnificent and gallant. Yet it is intertwined with endless blood and tears. A subtle silence enveloped the crowd. Many had pondered this very thought, yet amidst the silence, none displayed trepidation. Each of us arrived here with an unwavering sense of conviction. The young university student, pallid in complexion, spoke. It is to pursue the endeavor of our dreams. Such a scene will not instill fear. Chen Jing gazed at them calmly, well articulated. However, eloquence alone amounts to mere rhetoric. In the cruise ship incident, the Black Divine Guards were also involved. Only 4 individuals ascended from the lower levels to the upper echelons, navigating the fine line between life and death, successfully thwarting the Enlightenment Society's conspiracy and altering the course of events. The crowd was taken aback. Was it true that shadows of the Black Divine Guards lingered in that incident? He regarded them. And now, we commence a trial designed for all 100 of you. Can you withstand the zombies, repel the Enlightenment Society, and avert the imminent crisis? The crowd surveyed the blood-soaked ground. Gritting their teeth, we are willing to give it a try. Chen Jing smiled. Since you are all prepared, let us begin. As a hint for you newcomers, the armory is on the 9th floor. This is a trial, a military training and baptism for the newcomers. The challenge is undoubtedly less daunting than that which transpired aboard the cruise ship. The personnel of the Enlightenment Society have been reduced to merely 7 fifth-level squads. And the number of zombies is approximately 1,000. Yet, for them, it is indeed rather brutal. Nevertheless, it matters not. Chen Jing does not harbor expectations for them to succeed. The paramount goal is to temper their character and observe each individual's strengths. Initiating instance, Golden Horn Cruise Ship Incident. Participants, 100. Mission objective, the cruise ship will dock in 3 days. Ensure your survival and that of as many others as possible during this period. Chen Jing did not prioritize saving others above all else. One must only rescue when capable, for sacrificing oneself for the sake of saving others, as the Salvation Society does, is not the ethos of the Black Divine Guards. He departed from the simulation training ground. How long must they remain inside? Lu Haiqing could not restrain his curiosity. 2 days. The time differential within the simulation training ground is 10:1. 2 days in the external world equates to 20 days within. Lu Haiqing shook his head in dismay. How cruel, boss. The intensity we faced back then was not nearly this severe. And we still had time for various forms of training. Real combat is the best training. It is the swiftest method for them to integrate and comprehend. Even if they lack experience, after facing annihilation a few times, they will understand what to do. Chen Jing remarked gently. Each instance of annihilation will return them to the starting point. Over half of the ordinary individuals aboard the cruise ship perished, and they will restart. The simulation will conclude only after 20 days, or when more than half of them successfully survive to dock. What do you think are the chances of their success? Chen Jing inquired, gazing at Wang Jiqiang and the others. The 3 shook their heads, deeming the likelihood of success to be quite slim. After all, each of them had navigated the depths of that experience, a period etched into their memories, rendering them unfazed by the gruesome battles they witnessed aboard the cruise ship. At that moment, Khan had concluded the arrangement for retrieving the mechs and, lost in thought, mused, as a professional, I must say a few words. Although they are newcomers, they possess commendable vigor. What they require is unity and cooperation. Chen Jing smiled. At least Khan had perceived this accurately, yet it was still insufficient. Those who could pass the level protocol were far more formidable than they could imagine, 1 in a million. These 100 individuals simply needed a transformation to emerge as true elites. Chen Jing softly remarked, they possess unique talents, organizational abilities, reconnaissance skills, combat expertise, and even prodigious marksmanship. He would, in 2 days, utilize the logs and data from the simulation training ground to select and group them for targeted training. Once the mechs of Ketas were perfected, they could be mass-produced, followed by the selection of mech operators. However, operating a mech was no simple task. It demanded an exceptionally high mental acuity. And only with the compatibility of Ketas could one fully unleash the mech's capabilities. Khan had attempted to pilot a mech before but could not even achieve flight. Chen Jing gently stated, there are only 28 days left. Time waits for no one. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, Khan, have you found out about the matter I asked you to investigate? Khan paused. You mean Wan Xiaobei? Chen Jing nodded slightly. Wan Xiaobei had been out of contact for a long time. There had been no responses to messages or calls, instilling in him a sense of unease. Khan's brow furrowed slightly. I'm afraid he may have encountered misfortune. Chen Jing's expression faltered, his voice acquiring a chilling edge. What do you mean? I investigated his company, and according to his colleagues, Wan Xiaobei has left for his hometown. But this statement is clearly false, as his boss was headed for the Golden Cruise. Silence enveloped them. For a fleeting moment, Chen Jing's demeanor shifted, lost in thought. Everything felt like an immense coincidence, yet also an inevitable twist of fate. At that instant, memories of conversations with Wan Xiaobei flooded Chen Jing's mind. Major announcements, networking, and coastal ventures. He murmured softly, so that is how it is. Khan, feeling a sense of unease, watched the younger man before him descend into silence, momentarily hesitant to speak. What about his boss? Chen Jing exhaled slightly. He has gone on a business trip to Longshan City and will not be returning anytime soon. Khan quickly replied. Chen Jing nodded slowly and chose not to revisit the topic, instead directing Khan regarding subsequent matters at the base and the training arrangements for the 100 individuals. In the end, he refrained from revealing any further expressions or inquiries about the issue. Chen Jing understood that the outcome of Wan Xiaobei's absence likely pointed to a singular, grim conclusion. Reduced to ashes and debris, they sank into the cold, deep abyss of the sea. Chapter 78. A Method to Surpass 100 Attributes. The estate of the Stardust Society lay in ruins, its once verdant gardens now marred by charred scars. Where a group of individuals clad in black were diligently sealing off the area and employing specialized equipment for excavation, numerous bodies of Stardust Society members lay discarded. A ghastly sight, their identities unrecognizable. At that moment, a figure emerged, donning a trench coat, his gaze somber. Why is the excavation not yet concluded? My lord. A cautious fourth-level operative approached hastily, discerning the palpable discontent in the man's demeanor. After all, an entire team of professional fourth-level personnel had perished here. He quickly elaborated. The area affected by the explosives is extensive, and the machinery risks causing a collapse, hence the slow progress. The trench-coated man regarded him with a chilling stare. Is that your justification? Sensing something beneath, he suddenly extended his hand. In an instant, a resounding rumble ensued. A multitude of steel frameworks, burdened by scorched earth, surged from the depths below, nearly 20 tons of debris, stained with blood and dust. The next moment, soil and ash erupted, revealing the hidden stronghold of the Stardust Society beneath. Crash! The heavy steel collapsed onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. You take them below to investigate, he commanded coldly. The fourth-level operative, his gaze fixed on the heavy debris that had just fallen, felt a bead of sweat trickle down, and promptly responded, understood. The physique of the fourth-level personnel was formidable, far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Yet, typically, they could only lift weights of 1 to 2 tons. The third-level operatives consisted of individuals who had reached the limits of human capability, averaging around 5 tons of strength. They were attempting to transcend that threshold, utilizing methods provided by extraterrestrial civilizations, and it seemed they were on the verge of a breakthrough. However, even if they succeeded, they believed that true power could only be attained through superhuman abilities. This disparity between the human form and superpowers created an insurmountable chasm. The trench-coated man surveyed those around him with disdain. They are all worthless. How he viewed these black-clad figures was akin to observing ants. The Super Gene Project could now be deemed a failure. Indeed, rather than endeavoring to create so-called super soldiers that could transcend limits, it would be wiser to abandon this path and seek to discover and cultivate more ability wielders. He could not fathom the reasoning of those few individuals in power. Despite possessing immense abilities themselves, they fixated on transcending human limitations. He remained perplexed. At that moment, his gaze drifted to the distant sight of countless Stardust Society members' corpses. Yet it failed to elicit any change in his expression. Only when the bodies of the black-clad operatives were gradually retrieved did he step forward. Several operatives were examining the causes of death, and upon noticing his approach, they immediately reported, "My lord, based on our preliminary investigations, 5 died from the explosion," while the others were slain by a single blade. The trench-coated man's gaze turned frigid. Slain by a single blade? This indicates that the assailant possesses considerable strength, capable of delivering a lethal strike. The Starry Sky Society does not possess such formidable individuals. He grimaced as he uttered 3 words, the Salvation Society. Recently, misfortune had befallen him. Not only had an entire level 4 team been annihilated, but the repulsive woman known as Gluttony had also vanished without a trace. Despite being demoted to level 3, Gluttony still wielded astonishing power, and in her ultimate form, akin to a mountain of flesh, she became exceedingly terrifying, even to the point of causing him headaches. The organization capable of such feats could only be the Salvation Society. Suddenly, the man in the trench coat halted, and the words Black God Guard surfaced in his mind. His expression darkened slightly. This damned organization seemed to possess some measure of strength, though it was but a trifle. To him, throughout the years, apart from the Salvation Society, other organizations resembled mere mice, annoying yet easily crushed beneath his heel. The Salvation Society. The man in the trench coat toyed with a coin in his hand, coldly declaring, "Soon, you shall comprehend the futility of your endeavors." In the gravity chamber, Qinjing bore heavy burdens as he relentlessly exercised. Terrifying strength surged within his muscles. Although his attributes had reached their peak, Qinjing did not cease his training. He had consumed genetic agents of various levels, yet to no avail. Nonetheless, he sensed that the shackles upon him were beginning to loosen. The perfect grade super gene was gradually strengthening within him. It was undoubtedly no trivial matter. The Enlightenment Society, upon human consumption of genetic agents, extracted the most potent factors and improved them through synthesized components. Their general direction was correct. The true essence indeed lay within the substances inherently present in human genes, which were most suitable for Earth civilization. However, while they had discovered this starting point, their subsequent actions resembled a kite severed from its string. They were not only miles away from their goal, but also engaged in various cruel experiments, favoring the amalgamation of alien agents, resulting in a grotesque mixture. Had they followed the correct path, with the cooperation of all humanity, it might have taken merely decades to produce a perfect grade super gene, thereby breaking the shackles of humanity. Yet, these 3 factors were nearly impossible to realize, particularly the third one, as Earth faced destruction in merely 10 months. After completing his workout, Qinjing deactivated the gravity, and his body instantly felt incredibly light. Whether it was merely an illusion, he sensed a faint current occasionally coursing through him. Each time it passed, it seemed to ease the binding upon him slightly. Had it not been for his exceptionally high spiritual attribute, he might not have even noticed this phenomenon. Among the 4 attributes, 3 were related to the body, while the spiritual and elemental abilities appeared intertwined, yet were also the most challenging to enhance. Apart from Lu Haiqing, those around him possessed relatively low spiritual attributes. Lu Haiqing enhanced his spiritual capacity by continuously employing his fire element abilities. Nevertheless, even so, Qinjing still surpassed him. In the following 2 days, Qinjing maintained a rigorous training regimen, utilizing the gravity chamber and weights to push his limits to the utmost. Simultaneously, he could feel the faint current within him gradually intensifying. He became increasingly convinced that this was the method to break free from his constraints. Midway, he had keyed his utilized specialized equipment for detection, which lasted nearly 3 hours, finally uncovering a trace. The conclusion drawn was that it was a very unique biological current. Kitas expressed some astonishment. The cells it had just traversed exhibited greater vitality and strength than those in other areas. Yet, it remained exceedingly weak and erratic. Qinjing pondered softly, does this mean that my next task is to strengthen this current and control its movement? Chapter 79. Inoculation of super genes. Regarding this matter, Qinjing had already formulated some ideas. Exercise could indeed amplify this energy. However, to exert control, could it be related to the mind? Just as Qinjing was about to continue his training, a message arrived from Gao Xiang. They had concluded their session. Concluded? Qinjing glanced at the time. It appeared they had not only cleared the challenges, but had done so ahead of schedule. With 5 hours remaining until the 2-day period ended, there were still 50 hours left in the simulated training arena. Using his celestial vision, Qinjing observed a group of individuals slowly exiting the training facility. Upon seeing the bright sunlight above the base, they finally grasped that their nightmare had come to an end. Yet, at that moment, no one erupted into joyous cheers. Before entering, they were merely ordinary individuals. Afterward, each person bore a solemn gaze, fully aware of the heavy responsibility they now carried, a weight that words could scarcely convey. The transformation of the spirit was far more significant than any physical enhancement, Qinjing mused gently. He had once experienced such a phase himself. When he was in that meteorite crater, the 3 workers he had exchanged smiles with were now lifeless bodies, carelessly slaughtered at gunpoint. The occurrence was fleeting, yet it had profoundly altered Qinjing in an instant. Next, let them rest for a while. Qinjing said with a smile, I am not a cruel person. Nor is the Black God Guard an organization that exploits its members. They would have a 10-minute break before receiving the injections. Kitas, standing nearby, helplessly reminded him, you will be violating labor laws with this approach. Qinjing nearly succumbed to the urge to kick him. Shaking his head slightly, the efficacy of the super gene inoculation improves the closer one is to their limit, the more fatigued they are. The greater the potential that can be unleashed. In fact, aside from these 100 individuals, everyone in the base, including Kitas, had received the super gene injections. However, the results were not promising. Most of them indeed lacked potential in this regard. Consumption of 10,000 evolution points. 100 super gene injection vials have arrived at the warehouse. Qinjing grimaced, having painstakingly accumulated over 10,000 evolution points during his days outside, only to have them entirely depleted now. Yet, it was worth it. After all, what good is saving evolution points if not for investment? Half an hour later, all 100 individuals had received their super gene injections. The current total number of individuals vaccinated with the super gene stands at 253. With a gene output increase of 513, and the daily total output from the base reaches 2056. There are 26 days remaining, Qinjing remarked softly. Henceforth, we shall adhere to the usual schedule, allowing Khan to commence the general curriculum. Once I have reviewed the training logs, we will proceed with specialized groupings, Qinjing stated. Among those with experience in training, Khan remains the sole expert in this domain. The so-called general curriculum encompasses, but is not limited to, fundamental combat, basic firearms training, reconnaissance, and a thorough explanation of protocols and operational requirements. As for the Enlightenment session, there is no need to elaborate on those 3 words. They have already experienced the brutality of it aboard the simulated cruise ship. Naturally, all these courses will be conducted within the confines of the simulation training ground. By the way, Tars was calibrating his mechanical arm when he suddenly inquired in a grave tone, will a massive fog indeed descend in a month, accompanied by terrifying calamities? Yes, Qinjing replied softly, and not in a month, but in 26 days. Currently, he had only informed 5 individuals of this matter. Over the past 2 days, Tars had mobilized his global resources to report on the cities mentioned by Qinjing, yet he managed to cover only a 10th of the cities and discovered no anomalies. I shall expedite my preparations. I hope my set of armor will prove useful then, Tars stated gravely. Qinjing nodded, watching as Tars entered the research facility. Instead of immediately engaging in extreme training, Qinjing proceeded to another vast mechanical structure where a distinct light traversed its dome. The interior was rather desolate, housing a singular ice-core quantum computer whose computational prowess was far beyond that of a first-tier civilization. Tars, who claimed to have studied the relevant field and obtained a doctorate, found it intriguing, yet after practical attempts, he shook his head. To harness its potential, at least a 100-strong technical team would be necessary. As Qinjing stepped inside, he quickly spotted Vigwoli quietly positioned before 5 screens, a multitude of connection cables chaotically strewn about. He approached her and meticulously organized the cables. Vigwoli was a genuine prodigy. The trivialities of illicitly acquiring account funds and assisting those addicted in erasing criminal records and surveillance were mere distractions. This was simply a matter of her calculating the value of 11. Upon arriving at the base and learning about the Black God Guard, she began to grasp Qinjing's identity, yet her demeanor remained largely unchanged. It was only after Qinjing elucidated the formidable capabilities of the computer that a flicker of light sparked in her eyes, and her petite frame trembled slightly. This was the first time she expressed her own desires through the screen to Qinjing. Her eyes brimmed with a mixture of anger and anticipation. Her needs were succinctly twofold. I require time to learn. I need companionship. In just a few days, she became utterly engrossed, neglecting her meals that Qinjing had delivered. Qinjing felt a sense of helplessness, compelled to intervene and ensure that she finished her meal, emphasizing the necessity of rest. At that moment, Qinjing remained silent, observing the incessantly flickering numbers on the screen, feeling utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Weigeli's fingers danced through the data like phantoms, as if she were orchestrating the entire process. When she finally took a brief respite, half an hour had already elapsed. It was only then that Weigeli noticed Qinjing, tilting her head slightly. She typed on the large screen, I have already eaten, I am not hungry. Qinjing responded, have I become merely a delivery person? He sighed and said, I know, but can I come and check? Weigely, endowed with super genes and having maintained a proper diet, no longer resembled the frail figure she once was, alleviating concerns about her health. However, a minor incident occurred during the injection of the super genes. Upon seeing the syringe, Weigely trembled uncontrollably. Despite Chen Jing's assurances that it posed no danger, her anxiety persisted, triggered by unsettling memories of a terrifying woman. The gentle reassurances from the female nurses were of little comfort, inadvertently heightening Weigely's tension and distress. Ultimately, Chen Jing could only shake his head in resignation, deciding to postpone the injection, as Weigely was not a combatant but merely sought to enhance her physical condition. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Chen Jing shake his head, Weigely instinctively reached out, clutching his clothing, biting her lip gently, and closing her eyes. It was only with trembling resolve that she successfully underwent the injection. Chapter 80. Investigations require expertise. Consumption of 100 evolution points. Hex store refreshing. Refresh successful. Item information gradually appeared before Chen Jing's gaze. A piece of chewable gum. Evolution points. 50. Admission ticket to the Starfish Civilization Opera House. Evolution points. 50. Chen Jing silently regarded the panel, his expression unperturbed. The Hex store offered a myriad of items, most of which were trinkets from countless civilizations across the cosmos. Frankly, he had grown accustomed to such oddities. Ever since witnessing a film from a bug-like civilization, nothing seemed shocking to him anymore. However, the final item was taking an unusually long time to materialize. Chen Jing's curiosity piqued. Such a delay had never occurred before. Typically, whether useful or not, items would appear within approximately 10 seconds. Yet now, a full minute had passed without a single item emerging. It appeared that something noteworthy was in store. After waiting an additional 2 minutes, he ceased his vigilant watch and proceeded outside. This was the 10th day. Investigations and training were progressing in tandem. In the training grounds, the initial cohort of 100 individuals, who had merely been ordinary people from various professions 10 days prior, now donned standardized Black Guardian uniforms, exuding an air of mystery and lethal intensity. The formation of the Black Guardians was beginning to take shape. Chen Jing silently observed, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Their physical attributes were further enhanced under the extreme training in the gravity chamber, igniting their super genetic potential, resulting in significant improvements. On average, each individual S3 attributes hovered around 40. Subsequently, based on the training ground data and assessments, the 100 individuals were divided into 10 small teams for further refinement and training. Chen Jing could witness the Black Guards visibly growing in strength. He aimed for each team to attain the capability to engage in direct confrontation with level 4 teams. The ultimate objective was to prepare for the catastrophic disaster anticipated in 20 days. Meanwhile, it appeared that some individuals were privy to more information. Leveraging his identity within the Black Guards, Chen Jing established contact with He Wenwei and disclosed the impending calamity associated with the fog that would arrive in 20 days to the Salvation Society. Following the cruise incident, certain members of the society were unlikely to dismiss this as mere rumor, particularly He Wenwei. Enlisting the investigatory prowess of the Salvation Society, equipped with their lookout system, was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Soon after, Chen Jing received intelligence from the society via the contact information he had provided. This information, encrypted by Weigely, left no trace. The intelligence from the Salvation Society was comprehensive. Within just over 5 days, they showcased their extensive lookout capabilities, conducting a preliminary investigation across all cities, compiling and organizing data on weather, environment, geography, and other factors regarding lookout personnel. However, the conclusion was rather succinct. No anomalies were detected. They also cautioned that foggy weather was exceedingly rare in most areas, except for a few cities. This seemed to cast doubt on the authenticity of Chen Jing's information. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Salvation Society, He Wenwei wore a troubled expression. Before him stood a formidable middle-aged man, whose voice resonated coldly. Fog? Disaster? Potential monsters? He Wenwei, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? He Wenwei replied solemnly, Of course I do. Nonsense. The middle-aged man slammed his palm onto the adjacent table, shattering it entirely. We are engaged in a struggle against the Enlightenment Society. Yet you wish to deploy the majority of our investigative forces to probe a baseless rumor? He Wenwei's gaze flared with anger, his voice hoarse. If this is true, it entails a disaster affecting at least 1 million lives. The middle-aged man retorted with cold fury. You are truly mad to place such blind faith in that organization known as the Black Guards. He Wenwei shot back. Had it not been for their intelligence and assistance last time, the situation aboard the cruise would have spiraled out of control. Why should I not believe them? The middle-aged man was infuriated. At that moment, an elderly man, who had been seated quietly in the room, took a gentle sip of tea, and smiled softly. Enough with the bickering, both of you. You are the most experienced captains. Must you truly quarrel before this old man? Their expressions softened slightly. We would not dare. Both were top leaders among Level 4 personnel and also part of the Level 3 reserves, yet they dared not act recklessly in the presence of this elder. The elder is a true superpower, a figure of authority, possessing immense prestige. Allow me to express a few thoughts. I have been paying close attention to the Black God Guard. They have indeed played an irreplaceable role in the cruise ship incident, exhibiting abilities that cannot be overlooked. This fact is acknowledged by headquarters, and there are numerous entities eager to incorporate the Black God Guard into their ranks. However, they remain well concealed, and there is little energy to investigate further. The elder pondered, stating, the news of destruction affecting over 1 million people does seem somewhat ethereal. Moreover, you have conducted an investigation, yet did you not find any anomalies? He Wenwei shook his head, replying, Senior Zheng. The outpost system is ultimately composed of ordinary individuals and lacks professionalism. I would like to request the mobilization of 25 investigative teams for direct action. The middle-aged man glared with annoyance, preparing to speak, but the elder waved his hand. We are already engaged in a covert struggle against the Enlightenment Society. We cannot afford to deploy so many individuals casually. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, let us proceed with 10 investigative teams, each led by a Level 4 personnel. He Wenwei felt a slight surge of joy. This was indeed a form of approval. And the elder's stance did not entirely dismiss the credibility of the Black God Guard's information. Thank you, Senior Zheng. Do not thank me. It seems the Enlightenment Society has also been active lately, conducting some secret experiments, leading to an increasing number of missing persons and animals. The elder's expression turned grave. If there is no progress within a week, return to headquarters immediately. Understood. He Wenwei commenced his actions without delay. He regretted not having given more attention to this matter when the cruise ship incident first erupted, lamenting why he had not requested more combat personnel. Had he done so, the casualties among the Salvation Society and the other ordinary individuals aboard the cruise would have been significantly reduced. The middle-aged man watched as He Wenwei departed, his anger dissipating. Replaced by a weary sigh, this fellow believes such absurd news so wholeheartedly. If it were me, I would not even give the Black God Guard a second thought. And with over 100 cities enveloped in dense fog, it is nothing short of nonsense. The elder, however, shook his head, slowly exhaling the steam from his teacup, reflecting. Who can truly comprehend such matters? The earth itself may already be riddled with wounds, and no one can predict what the future holds. Chapter 81. The eve of catastrophe. Time passed gradually. By the 15th day, He Wenwei, with a grave countenance, relayed more detailed intelligence to Qinjing. He personally led the investigative team, conducting inquiries across numerous cities, yet still found nothing unusual. This was the case across all fronts. He could only inform Qinjing, apologies. I have yet to uncover any anomalies. This is all I can accomplish. If you have any additional information, please share. He felt utterly powerless. 5 days had elapsed. Continuing the investigation would inevitably provoke discontent. Approximately 10 minutes later, a message came through. Thank you. This information is sufficient. He Wenwei was taken aback. What did sufficient mean? Had there been a discovery? The core members of the Black God Guard were seated in the conference room, facing a screen that displayed intelligence from the Salvation Society. Curtis was notably absent, and neither Su Ming nor Su Shaokong could be considered central figures. This was the entirety of the information gathered regarding the Salvation Society's investigations. Has anyone discerned any issues? Chen Jing inquired softly. Wang Jiqiang and his colleagues gazed at the overwhelming data, feeling somewhat perplexed. It seems there are no apparent problems. Each city possesses unique geographical and geological characteristics, and there appears to be no correlation, he remarked. Khan interjected. The scope of the investigation is excessively broad, yielding an abundance of information that complicates judgment. However, this is unavoidable, as we remain unaware of which factors might be the cause. Without identifying the underlying reason, they could not preemptively ascertain locations or prepare adequately. If a disaster were to strike, they would find themselves in a precarious position. At that moment, Wiggly's gaze shifted, and she raised her hand to type 2 words, earthquake. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, while there seemed to be no unusual occurrences in each city, they have all experienced earthquakes within the past 20 years. Khan, somewhat bewildered, asked, wait, isn't it rather common for earthquakes to occur within a 20-year span? Yet, they are not ordinary, Chen Jing replied, presenting all the earthquake data on the screen. As Khan scrutinized the figures, his confusion deepened. He could discern no discernible pattern. Some cities frequently experienced earthquakes, while others encountered them sporadically, with significant intervals in between. Observing the puzzled expressions around him, Qinjing noted that Wiggly appeared to have a clearer understanding, but articulating her thoughts through typing proved to be cumbersome. Wiggly, please assist me in filtering out earthquakes below magnitude 5. In an instant, the screen displayed a reduction of data by 3/5. Next, highlight the years in which all 125 cities experienced earthquakes simultaneously. Remember, it must be simultaneous and all must have occurred. The screen was soon left with only 2 data points, the earthquake records from 2003 and 2013. In those 2 years, all 125 cities had experienced earthquakes of magnitude 5 or greater, even in regions far removed from tectonic plate boundaries where such occurrences were typically rare. If this is indeed anomalous, what does it signify? Kong could not help but ask. Qinjing glanced at Lu Haiqing and the others. You are aware that an earthquake occurred this year in Nanshan City, correct? Indeed, the tremors were quite noticeable, Lu Haiqing affirmed. I was in class at the time. And everyone rushed to the playground, Wang Jiqiang added, having collaborated with Qinjing on this issue and possessing deeper insights. Qinjing then included Nanshan City in the analysis. The group's expression shifted slightly as they realized that Nanshan City, too, had experienced earthquakes of magnitude 5 or higher in both 2003 and 2013. Every decade, these cities around the globe endure a high-intensity earthquake, each more potent than the last. This is no mere coincidence. Qinjing turned to Wang Jiqiang. Based on the circumstances in Nanshan City, we can ascertain a definitive conclusion. Wang Jiqiang spoke in a low voice. Is it the Earth pipeline established by the Enlightenment Society that has caused this? Qinjing gently nodded and replied, in these cities, there should be a pipeline underground in each of them. You all understand the purpose of that pipeline. The expressions of those present turned grave. The Enlightenment Society extracts materials from the Earth's interior through these pipelines to trade with extraterrestrials. This implies that a decade may represent one trading cycle, Lu Haiqing remarked solemnly. As for why Nanshan City did not appear on the list shrouded in fog, Qinjing speculated that it lacked sufficient energy to remain operational. He had been observing that pipeline for quite some time, and it had not functioned at all. Perhaps the item he had taken from that base, the source crystal, was meant to sustain the operation of the Nanshan pipeline. However, what does all this have to do with the unusual disasters? Gao Xiang could not help but inquire. It certainly does, came the reply. At that moment, Curtis pushed open the door and strode in, apologizing, sorry for being late. At Qinjing's prompting glance, he nodded and inserted a disc into the slot of the display screen. The screen soon revealed a video. Within the video was a laboratory encased in protective glass, and at its center lay an ordinary-looking stone, seemingly devoid of any peculiarities. However, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Was it not the stone on Su Shakong? Shortly thereafter, 10 small mice were introduced into the enclosure. Initially, they exhibited no unusual behavior, curiously exploring their surroundings. Yet, as the video accelerated to 100 times its normal speed, 5 hours later, it became evident that the 10 mice were growing increasingly agitated, trembling as they succumbed to the radiation emanating from the stone. A few could not endure and collapsed, convulsing on the ground, while the others displayed noticeably weakened vitality. Then, unexpectedly, a black mouse emerged unscathed. Rather than perishing, it began to undergo various transformations. Its teeth elongated, its claws sharpened to a razor's edge, and its eyes turned blood red. It began to gaze hungrily at the other mice. Close your eyes, Qinjing's voice whispered in Viguli's ear, prompting her to obediently cover her ears. The mouse then unleashed a frenzied assault on its fellow rodents, tearing into them with monstrous ferocity. The onlookers watched in disbelief as the mouse violently collided with the protective glass, its claws scraping against it with a force comparable to that of a child. While its body continued to grow, it craved more flesh to satiate the insatiable energy demand following its mutation. In the next moment, Curtis appeared on the screen. His brow furrowed as he gripped a mechanical arm, swiftly subduing the attacking mouse and administering a large dose of anesthetic, causing it to convulse momentarily before losing consciousness. The video concluded at that point. Curtis surveyed the astonished faces around him and cleared his throat. The particles on that stone possess significant radioactivity. They not only destroy biological cells but also introduce an unpredictable mutation rate. After half a month of experimentation involving a total of 738 subjects, only one has exhibited such an anomaly. Furthermore, the radiation emitted by the stone particles began to diminish following the mutation, thus there is no need for excessive concern. However, Qinjing calmly interrupted, addressing the assembly, I advise everyone to be alarmed. This is the source of the catastrophe. The crowd was taken aback, even Kita's momentarily stunned, inquiring. Why? Qinjing replied slowly, because this stone is not the one that was on Su Shaokong. It was extracted from the site of a pipeline rupture in Nanshan City. Chapter 82. The entire Longshan City is an experimental ground. Longshan City, a sprawling metropolis with a population exceeding 5 million, is situated in a temperate monsoon climate. While the southern regions are still graced by the coolness of autumn, the frigid air from the north has rapidly chilled Longshan City's atmosphere. The streets are filled with individuals clad in thick garments, their breaths visible in the crisp air. Winter has arrived with such swiftness this year, mused a young man in a white coat, shivering as he gazed skyward. Looks like it's time to start paying that cursed heating bill. The weather has become increasingly erratic. Summer was unbearably hot, and now winter seems excessively cold. A glance at the news reveals that global disasters are manifesting with alarming frequency, far more than in previous years. The recent cruise ship zombie incident, although seemingly quiet for now, has left a lingering sense of panic in its wake. What on earth is happening this year? At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, causing nearby skyscrapers to sway precariously. An earthquake. The young man's eyes widened as he hurriedly distanced himself from the buildings. In the corridors, others fled in terror, the hanging lights swinging like pendulums. Crash. Numerous shards of glass plummeted from above, nearly striking individuals below. The tremors persisted for about a minute before subsiding. That was quite a jolt, he remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the shaken crowd and the chaotic streets. He recalled the last time Longshan City experienced such a powerful earthquake, 10 years ago. The young man couldn't help but grimace. This is becoming increasingly unsettling. Meanwhile, in an underground facility within Longshan City, at hub number 17, all collected, 0 materials have been compressed. Aren't these meant to be sent to headquarters? Queried a figure in black attire. No need. Their supplies are already sufficient, responded an elderly man clad in a white lab coat. He had a prominent nose and wore antiquated spectacles, his gaze imbued with a chilling indifference born from familiarity with life and death. Our Enlightenment society is undoubtedly remarkable. 60 years ago, we acquired our first hub from extraterrestrials, allowing us to extract 0 materials from Earth, thus granting humanity the privilege of interstellar trade. 20 years ago, the number of our hubs had risen to 10, enabling us to exchange for increasingly valuable commodities, fortifying the power of our society. And now, behold, 20 super hubs, thousands of pipelines. The output of 0 materials has surged to 100-fold of what it was 60 years ago, sufficient to allow us to attain greater heights and to elevate humanity to new realms. The elder adjusted his glasses. The Salvation Society shall never achieve this. Suddenly, a cacophony of violent crashes erupted within the laboratory. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, yet remained unperturbed, directing his gaze towards the protective glass opposite him, where a spotted dog was inexplicably growing at an alarming rate, nearing 2 meters in height, while relentlessly battering against the protective wall. The other individuals clad in black exchanged glances of disbelief. However, a hint of warmth flickered in the elder's gaze. Humanity is a frail collective. Animals possess a far greater thirst for evolution and are more easily controlled. He spoke softly. This is already the 157th successful specimen. Install a control chip in it. The surrounding black-clad figures nodded, all being level 4 personnel. Any one of them could easily subdue this newly mutated entity. Woof, woof. The spotted dog barked ferociously. One of the black-clad men coldly seized it by the neck, exclaiming, "Silence, beast." The elder observed the subdued, mutated dog, his gaze growing contemplative. Yet, it was still insufficient. They required evolution, more sustenance, and energy. His eyes drifted towards the distant metallic gate, behind which lay the 0 substance collected over a decade in Longshan City, containing energy rays of astonishing potency. He had submitted a report to headquarters. He murmured softly, the global populace should come to know the essence of fear. Though there may be sacrifices and destruction, these are the trials that must be endured. Following the cruise ship incident, the comprehensive struggle against the Salvation Society had entered a tense prelude to an impending eruption. The Enlightenment Society, after the failure of the Super Gene Project, had yet to finalize their transactions. During this interim, they were in dire need of a new, formidable power. Whether through forcibly cultivating superpowered individuals or generating a multitude of mutated entities, these were their means of seeking strength. Once the Salvation Society was vanquished, they would gain complete control over civilization. At that time, they could negotiate with powerful alien civilizations to obtain the keys to humanity's higher evolution, thereby truly ushering in a new era. Yet, he was uncertain whether headquarters would acquiesce to his plans. The elder was both mad and rational. The report meticulously detailed the potential of the mutated beings. A mutated rat required the equivalent of 100 ordinary adults' worth of flesh and blood to become a formidable entity of around level 4. Naturally, the energy obtained from consuming a genetically evolved individual was even more astonishing, not to mention other ferocious beasts. though they continuously transported failures from the superpowered experimental base. The flesh and blood were wholly insufficient. Thus, in the Elder's scheme, he had set his sights on villages and small towns, planning to unleash these beasts to assault humanity. Even if discovered by the Salvation Society, they would need to expend more resources to thwart the attacks within mere months. The Enlightenment Society would acquire a batch of powerful mutated entities. However, this would also signify the complete rupture of the delicate balance between the Salvation Society and the Enlightenment Society. As the Elder awaited a response, news from headquarters remained elusive. 3 days had already passed. Could it be that the headquarters deems the plan too cruel? This notion, when voiced, even elicits laughter from the elderly. Within the Enlightenment Society, every researcher comprehends that human life holds the least value within the organization. Having witnessed the terrors of deep space and felt the profound helplessness and fragility of humanity, many within the Enlightenment Society, including him, have continually endeavored to transcend human limitations and embark on the path of evolution, even if it necessitates certain sacrifices and costs. Such matters are deemed inconsequential. This embodies their philosophy, sacrificing the majority, incurring substantial costs, in exchange for humanity's chance to survive in the abyss of the cosmos. The Elder's gaze flickered with fervor. He held steadfast to this belief, convinced it was the sole path forward. 2 days later, he exhaled softly. It appears the plan ultimately did not pass. Yet, that very afternoon, the headquarters relayed a message. The plan may proceed, but alterations are required. The Elder's eyes widened with joy, yet upon reading further, he was struck by a chilling realization. The experimental site is to be changed to the entirety of Longshan City. Chapter 83. The energy within at the Salvation Society base. An individual's eyes widened in astonishment as a torrent of information suddenly surged from the sentry system. He exclaimed with excitement, "Report. Numerous locations have detected traces of the Enlightenment Society. They are indeed making a move." A middle-aged man's gaze sharpened as he swiftly approached. The watchpoints established in various areas had uncovered suspected signs of the Enlightenment Society. This dynamic represented the delicate equilibrium between them, a mutual watchfulness. They regarded the Enlightenment Society as their greatest adversary, while the latter viewed them as the most significant threat. Whatever actions the Enlightenment Society undertook, they felt compelled to thwart them, engaging in a clandestine struggle. Are they mobilizing personnel? The middle-aged man inquired gravely. What are they intending to do? Uncertain. Continue the investigation. He commanded sternly. Yes. Why do they hesitate to disrupt the balance? Because a single misstep could trigger a cascade of consequences. Should a genuine confrontation commence, it would spiral out of control. At that moment, He entered, his expression grim. Although the investigation had been forcibly concluded, the intelligence from the blackguards remained embedded in his mind like a persistent thorn. Old He, come quickly, the Enlightenment Society is making moves. The middle-aged man called, his focus unwavering. Despite their previous quarrels, the rapport between the two remained amicable. I have heard, He replied, joining the discussion and perusing the electronic board filled with information from various sources. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, their actions are quite sudden, and they seem to be uncharacteristically uncovered. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeper. They have grown increasingly brazen. One of their individuals, a superpowered being known as Gluttony, recently attacked a city, demolishing a building, but regrettably, he had already fled by the time we arrived. Additionally, an explosion occurred at a cosmic exploration society. Do they truly seek to drag ordinary citizens into this chaos? The middle-aged man expressed his frustration. Understanding his temperament, He shook his head in silence. His attention fixated on the intelligence. What are you pondering? Have you made any discoveries? He pondered. I can't shake the feeling that this matter is intertwined with the news regarding the Blackguard. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Do not rush. You have been fixating on the Enlightenment Society while neglecting many other factors. He waved his hand dismissively and spoke earnestly. Indeed, I have uncovered little. But yesterday I succumbed to the urge to delve deeper through the headquarters system. The middle-aged man's brow remained knitted. What have you discovered? I found that the 125 locations mentioned by the Blackguard have experienced an average temperature drop of 15 degrees within this brief week. Furthermore, certain areas have begun to exhibit a faint mist, which dissipates swiftly, yet it is indeed present. He suddenly fell silent, for the middle-aged man's gaze had turned contemplative, followed by a heavy sigh. I understand that since your descent from the cruise liner, you have borne considerable pressure. However, you must grasp the urgency of the situation. Our adversary is the Enlightenment Society, and all our actions must prioritize them. Have you not witnessed the extent of their deeds over these decades? He listened intently as the middle-aged man articulated his thoughts, sinking into silence. I apologize. There remained 10 days until the anomalous disaster described by the Blackguard was to unfold. Yet a significant number of eyes within the Salvation Society were fixated on the members of the Enlightenment Society. Yuanwei had no grounds to voice further opinions. He had uncovered nothing and possessed no convincing evidence to alter the course of events. Perhaps this time it was indeed merely. Several hours passed, and the middle-aged man busied himself, his phone ringing incessantly as he mobilized members from various outposts. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. They are gathering towards the western continent? He inquired gravely. How many are there? Approximately 300, he gasped in astonishment. Even Yuanwei was taken aback by the sheer number the Enlightenment Society had mobilized. What could they be planning? The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression darkening, yet his eyes gleamed with intensity. Regardless of their intentions, we must intervene. Assemble the combat personnel, prepare the aircraft, and act immediately to ascertain their strength and purpose. Yuanwei rose with a sense of urgency. The unfolding situation necessitated immediate mobilization. It remained unclear why the Enlightenment Society had dispatched so many individuals, and their capabilities were still unknown, but the scale of this mobilization served as an urgent alarm. The middle-aged man promptly sought guidance from his superior, Zhang Lao, and began to dispatch troops in preparation for their journey to the Americas. Naturally, Yuanwei would not remain idle. With a formidable adversary looming, he had to set aside the information from the Blackguard. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly in his pocket, causing him to frown slightly. Upon checking, his expression shifted. It was a message from the Blackguard. In 10 days, Longshan City. Yuanwei clutched his phone, his gaze betraying hesitation as he sighed, and sent a message. Apologies, we are currently occupied with critical matters. Soon after, another message arrived. If you choose to pursue the members of the Enlightenment Society, you will merely be led astray. When disaster strikes, it will be too late. Yuanwei's eyes quivered. Yet no further messages appeared on his phone. He had initially resolved to set forth. Yet at this very moment, uncertainty began to creep in. Yuanwei searched for Longshan City. A catastrophic scale of 5 million. Clutching his phone, he gritted his teeth and turned towards Elder Zhang's office. First-level processing factory successfully constructed. Blueprint version 20 of the Black Godguard uniform has been recorded. Consuming 1,000 evolution points will unlock this production line. Required materials and evolution points must be invested below for mass production. Chun Jing looked with satisfaction at the 100 uniforms adorning the 10 squads of the Black Godguard. These were enhancements made upon the original work attire, preserving its high comfort while also augmenting its combat capabilities. Features such as laser systems, life detection systems, and combat monitoring were seamlessly integrated. Moreover, the entire base of the Black Godguard had taken shape, and each individual was fervently improving. These past 20 days had witnessed remarkable progress. Aside from the combat personnel, who trained tirelessly day and night in simulated battles, experiencing a metamorphosis and exhibiting astonishing vitality. Even Wang Jiqiang and his team had evolved, discovering that the particles could enhance their superpowers. Kitas was still in seclusion, diligently striving for improvement. Yet a small surprise awaited them all in due time. Previously, Chun Jing had drawn something truly remarkable, yet it required 30,000 evolution points for exchange. In addition to consuming points to implant super genes, it was anticipated that it would take a few days to accumulate the necessary amount. Now, it was time to focus on his own endeavors. Standing at a height, he withdrew his gaze from the base and entered the gravity chamber. With all 20 times the gravity activated, Chun Jing felt no discomfort whatsoever. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly sense a surge of biological energy within him, having grown exponentially compared to over 10 days prior. Chapter 84. A thick fog rises under the immense pressure. Chun Jing kept his eyes tightly shut. When humanity approaches its physical limits, no amount of training or reinforcement can yield further enhancement. It is not that the path has reached its end. Rather, the door of genetics has been locked. When a civilization is perpetually shackled by constraints, it remains stagnant, unable to advance. However, should someone breach this threshold, the outcome would be profoundly different. Chun Jing felt within him a substance the size of a fist, rather than being a biological current. It was an energy circulating within his cells. It was a material produced by all cells in a state of extremity. Truth be told, it bore resemblance to adrenaline, but was entirely distinct. Adrenaline is a stress hormone released in situations of danger or anger, erupting at critical moments, sustaining for a brief period before dissipating, often leaving behind repercussions. In contrast, this energy accumulated gradually. With each increment, Chun Jing's body felt increasingly at ease, akin to a chain locked in shackles gradually loosening. More importantly, bang! Chun Jing's fist struck fiercely against a metallic alloy plate before him. The metal plate emitted a dull thud. This alloy sheet served as the armor for the Kita's version 11 mech, capable of withstanding impacts of approximately 10 tons. Yet, under the force of Chen Jing's punch, it exhibited pronounced indentations, with the once brilliant surface visibly deformed. Exhaling slowly, Chen Jing revealed a slight smile when he focused his mind. He could summon the energy within him, concentrating it for an instantaneous eruption that elevated his physical attributes beyond 100. The fluctuations in his attributes varied in accordance with the energy he harnessed. During this explosive moment, he distinctly felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, akin to breaking free from constraints, though regrettably, it was but a fleeting experience. It was reminiscent of leaping into the air, catching a glimpse of the world beyond the wall, only to be mercilessly yanked back by the force of gravity. Chen Jing sighed softly. The evolution chart set the standard for a level 1 civilization at 10. He pondered whether this criterion was consistent across other civilizations and Earth. Following this trend, it seemed that the higher the civilization's level, the more advanced its life forms evolved. This was a rather disheartening reality. After all, Earth barely qualified as a level 1 civilization, languishing at the bottom of the cosmic hierarchy, and upon genuine contact with deep space, it would likely be left vulnerable to exploitation. However, Chen Jing remained optimistic. He possessed the Hex's life badge. If genetic evolution is the natural order and hierarchy of the universe, with lower-tier civilizations ascending step by step, then the life badge represented the key to overtaking the competition. To date, the life badge had been administered to 1,000 individuals, primarily from the Chun family department store's vicinity within a 10-kilometer radius. Aside from the personnel at the Black God Guard base, most were elderly residents who, upon hearing of an immunity vaccine coupled with a 200 yuan subsidy, flocked to participate. The elderly received the super gene injection, which did not significantly enhance their attributes, but merely improved their physical condition. Naturally, their productivity gains paled in comparison to others. Among over 700 individuals, their genetic output increased by only 358 points. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential. The most vital aspect was that Task 2 had been completed. In Chen Jing's hand appeared a vial of serum, the liquid within shimmering with a faint golden hue. The energy it contained was palpable, even when merely held, evoking a sensation of being drawn in by gravitational pull. Concurrently, a panel of information materialized before him. God's Eye Race Gene Serum. Evolution Chart Prompt. As one of the most formidable eyes in the universe, a great being among them had pushed the limits, standing at heights that instilled fear in many civilizations. However, following a cataclysmic disaster, this powerful entity perished, its eyes cruelly gouged out, leaving only a decaying corpse adrift in the void of space, while the God's Eye Race was utterly annihilated, vanishing from the cosmos. Chen Jing's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Each time he encountered this prompt, it sent shivers down his spine. Having already injected the super gene, he now sought to inject the God's Eye gene, necessitating the unlocking of the second gene slot. The number has surpassed 1,000, and with one individual breaking through 3 attributes to 100. The next phase and the host's second gene can be unlocked. The former has been accomplished, yet I continue to strive toward the latter. Chen Jing anticipates that it will not take long. He can feel the cells within his body rejoicing, eager to take a new step forward. After spending a day in the gravity chamber, Chen Jing finally departed. He took out his phone to check for messages from the Salvation Society, but there was no response. Chen Jing shook his head. The Enlightenment Society is adept at this maneuver, mobilizing a vast number of personnel to divert attention. However, the true epicenter lies in the inconspicuous Longshan city. Were it not for Vickery's remarkable skills in deciphering the communication device seized from Gluttony, many revelations would have remained obscured, potentially leading to misdirection. At that moment, when the fog thickens and communications are severed, it would be too late. On the 20th day, within a secluded building in Longshan City, members of the Salvation Society were gathering, flanked by an array of weaponry and armed vehicles. He Wenwei gazed solemnly out at the howling cold winds beyond the window. Below, the streets bustled with people striving for their daily existence. What a tranquil city. Beside him, a young man also gazed downward, softly inquiring, in such a city, could anything truly happen, Captain He? He Wenwei, bearing the marks of battle on his face, remained silent for a moment before responding, I do not know. A few days prior, armed with intelligence provided by the Black Guards, he sought out Elder Zheng once more, presenting a military order demanding the deployment of 150 combat personnel. In that urgent moment, He Wenwei himself questioned where he found the courage. As for the injury on his face, it stemmed from a middle-aged man who had stormed in, seething with frustration, and struck him with a fist. It hurt immensely. Yet, enduring the pain proved fruitful, as Elder Zheng ultimately frowned, sighed, and consented to his request. He Wenwei surveyed those behind him, an elite assembly of 3 squads of level 4 personnel and 12 level 5 teams, totaling over 150 individuals. Most notably among them was a young man named Yang Xiaodian, a level 3 operative endowed with extraordinary physical prowess, exhibiting remarkable explosiveness and combat capability. He alone could annihilate an entire level 4 team. Yang Xiaodian adjusted his cap and shook his head, stating, "To be honest, I find that news rather absurd. Captain He, you have truly acted impulsively this time. I sense this trip may be in vain. Nothing will transpire." He had worked under He Wenwei even before his own growth, and he had grown accustomed to addressing him as captain. He Wenwei exhaled softly. "I would prefer that nothing occurs." Yang Xiaodian sighed. He harbored thoughts he could not articulate. If they were currently on another continent, targeting those from the Enlightenment Society, they would possess at least an 80% certainty of success. However, with their forces divided, the situation had become considerably more complex. He remained puzzled as to why Elder Zheng had approved Captain He's request. Nonetheless, once the time elapsed and nothing materialized, they would immediately head to the front lines. As night descended, darkness enveloped the outside world. In the distant firmament, an ethereal mist began to rise. Though obscured by the shroud of night, it remained unseen. In the darkness, someone gazed upward. The fog had arrived. Chapter 85. The release of monsters. The residents of Longshan City awoke to find, upon drawing back their curtains, a world enveloped in a thick, white haze. Such dense fog rendered everything indistinct. "How chilling," they exclaimed, hastily securing their windows and turning up the heating. Situated in the northern reaches, Longshan City was already teetering near freezing temperatures. Complaints about the unusual weather filled the air. Winter had descended far too swiftly. The foggy conditions also posed considerable difficulties for travelers and vehicles, with visibility reduced to a mere 20 meters. By midday, 5 accidents had occurred on the elevated roads of Longshan City. The local weather station issued a warning, forecasting that the fog would persist for an entire week, urging citizens to refrain from unnecessary outings and to exercise caution while driving to prevent accidents. Yet, upon reading this news, many scoffed, lamenting, "I would prefer to stay indoors. But my boss insists otherwise." Despite the fog's undeniable impact, daily life continued unabated. The fog had indeed arrived in full force. He Wenwei cast a somber glance at the thick mist outside. Yang Xiaodian furrowed his brow. "It really is foggy," he remarked, "but in this weather, it's quite normal to have fog in the early hours. It rained a few days ago, and I imagine it will clear in an hour or two." In his mind, the fog would dissipate within a few hours, perhaps by 9 or 10 in the morning. However, this fog exceeded his expectations. By noon, the fog not only lingered but thickened, with visibility diminished to approximately 10 meters. How could this be? Yang Xiaoyan's expression revealed his astonishment. He Wenwei surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. "Issue a warning immediately. Inform all residents of Longshan City to remain indoors." Yang Xiaodian frowned. "Shall we not wait a bit longer?" "We cannot afford to delay until a crisis arises," He Wenwei replied sternly. Yang Xiaodian complied. Yet, a minute later, his countenance shifted. Communication signals had faltered. All signal stations in the city had been severed. He Wenwei's expression darkened. Damn it. He had meticulously planned to utilize the disaster warning system of the Salvation Society to alert every citizen of Longshan City the moment anomalies were detected, urging them to stay indoors. Yet now, the signals were inexplicably blocked. "Let us use the air raid sirens." Yang Xiaoyan's expression grew serious. If the fog alone had not instilled a sense of urgency, the complete loss of communication signals was enough to raise alarms. He Wenwei sighed. "Proceed." Truth be told, the siren's effectiveness was questionable, as the citizens remained unaware of the situation's severity. 10 minutes later, a resounding alarm echoed throughout the entirety of Longshan City. Countless residents of Longshan City gazed upward in bewilderment, only to find nothing visible in the sky. What was happening? Why was there an alarm blaring in broad daylight? Was something about to occur? Just days prior, there had been an earthquake. What was the meaning of this? Moreover, why was there no signal on their phones? Goodness. Hearing the alarm, the crowd remained momentarily stunned. Yet, as their phones completely lost signal and connectivity, a wave of unease began to ripple through the throng. What on earth was going on? Why were so many people suddenly running? Some witnessed a multitude fleeing from buildings and quickly seized the arm of a nearby individual. Why are we running? Is it another earthquake? I have no idea. But let us just run. Damn it. I was calm before, but now I'm quite anxious. Observing this unfolding scene, the members of the Salvation Society exchanged glances, their expression shifting. It seemed their efforts had backfired. Without any warning or preparation, they had inadvertently incited chaos. At that moment, the crowd below suddenly froze. Each person's phone began to ring and vibrate. What was happening? Why were they staring at their devices? Had our alert been sent out? He Wenwei was taken aback. Yet, Yang Xiaodian shook his head. No, there is still no signal. However, the tumultuous situation below had begun to stabilize. The crowd ceased their frantic flight and hesitated, their expressions shifting. Some, torn between belief and disbelief, moved toward the nearby buildings. This unsettling scenario was not confined to just this street. Throughout Longshan City, nearly every citizen carrying a mobile phone received the same message. Disaster alert system notification. All citizens of Longshan City are urged to immediately enter any nearby building. Secure the doors and take cover. Dangerous creatures are roaming the city. The message, emblazoned in deep crimson, continued to flash and vibrate incessantly, impossible to dismiss. Some chose to err on the side of caution, while others remained skeptical. A few dismissed it as nonsense and even powered down their devices. Like a scene from a disaster film, some stood frozen in place, capturing the moment on their phones, unable to be deterred. As time ticked away, dense fog engulfed Longshan City and the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. The members of the Salvation Society continued to wait. He Wenwei's expression grave as he surveyed the hazy streets. Those who had received the alarming message had already entered the buildings, leaving the streets eerily empty. He had dispatched personnel via satellite phone to contact headquarters. He Wenwei spoke solemnly. It is now 90% certain that something abnormal is occurring here. Yang Xiaoyan's brow furrowed. But does the Enlightenment Society truly dare to target the entire Longshan City? Why wouldn't they? He Wenwei replied calmly. That group has long since lost their sanity. To be frank, they do not even know who their enemies are. They have yet to catch a glimpse of the shadows of the Enlightenment Society. Meanwhile, in another area of Longshan City, 30 large trucks were making their way through various streets. Each vehicle was accompanied by a team of individuals clad in black. Their expressions tranquil as they listened to the sounds of crashing and roaring emanating from within the trucks, remaining unfazed. As the large truck arrived at its destination, 2 Level 4 personnel descended and opened the truck doors. Upon their opening, several pairs of crimson eyes illuminated within, fixated intently on the outside, emitting a series of guttural roars. They were nearly unrecognizable, each resembling a monstrous entity, simultaneously battering against their cages with a terrifying force. Subsequently, the locks on the cages emitted a green glow before falling away. In the next moment, the creatures surged forth, charging directly into the dense fog, vanishing from sight. The Level 4 personnel glanced at the red dots on the electronic screen and coldly reported over the radio, Sector 1 has been deployed. After a brief interval, further reports began to emerge. Sector 3 has been deployed. Sector 7 has been deployed. Chapter 86. Terror in the Mist within the Longshan base of the Enlightenment Society. An elderly man clad in a lab coat observed the surveillance monitors. Despite the thick fog, their vision extended further than one would expect. The screen displayed the building occupied by the Salvation Society. He remarked softly, "How pitiable. Every move you make is under our control." Although he was uncertain why the Salvation Society had arrived so swiftly, it mattered little. Since their entry into the city, they had been meticulously monitored. No unforeseen events would transpire within the mist. The elderly man, calmly adjusting his glasses, focused on another screen displaying rapidly moving red dots. Just wait a little longer. Let them relish the process of evolution. In 2 days, the members of the Salvation Society will comprehend the essence of despair. This is not a gladiatorial arena, but merely a site for unilateral slaughter. The frigid mist swirled outside the display window of a large supermarket. Inside, the patrons cast anxious glances towards the outside. The moment their phones emitted warnings, they had hastily sought refuge within the supermarket. The doors were tightly secured, and outside lay only a dense fog that obscured all visibility. How could a simple trip for a bottle of beer lead to this? A middle-aged man grumbled as he opened a can of beer. I still need to get back to work. The supermarket was bustling with people, all having received the alarming news and rushed inside in a state of panic. 20 minutes had elapsed, yet there was no sign of activity. The crowd began to grow restless. Everyone, please remain calm. Let us wait a little longer, urged a young cashier. Didn't the message say there might be dangerous creatures outside? Someone lit a cigarette, expressing their impatience with a series of expletives. Dangerous, my foot. You all can stay here if you want. Lacking the patience to remain any longer, the individual strode toward the entrance and pushed against the door, only to discover it was locked. Turning to the cashier, he demanded, "Where is the key? Open the door." After a moment of hesitation, the young cashier responded, "But I have urgent matters to attend to. I can't waste any more time here." His temper flared, and the cashier, frightened, reluctantly unlocked the door for him. As the individual began to speak, a considerable number of patrons in the supermarket could no longer restrain themselves and decided to vacate the premises. What nonsense about being wary of monsters. I suspect this is merely a doomsday rumor concocted by capitalists, reminiscent of the last uproar surrounding the zombie crisis, which led to a complete clearance of survival supplies. Ultimately, nothing transpired. This exodus nearly reduced the number of people in the supermarket by a third. They all departed, although some hesitated, contemplating whether to follow suit. After 20 minutes of silence, uncertainty loomed. Perhaps it was a false alarm or misinformation. The remaining patrons had pressing matters to attend to, and many were reluctant to remain in such a confined space. However, mere moments later, outside the glass doors of the supermarket, a frantic clamor of footsteps erupted. The crowd raised their heads, momentarily stunned. They soon recognized the individual who had left to smoke, now returning with an expression of sheer terror, shouting frantically, "Open the door! Quickly, open the door!" His legs trembled as he pounded on the entrance, glancing back in fear. "Hurry, it's coming!" The cashier, shaken by his cries, reached for the keys. Yet, just as she prepared to approach, a swift, black bamboo pole suddenly descended from the foggy air, piercing through the man's abdomen. Blood gushed forth as his eyes widened in horror. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. "Help me!" he cried repeatedly, but none dared to move. In the next instant, another bamboo pole pierced through his chest. The man's terror escalated to its zenith, his breath becoming labored, and he screamed in agony. Those who witnessed this scene felt their hair stand on end, frozen in dread. The two bamboo poles began to writhe, dragging the man backward, disappearing into the mist. Mere seconds later, his heart-wrenching cries of pain resonated, followed by an eerie silence, replaced only by the chilling sound of something being chewed. All present in the supermarket trembled uncontrollably, each person involuntarily recalling the chilling message on their phones in the fog. "There truly are monsters. Do not speak." The monster is still nearby. With expressions of sheer terror, everyone crouched behind the shelves, scarcely daring to breathe. The supermarket fell into an oppressive silence. They could clearly hear the pounding of their own hearts, the ticking of the clock on the wall, and the dull, heavy thuds resonating through the fog. What could that be? The crowd peered cautiously, their bodies shaking, yet they could see nothing. The fog was too dense. Just then, a loud bang echoed from beside the supermarket. Panic surged through everyone. In the next moment, a series of black limbs, resembling bamboo poles, finally emerged from the mist before their eyes. Those who witnessed this scene felt an icy chill run down their spines. A colossal spider. This monstrous creature was as large as a freight truck, each leg resembling a black, serrated blade, dripping with blood. Even more horrifying was its grotesque body, lined with rows of sharp fangs, its crimson eyes scanning for prey. The crowd, paralyzed with fear, remained utterly still. Fortunately, there were no wailing children nor the sudden blare of an alarm clock that could provoke a scream at the sight of something horrifying. Silence reigned, with even the cashier stifling her gasp. The monstrous creature, a colossal spider, moved away from the supermarket, vanishing into the thick fog. The tension in the crowd gradually dissipated. They had eluded detection. Yet, at that moment, the sound of vehicles echoed down the street. A vehicle halted before the supermarket, startling the onlookers. However, their apprehension turned to relief as a group of armed individuals in black emerged from the vehicle. Help had arrived, with weapons in hand. They should be able to confront the beast. Yet, an unsettling turn of events unfolded. The black-clad figures stood before the supermarket, their gazes devoid of empathy as they surveyed the 60 or so people inside. Remarkably, the creature had overlooked them. It seemed they would have to take matters into their own hands. All at once, they raised their weapons and unleashed a hail of gunfire into the store. Bullets rained down, shattering every pane of glass. Finally, the crowd erupted into terrified screams. Why were these people attacking them? One of the armed individuals, a fourth-level operative, coldly raised his hand, declaring, "Live subjects are far more conducive to its evolution than corpses." At that moment, the giant spider, drawn by the commotion, hastened towards them. A terrifying specter in the fog. It did not target the black-clad figures, but emitted a series of harsh, piercing cries, extending its long legs into the supermarket to pierce through the food. Chapter 87. A city in ruins. Screams echoed incessantly. The crowd, in sheer terror, scrambled backward. In this life-or-death predicament, a moment of calm reflection would reveal the bleak reality. Black-clad figures and monsters awaited in front, while no escape lay behind. Whether death came swiftly or slowly, only doom awaited them. Yet no one wished to be the first to perish. The creature had already pierced the shoulder of the closest cashier, her expression one of despair and trembling agony. In the next moment, she was lifted off the ground. The members of the Enlightenment Society looked on impassively. This was not their first encounter with the monster's feeding habits, each creature having its own predilections. This spider particularly relished the taste of its prey from the head, thus minimizing the cacophony of screams. The crowd was in a state of shock, especially the cashier, who beheld the spider's fearsome, widening fangs resembling an abyss, drawing ever closer to her. Suddenly, a swift flash of cold light sliced through the air. The giant spider swerved, unexpectedly missing its target. In the next instant, it lowered its head only to discover that one of its legs had been severed, crashing heavily to the ground. The expression of the Enlightenment Society members changed drastically. An enemy. Immediately, their eyes sharpened, and they raised their weapons, firing in the direction from which the cold light had come. A torrent of bullets pierced the fog, yet it felt as though they were striking mere air. The figures clad in black wore grave expressions. Could they be from the Salvation Society? No, weren't they still near the First District? Yet, in the next moment, through the thick fog, a host of silhouettes surged forth, each moving with astonishing speed, clad in uniforms and masks. They were not from the Salvation Society. Who were these individuals? Moreover, they all possessed fourth-level strength. The members of the Enlightenment Society's squad exchanged startled glances. Only their captain was at that level. Quickly, they needed to call for reinforcements. Alas, it was too late. With a chilling command, the 10 figures emerging from the mist uttered not a single word. Like phantoms, they moved with remarkable swiftness and professionalism, as if they had undergone countless such coordinated assaults. Armed with alloy-long knives, they struck with lethal precision, and soon, a lifeless body lay on the ground. The fourth-level member of the Enlightenment Society was filled with trepidation as he witnessed one of them charging towards him, gritting his teeth. He retaliated, yet both his strength and speed were utterly suppressed. In a mere 10 seconds, crack, he was pinned to the ground. How formidable! The fourth-level member's gaze was filled with horror. Who were these people? Before he could ponder the question further, a blade sliced through the air. The member of the Enlightenment Society was completely eradicated. The remaining colossal spider struggled frantically, but against such evidently powerful adversaries, it was of no consequence. The onlookers in the supermarket stood in stunned silence, witnessing the astonishing speed and strength of these humans. The horrific monsters that once considered them as prey were being dispatched with ease, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. With a final thrust, the spider was pierced through the head, its once agitated body collapsing into a lifeless, dark mass. Confirmation of the monster's demise, spoke the one who withdrew his blade. He was Link. Having excelled and demonstrated immense potential, he had successfully ascended to the captain of the Blackguards. According to orders, clear the bodies. Leave nothing for the other monsters to feed upon. Understood. Link then turned his gaze towards the dazed individuals in the supermarket, extending his hand to assist the cashier, offering her a candy-like pill. This will stop the bleeding and alleviate pain. He then tossed them an object emitting low-frequency sound waves. Hold on to this as you proceed westward along the street. There is a university there. It is relatively safe, and this will ensure you are not attacked by monsters. Having completed these tasks, they did not linger. Swiftly, they vanished back into the fog. As the onlookers finally regained their composure, one of them said, "Let us go." At that very moment, the Salvation Society had already dispersed their ranks into 15 teams, dividing into 5 groups, scouring Longshot City while maintaining communication via radio. However, the thick fog rendered them at a disadvantage. "Everyone, stay vigilant and be aware of your surroundings," cautioned he one way, his expression grave. The intelligence from the Blackguards had once again proven accurate. 30 days had passed, and the fog began to envelop the area. Just 15 minutes prior, they had encountered the so-called monsters and the Enlightenment Society squad. 5 enormous avian creatures, each the size of a car, surged through the thick fog with reckless abandon. Displaying a brutal ferocity, they struck with such force that they overturned vehicles with mere swipes of their claws. Meanwhile, dozens from the Enlightenment Society, shrouded by the mist, unleashed a barrage of formidable firepower to suppress them. Had it not been for his intervention along with several Level 4 operatives, the casualties could have been catastrophic. Yet, the adversaries did not immediately descend upon them. Rather, they retreated, vanishing into the fog. Yue heaved a sigh, feeling a profound unease settle within him. This time, their preparations paled in comparison to those during the cruise incident. Were it not for his disagreement with Li Ju, he might never have set foot in Longshot City. Now, they found themselves in a precarious position, unable to disperse, let alone confront the monsters and rescue the afflicted. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. "Captain He. We have a discovery. There are dismembered bodies on the street." Yue furrowed his brow and hurried over, witnessing a gruesome scene of blood and torn flesh strewn across the ground. The monsters had undoubtedly wrought this havoc. Their eyesight surpassed that of ordinary humans, allowing them to discern details up to 20 meters away, revealing a sight that was both shocking and horrifying. Another report soon followed. "Captain He, there's a parking lot ahead filled with bodies, almost 100 of them. It appears they could not withstand the monster's assault." He Wenwei's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth in frustration. They could no longer afford aimless actions. Decisive measures were imperative. Notify the other teams. We cannot remain passive. The monsters are ravaging this city. We must take the initiative to engage them and hold them off until reinforcements arrive from headquarters. This incident involves the entire Longshan city, and powerful entities will surely be mobilized. However, despite the urgency, the task was far from simple. He Wenwei gazed into the dense fog, sensing that the Enlightenment Society had already laid a treacherous trap, intent on transforming them into fodder for the monsters. One faction sought to save lives while the other aimed to resist the society. Lacking adequate preparation and intelligence, they were filled with power and a fervent desire to help, yet found themselves at a loss for effective strategies. With the map shrouded in darkness and information scarce, they risked being systematically consumed by the Enlightenment Society. The situation was dire. In the next moment, a more alarming message crackled through the radio. Yang Xiaoyan's voice, laced with static, thundered through. Captain, there's a large amusement park here. It houses 20,000 people. The Enlightenment Society and the monsters are gathering. Chapter 88. On the brink of eruption boom. Qinjing propelled himself from the ground, piercing the fog like a cannonball. In the distance, members of the Enlightenment Society roared, "Kill him." Among them were over 10 individuals, including 2 level 3 operatives whose powers had reached their limits, accompanied by 2 towering monsters, each over 3 meters tall, bearing their fangs. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets and sharp projectiles hurtled toward Qinjing. Yet, within his perception, everything moved in slow motion. He calmly reflected, "Indeed, training has merely brought me closer to that threshold. Only through real combat can I achieve true evolution." He could distinctly feel every cell within him breathing in blissful harmony, while the energy coursing through his body rejoiced exuberantly. With a swift motion, Qinjing effortlessly sliced through a speeding bullet, cleaving it neatly in twain, sparks flying in every direction. The 2 third-level operatives were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Had they truly witnessed such a feat? This man had, against all odds, severed a bullet mid-flight. While they had mastered the ability to evade bullets with ease, capturing each one with precision was beyond their capabilities. With a resounding thud, the 2 were not to be trifled with. Their expressions hardened with murderous intent as they charged forward. The clash of blades erupted, igniting a shower of sparks. Yet, in that fleeting moment of combat, their arms began to tingle and quiver, nearly propelling them backward. Fear and confusion flickered in their eyes. How could this be? They had come to embody the pinnacle of human potential, having engaged in countless trials where third-level operatives battled one another, their only distinction lying in combat awareness. Yet, in suppressing one individual, they found themselves outmatched. Qinjing pressed on, offering them no respite. Over the past 30 days, he had spent a grueling 15 hours each day in the gravity chamber, pushing his limits and awakening the latent potential within his super genes. It seemed as if he and his abilities were evolving together, boundless in their capacity for growth. The 2 adversaries gritted their teeth, their gazes rife with uncertainty. Time and again, they were overwhelmed by Qinjing, rendered utterly defenseless. Even when they unleashed their full might, they could muster but a fleeting second of reprieve, which proved utterly futile. A chilling realization struck one of them. Was this man perpetually in a state of extreme exertion? How was that even conceivable? It was akin to humanity's instinctual response in crisis, where extraordinary strength could surge forth in moments of dire emotion, yet such bursts were fleeting. Could this individual truly be in such a state at all times? In the next instant, an overwhelming force sent both men flying. They crashed into a thick utility pole, yet somehow managed to rise, coughing blood. They were not so easily dispatched. However, fear was unmistakably etched in their eyes. "Quick, employ your weapons. Utilize every means necessary to halt him," they roared, urgency creeping into their voices. The reality far exceeded their expectations. The others, 5th-level operatives, swiftly brandished an array of heavy weaponry. Yet, their efforts posed no threat to Qinjing. The rockets and explosives were easily evaded, their shockwaves proving utterly ineffective. Even the bullets could be disregarded. For the enhanced Blackguard uniform, he wore boasted defensive capabilities several times greater than before. The monstrous foes may have appeared terrifying, yet their physical attributes paled in comparison to those of third-level operatives. This was a demonstration of overwhelming dominance. 5 minutes later, the surroundings were littered with corpses, including those of the 2 beasts. Qinjing lowered his bloodied blade, exhaling softly. One could clearly see the heat escaping from his breath, every pore of his body releasing warmth. He could regulate the energy within him, akin to a reactor, ceaselessly providing astonishing bursts of power. Yet, amidst this triumph, Qinjing's body was overwhelmed by an intense fatigue. This surge of energy held infinite possibilities, yet if one's physical constitution did not keep pace, limitations would inevitably ensue. He consumed a vial of restorative potion, and the weariness within his body began to dissipate swiftly. It seemed imperative to break the 100 attributes and transcend the shackles of humanity without delay. The method was straightforward: to kill. In the throes of genuine combat, Chen Jing could distinctly sense that the expansion and control of his energy were more manageable than ever before. In just one day, I shall glimpse the world beyond these constraints, he mused. At that moment, Chen Jing received a multitude of communications from various squads. They were divided into 10 teams, conducting a raid in Longshan City. The city was vast, making it impossible to cover every area. But the Black God Guard's objective was uncomplicated: to focus on exterminating those monsters. Concerns about the dense fog obscuring their targets were unwarranted. At that very moment, above Longshan City, a Level 2 Heavenly Eye equipped with radiation particle detection capabilities provided real-time guidance to every operative of the Black God Guard. However, this alone was insufficient. The Heavenly Eye could assess the strength of mutated creatures through the radiation particles they emitted. Currently, at least 10 mutated entities exhibited radiation levels significantly surpassing the others, and no fewer than 5 teams of level 4 or higher were on standby for protection. Suddenly, Chen Jing's gaze sharpened as he noticed in the imagery transmitted by the Heavenly Eye that a multitude of red lights was converging upon a large amusement park. Reports from nearby action teams corroborated this observation. Frowning slightly, he contemplated the situation. Approximately 20,000 individuals were gathered at the amusement park's Enlightenment Conference, alongside nearly 50 mutated beings. It appeared they were even more deranged than anticipated. Perhaps they sensed that the Black God Guard was systematically eliminating monsters, their movements meticulously monitored. Were they attempting to force a confrontation? Lin Ke's voice broke through. Report. The Salvation Society has also received intel. They are all converging in that direction. What should we do? The Enlightenment Conference had become utterly frenzied. Their plan to allow the mutated entities to evolve and break free from constraints was executed with gruesome brutality and destruction, regardless of the outcome. The Enlightenment Conference had abandoned all pretense, resorting to any means necessary to create super mutants and fulfill their ambitions. Chen Jing replied solemnly, all squads, regroup at the stronghold in the nearby districts. I will arrive shortly. He then sent a message to Viguri at the base, ensuring that a warning alert reappeared on every mobile device in Longshan City. System warning. All individuals must remain indoors. Secure all doors and windows. Do not make any noise. Protect and conceal yourselves. As monsters rampaged through the city, ordinary citizens could only resign themselves to fate. Just as Chen Jing prepared to depart, he suddenly paused, glancing into the distance. Were there more mutated beings nearby? Had they crossed from other districts? In the next moment, a young man sprinted frantically towards him, bloodied and with a heavy axe in hand, panting heavily. Behind him, the cacophony of colliding vehicles echoed, accompanied by the relentless blaring of horns. The young man gritted his teeth as he spotted Chen Jing. Although he could not comprehend why this individual was clad so strangely, he immediately shouted, "Run! Don't just stand there. There's a monster behind us." Chapter 89. Assault on the Amusement Park. Chen Jing's gaze shifted towards the dense fog behind the youth. At the corner of the street, 20 meters away, lay a colossal crocodile, measuring 10 meters in length. With a single sweep of its tail, it could send vehicles flying. It was rapidly approaching, evidently following the scent of blood that the young man had tied to himself. "Why are you still looking?" The young man, seeing Chen Jing remain motionless, gritted his teeth, ready to unleash a tirade to rouse him. Yet, Chen Jing had already drawn his blade and advanced. In the young man's widened eyes, Chen Jing placed a foot upon the crocodile's head. With a thud, an unimaginable force forced the fearsome beast's head down to the ground. Then, with a swift and precise motion, the blade plunged into the crocodile's skull as though it were penetrating tofu. The mutated crocodile thrashed violently, emitting a terrifying roar. However, Chen Jing showed no mercy, twisting the knife with great force. Mere moments later, the creature lay still, its life force nearly extinguished. The young man stood there, entranced by the scene. Chen Jing, withdrawing his blade, glanced at him and inquired, "Why are you bound with blood? Are you not aware that such monsters become agitated upon sensing blood?" The young man murmured, "We were discovered at our hiding place by this creature. Several of us decided to lure it away to ensure the survival of others." Chen Jing regarded him with newfound interest. It was well known that most wild animals on Earth possess capabilities far exceeding those of humans, particularly these mutated creatures. Their brutality was unparalleled, yet this individual exhibited remarkable courage. What of the others? The young man's expression darkened, and Chen Jing understood. He cast a glance at the young man's attributes, his pupils narrowing slightly. He then extended his hand, offering the youth an item. "Take this. It is a low-frequency sound emitter that will help keep you undetected by the monsters." However, if you continue to carry that blood and flesh, consider my words as unspoken. This recording was made from Su Xiaokong. Humans cannot hear it, but tests have shown that it issues a warning akin to danger. Do not approach to the mutated creatures. They are not sentient beings and will instinctively avoid threats. It is quite effective. Without delay, Qinjing departed from the location. As he handed the emitter to the young man, he also discreetly marked a protocol. This youth possessed latent superhuman potential. But the timing was not right for him to be accompanied. Within the amusement park, thick fog enveloped the entire area. Nearly 20,000 individuals anxiously strained their ears to catch the surrounding sounds. Had there been some unusual commotion? It seemed as though numerous vehicles were approaching, accompanied by faint, eerie growls. They were merely ordinary people, unaccustomed to such events, and a sense of unease pervaded their hearts. They had become aware of the existence of monsters, as many had fled from nearby areas. Despite not understanding why the amusement park had remained unscathed by these creatures, they were grateful for their safety. And at that moment, outside the amusement park stood an elderly man clad in a white coat, contemplating the mutated beings surrounding him. Though he yearned to enter, hesitation gripped him. His gaze fell upon the amusement park's perimeter, where 2 to 3 dozen audio transmitters were affixed, a rather intriguing setup. The Salvation Society was under constant surveillance the moment they stepped inside, evidently the handiwork of the Black Guardians. This enigmatic group seemed to emerge from the shadows, haunting the city like phantoms, relentlessly eliminating both the men in black and the mutated creatures. Initially, their preparations were solely aimed at the Salvation Society, yet unexpectedly, a formidable challenge had arisen, forcing the Elder to alter his original plan and compel these entities to reveal themselves. The Black Guardians, of which he had previously heard little, now appeared to be a more formidable adversary than the Salvation Society itself. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his face. He had already claimed the lives of at least 15 teams and 30 mutated beings, an outcome he had never anticipated. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for the end result would be the same, destruction of those abominations. He commanded the dismantling of the transmitters, and one by one, they were obliterated. As anticipated, the next moment saw the 50 or so mutated beings shedding their earlier hesitation, unleashing a cacophony of roars as they surged forward, seemingly intoxicated by the scent of fresh flesh within. Where are the members of the Salvation Society? The Elder inquired calmly. They are nearby, exercising caution. It appears they are attempting to maneuver around us. Their focus had remained steadfast on the Salvation Society, hence their surveillance had not wavered. And the Black Guardians? Came the cautious response. They seem acutely aware of where the surveillance exists and where the blind spots lie, possessing an intimate understanding of both Longshan City and our movements. Though their precise location remains unknown, a flash of anger ignited in the Elder's eyes. Damn it! While I monitor the Salvation Society, you dare to spy on us. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a grim countenance, regardless of the Salvation Society or the Black Guardians, once they enter Longshan City. There shall be no escape for them. Let us commence without delay. Understood. In the next instant, over 50 mutated beings erupted forth like wild beasts unleashed from their restraints, leaping vigorously toward the front. The sound of their violent impact against the amusement park's walls reverberated throughout the entire area. Faces inside turned pale. The monsters have breached. Meanwhile, in another part of the amusement park, the Salvation Society members exchanged alarmed glances. These lunatics. Damn it. All Level 4 personnel, mobilize immediately to intercept these creatures. The rest must protect the ordinary citizens. They were all too aware of the purpose behind the gathering of the Enlightenment Society. At such a moment, they could not abandon the innocent. They had to step up, even at the risk of fragmenting their forces and diminishing their strength. He Wei Wen gritted his teeth. Fully cognizant of the current situation, there was not a shred of hope for victory. The opposing side had not only set a meticulous trap, but also possessed combat prowess far beyond their own. At least an entire squad of Tier 3 personnel is present. Not to mention those mutated beings that continue to evolve. Thus, he has been awaiting reinforcements. The distress signal sent to headquarters was received several hours ago. If only they could stall for a bit longer, Longshan City would be saved. Meanwhile, at a location 300 kilometers from the fog-enveloped Longshan City, an aircraft is hastily en route to the city. It is filled with members of the Salvation Society. And Elder Zhang gazes solemnly into the distance. They have shattered the balance entirely. If they strike Longshan City, it will be exposed to the world. Panic, chaos, and collapse will ensue, drawing the global population into the conflict between the two organizations that are locked in a death struggle. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to reach Longshan City without delay. As a Tier 2 superpowered individual, he leads the charge, while headquarters is dispatching additional personnel who are en route. This time, there may be significant upheaval. Suddenly, the aircraft experiences severe turbulence, shaking violently. Is it turbulence? What is happening? A tremendous force seems to be pulling it downward. Elder Zheng silently sips his tea, his gaze fixed outside the aircraft, his eyes calm yet imbued with a chilling intensity. A man clad in a trench coat stands upon a cold, curved metal surface, observing them. Chapter 90, The Superpowered Hunter Kill. A Tier 4 member of the Salvation Society roars, directly confronting the mutated beings. They must prevent these monsters from advancing. Bam! A giant mantis, comparable in size to an adult human, does not stand out among the numerous mutants, but its blade-like arms are exceedingly sharp, leaping a full 10 meters into the air. Get away from me. He Wenwei also leaps, issuing a low shout as he strikes downward. However, a slight numbness spreads through his arm, and his expression darkens. The rate of growth among these mutants is alarmingly rapid. Just half a day prior, a Tier 4 individual could easily suppress these creatures. Yet now, within the span of mere hours, more formidable entities have emerged among them. As ferocious beasts of nature, their inherent starting point far exceeds that of humanity, even before their mutations. Absolutely, they must not be allowed to continue their growth. A chill runs down He Wenwei's spine as a determined glint flashes in his eyes. Yet, events are not unfolding as they desire. The elder calmly listens to the various sounds emanating from the thick fog. It's time for you to make your move. At this moment, 10 squads from the Enlightenment Society surge forth, increasing the pressure on the Salvation Society as they enter the fray. Beside the elder, 10 additional small teams remain inactive, as he quietly observes the distance. When will those little fellows known as the Black God Guards emerge? If they do not appear soon, the Salvation Society may not hold out for much longer. In the elder's view, this is the most opportune moment for the Black God Guards to act. And they are undoubtedly aware that this is a trap designed to force their hand, a blatant scheme. Should they come forth, the 10 squads behind the elder are poised, one of which comprises Tier 3 personnel. Should they choose not to appear, in the amusement park, the 2,000 souls would be mercilessly slaughtered. The mutated beings would undergo rapid evolution, growing ever more formidable. They could effortlessly turn their attention to eliminate the Black God Guards with equal ease. The atmosphere was chaotic, with explosive battles erupting everywhere. The air was thick with the unmistakable scent of blood, punctuated by the incessant roars of the mutants. With a swift sidestep, Yang Xiaotian narrowly avoided a charge from a massive mutated wild boar, which collided violently with the pirate ship, creating a gaping hole. The creature staggered momentarily from the impact. Yang Xiaotian's eyes sharpened with intensity, a prime opportunity. He vanished from sight in an instant, poised to strike down the beast. However, in the next heartbeat, a blade of light sliced in from the side, igniting a surge of alarm within him. The warning bells rang in his mind, forcing him to relinquish the chance to eliminate the mutant. He deflected the incoming strike, yet the clash of their powers darkened his expression. There were multiple adversaries of third-tier strength. Another assailant approached from behind, shrieking through the air. Grinding his teeth, Yang Xiaotian roared as he pushed the assailant back, then tensed his muscles for a desperate leap, propelling himself 10 meters away to escape the encirclement. The two adversaries stood together, their gazes devoid of emotion, fixated on him. Yang Xiaotian's countenance darkened. 2 third-tier opponents? Yet he did not retreat. As the sole third-tier member of the Salvation Society, he bore the highest combat prowess. His defeat would spell utter disaster. No matter the cost, he had to hold them off. If reinforcements arrived, there would still be hope. This sentiment was shared among the Salvation Society personnel present. Each of them harbored a fierce determination. They understood they were insufficient to confront the Enlightenment Society and these mutants. Yet, even in sacrifice, they aimed to buy enough time for headquarters. Otherwise, the entire Longshan city would descend into a hellish nightmare. Every individual fought valiantly. Meanwhile, an elderly figure at the amusement park's entrance observed the thickening fog with a cold gaze. It appeared the Black God Guards would not return. But that was of little consequence. Prepare to enter and swiftly eliminate everyone, he instructed. The 10 squads beside him displayed glimmers of murderous intent, acknowledging his command. The elder envisioned the impending scene: eradication, annihilation, rivers of blood. The plan was progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. Yet, just as the 10 squads prepared to traverse the mist and step into the amusement park, an excruciatingly high-pitched sound pierced through the air, resonating throughout the entire venue. It was as though 1,000 alarms blared simultaneously. The faces of all personnel below third tier contorted in agony as they instinctively clutched their ears. Even the mutants were thrown into a state of panic. The elder's complexion turned pale, his body trembling, with his own strength hovering around level 5. The sound had a profound impact on him. Quick, grab the earplugs. The third-level personnel remained largely unaffected. Their gaze shifted, immediately ensuring the protection of the elderly man, whose eyes were tinged with bloodshot hues. Beneath the sound waves, nothing could be heard, and the edges of the thick fog revealed nothing either. Yet, amidst this chaos, a calm and steady voice spoke unaffected. The visuals had synchronized within everyone's protocol. First, eliminate all members of the Enlightenment Society below level 4, along with any mutated entities. The third-level personnel, immune to the sonic assault, were entrusted with the task of containment. Wang Jiqiang, Gao Xiang, Lu Haiqing, and Kitas. Understood. In the brief span of 10 breaths, 100 individuals descended like heavenly warriors, moving with astonishing speed and ruthlessness, effortlessly weaving through the mist. Their formidable skills and remarkable combat prowess were evident. The fourth-level members of the Enlightenment Society experienced some discomfort from the sound waves, though not severely. Yet they were clearly disturbed, especially amidst the thick fog, rendering them almost blind and deaf. There were enemies nearby. They caught a glimpse of the Black Divine Guard's movements and attempted to alert their comrades, but their voices were drowned by the sonic waves. Kill. The Black Divine Guard's combat team embodied a singular, resolute command, slicing through all opposition like a razor-sharp blade. Damn it! The third-level personnel of the Enlightenment Society roared, launching an attack against them. In the next instant, Kitas, clad in mechanized armor, soared through the air, unleashing an energy cannon that sent their adversaries flying. The enemy's thermal imaging was promptly synchronized with the others. Understood. The members of the Salvation Society covered their ears, gazing at the group before them. Though their faces were pale, they were illuminated by surprise rather than despair. Is that the Black Divine Guard? Yang Xiaodian, with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and wounds covering his body, was under constant threat from 2 third-level personnel. Yet, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Was there a chance for salvation? The 2 third-level personnel, their eyes filled with murderous intent, were astonished that he could still focus amidst such peril. With 2 swift strikes, they aimed to seal his fate. However, at the moment the blades approached, Yang Xiaodian felt a sudden rush of wind beside him. In the next heartbeat, he found himself nearly 20 meters away from his previous position, dumbfounded as he beheld the figure beside him clad in uniform and mask. Was this the Black Divine Guard? He then noticed distant flames flickering, signaling numerous explosions. Suddenly, a massive mutated entity soared overhead. Yang Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Wasn't he that the mutated wild boar from earlier? Had it been sent flying? Who could collide with such a beast? The mutated wild boar was hurled over 10 meters away, and a burly member of the Black Divine Guard pursued relentlessly. Yang Xiaodian grimaced in pain. At that moment, the elderly man at the entrance of the amusement park wore an increasingly grim expression. This group had been forced out, yet the reality was far from his expectations. They faced not only nearly 100 fourth-level combatants, but also superpowered individuals. At this moment, the sonic assault had ceased. The elderly man also heard the cacophony of battles surrounding him. It goes without saying that within that brief half-minute, the Enlightenment Society must have suffered significant losses. His expression grew increasingly somber as he gazed at the screen in his hand, where the red dots representing the mutated entities gradually vanished. What are you all waiting for? Go and eliminate them. His pale face, etched with mottled lines, appeared both indifferent and frenzied. Instantly, 10 teams surged into the amusement park. Beside the elder stood only 2 third-tier personnel. Suddenly, a hoarse voice emerged from the vehicle behind them. Old man, should I take action? The elder's expression shifted. He replied in a low voice, no need, I can handle it. Those superpowered individuals, including the flying mech, had already reached a level capable of citywide destruction. While the third-tier personnel could potentially overwhelm a single adversary, it was evident they would not be afforded such an opportunity. A moment of hesitation crossed the elder's face. The voice chuckled ominously. What? Do you lack confidence in me? Although I have been demoted to a third-tier agent, I have once wielded my powers to slay countless foes. The elder's countenance darkened further. This individual, akin to a glutton, was also a half-finished product. Though he spoke the truth, he had indeed dispatched numerous enemies. However, the number of allies who had perished at his hands was even greater. In a frenzied state induced by excessive use of his powers, he could not discern friend from foe. He was undoubtedly useful, yet perilous. The headquarters had clearly permitted him to wreak havoc in Longshan City. Do not hesitate. This time, the Black Divine Guards possess something formidable. Without me, you will not manage those superpowered beings, he hissed with a laugh. The elder spoke firmly, then go. But be cautious not to overextend your abilities. Many half-finished products were deranged, including that glutton. Once their powers spiraled out of control, it would lead to chaos. Only truly perfected second-tier abilities represented genuine strength, existing at a higher echelon city destruction level. He pushed open the car door, his frail body marred with various scars, resembling neither man nor ghost. By the way, where's my hunting knife, codenamed the Slayer? How could I be without it? He chuckled mischievously. The elder regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, muttering, "Oh right, the knife is within me." In the next moment, an array of bone blades erupted from his myriad wounds. At last, I can stretch my limbs. He laughed boisterously, his tone brimming with excitement, akin to a hyena about to feast. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Chen Jing was not in the amusement park. Despite being the leader of the Black Divine Guards and orchestrating the efforts of his comrades, his condition was anything but ordinary. Every bone in his body crackled with sound, and beads of sweat poured from him profusely. He was enduring immense agony, with every inch of flesh convulsing, and his internal organs felt as though they were ablaze. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Chen Jing commanded the entire operation with unwavering composure. Even those around him remained oblivious to the extreme state he was enduring. He never anticipated that it would come to this. Chen Jing's complexion was ashen, his suffering stemming from the energy within him, incessantly wreaking havoc on his cells. He believed he had approached the brink of his shackles, convinced he possessed the strength to transcend them. Yet, reality proved far more complex. The energy grew increasingly formidable, initially manageable, but now it surged uncontrollably, wreaking chaos within his body. With a sudden gasp, Chen Jing expelled a mouthful of blood, disregarding his condition as he uncorked a vial of healing potion and consumed it. He found himself in a relentless tug-of-war with this force. It incessantly inflicted damage, while he continually imbibed the potion to mend himself. One vial proved insufficient, so he resorted to two. If two fell short, he would take three. It was a battle of endurance. Who could outlast whom? This confinement felt akin to an impenetrable lock. Were it not for his elevated mental fortitude and ample healing potions, others would have perished long ago. Was it humanity that bore such stringent limitations? Or was it a trait of all first-tier civilizations? A weight settled in Chen Jing's heart. The evolution within the cosmos, could it truly be so unforgiving? Heavy shackles ensnared him, seemingly denying any opportunity for lower civilizations to progress. He believed he was not alone. Over the years, many on Earth had reached this juncture, yet none had managed to surpass it. The acute pain continued to gnaw at him. The energy spread throughout his body, ravaging each cell. He had no choice but to consume another batch of potions. Each time his cells were destroyed and subsequently restored, they grew slightly stronger, though he could hardly perceive it yet. Chen Jing managed a bitter smile, for every few seconds of recovery were followed by further collapse. Nevertheless, he maintained his vigil over the amusement park, calmly assessing the situation. Although the Black God Guards held the upper hand, the Savior Society had begun to counterattack. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Enlightenment Society possessed their own stratagems. In that moment, the eye of heaven detected an individual, a figure adorned with bone blades. Moving with remarkable speed, stealthily entering the amusement park, a sinister smile etched across his face amidst the fog. A superhuman. Chen Jing's gaze sharpened. He immediately relayed a warning to all. Those engaged in battle, including Wang Jiqiang and others, momentarily paused, halting their actions. A superhuman was approaching. All level 4 personnel were to retreat and widen the front. They were no novices. A grim seriousness overtook them as they heightened their vigilance. Meanwhile, Chen Jing felt an intense heat enveloping him, the destruction of his cells accelerating. His voice trembled as he uttered, "The next phase is in your hands." Chapter 91. The first life to break free from shackles, 5,000 words. Evaluating the strength of superhumans is no simple task. Each possesses unique abilities, and their potency largely hinges on how they wield and develop them. The Enlightenment Society, however, has subjected superhumans to a rudimentary and harsh classification, based on the level of destruction they could inflict upon a city. Strength city destruction level, when unleashing its full power. It can wreak havoc on urban streets on a grand scale. The previous instance of gluttony illustrated this perfectly. It could transform into a colossal mass of flesh, laying waste to everything in its vicinity. And this hunter, he possesses even greater strength. His entire being adorned with bone blades, emanating a stunning glimmer, he charges forth. A living arsenal, sharp and deadly. With a swift motion, he merely grazes an amusement park structure, and the bone blade effortlessly slices through the steel framework. Who shall he slay? He mused. The members of the Salvation Society, perhaps the uniformed individuals, or those few gifted with extraordinary abilities. It matters not, all shall perish. A sinister grin spread across his face as he laughed maniacally. The hunter surged forward, accompanied by a cacophony of gleeful laughter. Enemies in sight. He Wenwei growled. Having spotted the source of the laughter, now hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Some attempted to intervene, yet they were utterly powerless. Any attempt to close the distance resulted in immediate penetration. Blood flowed, insatiable. The hunter licked his lips, excitement dancing in his eyes as he fixated on He Will Wei. Your blood seems particularly delectable. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside He Will Wei. The latter's expression shifted in alarm as he sought to defend himself, yet time was against him. At that moment, Yang Xiaotian lunged forth with a roar, swinging a blade to intercept the bone knife that could pierce at will. Get back, he bellowed, unleashing his full strength to pull He Will Wei away, successfully defusing the hunter's assault. A level 4 individual. Before him, one could barely withstand a single strike. The hunter licked his lips again. Your blood is even more exquisite than his. Just as he prepared to advance, he suddenly halted, casting his gaze into the distance. Chuckling, so many have arrived. At that moment, Lu Haiqing and his companions, including Katas, all made their appearance. They were no longer the individuals they once were. Having endured countless battles and witnessed the horrific deaths of numerous innocents, each had come to understand the weight of their experiences. Since that is the case, let all of you come forth. The hunter's bone blades could retract at will, and he grinned. I relish formidable prey. But first, allow me to clear the area. Upon uttering these words, Lu Haiqing's pupils contracted. Everyone, fall back. In the next instant, the hundreds of bone blades adorning him retracted slightly, transforming into bone spikes, then shot forth in a relentless barrage. The speed was astounding. Instantly, the anguished cries of those nearby echoed through the air. This indiscriminate assault did not spare the Black God Guards or the Salvation Society. Even the hunter's own allies were pierced. The hunter laughed maniacally, suddenly extending a finger. I believe I can hear it. There are many ordinary people in that direction. His words dripped with excitement and murderous intent. Then, a multitude of bone spikes erupted from his arm, hurtling forth. You beast! Wang Jiqiang roared, the first to charge ahead, though he was not one for many words. His gaze was ablaze with fury. The muscles throughout his body possessed an extraordinary hardness when utilizing his superpowers, even though they could penetrate uniforms. They remained incapable of breaching his skin. Numerous bone spikes were thwarted, leaving faint imprints on his exposed skin, which glimmered with a subtle dark sheen. Nevertheless, some of those bone spikes still managed to break free. Gao Xiang swiftly maneuvered, wielding an alloy-long sword to defend himself, his body jolting as he staggered backwards several paces, barely managing to block the assault. His expression grew grave, his arm tingling with numbness. The sheer impact of the flying bone spikes was formidable. This was a fierce battle. What a troublesome foe, the hunter mused, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Then I shall begin with the others. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, heading directly towards Lu Haiqing. As a merciless executioner, he was well versed in the art of killing. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted from Lu Haiqing's hands. The hunter laughed maniacally, effortlessly evading the onslaught, while a bone shield manifested before him, completely absorbing the attack. Ha! He approached at high speed, his laughter echoing. From his hand sprouted a 1-meter-long bone spear, which he hurled with ferocity. Be careful! Kiedis's gaze shifted, diving downward to appear beside Lu Haiqing. A laser blade emerged from his mech arm, slicing through the bone spear with a sharp crack. The hunter squinted, a tinge of wariness creeping into his heart. That weapon could slice through his bone spear so easily. Clearly, he had to exercise caution when dealing with this Black God Guard. However, the real spectacle was only just beginning. At that moment, the amusement park had transformed into a battlefield. It was not only them, others were also engaged in desperate combat. He Wei shouted, "Open the rear passage and evacuate these people. There are too many civilians." This battle was of utmost importance, leaving no room for concern for the ordinary folk. Especially in clashes between superhumans, the potential for widespread destruction was immense. And with the mutated beings, a single careless charge into the crowd could turn into a veritable meat grinder, create opportunities for them. Link roared. The assault of the Black God Guard team intensified. Link gritted his teeth. Merely a month prior, he had been an ordinary programmer, but after joining the Black God Guard, he had come to understand the hidden truths of this world, unknown to the average person. The hellish days in the simulated training ground, with relentless training day and night, had forged them into stronger warriors, their confidence steadily growing. Upon learning of their impending action, each individual was imbued with a profound excitement. At last, they had a chance to prove their worth. Yet, upon witnessing the dire conditions in Longshan City, where the mutated beings slaughtered humans as if they were mere food, they realized that the situation was far from simple. Get away from me. Link fought against the level 4 members of the Enlightenment Society, unleashing years of pent-up rage. It was their first participation. Their blood, ideals, and that deep-seated fury from within surged forth, erupting time and again. This was a brutal struggle, a fight to the death. How intense, an elderly voice remarked softly, standing outside the amusement park, the scent of blood palpable in the air. Once the hunter entered the arena, he ceased to pay attention. That man always claimed he would remain vigilant, yet ultimately succumbed to a frenzy of extraordinary abilities, only stopping when utterly exhausted. Regardless of who triumphed or faltered, it was evident that this amusement park was destined for complete destruction. We must vacate this place to avoid being caught in the chaos of unleashed powers. At that moment, a sudden urgent beeping emanated from the electronic tablet in his hand. The old man's gaze sharpened as he focused on the screen. A red dot was prominently highlighted, pulsating with a dangerously deep crimson hue. Subject number 89, a mutant. Its internal energy had reached an unprecedented level, surpassing all other mutants by dozens of times. At that instant, the old man trembled with anticipation. His eyes bloodshot with a grotesque blend of madness and exhilaration, his voice hoarse as it emerged from his throat. Transmit the physical data of mutant number 89. Now, as a torrent of data streamed in, the old man's excitement intensified. At long last, the moment had arrived. The existence that could shatter the constraints had been born. Countless humans had perished before these shackles, unable to take the next step towards evolving into a higher form of life. Yet, other beings had achieved it. A tremulous smile spread across the old man's face. Those foolish individuals believed they could kill mutants that had yet to reach maturity. Little did they know that every mutant, like humans, possessed a finite potential. They could not evolve indefinitely. The mutants within the amusement park had nearly reached their limits. He had merely been nurturing a venomous creature. And now, the king of these creatures had emerged. Let us depart. The roar of the vehicle's engine filled the air. The old man climbed into the car, which sped toward the location of mutant number 89. He gazed at the incoming data on the screen, his body quaking with excitement. This was the highest evolutionary level ever recorded on Earth. It had crossed that threshold. The vehicle swiftly approached its destination, a vast shopping mall. The most bustling center in Longshan City, frequented by over 10,000 visitors daily. After the fog descended, it had become a refuge for many ordinary citizens. However, as the old man swung open the car door, his eyelids flickered in shock. An overwhelming stench of blood surged into his nostrils, almost palpable in its intensity. The once opulent entrance of the mall now lay in ruins. The floor, originally adorned with white tiles, had been stained crimson with blood. Two third-level personnel exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing with a singular thought. How many lives had been taken? An unsettling anxiety washed over them as they gazed at the monstrosity standing amid the debris. Its body was a mass of thick black muscle, a long tail trailing behind it, rendering its original form nearly unrecognizable. Even from a distance, they could hear the thunderous beating of its heart, reverberating violently against their eardrums. It was evolving. It had not yet fully transcended, but it was close. The old man's eyes sparkled with uncontainable fervor. The two third-level personnel felt a chill run down their spines. Now, they have been imbued with an exceedingly perilous aura. Should they truly evolve to completion, the terror would be unimaginable. This is the epitome of monstrosity. The chip nestled within its cranium. Could it possibly be rendered ineffective? Come forth, little one. The elder, adorned with a gentle smile, waded through the blood-soaked ground and approached voluntarily. The level 3 personnel exhibited an acute vigilance. The creature cast a glance their way, its eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. The elder felt a sudden rigidity envelop him, as though he could scarcely breathe. Yet this only heightened his excitement. This was the instinctive reaction of a lower life form under suppression. He has truly altered the very essence of life. I believe you can comprehend my words, the elder exclaimed, his voice trembling with fervor. The flesh and blood of ordinary humans no longer suffices for you. But fear not, for I have prepared something special for you. He gestured towards the two level 3 personnel. They hastily opened the trunk of the vehicle, revealing a sealed storage compartment within, containing a swirling mass of luminous particles. This is the zero material extracted from beneath Longshan City. Come, consume it. The elder smiled kindly, as though gazing upon his own child. Then I shall take you to a splendid place known as the amusement park, a veritable paradise for you. Despite being merely a researcher of little combat prowess, his words sent shivers down the spines of the two level 3 personnel. This creature, tentatively dubbed an aberration, seemed to display a flicker of interest. It flicked its tail and vanished in an instant, so swiftly that the two level 3 personnel barely registered its movement. In the next moment, it extended its claw, seizing the orb encasing the zero material and swallowing it whole. Su Ming and Su Shaokong paced anxiously within the room. Below them, a thunderous rumbling echoed. Su Ming had previously lost an arm and an eye. His missing right arm was now replaced with a mechanical limb crafted from active metal, and his eye had transformed into an electronic orb connected to his brain's neurons. Fashioned from a blueprint of cybernetic civilization, which did not hinder his daily life, but significantly augmented his abilities. He was the first to detect the commotion from the amusement park and had accurately reported the movements of every team near the Enlightenment Society. Meanwhile, Su Xiaokong, after the outburst of her powers, was now covered in blood, devoid of strength. Both of them were currently of little use, merely standing guard over the unwell Chen. "Brother Ming, is that esteemed individual unharmed?" Su Xiaokong inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Since an hour ago, Chen Jing had entered a sealed room, remaining utterly silent. They could not enter, only hearing intermittent, muffled thuds that resonated as though something were hammering the ground. Su Ming shook his head, letting out a sigh. "I do not know. However, we must ensure that no one disturbs him." They held Chen Jing in the highest regard. Their very lives were saved by him. Su Ming's survival and ability to lead a normal life were also thanks to Chen Jing's assistance. Yet, it was not merely for these reasons. The endeavors of the Black Divine Guard were far more profound than one could possibly imagine. The amusement park appears to have reached a fever pitch. Su Ming's electronic eye is rotating, granting him access to various street surveillance cameras through the intrusion network established by Weiguli. However, the clarity is insufficient. One thing is certain, the amusement park is now solely occupied by superhumans engaged in fierce combat, preventing any outsiders from approaching. As Su Ming toggles between the surveillance feeds, he suddenly freezes. 10 armed vehicles are speeding toward the city at the entrance. Wait, how can vehicles be entering the city at this moment? Meanwhile, in the nearby streets still embroiled in battle, He Wenwei, bloodied and exhausted, shouts, "Hold on." The others are already drained, gritting their teeth to maintain their defensive line. The main force relies on the Black Guard to hold the ground, or else they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Suddenly, he receives a crackling transmission on the radio. He Wenwei's expression shifts as he retrieves the radio equipment. A calm voice emerges. "This is support. He Wenwei, please respond. Immediately report your coordinates. We have entered the city." The voice sends tremors through He Wenwei's body. Support. Finally, support has arrived. Everything they have fought for has led to this moment. He Wenwei, filled with excitement, quickly transmits the coordinates of their location. "Please hurry. We are currently engaged in battle." "Understood. We are quite close, approximately 5 minutes away." The voice responds with an apologetic tone. "Sorry for the delay. We encountered an unexpected obstacle en route and were intercepted by the enemy. Elder Zheng is currently engaged in combat with them, so we could only send a team ahead." He Wenwei is taken aback. Elder Zheng is a renowned level 2 superhuman, possessing the strength to annihilate the entire Enlightenment Society and quell the mutant uprising single-handedly. The enemy capable of holding off Elder Zheng must be extraordinarily formidable. However, that is no longer his primary concern. "By the way, how many of you are there?" 5 level 3 squads, 3 superhumans, and over 100 level 4 personnel. Upon hearing this lineup, He Wenwei immediately breathes a sigh of relief. That is more than sufficient. As long as they arrive and the Enlightenment Society has no backup, everything will be fine. He Wenwei switches the radio to the group channel and roars, "Everyone, hold your ground. Reinforcements are on the way. In 5 minutes, we will counterattack." This announcement serves as a vital morale booster. At his words, everyone momentarily pauses, and then their spirits noticeably rise. "Hold on. Our opportunity has arrived." The personnel of the Enlightenment Society changed their expressions slightly. Their numerous level 4 personnel and mutants had originally planned to swiftly overpower the group. But the Black Guard has held them off like a fortress. Fierce and relentless, they have drawn out the battle to this very moment. Countless voices roar in anger. In just 5 minutes, the battle intensifies further. At that moment, He Wenwei hears the sound of vehicles approaching, his expression lighting up. They're here. The others are also invigorated, roaring in unison. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Eliminate those wretched creatures. Avenge the residents of Longshan City and our brethren. The Enlightenment Society, in a state of disarray, frantically called upon their superiors, seeking directives. Yet, something was amiss. He Wenwei felt a sudden tremor, his pupils constricting slightly. An armed vehicle entered his line of sight. The vehicle was riddled with shattered glass and stained with blood. The driver's head lay slumped upon the steering wheel, a gaping hole piercing through the back of his skull. The others were nowhere to be found. What on earth was happening? Where were the others? He Wenwei's countenance turned ashen, pale to an extreme. In the next moment, another armed vehicle inexplicably soared through the air, engulfed in flames, before crashing violently to the ground. Only one survivor remained inside, his body marred by grievous wounds. "Quick, save him!" He Wenwei bellowed. The man, pale-faced, opened his mouth and uttered a single phrase, "Run. There are monsters." Boom. The entire vehicle erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Wenwei's body went rigid. The onlookers stood in profound silence, their gazes vacant.